Chapter 1. Arrival in a Strange World. The repository of the mind. Early in the morning, his mother urged him to visit the company and check on his elder brother. The previous night, an unexpected situation had arisen at the family business, prompting his brother to work overtime and stay overnight at the office. Sue Muching sat in the back seat of the car as the driver maneuvered out of the neighborhood. Suddenly, a series of urgent honks pierced the air, and the vehicle abruptly swerved to one side before being violently struck. Pain. For the first time, Sue Muching found himself so close to death he could vividly feel his vitality waning, his body growing feeble, and his consciousness gradually succumbing to darkness. When Sue Muching awoke, his mind was shrouded in confusion. Every fiber of his being felt weak. He struggled to move his hand. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a blindingly white sight: an egg. He shut his eyes tightly and reopened them. It truly was an egg. The egg before him stood at least half a meter tall, pristine white in color. What in the world? Hadn't he just been in a car accident? Wasn't he dead? Could someone please explain what this half-meter tall egg was? Propping himself up on his arms, Sue Muching noticed he bore no signs of injury from the accident. Yet, the overwhelming sensation of excruciating pain and blood loss was unmistakably vivid. What in the world was happening? The trees surrounding him were extraordinarily robust, towering skyward with no visible apex, their leaves large enough to serve as blankets. He appeared to be situated in an oversized bird's nest, which was vast enough that 4 or 5 of these gigantic eggs occupied merely a third of the space. The nest was perched upon several tree branches, each as thick as a water barrel, and as he gazed around, it felt as though he had entered a colossal ancient forest, the ground blanketed in an overabundance of vegetation. Wait a minute. Was that mushroom the size of a water barrel? Hello? He tentatively called out. Flapping wings erupted as his voice startled a flock of birds into flight. In Sue Muching's beautiful peach blossom eyes, shock, confusion, and disbelief swirled together. He noticed that the birds were roughly the same size as himself. As a young man of the 21st century, firmly inclined towards science, Sue Muching's worldview began to shatter. A startling thought emerged in his mind. Had he crossed over to another world? What on earth was happening? His heart raced at an unusually rapid pace. An uncontrollable panic relentlessly assaulted his mind. Sue Muching felt as if he were in a daze, adjusting his position to lean against an egg, striving to calm himself. Feeling his strength returning somewhat, he grasped a nearby branch and slowly rose to his feet. The gray jacket he had been wearing had mysteriously vanished, leaving him clad only in a white shirt, jeans, and sneakers. As he often painted, he had never been fond of wearing watches or jewelry, yet he always wore a pendant around his neck. Reaching up to touch it, he found the pendant still there. He couldn't help but wonder how his family was coping after discovering his accident. Regaining his composure, Sue Muching realized he needed to quickly ascertain his circumstances. He stepped out of the nest onto the branch. The thinnest branches were still thicker than his waist, easily supporting him. Peering down, he estimated the ground was a good 10 meters below him. Sue Muching swallowed hard, his throat dry, cautiously shifting his body as he hugged the trunk, preparing to leap to the nearest tree fork below. After persistent effort, Sue Muching successfully reached the ground. Phew, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Having been engrossed in painting, he rarely exercised, resulting in a rather average physique, even somewhat lacking. After resting for a moment and stretching his limbs, Sue Muching decided to choose a direction to explore. He figured heading towards the sun would minimize the chances of getting lost. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. A crimson, red? In the center of the sky, a brilliant red sphere loomed, appearing substantial and vivid, exuding an almost tangible warmth. It resembled a mysterious and powerful sovereign, safeguarding and nurturing this land. This was certainly not Earth. He clutched his shirt tightly against his chest, as if that could soothe his racing heart. Tears welled in his eyes, the unknown fear and bewilderment rendering his limbs stiff. It took a considerable time for Sue Muching to finally reconcile himself with the fact that he had indeed crossed over. Just as he found himself at a loss, a sudden shriek shattered the stillness of the forest. Sue Muching spotted a bizarre bird soaring towards him at an alarming speed. With no time to process his shock, He turned and fled. His instincts warned him of impending danger. Whirling around, he caught sight of the sharp claws and glinting beak drawing closer. He believed it could easily shred him to pieces. Caw! The cry grew nearer, and the strange bird dove towards Su Muching's back. In a moment of instinct, his muscles tightened, and sensing the threat, he leapt aside, rolling on the ground just in time to narrowly evade the creature's attack. The bizarre bird lunged again, and Su Muching rolled to the side multiple times, evading once more. Caw-caw! It was evident its two failed attempts had enraged the creature, which let out a piercing, shrill cry. Su Muching suddenly felt a splitting headache. Dizziness overcame him, and his body began to sway. Taking advantage of his moment of weakness, the bizarre bird lunged forward, its sharp claws digging into his left shoulder, lifting him skyward. In the forest, Chun, Chi, and you were binding the two enormous deer they had just hunted with grass ropes. When we return to the tribe with our catch, they'll be utterly astonished. Chi exclaimed excitedly, his movements swift and efficient, his ears twitching atop his head, while his orange tail wagged so vigorously it nearly created an afterimage. Chun nodded impassively. Ye wore a grin, his eyes squinting with delight, clearly satisfied with their successful hunt. Though the three of them bore minor injuries, they had successfully taken down a ferocious giant deer. Due to its massive size and agility, along with two hard, spiral-shaped antlers protecting its vital organs, capturing such a beast was exceedingly difficult. Typically, it would take 4 adult beast men working together to bring down just one. Caw! All three of them halted their movements. It's a blonky bird, Ye said solemnly. The blonky bird is an omnivorous creature. Known for its preference for tender-fleshed sub-beasts and younglings, it emits a unique, piercing cry that can induce dizziness in beasts. The depths of this ancient forest were already perilous, and with 2 fresh, giant deer carcasses, the scent of blood would soon attract more ferocious beasts. Chun exchanged glances with the others before turning towards the source of the sound, swiftly transforming into their beast forms, spreading their wings, and remaining vigilant. Ya and Chi hastened their efforts. From a distance, Chun spotted the silhouette of the blonky bird approaching, its claws seemingly grasping something. He sniffed the air, and his eyes widened. It was the scent of sub-beast blood. Ignoring Chi and Ya, Chun roared in anger, launching himself like an arrow towards the blonky bird. Ya and Chi caught the scent of sub-beast blood as well, and upon realizing that the blonky bird had captured one, they too transformed in a surge of fury. It was crucial to note that in this land of Mingya, sub-beasts were a rare and precious resource. In any tribe, they were vital for survival and reproduction. Although the unfortunate sub-beast might not belong to their tribe, as beast men, their intrinsic reverence and affection for sub-beasts fueled their righteous anger. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for taking the time to read my book. It brings me immense joy. Each time I see a word of encouragement, I am genuinely touched. Thank you for your kindness and affirmation. I will strive to let the story flourish and persist in my writing endeavors. I welcome everyone to leave comments. While my writing may not be perfect, if it brings even a modicum of joy, that is something I cherish, and I shall endeavor to enhance my writing skills. If anyone is displeased, that's perfectly all right. Please feel free to seek out what you enjoy instead. 1,000 people can have 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Let's respect each other's preferences. Constructive criticism and suggestions are welcome, but please refrain from disparaging remarks here. For the fervent, I will write whatever I wish. If you don't like it, feel free to leave. Thank you. Bows and Gratitude. Chapter 2. The Rescued Youngling. The fierce wind howled around him, and Su Muching felt a piercing pain in his shoulder as blood rapidly drained from his body, his complexion turning ashen. What is this place? Am I really going to meet my end here? If it weren't for the persistent sharp pain in his shoulder, Su Muching would almost believe he was dreaming. A thunderous roar jolted his senses back, his gaze refocusing, and in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. Before him stood a creature with wings, yet its body resembled that of a tiger. It measured nearly 10 meters in length, its fur a pristine white, unmarred by dirt. The mane around its neck was longer and thicker, and its enormous white wings shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. The teeth bared in its mouth were hard and sharp, glinting menacingly, while its powerful limbs bore razor-sharp claws nearing a meter in length. Su Muching felt utterly despondent. Another, even larger creature had arrived. Was he being contested as food? The blood loss rendered him icy and feeble, his vision beginning to darken. With a fierce roar, Chen intercepted the blue bird, launching himself at it from the front and rending its wings with his sharp claws. He beheld the lower beast bleeding profusely, and to avert any threat to its life, he knew he must act swiftly. The blue bird, caught off guard, emitted a pained cry. Originally, it had ventured out to forage, fortuitously discovering a nest of eggs, only to be elated by the unexpected presence of a lower beast beneath the very tree that harbored the eggs. However, before it could return to its nest, it was confronted by the beastman, its instincts warning it of the insurmountable odds against the adult beastman. Yet, the sweet blood and tender flesh of the lower beast drove it into a frenzy. The blue bird tilted its head back, releasing a shrill, anguished cry, and in the next moment, it desperately veered to the side. Chen's wings faltered momentarily before he unleashed a roar to disrupt its sound, feeling slightly dizzy but still able to endure. With a sudden lunge, he seized the fleeing creature, while his claws forcefully tore at its injured wing. Overwhelmed by pain, the blue bird instinctively loosened its grip and clawed at the beastman's head. Chun released his hold to evade the attack, simultaneously striking with one claw at its now unguarded abdomen. The blue bird's fate was sealed. Chen swiftly turned and dove downward, using his back to catch the lower beast, abandoning the blue bird as he soared towards the ground. Chen landed at the spot where they had previously dealt with their prey, transforming into his human form while cradling the lower beast, retaining his ears and tail. In the wilderness, they often maintained a semi-beast state, for the beast's ears enhanced their ability to listen to their surroundings, while the tail silently conveyed information through its movements. Su Muching stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide as he realized that this tiger beast had seemingly saved him, only to witness a miraculous transformation. Before him, the tiger beast's body began to shrink, becoming ethereal, until it ultimately morphed into a robust man with waist-length white hair and sun-kissed skin. What kind of fantastical realm was this? As his eyelids grew heavier, the last thought that crossed his mind before he fainted was, "That face is rather handsome." Seeing the lower beast unconscious, Chen hurriedly checked its heartbeat and breathing, relieved to find it had merely fainted from blood loss. He sighed in relief while crushing the hemostatic herbs to apply to the creature's wounds. The attire adorning the lower beast was unfamiliar to him, its unique design undoubtedly precious. In his arms, the small, soft lower beast bore exquisitely sculpted features reminiscent of a forest spirit. Chen felt that today, he had finally been favored by the beast god, encountering the fierce battle with the giant deer beast and rescuing such a beautiful lower beast. As he brushed aside the delicate black locks from its forehead, revealing a smooth, pale brow, Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This little lower beast was still a cub. When fully grown, lower beasts bore a spark mark at the center of their foreheads. As they neared the vicinity of the tribe, Chen roared towards its direction, and soon heard the patrolling beastmen respond with a few roars of their own. Ah, how curious. Why is Chun flying into the tribe today? Indeed, he usually shuns exposing his wings in public. Chen transformed back into his human form in the clearing before the healer's dwelling. Nearby beastmen and lower beasts were astonished to see him cradling a small lower beast. Yi emerged from the dwelling upon hearing the commotion outside. Chen approached the healer directly, nodding at him. It was injured by the blue bird. He paused. It is a lower beast cub. Surprise was evident on Ye's face, but he quickly regained composure, urging Chun to bring the cub inside, disregarding the surrounding crowd buzzing with excitement. Before long, the news of Chun rescuing an injured lower beast cub spread throughout the entire tribe. Inside the dwelling, Chun assisted in boiling water while Yi cleaned the cub's wounds, applying herbs to expedite its healing. Beast men possess formidable physiques, recovering swiftly from all but fatal injuries. Thus, these herbs were particularly beneficial for lower beasts or cubs. Qi and Ye, upon hearing the news, made their way to the healer's abode in search of Chun. Their return to the tribe had been smooth, and the prey they brought back was met with unanimous praise. Of course, they clarified it was captured alongside Chen. Upon reaching the entrance, they sensed the presence of the tribe leader within. "Come in." The leader evidently sensed their arrival, and Chi and Yer exchanged glances before stepping inside. Inside, the leader sat sternly at a stone table, while Chun assisted the healer in boiling water. Chi, having only recently come of age, felt somewhat anxious in the presence of the leader, his demeanor slightly tense. Ya, on the other hand, remained composed, resting his right hand on his left shoulder as he bowed to the leader. "Greetings, leader. We have come to find Chun." The leader nodded at the two, turning his gaze towards Chun to inquire about the rescue of the lower beast cub. Su Mu Chung gradually opened his eyes, instinctively alert to his surroundings, only to suddenly jolt at the pain from his wounds. "Ouch, that hurts." The wounds had been treated with herbs. It seemed he had indeed been saved. The walls were constructed of stone, with tables and stools made of stone slabs or wooden stumps. To the left, a large stone table occupied half the room, laden with various unknown herbs. The stone bed he sat upon was covered in hay and animal skins, with nothing else in sight. Su Mu Chung surveyed the rudimentary dwelling. Everything here felt so primitive. The unrelenting pain in his shoulder served as a constant reminder of reality, while his mind swirled in confusion. The anxiety and disorientation of being thrust into this strange world churned within him. Chapter 3. Arranging accommodations. A slender yet gentle-looking stranger entered, lifting the curtain, bearing a stone bowl with short black hair. He donned a sleeveless garment crafted from animal hide, his lower half wrapped similarly. His voice was soft, exuding an amiable demeanor. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Sumu Chung, caught off guard by the presence of another, was unable to express his excitement before hearing the man utter peculiar syllables. His mind momentarily blank, he attempted to respond. "Hello? May I ask where this is?" He was also momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the words of the young creature. Sumu Chung tried to communicate in English and French, yet the man across from him remained unresponsive, leaving him feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, causing his spirits to sink. Upon realizing that this little creature could not comprehend his words, he was momentarily dazed. Then, recovering, he pointed at the stone bowl in his hand and mimed a drinking gesture. Sumu Chung understood that he was being encouraged to drink, so he accepted the stone bowl. Upon seeing him drink, the man across from him displayed a compassionate smile. Yi, observing the beautiful and well-behaved young beast, felt a surge of pity. He gestured for the little creature to lie down, then took the stone bowl and exited. Upon stepping outside, Yi noticed Chi and Yo were present, and he nodded at them before addressing the clan leader. "Li Dotli, the young beast has awakened. I am the tribe." The clan leader primarily managed hunting, patrolling, and food supplies, while Yi generally assisted with matters concerning the young beasts. Thus, he and Li were quite familiar, with Yez standing in the tribe only slightly below that of the clan leader. Li nodded in acknowledgement. "How is his injury?" "The wound has been treated, but he must rest for half a beast cycle. His body is quite delicate." Yi recalled the young beast's skin, which was notably fair and tender. More so than that of an ordinary young beast. It was his first encounter with such a fragile little creature in his lifetime. Li murmured thoughtfully, continuing to direct his gaze at Chen. Awaiting his response. I and the tribe, young beasts without parents due to accidents or other reasons were typically entrusted to suitable adult beastmen or bonded partners for care. If the young beast desired to live independently, the tribe would provide housing for them. "Have you made your decision? Would you like to choose to raise the young beast?" Li inquired once more. Since it was Chun who saved him, he had the priority to adopt the little beast. If it were an adult beast, he would hold the right to pursue the adoption. Chun lowered his eyelids, his lips pressing together. As a beast man, particularly a single adult, he was undoubtedly captivated by the beautiful and petite young beast. However, he had always lived alone, and his relationships with the tribesmen were not particularly harmonious. Except for the healer Yi, he rarely interacted with young beasts or cared for them. Sumu Chung did not return to lying down. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar world, he felt utterly alone. His father, mother, and elder siblings were surely anxiously searching for him. What should he do? Would he ever be able to return? The fear from experiencing death twice and the bewilderment of arriving in a different world surged within him. Causing his nose to tingle, he raised his hand to rub his eyes, and the area around them immediately flushed red. He had to pull himself together and find a way to survive here. Images of his recent experiences flashed through his mind. The bird that had scratched him, the tiger with wings that could transform into a human, the man clad in a skirt of animal hide. Outside, voices chattered incessantly, incomprehensible to him. Yu Mucheng rose and stepped outside. Chin's ears perked up, and he looked up to see a delicate, fair hand parting the animal skin curtain. The moment Su Mucheng emerged, he instantly noticed the man who had rescued him. With waist-length white hair, a light brown complexion, sharp brows, and deep blue eyes, he possessed a high-bridged nose and a chiseled face. His robust and tall physique radiated an aura of cold pride and solitary strength. Qian felt the young beast's gaze upon him, a faint blush creeping to his ears. Regaining his composure, Su Mucheng felt a touch of embarrassment and quickly averted his gaze. He realized that the others were taller than him. At 178 cm, he felt dwarfed in their presence. The man who brought him water appeared to be about 183 cm, while the other three were roughly 2 meters tall. Notably, the three taller individuals had hair colors other than black and wore no upper garments. Only animal hide wrapped around their lower bodies. Yu Mucheng felt a surge of nervousness, but since they had saved him, they should be relatively amicable. He bowed slightly to the group, saying, "Hello, my name is Su Mucheng. Thank you for rescuing me." As expected, the three towering beastmen were momentarily taken aback. Yi stepped forward, halting the young beast's movements while explaining, "He cannot speak our language and does not understand what we are saying. I believe he must come from a powerful tribe, one that is surely far from us." He subtly gestured for Li to observe the young beast's attire as he spoke. Clan leader Li noted the clothing on the young creature. His eyes flickering slightly, he advanced a step, pointing to the young beast's injury, trying to soften his tone as he said, "Hello, I am Clan leader Li. Young beast, you must stay in the tribe until your injury heals. Rest assured, our tribe is very safe. The beastmen would never allow an injured young beast to roam outside, especially a precious young beast like you." Although he had never heard of a tribe capable of creating such garments, it was certainly a sound decision to care for the young beast. Li gestured again, indicating Qian to Su Mucheng. "Would you like to stay with Qian? He will take care of you." Su Mucheng noticed the exchanged glances between the two men, a slight tension tightening in his chest. If they were to discover that he was not of this world, he would undoubtedly be seen as a monster. Thankfully, they did not continue to scrutinize his clothes, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he could not comprehend their words, it seemed to pertain to him and the man who saved him. Su Mucheng approached the man, tilting his head to offer a friendly smile. Qian's pupils reflected the young beast's radiant smile, the delicate corners of his eyes seeming to shimmer with starlight. Qian, looking at the young beast, uttered a syllable, paused for 2 seconds, then repeated it while pointing at himself. "Qian." His voice was clear and resonant. Rich with warmth, Yu Mucheng couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his ear. Gazing into the man's eyes as he echoed, "Qian." Qian's eyes flickered, quickly lowering his eyelids to avoid direct eye contact with the young beast. "Do you wish to stay with me?" Qian asked resolutely. Gesturing animatedly in an attempt to convey his meaning, Yu Mucheng grasped that he was being invited to accompany him. The hand of his savior extended toward him, and he felt a sense of safety and reliability in the man. So he did not decline. Qian felt the soft, delicate hand in his palm, its whiteness contrasting starkly with his rough, darkened skin. He hesitated to grip it tightly, fearing he might inadvertently crush it. The young beast's hand lingered only briefly before withdrawing. Leaving Qian with an empty sensation in his palm, he tucked his hand back to his side, slightly curling it, unconsciously rubbing his fingers together. Chapter 4. The people here are truly fashionable, seeing that the young beast was willing to stay with Qian. Li and Yi exchanged glances, both breaking into warm smiles. Li and Yi were close friends of Qian's father and mother, and after their passing, they had continued to look out for him. Although Qian was taciturn, he was immensely capable and reliable in his endeavors. Qi and Yi also felt joy at the young beast's willingness to approach Qian. The healer Yi instructed Qian on how often to change the young beast's dressings, emphasizing many points on caring for the young beast. He also packed numerous medicines and supplies useful for the young beast into a leather pouch and handed it to Qian. Qian listened attentively and accepted everything, mentally noting to hunt some prey for Yi in return. "Let us go," Qian said, glancing at the young beast. After locking eyes with him for a moment, he scooped the young beast into his arms. Sumu Chung was startled by the man's actions, but by the time he realized it, he was already seated on Chen's arm. With the upper half of his body bare, Sumu Chung could only grasp his shoulder for stability. Feeling the solid musculature beneath him, Sumu Chung felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having been single for 23 years, he had never been this close to anyone other than family. Chun sensed the young beast's initial resistance and shot him a disapproving glance. Gently patting his knee in a gesture of reassurance before securing his hold, Sumu Chung had no choice but to sit stiffly in the tribe. Young beasts were rare, and he had never ventured beyond its confines. Adult orcs who have partners are exceedingly protective of their beastly offspring. The disparity in physical prowess between the beastmen and their young is significant. Typically, when accompanied by a mate, the younglings are cradled in the arms of their orc guardians. Furthermore, the little beastkin bears wounds upon its body, and Cheon would never permit the youngling to traverse the distance back on its own. Cradling the little beastkin, with his other hand grasping a leather pouch, Chen bid farewell to the chieftain and the healer before making his way towards his abode. Chi and Ya followed closely behind him. As they exited the healer's dwelling, the crowd gathered at the entrance erupted into a cacophony of exclamations. Feeling the intense gaze and hushed murmurs of the onlookers, Sumu Chung buried his face against the man's neck, revealing only his crimson ears. It was the first time in his life he had been carried in such a manner. Akin to a child, while being the subject of public scrutiny, Qian sensed the warm breath of the little beastkin against his neck, causing him to momentarily halt, then cast a frigid glance around. Given the scarcity of beastkin in the tribe, approximately a ratio of 20:1, this particularly attractive youngling stirred the orc's primal instincts to compete for favor. However, to pursue this little beastkin, one must first challenge Chun and earn his recognition. The other orcs were momentarily paralyzed by Chin's fearsome gaze, akin to being hunted by a wild beast, causing those who had been ready to approach to abruptly halt in their tracks. Chi and Yu exchanged glances, the meaning unspoken. Fortunately, it was Chun who had rescued the young beastkin. Chin's dwelling was situated at the farthest end of the tribe, in a rather secluded area. With no one residing nearby, the closest home belonged to Ya. Observing Chin's retreating figure, cradling the little beastkin, Ya curved his lips and remarked, "If you find yourself in need of anything or have questions, do not hesitate to seek me out. Leah is always at home." Leah, being 3 years younger than Ya, had been pursued by him early on. They had formed a bond shortly after reaching adulthood. "You had considerable experience in caring for beastkin, and me as well. If you require assistance, feel free to come to me. Although I have yet to find a partner, I can enlist Aika's help." Chi interjected, scratching his head hurriedly. Ya shot him a sidelong glance, his tone teasing. "I suspect you are merely seeking an excuse to get closer to Aik Sumu Chung." Unable to comprehend their conversation, furtively glanced around to confirm the absence of others before lifting his head. Uncertain of where this man intended to take him, he noted that everyone present in the room had tacitly accepted his actions, suggesting there was no cause for concern. His regard for his savior remained quite high. In the midst of his contemplations, he found his unfocused gaze fixated on the large man with orange hair. "And no," she stammered, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, rendered speechless by the gaze of the little beastkin. His face flushed crimson. Chen's expression faltered momentarily as he turned his shoulder to shield the youngling's view. Observing this, he patted Chen on the shoulder and swiftly pulled Chi away, conversing as they walked. "I've already delivered the meat from the giant deer to your home." As twilight descended, the number of visible homes dwindled along the path. Sumu Chung, regaining his senses, noticed that the two had vanished without his awareness. Along the way, he observed that the majority of the inhabitants were tall and robust, with an array of hair colors: red, yellow, orange, gray, and even green. The people here possessed quite the flair. Yet, it seemed that those who were relatively smaller in stature all had black hair. Sumu Chung was set down before a dwelling, questioning whether this was intended as his place of residence. The people here were remarkably friendly, just as those he had seen along the way, and the structure was constructed of stone. It consisted of 3 adjoining rooms and a small courtyard, where a large wooden tub was present for holding water. The left room appeared to serve as a kitchen, containing a pile of firewood, a rudimentary earthen stove, and a stone pot. The central chamber seemed to be a sleeping area, furnished only with a stone bed, devoid of any table. The leftmost room likely served as a storage area. Upon a table propped up by a few stone slabs lay some meat chunks, various animal skins, and assorted odds and ends. Chun observed the little beastkin as it surveyed his humble abode, feeling a tad self-conscious. Having lived alone since a young age, to him, home was merely a place for eating and sleeping. Thus it was quite simple, albeit relatively clean. Chun cast a few worried glances at him before engaging in chores, placing the leather pouch in the left room, seeking several clean animal skins to swiftly replace the ones on the stone bed. Layering them thickly as he spread the skins, his mind was consumed by thoughts of how much more fragile the young beastkin was compared to the orcs, necessitating careful nurturing. Upon seeing the man gesture towards the stone bed, Sumu Cheng approached and sat down to it appeared this was the man's home. Oh, the man had transformed into a tiger to rescue him. Could it be some sort of supernatural ability? Beast transformation? Did everyone here possess the ability to shift forms? Sumu Cheng longed to inquire, yet was hindered by the language barrier. Just as Sumu Cheng was lost in thought, a sound broke the tranquil atmosphere. Chen looked at the little beastkin, clutching its stomach, its cheeks flushing rapidly and extending down its neck. Sumu Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Since his arrival, he had not consumed anything, having narrowly escaped death, and was indeed famished. Blushing, he quickly glanced at the man, pointed at his stomach, and stammered, "Chen, is there food?" Chen nodded, turning to prepare some sustenance, as he kindled the fire. His thoughts were filled with the image of the little beastkin's flushed cheeks and its shimmering, shy gaze directed at him. Once the meat was roasted, Chun first washed some fruits and handed them to the little beastkin. "These were just given by Yi. I have no fruits here." Beastmen generally do not consume fruits. Sumu Cheng gazed at the fruits Chun held, greenish-blue, roughly the size of his entire hand. He picked one up. Taking a bite, it was crisp and somewhat sweet. Chun placed the fruits, resting on clean leaves on the ground, pointing to one and stating, "Fruit." Sumu Cheng quickly grasped that Chun was teaching him to speak, and promptly echoed, "Fruit." Though their language differed from Chinese, it was not difficult to pronounce. Sumu Cheng inherited the strong academic genes of the Su family, making the learning process relatively easy. Chun then pointed to the stone used for starting fires. Firestone? Firestone. Sumu Cheng had found it fascinating upon first seeing it. The stone resembled a pebble, with a light yellow hue.by striking two such stones together. One could produce a plethora of sparks. Sumu Cheng awaited Chin to continue his lesson, but, after a moment's pause, he found Chin's gaze deeply fixed upon him. Before Sumu Cheng could voice his curiosity, Chun pointed to himself, stating his name, then gestured for Sumu Cheng to introduce himself to Sumu Cheng. Sumu Cheng endeavored to articulate clearly. Sukin. In the tribe, there were no beastkin with names comprising 3 characters. They typically had names of 1 or 2 characters, which made it somewhat unfamiliar for Chin. He silently repeated it in his mind several times. Chin observed that Sumu Cheng was a quick learner, generally able to remember after just 1 or 2 repetitions. As time progressed, Sumu Cheng began to initiate the identification of various objects he wished to learn about. Thus, the two engaged in a reciprocal exchange of teaching and learning. Once the meat was cooked, Sumu Cheng had managed to identify nearly everything in sight. Chun retrieved some salt from a small leather pouch, sprinkled it on the most tender piece of meat, layered it with leaves, and offered it to the little beastkin. Sumu Cheng, silently admiring Chin's striking visage, accepted the roasted meat with gratitude, taking a small bite. Although the only seasoning was salt, the meat was tender and of a far superior quality compared to the industrially raised animals from his previous world. Sumu Cheng savored the meal contentedly. Meanwhile, Chin busied himself with the roasted meat, glancing at Sumu Cheng as he ate. The young lad was strikingly handsome, even in the act of eating, which was quite pleasing to behold. However, after consuming only 2 palm-sized pieces of meat, Sumu Cheng halted. He waved his hand, declining the further offerings of meat from Chin. Having also eaten a fruit earlier, he felt quite full. Observing Sumu Cheng's persistent refusals, Chin did not press the matter further. He instead seized a whole piece of roasted meat and began to devour it voraciously. Having yet to eat that day and having exerted considerable energy during 2 battles, his stamina was nearly depleted. Beastkin generally consumed less than orcs, who primarily feasted on meat for sustenance and energy. The little beast has a particular fondness for fruits, yet, for the sake of maintaining good health, It also consumes some meat. Chin's eating pace is remarkably swift, but it does not come across as uncouth. Rather, it evokes a sense of appetite. Unable to resist, Su Chang selects a smaller fruit and savors it slowly. Within, a tiny seed offers a perfect balance of sweet and sour to cleanse the palate. Su Chang observes the man devouring a chunk of meat nearly the size of himself, and he is taken aback, though he conceals his astonishment. Stealing a glance at the man's abdomen, he notes the tautness of his muscles, pondering where all that food could possibly be going. As night fully descends, the stars twinkle around the brilliant celestial sphere. Chen extinguishes the flames and tidies up a bit, stepping outside to find Su Chang gazing up at the sky. The starlight cascades upon his slender, delicate neck, enveloping him in a halo that renders him ethereal and unattainable. Unbeknownst to Su Chang, Chen stands silently behind him. A blue moon hangs high in the night sky, surrounded by countless stars. Resembling a river woven from fine grains of sand, lying diagonally across the heavens, both resplendent and mysterious. This breathtaking galaxy unfolds before his eyes. As a painter, he yearns to capture this moment on canvas. Never before has he felt such a surge of emotion. He resolves to gradually embrace this place. In his previous world, he had harbored a profound passion for painting from a young age, instinctively observing and perceiving the world around him. For Su Chang, each stroke of color embodies a long silent soul. It is not merely painting. It is a vibrant ideal of humanity. At 13, he was awarded the Monet International Art Prize. Upon reaching adulthood, he completed all his studies ahead of time and embarked on a solo journey around the globe, seeking to experience the romance of sprawling landscapes, to bask in the golden glow of sunsets, and to immortalize that romance with paint. Just days ago, he celebrated his 23rd birthday, and at the insistence of his parents and siblings, he returned home for a while. Little did he expect such calamity to strike. In his former world, he had either gone missing or met his demise. How could he return? His family must be distraught. As Qin gazes at the sky, he notices the little beast's melancholy demeanor. He steps closer, gently placing his large hand atop the little beast's head. Su Chang feels the weight above him, startled at first, but slowly relaxes upon sensing Qin's familiar presence. He considers himself fortunate to have met Qin, who not only rescued him but treats him with such kindness. A subtle smile graces Qin's eyes as he restrains himself from caressing the soft black hair. Though it is still spring, the nighttime temperature remains cooler than during the day. Concerned that Su Chang might catch a chill from standing outside too long and realizing it is time to rest, Qin encourages him to return indoors. He fetches a lamb beast's hide for a blanket and prepares items for cleansing his face and teeth. The lamb beast's hide is soft and comfortable, possessing a degree of resilience, given the tender skin typical of the little beasts. This hide will not cause abrasions, making it a common choice for their clothing. Su Chang watches as Qin, after settling him onto the bed, lays down a hide near the door and reclines on it. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment for occupying the bed that forces Qin to sleep on the floor, he carefully shifts, avoiding his injured left shoulder, and pats the space beside him, inviting Qin to join him. Qin, taken aback and unable to articulate his astonishment or inexplicable irritation, is surprised by the little beast's boldness. Little beasts are generally not permitted to share a bed with anyone other than their parents or mates. After the age of 5 or 6, even their fathers seldom share a bed with them. Beastmen typically raise their little beasts until they find mates, while their beastmen offspring are encouraged to become independent once they acquire the ability to hunt on their own. Unfamiliar with these customs, Su Chang fails to comprehend Qin's expression. He extends the invitation once more, but Qin turns his head away, silently declining. Su Chang does not insist further. The pain from his wounds and the loss of blood leave him with little energy to ponder such matters. He soon drifts off to sleep. Chapter 6. Are there no women here? It is now the first month of spring, a time when there is no urgent need to stockpile food, resulting in fewer hunting tasks. Aside from routine patrols and hunting duties, beastmen can venture out to hunt at their leisure, claiming any caught game as their own. Qian, Qi, and Yi are members of the same patrol team. During their free time, they frequently team up for hunting, not only to pursue game but also to continuously hone their skills. This time, the trio enjoys considerable success. Moreover, with the addition of a little beast to Qin's household, they collectively decide to rest at home rather than venture out. Mu Chung awakens to the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Qian observes him rising groggily, akin to a young deer awakening in the early morning mist. His eyes glistening with a layer of drowsiness. The sight softens Qin's heart, prompting him to place the beast hide shoes he prepared for Mu Chung by the bedside. His original shoes lie nearby, but their soles are worn out and the uppers are scuffed. Qin hesitates for a moment, then leans down to help Mu Chung with his shoes. Startled, Mu Chung reflexively withdraws his foot, unaccustomed to having others touch his feet. Upon realizing Qin's bewildered expression, he quickly exclaims, "I can do it myself." Qian obligingly allows the little beast to take the shoes. As Mu Chung examines the footwear, he discovers it is crafted from several layers of beast hide and fine beast hide rope. Qian had made it that very morning, with 2 layers of lamb beast hide inside and a rougher, sturdier layer of hide on the outside. Mu Chung, somewhat clumsily, dons the shoes. After Qian silently assists him in tying them correctly, Mu Chung feels a flush of embarrassment, rubbing his nose. Qian hands him a cleaning fruit and a soft, warm leaf, which Mu Chung finds intriguing even though he had used it just the day before. The simplicity and effectiveness of this world's items never cease to amaze him. By chewing on the cleaning fruit, a refreshing minty juice flows forth. Once the juice is gone, he simply discards the remaining fibers, and the result is more effective than toothpaste. Qian has already cut the roasted meat into pieces suitable for Mu Cheng's appetite. Before breakfast, however, Mu Chung has an urgent matter to address. He truly cannot hold it in any longer. Qian, where is the toilet? He inquires, unsure how to convey his need. His cheeks flush slightly as he hopes Qian will understand. Qian, though initially perplexed by the little beast's words, reflects on the matters concerning him and deduces the meaning behind his inquiry. He leads him to the back of the house. To Mu Cheng's surprise, he discovers a smaller stone hut behind the dwelling. Inside, the ground is sandy, featuring a large pit covered with a stone slab, leaving a space resembling a squat toilet. It is undeniably rudimentary. After resolving his physiological needs, he emerges to find Qian waiting nearby with water. Mu Chung feels a mix of surprise and appreciation. Qian recalls that little beasts are particularly fond of cleanliness and dutifully provides water for Mu Chung to wash his hands. In the ensuing days, Mu Chung has been at home learning to communicate from Qian. However, Qian, concerned for his injuries, forbids him from doing anything, leaving him with a nagging sense of guilt. Now, Mu Chung can engage in simple conversations using their language. Qian realizes that the little beast not only struggles with their language, but also lacks a great deal of everyday knowledge. For instance, when Mu Chung inquires about the absence of women in the tribe, he expresses his confusion, leading Mu Chung to clarify, those who can bear children are women. After a moment of contemplation, Qian explains, there are no women in the tribe, only beastmen and little beasts. Those who can bear children are called little beasts. I am a beast man, while you are a little beast. Mu Cheng's mind buzzes with confusion. So, there are no women here, only men marrying men, and men bearing children. He struggles to digest this information. Wait, does this mean Qian treats him as a little beast man because he takes such care of him? Mu Cheng's heart feels a tumult of emotions. He indeed harbors strong feelings for Qian, but he views him solely as a benefactor. Moreover, he is not like the others here. He cannot bear children. He was somewhat conflicted, uncertain whether he should clarify things with Qian. Yet he could not reveal his identity as a being from another world. Qian looked at Mu Cheng, alternating between shock and scratching his head in frustration. Mu Cheng was quite unique, appearing utterly ignorant of the beasts. Leaving Qian to wonder where he truly hailed from, a fleeting flash of unusual color swiftly passed through the depths of Qian's profound eyes. Qian returned with several fruits and, upon seeing the little beast still in a daze, handed him the largest one. Mu Cheng, oblivious, instinctively began to gnaw on it. Through Qian over the past few days, he learned that this place was called the Mengya continent. Here, the inhabitants were solely beastmen and sub-beasts, with an average beast age reaching around 300 years, where 25 marked adulthood. Beastmen are born in human form and can transform into beast form upon reaching 1 year of age. In human form, their hair reflects the color of their own fur. Upon reaching adulthood, a miniature golden pattern version of their beast form appears on the upper part of their left arm. Conversely, sub-beasts remain in human form from birth to adulthood. Their hair always jet black. Upon reaching adulthood, a red flame pattern manifests on their forehead, and after bonding, it transforms into a golden pattern resembling their companion beast. Although both beastmen and sub-beasts appear male, beastmen are inherently robust, boasting strong physiques and agile movements, with vitality surpassing that of sub-beasts. Sub-beasts, lacking beast forms, are frail and can easily succumb to weakness, gradually returning to the embrace of the beast god. A year here is referred to as a beast year, comprising 365 days divided into 4 seasons, each lasting approximately 3 beast weeks, with a beast week consisting of 30 days. The 4 seasons are winter, spring, rainy season, and summer, with the second week of each season, except for spring, experiencing the most extreme weather. The second week of spring is the most conducive for reproduction, marking a peak period for bonding and procreation among the beastmen. However, sub-beasts have a low conception rate, making offspring quite rare. Food is scarce, primarily relying on the beastmen's hunting expeditions. Each winter, beasts perish, and the rainy season often sees more deaths, with heavy rains lasting for days. Preventing the beastmen from hunting, without sufficient food, survival becomes precarious. The disparities between this world and his own are indeed vast. Until he finds a way back, he must first settle here. Although the living conditions are rather rudimentary, he inherently enjoys tranquility, and the absence of the internet is not a dire issue for him. In the past, when immersed in painting, it was common for him to go days without rest. However, the food situation poses a challenge. If his diet consists solely of roasted meat and fruits, he would surely struggle to endure. He had always cooked for himself, finding the process of cooking a form of relaxation. A pursuit of interest beyond painting, he resolved to seek out more edible items, determined to prepare many delicious dishes for Chun once his injuries healed. Although this world feels fraught with danger, the night sky is breathtakingly beautiful, and he is certain there are many awe-inspiring sights to behold. Given the opportunity, he will surely venture out to witness them. Indeed, he should expedite his recovery. Not to mention, this fruit is quite juicy. When did he even acquire this fruit? Su Muching snapped back to reality, staring at the half-eaten fruit in his hand with wide eyes. Lunch consisted of roasted meat again. But this time, it was Su Muching who kindled the fire, a request he made himself. Though Chen believed he would prepare meals for the little sub-beast, he also considered the potential for the little one to injure himself. However, he could not guarantee he would always be home, as he needed to patrol or engage in collective hunting. As Chun watched the little sub-beast munching away, his cheeks puffing up, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his fingers. Su Muching sensed an intense gaze upon him and, swallowing his food, inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Chin shook his head, hesitating before replying, "I'll borrow a set of clothes shortly. This afternoon, you should change." Chun thought the fabric of the little sub-beast's clothing was quite special and intricately made, and he wanted to keep it hidden. He pondered how formidable and prosperous a tribe must be to nurture such exquisite offspring. Su Muching was momentarily taken aback, tightening his grip on the roasted meat, yet a smile adorned his face. "Really? Thank you. I happen to be in need of clothing." Although Chin's intentions were noble, Su Muching couldn't shake the feeling that Qian had perhaps deduced something. This meal concluded amidst Su Muching's musings. Chapter 7. The partner of teeth. The spring sun was still somewhat harsh. Su Muching felt sticky with sweat after exertion. He longed for a bath, but his wounds could not come into contact with water. "Chun, where can I wash my clothes?" Su Muching emerged clad in beast skin garments, revealing a pair of slender, fair legs and arms. The hair on his legs was barely noticeable, and due to limited sun exposure, his skin was as pale as a peeled egg. Chin's blue eyes darkened, resembling the depths of an oceanic whirlpool. Drawing one eye in a wonder he wore such concealing attire, Su Muching felt quite awkward. The sensation of being exposed was indescribable. He resolved to make a few pairs of undergarments upon his return. Chin's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "By the river. I'll accompany you later. First, let us go get you some clothes." "All right, but where are we going to make the clothes?" Su Muching endeavored to adapt to the embarrassment of lacking undergarments, striving to keep his face from flushing. "You'll find out shortly." Qian averted his gaze with difficulty, taking the remaining skins of the bleeding beasts. Preparing to lead him to Yu's home, Yu's partner was skilled at crafting garments. How did Qin know this? Naturally, it was because Yu often boasted about his partner in front of both him and Qi. However, a dilemma arose. Su Muching was quite resistant to being carried by Qin. Chan felt a twinge of irritation, but more so a sense of helplessness. The distance between the houses in the tribe was considerable. Partly due to the beastmen's territorial instinct and partly because of their acute hearing, a greater distance allowed for better privacy protection. Observing Su Muqing's stubborn silhouette before him, Chan decided to let him walk on his own and would carry him once he grew weary. After approximately 30 minutes of walking, Su Muqing began to regret his decision. The paths here were uneven and littered with small stones. His feet, clad only in beast skin, were no match for proper footwear. Chen adjusted his pace to match Su Muqing's, walking slowly. Sensing his breathing becoming irregular, he longed to embrace him but feared it would displease Su Muqing. When Chen saw Su Muqing finally halt, he eagerly approached him. Su Muqing, genuinely unable to continue, felt intense pain in his feet. Observing Chen standing before him, wanting to embrace him yet restraining himself, Su Muqing resignedly opened his arms. It was undoubtedly the beastman's extraordinary physical strength that rendered him so weak. Chen secretly delighted in this thought, swiftly lifting Su Muqing into his arms. The little sub-beast's body was soft and entirely different from the beastman's firm physique, making it a delightful embrace, as he wore a beast skin skirt. Chen's hands inevitably brushed against Su Muqing's legs, the smooth, soft, and slightly cool sensation causing his heart to race. Leaving him rigid, Su Muqing noticed that with each of Chen's strides, he could cover twice the distance, moving swiftly without feeling the discomfort of the rough terrain. All right, he leaned against Chen, adjusting to find a comfortable position, and obediently accepted the service. Upon arriving outside Ya's dwelling, Ya emerged. The beastmen possessed keen senses, and Ya had detected the scent belonging to both him and the sub-beast as Chen approached. Chen, Ya greeted, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen reciprocated and proceeded to introduce them. Ya smiled amicably at the little sub-beast before leading them inside. Liya was now filled with anticipation, pacing back and forth within the house. He had heard that Chen rescued a particularly handsome sub-beast cub and was eager to meet him. Sub-beasts naturally evoke a deep affection for their young, and no beast could resist the charm of a sub-beast cub. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen set Su Muqing down. He handed the materials to Ya, stating, "I would like to ask Liya to assist in making some clothing for the sub-beast. Let me know what you wish to exchange, and I will procure it." This was the unspoken rule of the beast world. Equal exchange of necessities, devoid of the notion of free gifts. Liya dashed out upon hearing sounds from the courtyard, and before he could steady himself, he sought the figure of the sub-beast. Be careful. Ya quickly moved to support him. Wow, you're truly stunning. Liya's eyes seemed to transform into starry shapes. The little sub-beast must be favored by the beast god. His face looks so soft and plump, it seems delightful to pinch. Ya's voice was filled with indulgence. "This is my partner, Liya. Hello, I am Su Muqing." He was taken aback to discover that the two were partners. However, Su Muqing harbored no strong opinions regarding same-sex affection, and having learned of this world's differences from Chen, he accepted it well. "I heard you were injured by a blue-link bird. How is your wound?" Liya noticed the herbs peeking out from Su Muqing's shoulder, instantly feeling sympathy for his plight. The sub-beast before him had a head of black curls, a cherubic face, and a sprinkle of freckles, appearing utterly adorable. "Thank you for your concern. I'm much better now. The herbs here are remarkably effective. His wounds have completely scabbed over, and as long as one refrains from pulling too hard, there is no pain." Su Muqing, observing the joyful and expectant expression on Liya's face, did not refuse when she suggested a nickname. "Can I call you Moo Moo?" he asked. "Yes, Moo Moo," Liya exclaimed, leading the small beast into the house. "You can call me Luai. By the way, please, take a seat. I will have you fetch some fruits." She gestured towards Ya with a nod of her head. Naturally, Ya obediently went to wash the fruits. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chen, who stood nearby, felt a fleeting flicker of emotion in his eyes upon hearing Liya's affectionate address towards Su Muqing. Su Muqing felt somewhat uncomfortable with the enthusiasm directed at him, yet he bore no resentment. "What brings you here? Are you in need of clothing?" Liya's gaze fell on the skin of the bleeding beast that Ya had just brought in. "Indeed, I have no clothing to exchange with Chen, so I hope you can assist me," Su Muqing replied earnestly. "Of course. The garments I create have received unanimous praise from the tribe's beasts," Liya declared with a haughty lift of her chin. She then enthusiastically began measuring Su Muqing, showcasing her bone needle. "Look, this is the bone needle you sharpened for me. Isn't it exquisite?" Her voice brimmed with pride. The bone needle here is quite similar to modern needles, featuring a hole at the end for threading. However, it is made of bone and is considerably thicker, approximately the width of half a pinky finger. Nevertheless, Sumu Chang complimented her needle. It was indeed impressive that it had been crafted so finely, given that beasts are generally too strong for such delicate work. Thus, the two small beasts engaged in conversation while crafting clothes. Sumu Chang offered some new ideas for garment creation, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. After you finished washing the fruits, he emerged to join Chen in the courtyard. How's it going? Ye nudged Chen with his shoulder. Exchanging knowing glances, Chen, aware of the inquiry, replied, "He is delightful. Then you must seize the opportunity," Ye said, hinting at pursuing the small beast. A fleeting shadow passed over Chen's azure eyes. He recounted numerous details about caring for the small beast. And Chen listened attentively. One point emphasized was the importance of not eating too rudely in front of the small beast. Chen reflected on his own table manners, realizing he had been oblivious to this aspect, and felt a pang of regret, hoping he had not left a bad impression on the small beast. Chapter 8. Honey fruit. Before long, evening arrived, and it was time for dinner. Leah invited Sumu Chung to stay for the meal, but he politely declined. It felt inappropriate to impose further after having requested his assistance with clothing. "What do you need? I can bring it when I come to collect the clothes," he offered. Chen picked up Sumu Chung and spoke to Ya and Luya. "I will take him back." He looked to Luya, inquiring about her wishes. After some contemplation, she replied, "With the skins tailored to Mu's measurements. I can create 3 outfits. Just give me some thread from the silkworms and enough bleeding beast skin for 1 complete outfit." Chen nodded, and after the 2 small beasts exchanged farewells, he took Sumu Chung away. On their way back, Chen noticed that Sumu Chung appeared to be in high spirits, his legs swinging unconsciously from Chen's arm. Seeing Sumu Chung so delighted made Chen's lips curve into a subtle smile. Dinner consisted of roasted meat. Although the flavor was pure and unadulterated, it was tiresome to consume repeatedly. Sumu Chung sighed in resignation as he bit into the roast meat he held. Chen sensed the small beast's mood but chose not to comment. After their meal, Chen emerged from the storage room carrying supplies. "I will take you to the laundry area at the western edge of the tribe." There was a river where the tribe's members typically washed clothes or bathed. Chen took Sumu Cheng's clothes, placing them in a wooden basin, balancing it with one hand while holding him in the other. They traversed through the forest to the foot of the gathering mountain, heading west until they reached the riverside. The water flowed gently, crystal clear, revealing dark shadows darting about beneath the surface. Chen only set Sumu Chung down once they reached a bank downstream. "This is the spot. The tribe usually washes clothes and bathes here. The upstream water is reserved for drinking." At this hour, dusk had begun to settle, and no one was present by the river. Concerned for Sumu Cheng's wounds, Chen filled the wooden basin with water. If it weren't for his considerable strength risking damage to the precious fabric, he would have allowed the small beast to wash independently. Sumu Chung crouched to wash his clothes, only able to scrub them with water. The bloodstains, which had set in for some time, could not be entirely removed as he gazed at the shirt. Now torn at the shoulder and faintly stained with blood, Sumu Chung felt a twinge of regret. However, he soon reconciled himself, realizing he would not wear it again and could keep it as a memento. The tribe routinely cleared the surrounding area of large beasts, leaving only smaller creatures that posed little threat. Nevertheless, accidents could still occur, and Chen remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. By the time they returned, the night had grown deep. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen instructed Sumu Chung to stay home and not venture outside. He, along with Ya and Qi, would go hunting, not to return until noon, leaving Sumu Chung to roast meat alone. With a leather bag in hand, he departed. The courtyard was tranquil in their absence. Without the towering presence of the beast-man, Sumu Chung found himself at a loss on what to do. After tidying up the house, he ambled about the courtyard to digest his meal. The large wooden tub used for holding water appeared to be carved from a thick tree trunk. Indeed, the trees here were enormous. Sumu Chung thought the tub could easily accommodate him. Since such thick trees exist, wouldn't it be convenient to make a bathing tub? He pondered, though he decided to wait for Chen to return. Realizing he could accomplish little without his assistance, Sumu Cheng's gratitude towards Chen deepened, mingled with a sense of guilt. He felt he was a burden rather than a help to him. Despite his resolve to treat Chen to various delightful foods and address their food scarcity, He remained uncertain whether rice, potatoes, or sweet potatoes existed in this world. From Chin, he learned that the available food consisted solely of various meats and some fruits. The civilization here was rather primitive, and he speculated that perhaps other food sources existed, yet they remained unrecognized. However, he had not ventured out to confirm this, leaving him uneasy. Time was of the essence. He needed to explore. Xu Mucheng found a twig and began jotting down several short-term plans in an inconspicuous corner of the courtyard. As dusk began to fall, Chen finally returned. Upon entering the courtyard and setting down his catch, he spotted Xu Mucheng running towards him. In that moment, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, experiencing the delightful sensation of being awaited at home for the very first time. It was a remarkable feeling. The fatigue from searching for fresh fruits for Xu Mucheng dissipated in an instant. Gazing at Xu Mucheng's upturned face, Chen's eyes softened. "Here are your clothes," he said, handing over the garments he had collected from Ya's house on the way back. "Thank you, but did you finish them so quickly?" Xu Mucheng marveled at Li Ya's swift handiwork. Not in a hurry to change, Xu Mucheng glanced at the bulging leather bag. Chun, noticing Xu Mucheng's curious expression, couldn't help but smile, gesturing for him to follow him to the storage room, where he organized the items he had brought back. Inside were many fresh fruits, as well as cleansing fruits, soft leaf grass, silkworm threads, and other essentials primarily used by the small beasts. Most of what Chun had gathered was intended for himself. The warm sensation surged within Xu Mucheng. Once the items were sorted, Xu Mucheng noticed several red fruits among the others he had not seen before. The remaining green ones resembled those he had consumed over the past few days. Unbeknownst to him, those red fruits were exceptionally rare, even in spring. Known as honey fruits, they are highly sweet and favored by the small beasts. However, they grow on vines that thrive on cliffs, have a short ripening period, are prone to rotting, and possess numerous thorns. These fruits are difficult to find and laborious to harvest, which is why most beastmen refrain from picking them. Xu Mucheng set about washing the fruits while Chan prepared the roasted meat for their evening meal. The portions of meat required by the beastmen were substantial, far beyond what the small beasts could handle, though sweet. Xu Mucheng exclaimed. Xu Mucheng took a bite of the red fruit, and an intense sweetness burst forth in his mouth. The look of astonishment on his face was mirrored in Chen's eyes. Although the sweetness was somewhat excessive for Xu Mucheng, after spending so long in this place, he was finally able to savor something different. He immediately thought of making sugar or jam, though producing sugar required a substantial quantity of fruit. As soon as an idea formed, Xu Mucheng became animated. He first attempted to drizzle the sweet juice over the roasted meat, reasoning that if the flavor turned out unpleasant, it wouldn't ruin the dish entirely. Chun did not stop Xu Mucheng's actions, despite the fact that beastmen generally disliked such overly sweet fruits. The meat soon finished cooking, and Xu Mucheng eagerly took a bite of the sweetened version, finding it delightful, akin to honey-glazed barbecue. Though the difference was considerable, after numerous encounters with the original, rustic barbecue, he finally tasted something else. It was quite a rare occurrence, and Xu Mucheng couldn't help but feel thrilled inside. "Oh, see Skit, Big Tiger, Moo Moo, guess what this is?" Holding up his paw proudly, Xu Mucheng. "Wow, what is this?" Barely dodging the fruit that nearly poked him in the face, Big Tiger. "It's a honey fruit." Eyes sparkling, seeking praise, Xu Mucheng. That's amazing, incredible." Completely absorbed in petting the cat. Chapter 9 How Cool. "Chen, you must try this. It's quite good." Chen looked at the roasted meat drizzled with red fruit juice that Xu Mucheng offered him, and without hesitation, took a bite. It was not as cloyingly sweet as he had imagined. The subtle sweetness melded beautifully with the savory flavor of the meat, proving to be quite enjoyable. "Delicious," Chen affirmed to the little beast man, his eyes glimmering with approval. The two, one human and one beast, fell into a comfortable silence, the atmosphere in the room tranquil and warm. The wood crackled in the fire. The meat sizzled as it cooked, and distant sounds of birds and beasts occasionally echoed from outside. After dinner, while Xu Mucheng went to change the dressing, Chen took the 2 skins of the sheep-like beasts he had brought back and carefully stripped them, cleaning them thoroughly. Little beastmen typically disliked bloody scenes. Once Xu Mucheng finished changing the dressing, he tried on the new beast skin clothing. Leah had made some improvements based on his feedback, and it fit comfortably. Chen worked quickly, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. When Xu Mucheng emerged, he saw the neatly processed meat hanging and the skins draped over a pole. Noticing the large puddle of water on the ground, he quickly pieced together what had transpired. A smile crept onto his lips, and a fleeting light sparkled in his eyes. In truth, he was not afraid of such things. He was even a bit curious, however. He felt warmed by Chin's considerate actions. The little beastman's beautiful peach blossom eyes inadvertently revealed an enchanting smile, causing Chin's ears to redden. Hidden beneath the night and his white hair, Su Muching had initially wanted to discuss the bathing tub with Chin. But it was late, and there was no rush. Chun continued to lie on a beast's skin by the door, glancing at the figure on the stone bed. "Good night," Su Muching replied with a good night as well. This was something Chun had recently learned from him. Ever since he understood its meaning, he had said it to him every day. The next morning, Su Muching shared his thoughts about making a bathing tub with Chen. Naturally, Chen supported him, but it would have to wait a few days. They needed to find sufficiently thick trees, which required venturing into the forest, beyond the tribe's territory. They would have to wait until their next hunting trip to find suitable wood to bring back. Consequently, Su Muching's plan for the bathing tub had to be temporarily shelved. He also decided against making jam for the time being, as the quantity of red fruit was too limited, and even if he made it, there was nothing to accompany it, just sweet water. There were too many missing ingredients, so Su Muching began pleading with Chun to take him out. No, Chun replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. It was too dangerous for a little beast man, especially one who was still injured, to leave the tribe. Su Muching pouted, looking at Chin's serious face. "Then can we just stroll around the mountain next to the tribe?" "Go ahead, please." The soft voice of the little beast man reached Chin's ears, prompting him to cough lightly in disguise, adjusting his ears. "Fine." Su Muching nodded eagerly, fearful that Chin might change his mind. A large beast skin bag, nearly 2 meters in length, seemed ample enough to contain him. He grabbed 2 large bags and several smaller ones, deciding that any more would be unmanageable on the way back. Excitedly, Su Muching tugged at Chin, urging them to set off. He had a premonition that this trip would yield great rewards. Chun looked at the excited little beast man, his heart filled with a mix of exasperation and fondness. As the tuft of hair atop Su Muching's head bobbed with his movements. However, Chun was unaware of the little beastman's thoughts. If he had known, he would have assured him that he could handle 2 more bags without issue. Chun carried Su Muching to the foot of the mountain at the northernmost edge of the tribe, the closest to home. These 2 small mountains formed a natural barrier for the tribe, and patrols were regularly dispatched here, making it quite safe. Every spring and early summer, the tribe organized expeditions for the beastmen to gather resources here. As soon as Su Muching's feet touched the ground, he dashed towards the woods like a runaway pony. He was not there for any other reason but to find bamboo, which was as thick as water buckets, the last time he had washed clothes by the river. He had passed this mountain foot, but had been too focused on observing the direction of the tribe to notice the bamboo. What a loss! Ideas for bamboo products flooded Su Muching's mind. He could try cooking rice in bamboo, which would surely be much more convenient than in a stone pot, as it heats quickly and is lightweight. There were bamboo tubes, bamboo bowls. He could even make a bamboo bed. This way, Chun wouldn't have to sleep on the ground, and it would be cooler. Where there is bamboo, there must be bamboo shoots. The thought of fragrant and crisp bamboo shoots made Su Muching swallow silently. However, it felt like spring now, and it wasn't quite the right time to dig up bamboo shoots. Chun closely followed Su Muching, watching over him, concerned about the possibility of him falling. After about 20 minutes of climbing, they finally reached the edge of the bamboo forest. How exhausting it was! Su Muching wiped the sweat from his forehead. Before him stood the tall, verdant bamboo, covering much of the hillside. "Chin, do you have a way to cut the bamboo? Once we leave, let's bring some back." Without tools for cutting trees, Su Muching felt a bit troubled but didn't want to miss the opportunity. "Bamboo? You mean section trees?" After receiving Su Muching's affirmation, Chin placed his left hand against a bamboo stalk and, with his right hand, manifested claws, swiftly slicing through the entire bamboo with ease. "That's so cool." Su Muching admired Chin's razor-sharp claws. Although he knew that beast men could transform, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Sensing the little beastman's admiration, Chan straightened his posture and put in even more effort. Su Muching busily organized the cut bamboo into a pile. Just as Su Muching finished stacking a bundle of bamboo, he looked up to see that Chan had already felled a large area. "Chun, that's enough. You don't need to cut anymore." Su Muching hurriedly stopped him. Chun reluctantly retracted his claws upon hearing this, but quickly helped the little beast man gather the bamboo together. binding it with vines. As Su Muching gazed at the sizable bundles of bamboo on the ground, he felt a bit embarrassed. Well, I'll think of a way to get it back later. Let's explore a bit more first. After remembering this location, the two ventured deeper into the woods. The vegetation here flourished abundantly, and though Su Muching was shielded by Qian, he still felt some branches scrape against his arms. A gust of wind blew, carrying a choking powder in the air. Cough, cough. Both Su Muching and Qian began to cough. Quick, cover your nose and close your eyes and mouth, Qian urged, but it was too late. Su Muching was caught off guard, and some of the powder got into his eyes, causing them to water uncontrollably. My eyes hurt, Su Muching exclaimed, and Qian swiftly pulled him into his arms, shielding him from the wind. As the wind died down, the irritating powder gradually dissipated, and after a moment of tears, Su Muching's eyes began to feel better. Qian immediately cradled the little beastman's face in his hands, examining his condition. He gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his finger. How are you? Is it still painful? Su Muching shook his head. It's not painful anymore. But what was that just now? I don't know. All I know is that it's quite irritating, and it happens every spring when the wind blows. The little beastman's eyes were red like a rabbit's, and Qian felt a twinge of regret for bringing him along. I'm really fine. It was just that I didn't manage to close my eyes in time. Su Muching could see the guilt in Qian's eyes. Let's go look elsewhere. To divert Qian's guilt, Su Muching quickly changed the subject, feeling that the irritating scent was somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall what it was. Before Su Muching could ponder further, a lush green patch of seedlings came into view. Chapter 10 Scallions, Su Muching exclaimed, pinching off a segment and sniffing it. It was indeed scallions. There was no mistaking that scent. The scallion sprouts here were 3 fingers wide and as tall as his thighs. He could hardly believe his eyes. He excitedly ran over to start digging. Qian, come here quickly. This is scallion, edible. Let's harvest a lot to take back. Su Muching's subordinates were bustling with activity, and it was delightful. Finally, they could indulge in some verdant vegetables. Qian obediently approached. Little Beast was rarely this elated. Perhaps they could sample the first taste of the food they would take back. During his travels, Su Muching often visited picturesque towns with simple folk. Thus he had roamed through farmlands and vegetable gardens. With his handsome appearance and amiable demeanor, he had gained a fair bit of renown as an artist. The elderly in the village adored him, frequently inviting him for meals or presenting him with gifts. In return, he would gladly paint portraits or assist them in various ways. The affection of the older generation was always straightforward. Their homegrown fresh vegetables were the tangible expression of their sincerity and warmth. Over time, he had become well acquainted with the crops that graced their tables throughout the seasons. In this particular patch, aside from a few stunted green onions, Su Muching had unearthed the rest. As a citizen of the Flower Kingdom, sustainability was certainly the way to go. He tugged at the beast's skin bag in his hand, gazing affectionately at the immature green onion seedlings before him. You must grow well. The bag was nearly filled with large green onions, enough to sustain them for quite some time. The presence of the onions instilled confidence in Su Muching. He had a premonition that he would discover more edible treasures. However, for now, the onions could only serve as seasoning. A fleeting thought danced in his mind, elusive and tantalizing. What was it? Seasoning. That pungent aroma earlier. Was it pepper? Su Muching's expression visibly transformed into one of surprise and joy. Qian, unaware of what little Beast was pondering, simply found his emotions easy to comprehend. Su Muching's brows and eyes seemed to communicate their own language. He looked exquisite regardless of his expressions. Qian, can we return to that place? I now know what that pungent aroma was. Su Muching exclaimed excitedly, grasping Qian's sturdy arm, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. How utterly adorable! The two then retraced their steps, preemptively covering their mouths and noses as they neared their destination. Su Muching attentively examined the plants entwined around the grand tree. Indeed, it was pepper. Vines climbed the tree, bearing numerous woody fruits. It was truly a pepper tree. Remarkable, pepper, like cumin, was an essential seasoning for barbecued meats. Su Muching selected suitable leaves to fashion a makeshift mask for his mouth and nose, then began to harvest enthusiastically. The pepper fruits were as large as jujubes, some even splitting open, explaining the sharpness of their scent. Qian observed from a distance, concern flickering in his eyes. Su Muching did not allow Qian to assist. The harvesting process inevitably stirred up some powder, and as a beast man, Chin's keen sense of smell would make the aroma even more overwhelming for him. Sumu Chung wished to contribute to Chin as well, refusing to remain in a position of perpetual protection. The surrounding trees were festooned with pepper vines, so when he felt he had gathered enough, he decided to stop and return later. This hillside lacked a river and basked in ample sunlight, rendering it somewhat arid. Nevertheless, Sumu Chung discovered several springs. He took a sip of the cool, sweet water that flowed from the spring, far superior to any bottled mineral water. The sun climbed higher, signaling that it was time to return for lunch. Upon reaching the spot where they had initially placed the bamboo, Sumu Chung faced a dilemma: how to transport such a multitude of bamboo back? Just as he pondered a solution, a magnificent tiger appeared beside him. "Chin, we?" Sumu Chung turned, locking eyes with the creature, whose gaze was as large as light bulbs. His eyes widened in astonishment as he suddenly found himself so close to such a formidable beast. His heart raced uncontrollably. There was no preparation for this. Chin, observing little beast's startled expression, gently nudged him with his nose, his blue beastly eyes radiating guilt. "Chun?" Sumu Chung gradually regained his composure, lifting his hand to press against the nose that had just brushed against him. "Why did you suddenly transform into your beast form?" His subordinate's fur was pure white, smooth, and soft. The more Sumu Chung rubbed his eyes, the brighter they became. After all, this was simply a colossal version of a cat. He leaped into Chin's neck, burying himself in the long, soft fur. So delightful. The fur on his neck felt even longer and coarser than elsewhere. Yet the texture was exquisite. Chun remained completely still, sensing little beast's soft form nuzzling against his neck, his white fur concealing his flushed face. Clearly, little beast relished his beast form. But then Chin's expression dimmed as another thought crossed his mind. Once Sumu Chung had had his fill of affection, he finally recalled that this was Chin's transformation. "Ahem, you still haven't tea answered my question." Scratching his head, Sumu Chung managed to feign nonchalance, wearing an expression that suggested nothing had happened. Chun chose not to expose him and spoke in human language. "I in beast form, I can carry everything back." Sumu Chung took a few steps back, finally seeing the full form of the great tiger. It resembled a tiger, yet its coat was entirely white, without a single blemish, a round face, fluffy tail, and wings concealed, standing about 10 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide. Chun then gradually shrank his beast form to 5 meters, using his tail to gather their belongings and place them onto his back. Glancing at Sumu Chung, who was brimming with eagerness, with a flicker of his eyes, he beckoned, "Come here." The white tail encircled Sumu Chung's waist, positioning him comfortably on Chin's neck. Only a partner could sit on a beastman's back. And the neck was a vital area. Being allowed so close signified Chin's absolute trust. Oblivious to the significance, Sumu Chung gleefully explored the fur on his back, marveling at the ability to control his size. Simply amazing. However, he recalled that this was not an actual cat, so he refrained from being overly indulgent. On their way back, they encountered a few peculiar figures. Sumu Chung looked on in confusion at several towering individuals glaring at them from a distance. Had he wronged them in any way? He didn't know them at all. Since arriving in the tribe, he had mostly remained within Chun's household. Leaning down, Sumu Chung whispered near Chin's ear, "Who are they?" As soon as he spoke, he noticed the towering figures appeared to be deflated, displaying a dejected demeanor. Not far off, Fong and Ku, along with several beastmen, looked even more disheartened, for the young beast did not recognize them. And they could not contend with Chun. Chun felt the warm breath brushing against his ear, causing his ears to twitch involuntarily. He slowed his steps, lifting his gaze to the group of beastmen. He had seen them numerous times before. Ever since the news of him rescuing a beautiful young beast spread, many single beastmen had begun to linger around their vicinity. However, due to his esteemed status as the tribe's foremost warrior, none dared to challenge him. Chapter 11. The title was consumed. Little beasts were highly sought after in the tribe, especially one as charming as Sumu Chung. He was saved by Chun, and any other beastmen wishing to pursue him would first have to challenge Chun for his approval. Naturally, Chun had no intention of relinquishing his precious companion. He had previously warned those who frequently pretended to pass by their home, concerned that they might disturb little beast while he recuperated. Of course, Chan had his selfish motives as well. It appeared they could no longer contain themselves upon seeing little beast perched upon Chin's neck. Chin's tiger eyes transformed into a deep, shadowy blue. The beastman, caught in Chin's intimidating gaze, hesitated slightly but remained in place. The atmosphere grew tense, and Su Mu-chung sensed the unusual ambience. The following afternoon at the square, just as they were about to pass each other, Chan spoke in beast language. Su Mu-chung could not comprehend their tongue, a more primal form of animal communication. Though curious, he refrained from inquiring further. Having experienced riding a tiger, Su Mu-chung felt elated as he stood beside the majestic white tiger, watching it deftly use its tail to place their belongings on the ground. How adorable! Chan sensed little beast's ardent gaze and unconsciously twitched his ears, raising his head proudly and straightening his posture, slowing his movements. For the first time, he felt satisfied with his imposing beast form. While Chan busied himself with grilling meat, Su Mu-chung took a small piece of beast skin to the yard, peeling the pepper fruits, grinding them into a small bag of pepper powder, and chopping some green onions to sprinkle over the meat. This green one is called onion, and that pungent powder is pepper, made from the pepper fruits we brought back, he explained as he seasoned the meat. They both enhanced the flavor of the grilled meat. Su Mu-chung sprinkled the seasoning while introducing it to Chin. Although Chen was uncertain whether little beast spoke the truth, he was willing to indulge him in playful banter. The meat sizzled and oozed oil, releasing an aroma unlike any he had ever encountered. Su Mu-chung's mouth watered with anticipation. To Chin's surprise, the seemingly pungent ingredient transformed the meat into something incredibly fragrant. At last, the meat was thoroughly cooked. Unlike before, Chen did not immediately offer Su Mu-chung the first bite, but instead cut a piece for himself. Su Mu-chung watched eagerly as the morsel disappeared into Chin's mouth, feeling a mix of amusement and warmth at Chin's kindness. So, how does it taste? Is it delicious? Chin savored the briny yet slightly spicy flavor lingering in his mouth. Undeniably delicious. Truly delightful. However, he waited for a while, ensuring that his body was free from any discomfort before consenting to let Su Mu-chung partake. Su Mu-chung chewed heartily on the roasted meat, his eyes squinting in bliss. It was simply exquisite. Rubbing his round, full belly, Su Mu-chung sprawled out on the stone bed. Life is beginning to hold promise. In the afternoon, the two did not venture outside again. Instead, Su Mu-chung focused on exploring how to craft items from bamboo. Although he had seen numerous bamboo products and had browsed various short videos, he had never attempted to create anything with his own hands. The pepper fruits were already thoroughly dried and no longer required sun exposure. Chen tidied up the scallions and pepper fruits he had brought back into the kitchen. Upon emerging, he observed the little beastkin furrowing its delicate brows, its small face scrunched up, fixated on a heap of bamboo segments before it. Chen approached and squatted beside Su Mu-chung, inquiring, "What troubles you?" "Well, I wish to make something from bamboo, but for some items, I only know what they look like and not how to proceed." Su Mu-chung replied, his brow still knitted in concentration. Unable to resist, Chun reached out to smooth Su Mu-chung's furrowed brow. "What do you wish to create with bamboo? Allow me to assist." The little beastkin should be cheerful. Su Mu-chung naturally closed his eyes for a moment, not shying away. "I want to make 2 pots. Bamboo is lighter and heats up faster than stone pots. I also wish to create bamboo tubes, both large and small, for storage. Additionally, I need bamboo frames, cups, bowls, chopsticks, and even a bamboo bed." Chun pursed his lips, having never encountered such items before. Su Mu-chung was lost in his thoughts, admitting that he truly did not know how to weave bamboo baskets and would have to explore that gradually. For now, he would focus on crafting the other items, which mainly involved cutting and polishing. "Chun, do you have anything for polishing? Something to smooth the cut bamboo surfaces?" "I do." Chun immediately stood up to retrieve it. "What animal skin is this?" Su Mu-chung asked, examining the beast skin that Chun handed over. Turning it over in his hands, the skin was brown, devoid of fur, with a hard and rough surface, making it quite suitable for polishing. "This is from a Suru beast. The polishing issue is now resolved." "Chun, could you help me split the bamboo?" Su Mu-chung's eyes fixated intently on Chen's hands. Chun transformed his fingers into claws, deftly slicing through the bamboo as per Su Mu-chung's guidance. The beastkin's claws were remarkably useful, allowing for precise control over the length of the exposed nails. Su Mu-chung picked up the neatly cut bamboo segments and began to polish them. An entire afternoon passed, and together they crafted 2 large pots, one small pot, 5 bowls, 3 pairs of chopsticks, 2 bamboo cups, and a collection of bamboo tubes and basins in various sizes. Mu Chang even designed lids for the bamboo tubes, hollowing out one end of a full bamboo segment to resemble a stopper. Chang grasped the crafting process quickly, transitioning from initial curiosity to earnest dedication. These creations would significantly enhance convenience, as the tribe had only relied on various sizes of beast skin bags for storage. Observing the unsuspecting little beastkin, Chin's gaze darkened momentarily. These items could indeed improve the lives of his kin, and he felt a duty to prioritize the tribe's needs. Yet, if the little beastkin were unwilling, he could not allow anyone to harm him, not even himself. Chen refrained from questioning further and placed the remaining bamboo in a corner of the courtyard. In the evening, aside from the roasted meat, Mu Ching also prepared a meat soup. With the addition of pepper and scallions, the resulting broth was even more delectable, and Chen indulged in plenty. While sipping the soup, Mu Ching taught Chen how to use chopsticks. Chen clumsily grasped the delicate bamboo chopsticks, his large hands giving off an endearingly awkward impression. Mu Ching erupted into hearty laughter at the sight of Chen's flustered attempts. Qian felt a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. Using chopsticks is more hygienic, making it less likely to fall ill. After sufficient amusement, Mu Chang began to patiently instruct Chen. Although Chen was unfamiliar with the concept of hygiene, he understood that illness could lead to death among beasts. This will prevent illness? Chen's tone was grave and earnest, his gaze fixed intently on the little beastkin. Yes, but using chopsticks only reduces the likelihood of sickness. There are many other aspects of hygiene that must also be observed to minimize illness. Mu Chang explained. Noticing Chen's serious demeanor, Mu Chang recognized that illness was a terrifying reality for the inhabitants of this world, and even a slight reduction in the chances of falling ill was of utmost importance to them. Thus, he elaborated on numerous hygiene details, such as boiling pots and bowls in hot water before use, washing hands after using the restroom, washing hands before meals, and properly disposing of waste. Oh, see skit. Big Tiger, wah? Moo can't make anything he wants, crying cat head JPG Mu Chang. It's all right, how could such a cute cat be at fault? The self-proclaimed mighty and imposing first warrior of the tribe. Big Tiger, Owu? Chapter 12. The title has gone to battle. Mu Chang shared various hygiene tips with Chen, who diligently noted each one. After several moments of hesitation, Chen finally mustered the courage to ask, "May I share this with the tribe members? It is crucial for them." Had they known sooner, many beasts would not have returned to the embrace of the beast gods so early, of course. Mu Chang replied, having already resolved to assist the tribe. He knew he would gradually integrate into this community, especially since the people here had treated him kindly. Thank you. Chen fixed his gaze on the little beastkin. Speaking earnestly. You're welcome, Mu Chang playfully winked. This marked the 8th day since Mu Chang's arrival in the beast world. The herbal medicine provided by the healer was down to its last dose, and no further applications were necessary. The wound had now developed merely a faint scab, though it was certain to leave a scar. After all, his shoulder had nearly been pierced by the claws of a monstrous bird. Nevertheless, the healing had occurred remarkably quickly. Mu Chang marveled at how effective their herbs were even on outsiders. Lying on the bed, Mu Chang turned to Chen, who had his back turned. "Chen, tomorrow let us craft a bamboo bed, so you need not sleep on the ground." Chen lay still, facing away, his pale blue eyes sparkling in the darkness. "All right." Just as Mu Chang began to wonder if Chen had indeed fallen asleep and missed his words, Chen finally responded. Early the next morning, Chen carried Mu Chang to the chief's dwelling. After obtaining Mu Chang's consent, Chen eagerly sought to share the news with the tribe at the earliest opportunity. "Good day, chief. Good day." Once set down, Mu Chang mimicked Chen's gesture, placing his right hand on his left shoulder in a respectful greeting. "Please, come in on the way." Mu Chang had learned from Chen that Chief Li was already 67 years old. Yet the tall, youthful man before him hardly resembled someone nearing 70. "Ah, is this the allure of longevity? Please have a seat. What brings you here?" Although Chief Li appeared youthful, he had served as the leader of the fierce tiger tribe for over 20 years. Exuding a palpable aura of authority, Mu Chang felt a slight tension but clearly articulated his and Chen's intentions. Following their discussion the previous day, he had devised a preliminary plan in addition to the importance of frequent hand-washing and bathing, and boiling utensils for sanitation. He also aimed to address the issues surrounding toilet facilities and waste disposal. The tribe possessed toilets, indicating a certain level of hygiene awareness. However, the facilities were rather rudimentary, and they lacked knowledge about centralized waste disposal and garbage management. According to Chun, they simply filled the pits once full and dug new ones Sumu Chung. Thus, he resolved to overhaul the tribe's toilet facilities. Though he refrained from delving too deeply into why hygiene could reduce illness, he understood that the inhabitants here lacked knowledge of scientific principles, and this could potentially raise suspicion. Upon hearing that they could reduce illness, Chief Li appeared extremely excited, his eyes gleaming like a predator spotting prey as they fixated on Sumu Chung. Implementing these methods posed no detriment, albeit a bit cumbersome. However, if it could save lives among the beastkin, it was worth the effort. On behalf of the fierce tiger tribe, I thank you, little beastkin. You shall surely be blessed by the beast god. Chief Li did not press for the origins of these methods, recognizing that the young beastkin seemed to live in a tribe far more advanced than their own and was graciously willing to share these insights. Ultimately, Chief Li decided to immediately implement Sumu Cheng's proposed changes within the tribe and to hold a gathering to express gratitude after the upcoming collection day. Upon returning, Sumu Chung found a half-burned stick and some beast skin, beginning to draft the toilet renovation plan. While he was not inclined towards advanced designs like flush toilets, a simple squat toilet was feasible. He envisioned constructing a pit beneath the ground with stone materials, along with a pipeline leading to the surface. As for flushing, it could only be done manually, with a wooden bucket placed in the toilet for water storage. In any case, hygiene standards must be met. There are also garbage bins. We can simply use large wooden barrels as receptacles for refuse. If we can procure sufficiently thick bamboo, that would also suffice. The tribe will designate orcs to periodically clear away this waste. As for the selection of individuals, Sumu Chung has yet to form a concrete idea, but such matters can be left for the chief to contemplate. Now, there remains another issue. The excrement and refuse cannot be transported one by one. Tools will be necessary. Sumu Chung unconsciously bit his lower lip. Chun sat quietly beside him, refraining from interrupting the thoughts of the young beast. The soft flesh beneath the pressure of his teeth gradually turned a cherry red, glistening with a layer of moisture. Chun hastily averted his gaze and rose to tend to the meat. During the meal, Sumu Chung was still deep in thought, and after they finished, he wore a furrowed brow. Chun could no longer bear to watch and was about to inquire when Sumu Chung suddenly clapped his hands. Chin. After much deliberation, Sumu Chung decided to construct a simple cart. For now, it would have to be made of wood, as wheels are a more complex matter. He resolved to start with something uncomplicated. He recalled a type of simple unicycle cart, featuring a single wheel at the front, with a wooden board at the back attached to a basket enclosed on all sides. Refer to the image for specifics. Once he had made up his mind, Sumu Chung swiftly sketched a design. The three-dimensional perspective drawing he produced was so clear and comprehensible that Chun understood its structure at a glance. A clarity he had never encountered before. Chun, can you comprehend this? Sumu Cheng's eyes were tinged with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, worried that Chun might not understand. Indeed, Chun replied gently, his eyes softening. The young beast was both clever and capable, and Chun felt a swell of pride for him. Really? Allow me to elaborate further on its functionality. Sumu Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight. This was splendid news. After spending an entire afternoon grinding bamboo tubes, his palms were left red and slightly stinging at the slightest contact with water. He had not mentioned this to Chin, fearing it would cause him concern, and had persevered in silence. If they were to construct the cart, his hands would surely be rendered useless. Although Sumu Chung had traveled extensively, his family could not truly rest easy knowing he was alone. A squad of bodyguards trailed him in secret. When he eventually uncovered their presence, he found communication with his family fruitless and resorted to directing them, making good use of their services. As Chun listened to the young beast's explanation. His eyes grew brighter, his hands trembling slightly as he clutched the animal hide. With this cart, future hunting excursions would demand significantly less physical exertion from the orcs, thereby enhancing the safety of the tribe. As for Sumu Cheng's mention of the lever principle, suggesting that even young beasts could pull the cart, Qian did not take it to heart. Even if it were feasible, he would never allow young beasts to engage in such laborious tasks, for fear of being ridiculed by other tribes. Chun decisively went to trade for wood from several orc households to commence construction. Lacking measuring tools, Sumu Chung resorted to estimating dimensions with his palm. And he took the opportunity to teach Chun about mortise and tenon joints. Though Chen was not particularly eloquent, his diligent actions and shining eyes conveyed the excitement within him. Oh, see skit. Sumu Chung. It hurts. Pathetically raising his reddened palm to show Chen, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, Big Tiger. What happened? Gently cradling Sumu Cheng's hand and blowing on it. Sumu Chung. I need ear rubs. Voice soft, pouting. Dizzy Big Tiger. Pet. Poof. Revealing fluffy animal ears. Chapter 13. A life without hope. After spending the better part of the afternoon, the cart was finally completed as Sumu Chung eagerly tested it. Although the wheels were not perfectly round, it did not hinder its functionality. He noticed that Chun grasped concepts swiftly and possessed remarkable manual skills. Chun, you are truly impressive. Chin, upon seeing Sumu Cheng's admiring gaze, extended his hand to pat his head but hesitated, recalling his hands were dirty. The two set out to report to the chief. Sumu Cheng wanted to see if he could push Chin, having him sit in the cart's basket. Chin, oh great beast god, if I am truly pushed by a young beast, it would be the end of my dignity. The young beast's thoughts were too whimsical, leaving Chen somewhat exasperated. Regardless, Chun remained resolute, and Sumu Cheng pouted in disappointment. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded within the tribe. A tall, stoic orc pushing a peculiar wooden contraption, within which sat a delicate and beautiful young beast cub. Along the way, many tribesmen paused to observe. Some were intrigued by the wooden structure, while others were captivated by the young beast. Sumu Cheng felt as if he were an exhibit for public viewing. While he anticipated the stir that the completed object would cause, he hadn't expected it to attract such close scrutiny. Initially, some were deterred by Chen's aloof demeanor, but as one bold orc stepped forward to touch the cart, more and more gathered around. Hey, hey, hey! Sumu Cheng anxiously clutched the edge of the cart, regretting his curiosity in sitting within the basket. Chen, having never encountered such a crowd, felt uncomfortable. His demeanor was cool, and aside from a few friends, few approached him. In a moment of distraction, he was jostled away by the throng. Chin. He anxiously gazed from the periphery at the center, concerned that the petite young beast might be squished. However, he could not force his way through. There were several other young beasts in the crowd, and pushing through could harm them. The chief is coming, someone shouted, and the crowd finally dispersed, allowing Chen to advance. At that moment, Sumu Cheng's hair was a disheveled mess, his collar askew, his gaze vacant, cheeks flushed, and several finger marks evident upon his face. Sitting there in a state of despair, Chen's pupils dilated with alarm as he swiftly scooped him up and moved him aside. Are you all right? Sumu Cheng turned his head in a daze, his focus slowly sharpening on Chen's face, his large eyes blinking in confusion, hands covering his cheeks, pouting. Chun its fine now. That was terrifying. Several hands were ruffling my hair, my face still feels numb and sore. Concern flooded Chen's eyes as he reached out to tidy Sumu Cheng's hair. Does it hurt? No, I wasn't squeezed on any wounds. The chief scrutinized the peculiar object before him with a stern expression. Is this your creation? Despite maintaining a composed demeanor, the underlying excitement in his voice revealed his eagerness. Rumors spread swiftly, and he had come upon hearing them. If this contraption proved as useful as claimed, it would greatly benefit the tribe. Yes, chief, Chen replied. Sumu Cheng, having not heard the announcement of the chief's arrival, quickly urged Chen to set him down. Greetings, chief. We were just on our way to find you. Very well. The group made their way to the chief's stone dwelling. Sumu Cheng promptly presented the design to the chief. This device is known as a cart in my tribe. It is entirely wooden. The back is designed to hold items, and by lifting these two wooden poles, it can be pushed along, greatly conserving energy. The basket can be detached. As the cart increases in size, so too can the amount it holds, though it will also become heavier. Before their arrival, Sumu Cheng had devised a reason, claiming that his tribe was far away and they could not reasonably travel there. In the future, he would undoubtedly create more inventions and could not afford to fabricate excuses one by one. It would all be attributed to his tribe. Excellent, excellent, the chief exclaimed, struggling to find the right words. Traditionally, when orcs returned from hunting, they were physically and mentally exhausted, often carrying their prey on their backs. However, the risk of encountering large wild beasts on the return journey was significantly higher than on the way out. With the cart, not only would it save energy, but it would also allow for more hands to protect the catch. There were also salt trading parties. Fetching salt required a long journey, and with this cart, They could reduce their burden and bring back more salt. Although the speed of travel would decrease with the cart, the overall benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Yu Cheng then shared his plan regarding the regular clearing of excrement and refuse. Each household must clear their garbage daily, and the tribe should designate areas of equal size. Each area should have a centralized large garbage bin. These centralized bins should be cleared at least every 2 days, while excrement can be collected by one beast per week, depending on the circumstances of each household. The chief furrowed his brow. If this were to be implemented, it would surely mean allocating many orcs. Observing the chief lost in thought, Su Cheng refrained from interrupting. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Chen. Chen, does the tribe have elderly individuals or disabled persons who are unable to hunt? Yes, Chen replied, his eyes flickering. Yu Cheng beamed at him, like a mischievous little cat. This is a splendid idea. The chief also caught Su Cheng's words. The tribe had elderly orcs and many who had been injured while hunting, rendering them unable to participate in normal hunting activities, thus losing their ability to provide for themselves and relying on the tribe for sustenance. The tribe offered free food and shelter to these elderly and disabled orcs. But their accommodations were essentially a large cave. They understood they could not assist their kin and spent their days in the cave, striving to minimize their burden on the tribe. Although this group could no longer hunt, they still possessed the ability to care for themselves, making them perfectly suited for these tasks, which would also alleviate their sense of guilt. The chief gained a renewed appreciation for Su Cheng's wisdom and felt deeply grateful. You may present your needs to the tribe. As long as we are able, we shall certainly assist you, the chief declared with clarity. Chief, you flatter me. Su Muchen felt a twinge of guilt, for these accomplishments were not his own creation. Yet he now stood to receive the accolades. No, this honor is rightfully yours. Should you ever come to a decision in the future, feel free to seek me out. Very well, thank you, Chief. Su Muchen refrained from further protest, deferring any demands for another time. O.C. Skit. Su Muchen raised his fist in a mock display of ferocity, showcasing his tiny white teeth. Believing himself to be quite fearsome, do not dare to pinch my head. The lesser beasts exclaimed, Ah, how can one be so adorable even when angry? Having lost all reason, JPG. A small creature turned to the great tiger to lodge a complaint. It hurts. As the words left his mouth, tears welled in his eyes, and his lips protruded like a kettle ready to boil. What should the great tiger do? 1. Maul the obnoxious lesser beasts. 2. Embrace and lift Moo high. Chapter 14. A breach of beastly ethics. On the way back, Su Muchen felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness. Until he lay down to sleep, it struck him. The bamboo bed. He had promised to make one for Chen. Yet in the flurry of activity, it had slipped his mind. Chen restrained the eager little creature wanting to sit up, insisting he sleep, promising to make it tomorrow. Chen glared at the 2 beastmen at his courtyard gate. Having just begun roasting meat that morning, he caught the scent of the beastmen approaching and, upon stepping outside, indeed saw 2 beastmen striding toward him. After the chief summoned a group of relatively young and clever beastmen to learn the art of cart making. Many single beastmen eagerly volunteered. This spirited assembly of youthful beasts nearly tore each other apart for the chance to interact closely with the little creatures, as they clamored to compete for the opportunity. The chief intervened. After all, they were there to learn. So he selected 2 of the most astute and composed beastmen. Feng, with his prominent smile revealing a set of large teeth, was fortunate to be one of them. The other was Lei, who, with his reserved nature, stood awkwardly, scratching his head. Feng had come early to impress Chen, and though reluctant, he complied. He was thrilled to be among those chosen to learn cart making and to interact with the new little beasts. Yet the hour was indeed rather early. Chen, we were sent by the chief to learn cart making. Have you had breakfast? I brought some fruit. As Feng spoke, he retrieved several emerald green fruits from his cloak. It was evident that beastmen were not fond of fruit, and his intentions were clear. Lei, you actually brought fruit without my knowledge. Chen pinched his fingers, preparing to decline when a rustling sound caught his attention, and he immediately realized the little creature had awakened. Chen, do we have guests? Su Muchen, rubbing his eyes and appearing drowsy, emerged. The meat isn't ready yet. Why are you awake? Chen returned to the courtyard, his biological clock gradually aligning with Chen's. Waking naturally at this hour. Have you had enough sleep? Who has come? Su Muchen noticed the 2 beastmen outside the gate. Feng and Lei, here to learn cart making. Such a coincidence. Su Muchin mumbled indistinctly while chewing on a cleansing fruit. After a quick rinse and face wash, he pondered whether to invite them in to sit, but without extra stone stools, it would be awkward to have guests sit on the bed while watching the meat. Do not mind them. Chun had become adept at reading the little beast's emotions from its expressions. Very well, at Chin's home, Chin decides. Feng and Lei waited patiently until the two had finished eating before entering, their mouths watering at the delicious aroma of the meat. Hello, little beast, I am Feng, and this is some fruit I brought for you. Thank you for agreeing to teach us cart making. Hello, I am Lei. I will bring you fruit next time. Though Lei stuttered before the little beast, he internally cursed Feng. Greetings, I am Su Mucheng. You need not bring me anything. I volunteered, and the chief has already expressed his gratitude. Su Mucheng quickly waved his hands. Feng's hair was a striking gray-green, and Su Mucheng found his gaze drawn to it, stealing glances now and then. Feng, interpreting the little beast's fascination as admiration for his beautiful fur, straightened his back and lifted his chin slightly. Su Mucheng's toes curled instinctively within the fur wrap. It was not prejudice, but rather a need for time to adapt. A flicker of emotion passed through Chin's eyes. The color of the beastman's hair matched their fur, and little creatures favored vibrant hues. After Su Mucheng twice declined Feng's fruit, Chan sent the two to the back mountain to gather wood. When Feng and Lei returned with the timber, they discovered Su Mucheng had already vanished. The two glared at Chin with discontent. How infuriating! A breach of beastly ethics. Su Mucheng had been sent by Chun to play at Lia's home. Chan had already learned how to craft carts, thus would not require the little beast's direct instruction. As Chan demonstrated and explained while crafting, Feng and Lei quickly grasped the techniques of cart making. Chan, remember to come to the square this afternoon, Feng reminded Chun as they departed, not forgetting their promised challenge. The square was located at the heart of the tribe, with a large stone platform at its center. Numerous beasts had gathered, both bonded and unbonded, while the little creatures were brought out to join the excitement. The single beastman, eager for the challenge, warmed up in preparation. Upon arriving at the square, Chin immediately stepped onto the platform, surveying the crowd. Let us commence. The sooner they finished, the sooner he could fetch the little beast. Feng was the first to leap onto the stage, one of the finest among the young beastmen. Well done. Go for it. Bring Chan down. The sight of the first challenger ignited the warrior spirit within the beastman. A chorus of cheers erupted. Chan spread his legs slightly, bending his knees in readiness. Feng launched an attack, throwing a punch that whistled through the air with increasing ferocity, muscles taut in his robust shoulders, executing a sweeping kick with one leg. Chun gracefully evaded, constantly blocking Feng's relentless assaults. Seeing Chun on the defensive, Feng used the ground to propel himself forward, executing a spinning kick as he closed the distance. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, with Chi also cheering for Chin. When Su Mucheng visited Ya's home, he brought along some finely ground seasonings. Whether for roasting meat or preparing soup, it enhanced the flavors, winning over Lu Ya's heart, who insisted on becoming good friends with Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng readily agreed, finding Liu kind and charming. He was aware of Chin's impending challenge that afternoon, but Chun had requested not to inform Su Mucheng so, just as Su Mucheng was about to leave. You told him, Chun is not home. He is likely at the square fighting. Huh? What? Su Mucheng was puzzled. A beast man has challenged Chin, and the time is set for this afternoon. You continued. A challenge to Chin? Is that some sort of tribal custom? I do not recall Chin mentioning it. Thank you, I understand. Wow, a beast man is challenging Chin. Moo, your charm is truly remarkable. You've only just arrived in the tribe. Liu exclaimed excitedly. Huh? What charm? Su Mucheng was baffled. Oh, see skit. Su Mucheng. Go. Charge, bring him down. Desperately waving a small red flag, cheering for the great tiger. The great tiger. Ears perked, body quivering. Moo is cheering for me. Instantly roused, JPG. Chapter 15. The title of being thrashed by Chun you did not know? Lia's doe-like eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? Is someone challenging Chen because of me? Su Mucheng scratched his head, a sudden, inexplicable premonition rising within him. It is because you were saved by Chen that others wish to pursue you, needing to challenge Chen first to gain his approval. Pursue me? Su Mucheng was taken aback. Let us hurry and cheer for Chen. He is truly formidable in battle. Leia gently pulled Su Mucheng and Ya towards the exit. Following Leia's urging, Ya moved outside. And upon hearing praises for Chen's prowess, his narrow eyes slightly narrowed with intrigue. Fortunately, their home was not far from the square, and Leia accompanied Sumu Chung as they made their way there. With her petite frame, Leia adeptly maneuvered through the crowd, successfully guiding Sumu Chung to the prime viewing spot at the center of the front row. On stage, Chun moved with remarkable speed, his muscles taut and his gaze sharp, exuding an aura of danger. This was a side of Chin that Sumu Chung had never witnessed before. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, resembling a profound vortex that threatened to engulf his adversaries. At last, Chun seized an opening. No longer merely on the defensive, he struck with iron-like fists, targeting vital points with ferocity. Wind emitted a muffled grunt as his body was sent flying, and a chorus of regretful murmurs arose from the surrounding spectators, indicating that no one had yet managed to dethrone Chin, the first warrior. The contracted beastmen watched with fervor, their blood boiling at Chin's fighting style, igniting a desire within them to find a place to engage in a spirited contest themselves. "How splendid!" Lia exclaimed with a cheer. Chun's ears perked up, and he turned to meet Sumu Chung's gaze. The small beast's beautiful eyes glimmered like finely polished obsidian, clear and bright, reflecting a galaxy within them, almost causing one to lose themselves in their depths. "Impressive," Sumu Chung remarked softly, confident that Chan's keen hearing would catch his words. Chin's heart raced, his eyes mirroring Sumu Chung's radiant smile. This little beast was all the more endearing, evoking a desire to hold him close. The other beastmen, witnessing their defeat, felt increasingly uncertain. Yet they knew they must approach regardless. Chun continued his strategy of seeking out vulnerabilities before delivering a decisive blow. After several rounds, he remained composed, though a thin sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead. Ultimately, for beastmen earned Chin's acknowledgement, while those who had not received the opportunity understood their vast shortcomings and departed in disappointment. Chun descended from the stage and walked directly towards Sumu Chung. "Chin, you're truly remarkable. Are you tired?" Sumu Chung greeted him with a smile. Unable to find anything to wipe his sweat, Sumu Chung stood on tiptoe, using his hands to assist Chen. "Not at all," Chen replied, bending his knees slightly to accommodate the small beast. The four acknowledged beastmen watched enviously from the side, yearning for the same gentle treatment from the delicate little creature, feeling the weight of several penetrating gazes. Sumu Chung turned to face the beastmen. Lia had already explained the situation to him. It seemed these individuals were all vying for his affection. Faced with so many suitors, all male, Sumu Chung felt a bit flustered. What should I do? He had not contemplated romance yet. He intended to stabilize his life first and then explore the possibility of returning home. Chun stood quietly beside him, his hands gradually tightening at his sides. The strength of these beastmen was commendable, and he knew they could take care of the little beast. The thought of the little beast having beastmen to look after him stirred a mix of bitterness and irritation within Chen. He averted his gaze, unwilling to look at them. The four recognized beastmen were Feng, Lei, Ku, and Zhe. They stood awkwardly in a line, preparing to introduce themselves to the little beast. "Thank you for your interest, but I currently have no plans to seek a partner." "I apologize," Sumu Chung interjected, preemptively addressing them before they could speak. He then turned and tugged on Chen's arm, prompting them to flee. Chen, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, mechanically followed as they moved forward. Sumu Chung had rejected them. Chen found it difficult to articulate his feelings, only sensing that the weight in his heart had been lifted. The sensation of soft, warm hands grasping his own as the little beast pulled him forward was comforting, with sunlight glinting off his hair, synchronized with the rhythm of his heartbeat. They ran until they reached the riverbank, stopping only when Sumu Chung realized no one was pursuing them. Huff! He bent over, resting his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Sumu Chung glanced up at Chen, who remained composed, unflustered. "I really need to exercise more. My body is becoming weaker. I must start training again." This was an internal river of the tribe. Sumu Chung noticed it was not far from where he had washed clothes previously, recalling the dark shadow he had seen last time. "Chun, are there fish in the river?" "There are multi-spined beasts. I'm not sure if that's what you mean by fish." Chun had grown accustomed to Sumu Chung's occasional unfamiliar vocabulary. "How about we have fish for dinner tonight?" Sumu Chung pondered, his mouth watering at the thought of grilled fish. Chun tightened his lips. The multi-spined beasts are fishy and full of spines. Unless food is scarce, beastmen generally do not eat them. They taste terrible. That's because you don't know how to prepare them. Trust me, the fish I make will be delicious. Sumu Chung began walking upstream along the riverbank. The oxygen content in the water was higher upstream, where fish typically thrived. Sumu Chung watched as fish occasionally leaped from the water, their eyes shimmering with a green glow. Perhaps the locals did not consume fish often. As the fish near the shore swam merrily, unaware of the impending danger, Sumu Chung found a slender stick and requested Chin to help sharpen one end. Standing on the riverbank, he held his breath, aimed at a shadow in the water, and thrust. Nothing. Sumu Chung looked at the empty stick, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not struck deeply enough. He would try again. After several attempts, Sumu Chung finally speared a fish. Chen, look, I caught one. Yes, quite impressive, Chen replied, his gaze soft as he watched the excited little beast. With Chen's assistance, they managed to catch a total of over 10 fish before stopping. Chen used vines to bundle the fish and lifted Sumu Chung in one arm as they made their way back. Those they encountered along the way cast sympathetic looks at the multi-spined beasts they carried. Chen ignored their stares. Even if the little beast's cooking were inadequate, he would still grill meat for him. Oh, see skit. Passing beast. How pitiful. The tribe's first warrior has fallen to eating multi-spined beasts. Big tiger. It's fine. I will support whatever Moo wants to do. Cat. Go for it. Sumu Chung. You just don't appreciate good food. Grinning. Once I prepare it, you'll be begging for more. Big tiger. Yes, they'll be begging for more. With a doting gaze, Chapter 16. Diplomatic theory, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Upon returning home and hanging the fish, Sumu Chung immediately set about processing bamboo, determined to construct a bed before sleeping. Chan eagerly helped him by peeling the bamboo. The thicker bamboo was hollowed out to serve as the bed frame, while Sumu Chung used bamboo pegs to secure the parts that couldn't be inserted. Sumu Chung utilized a bone knife, which was about the length of his forearm, making it a laborious task. By the time Sumu Chung had carved out one hole, Chan had already completed several. After neatly affixing bamboo strips to the bed surface, they meticulously smoothed it over with the skin of a swift beast to ensure there were no splinters, followed by laying a layer of beast skin on top. Sumu Chung stood up, shaking his arms, declaring, "It's finally done." Suddenly, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and his body swayed as if about to topple over. Chen dropped what he was holding and swiftly caught him before he hit the ground. We need to find a healer. Chen assumed the little beast was unwell as he cradled him and prepared to head outside. Nothing. I just squatted for too long. My legs have gone numb, and I can't stand properly. It was likely that he had lost some blood from the injuries and had squatted for too long. Upon standing, there was insufficient blood flow to his brain. Really? There's no need to find a healer. Sumu Chung tugged at Chen's arm, his legs feeling increasingly numb. Chen, still dubious, set him down on the stone bed. Wait. Sumu Chung lamented, feeling as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his legs. Chen paused, bending over to look at the little beast in his arms. My legs are numb. Please don't move just yet. Let me recover, Sumu Chung pleaded pitifully. Chung gradually straightened up, remaining still. Sumu Chung finally regained his composure and noticed their positions. Chen was holding him in a princess carry, with his head resting on Chen's shoulder and his hands resting on Chen's chest. Sumu Chung felt as though he had been scalded and quickly pulled his hands away. I'm fine now. You can put me down. Chen obediently set the person down, placing the bamboo bed against the left wall of the room, adjacent to the stone bed. The space within the room felt considerably smaller, prompting a thought that he would need to apply for a building of his own. Sumu Chung sat beside the water tank, tending to the fish, scraping off the scales with a bone knife, deftly gutting them and cleaning the innards. He brushed a layer of animal fat over the fish, generously applying thick spices both inside and out, before skewering them over the fire to roast. The fatty meat was what Chan had accumulated from his hunts. Although it was unpalatable and greasy, it provided the orc enough energy during times of scarcity. Sumu Chung refined some of it in a stone pot, rendering out a bit of fat. Once the fish was grilled to a perfect medium, he brushed it with a layer of rendered fat, and an enticing aroma wafted from the fish, its surface turning a crispy golden brown. Sizzling as oil occasionally dripped and sent flames leaping. Sumu Chung scored the fish, the crispy skin cracking open to reveal the steaming, tender flesh within. Here you go, Chin. Give it a tea or why did I it delicious? Sumu Chung offered a skewer of fish. Chun accepted it, taking a bite that revealed a perfect balance of crisp exterior and tender interior, devoid of any fishy taste. Hee hee, I knew it would be good, Su Mu Cheng thought with quiet pride. Chun devoured it eagerly, prompting Su Mu Cheng to roast 2 more fish, attentively flipping them while chewing on the grilled fish in his mouth. He could only roast 3 at a time, and after finishing 1 whole fish, he found himself quite stuffed, focusing instead on grilling fish for Chun. I can do it myself. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Little beast, Chen reached for the skewer. It's no trouble at all. Just a few fish. Let me handle it. You just eat. Su Mu Cheng dodged, denying him the chance. A warm current surged through Chen's limbs as he gripped the skewer tightly. Su Mu Cheng was the first to do such things for him, filling his heart with an indescribable warmth tinged with a hint of bitterness that left him feeling uneasy. He had always been solitary, with no friends, only the healer and the tribe leader showing him any kindness. It was only after he and Chi and Yo were assigned to the same patrol team as adults that they gradually became familiar with one another. Since Chan could remember, his father had always been distant, spending his days in the house sharpening his bone knife, throwing him a piece of meat daily without ever acknowledging his existence, and he had never met his mother. When he was 6, his father took his own life. He had just begun to learn to hunt alone and had excitedly brought home his first catch, a small rabbit, hoping to gain his father's attention. He rushed through the door, only to be met with a pungent smell of blood that terrified him, causing him to drop the rabbit and rush into the room. Chun would never forget that scene. He saw blood everywhere and his father lying peacefully with his eyes closed, the bone knife embedded in his chest. His body was already stiff, his right hand still grasping the knife, which was buried deep, the tip barely visible from his back. He's 6 years old. It felt as though the sky had fallen in, as if he had suddenly plunged into an abyss, his entire being frozen in icy terror. For the first time, he found the smell of blood overwhelmingly acrid, stinging his eyes and blurring his vision with tears. Su Mu Cheng was engrossed in grilling fish, oblivious to Chen's distress. He continued until he had grilled 7 fish before stopping. They had caught carp, each weighing around 3 pounds, and even after removing the scales, bones, and entrails, they still weighed 2 pounds. Su Mu Cheng shook his arms, realizing that orcs had quite the appetite. If he didn't stockpile more food, he wouldn't be able to sustain Chen. That night, as Chen lay on the bamboo bed, he turned slightly, his gaze filled with the delicate profile of the little beast. His eyelashes hung obediently, and his fair face shone even more brightly in the moonlight. Chen imagined how that pair of starry eyes must reflect his own figure. The next morning, they had grilled fish again. Chen, when is the gathering day the tribe leader mentioned last time? Su Mu Cheng swallowed the fish in his mouth. In 3 days, Chen replied. There were 3 gathering days in spring, each scheduled for the middle day of every beast week. Whenever Chen discussed matters of the tribe, he patiently explained everything to Su Mu Cheng. Which spring season is it now? Su Mu Cheng took another bite of fish. The first one, which means today is March 11. Su Mu Cheng paused, his pupils slightly widening. His birthday had already passed. His birthday was on March 6. Oh well, time has become so muddled that I've lost track of such things as birthdays. What's wrong? Chun noticed the fleeting change in the little beast's expression. Nothing, I just realized I missed my birthday. I had completely forgotten, Su Mu Cheng said nonchalantly. Birthday? What is that? Little scene. At 6 years old, Chen's features had begun to take on a certain charm, though his cheeks still bore the plumpness of baby fat. He often wore a serious expression, resembling a little adult. Little tiger. Father, look, I caught something. His short legs dashed forward, carrying a rabbit nearly the same size as himself, unable to suppress his childlike exuberance. Fast forward, little tiger's face turned pale, his body cold as he stood frozen, his pupils trembling. Father is dead. Red. A sea of red. Chapter 17. What is a birthday? Oh yes, it's the day I was born. It's the same day as 5 days ago. I'm now 24 years old. 24, in another year, the little beast will come of age. Do people in your tribe not celebrate birthdays? Su Mu Cheng asked curiously. We just have a meal with family and friends to commemorate it. But, Chen answered truthfully. All right, that was an expected response. After their meal, Su Mu Cheng suggested going fishing, as they could dry the fish for preservation. How long can it be stored? Chen inquired. If dried properly, it can last for a whole year. Su Mu Cheng replied thoughtfully. A year? That long? Chen exclaimed, astonished. As long as they stored enough fish, the tribe could comfortably weather the rainy season. Su Mucheng noticed Chin's furrowed brow, as if he wanted to say something but held back. We can take the tribe members fishing with us. Chin's brows perked up. Can we? Of course, Su Mucheng assured him. Thus, Su Mucheng and Chin, with a roasted fish in hand, returned to the tribe leader's stone house. As soon as the leader, Li, saw Su Mucheng, a genuine smile of joy and gratitude spread across his face. Come in. For the young beast who had made significant contributions to the tribe, Li had long since discarded any pretense of authority. Greetings, tribe leader. We wish to discuss fishing, specifically regarding the spiny fish. Su Mucheng dove straight into the matter. Spiny fish? They are found in our river. But unless food is scarce, we generally do not consume them. Is there an issue? Tribe leader Li asked with curiosity. Did Chen truly find it difficult to support the little beast and consider feeding him spiny fish? Chen felt uneasy under the tribe leader's scrutinizing gaze. In my tribe, spiny fish are simply referred to as fish, and we have a method to prepare them deliciously, which I wish to share with the tribe. Is this what you brought? Li pointed at the fish in Chen's hand, unable to resist the enticing aroma that had wafted in with them. Why, Su Mucheng, wary of drawing attention as he had before, had brought the fish in a larger bamboo tube. He opened the lid of the tube that Chen was holding, revealing the roasted fish, golden and crispy, adorned with green onions. As the lid was lifted, the rich aroma intensified, filling the entire room. Li swallowed hard. Unable to contain his hunger, Su Mucheng found the tribe leader quite amusing. He always maintained an air of seriousness, yet various restrained emotions would slip through unexpectedly. Is this spiny fish? Li questioned, unable to believe that something so fragrant could come from the notoriously fishy and foul-smelling spiny fish. Indeed, tribe leader, Su Mucheng confirmed, explaining the method of preparation and the spices he had used. He also introduced the spices, which could be found on the mountain behind the tribe, offering to teach everyone to gather them during the next expedition. Excellent, excellent. Li lost all his previous authority, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling. When he learned that the dried fish could be preserved for an entire year, he trembled with eagerness. The tribe leader, Li, deeply bowed to Su Mucheng on behalf of the fierce tiger tribe. I thank you. Su Mucheng was taken aback, uncertain how to respond, glancing back at Chen, only to find him bowing along with the tribe leader. Su Mucheng hurriedly helped them both up, saying, It was you who saved me, providing me with shelter and food. There's no need for such formalities. The chieftain shook his head, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Su Mucheng, unsure of how to express his feelings. However, he was determined to ensure that everyone in the tribe recognized his contributions. The river of the spiny beast tribe was abundant, leading to a significant and direct improvement in their food supply. Chieftain, I have an unaccustomed request. My tribe resides far from here, and I currently have no means to return. May I settle here? Su Mucheng suddenly shifted the topic, presenting his request, nervously clutching the hem of his garment while subtly gauging the chieftain's expression. Of course, you are most welcome in the tiger tribe. The chieftain wholeheartedly embraced the prospect of having an A-beast who could contribute to the tribe, from both the perspective of his identity as an A-beast and the tribe's interests. It was undoubtedly a beneficial arrangement. Thank you, chieftain. Noticing the sincerity in the chieftain's welcoming demeanor, Su Mucheng exhaled in relief, rising to express his gratitude with a respectful bow. The chieftain promptly summoned all available warriors from the tribe, along with Su Mucheng, to capture the spiny beasts. The warriors gathered in the square, amounting to several dozen, excluding those engaged in hunting and patrolling. Su Mucheng observed as the chieftain raised a fish high, akin to a charismatic leader rallying his followers, inspiring them to embark on a fishing expedition. The warriors caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma, their earlier doubts quickly dissipating upon learning that it was the spiny beast that produced such delicacies. What? It can be preserved for a year? What? As long as we avoid catching small fish, we can feast on fish every year? The onlooking warriors and A-beasts erupted in excitement, their enthusiasm palpable as they eagerly prepared to plunge into the river to fish. Su Mucheng felt a bittersweet pang as he watched the robust men turn flushed with excitement, yet a profound joy blossomed within him. The warriors were simple-hearted, and food was their greatest concern. Being able to assist them brought him immense happiness. Almost the entire tribe congregated by the riverbank, with A-beasts and younglings lending a hand, all adorned with smiles. Some warriors transformed into their beast forms, splashing about in the water, energetically tossing fish onto the shore. The warriors had the ability to control the size of their beast forms. Su Muching's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld a group of furry behinds in the water. Wow, so many big tigers, black, orange, brown, and mottled. He also spotted other beast forms, including brown bears, leopards, and wolves. Chun had initially intended to remain on shore, helping transport the filled animal skin bags to the square, but as he noticed Su Muching's sparkling eyes fixated on the river, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. Suddenly, Su Muching felt a rush of white streak past him. What just went by? Su Muching squinted to see a familiar white tiger emerge in the river. How did Chin end up in the water? Wasn't he just talking about moving things? Su Muching pondered, though it didn't hinder his enjoyment of the fluffy spectacle. After observing for a while, Su Muching concluded that he favored Chin's beast form the most. His robust physique, smooth lines, and pure white fur without a trace of blemish enchanted him. He recalled that Chin also had wings and wondered what it would feel like to soar through the skies. Chapter 18. Prayer. Hundreds of fish were piled up like a small mountain in the square, creating a magnificent sight. The fish tails flailed, and their mouths opened and closed, desperately trying to draw in the minuscule moisture from the air. The dried scales reflected glimmers of light, casting reflections on the faces of beasts and younglings, enhancing their joy. Chieftain Li planned to hold a gathering that evening, waiting for the hunting team to return so that the entire tribe could enjoy roasted fish together. This was not only to express gratitude for Su Muching's contributions, but also to provide a live demonstration on how to prepare delicious fish. Cheers erupted around the square, their spirited voices echoing towards the riverbank. During midday, the tribespeople returned to their homes for meals, yet their thoughts were consumed by the prospect of delectable roasted fish, rendering their meals tasteless. Su Muching and Chan decided to share more than half of their onions and pepper fruits from home. Although they knew their salt supply would be insufficient, they approached the chieftain for assistance, and with a wave of his hand, the chieftain promptly sent someone to fetch salt from the cave used for food storage. After their meal, the two began chopping onions and peeling ingredients, mixing salt, pepper, and scallions in proportion, placing the mixture into an animal skin bag. Before dinner, the hunting team returned, but several warriors appeared disheveled, their faces marked with guilt and sorrow. Their catch had been poor that day. They initially snagged 2 mammoths, but were unfortunate enough to encounter 3 foraging explosive birds, being lucky to escape unscathed. Upon hearing about the explosive birds, the tribespeople felt their hearts leap into their throats, but relief washed over them upon learning that no injuries were sustained, prompting them to offer comfort. The explosive birds were recognized as the most significant threat to the warriors. Known for their group behavior, powerful wings, large yet agile frames, rapid flight, and razor-sharp claws, along with a layer of thick, armor-like scales on their abdomens, making them formidable both offensively and defensively. Moreover, these birds possessed a degree of intelligence, often collaborating in groups to capture prey, leaving the warriors with no option but to flee. However, before the disheartened warriors could wallow in despair, the tribespeople excitedly shared the good news about the fish. What? Is it truly as delectable as they describe? Does that mean we'll have an endless supply of fish? The hunting team members swallowed in unison, their eyes sparkling with surprise and anticipation, their previously defeated spirits lifting in an instant. The onlookers regarded them with a mixture of disbelief and satisfaction, nodding in approval. We cannot be the only ones astonished. Meanwhile, Su Muching and Chen completed their task, having prepared around 50 to 75 pounds of seasoning. It might still be insufficient, but they hoped everyone could have a taste. They then selected suitable leftover bamboo scraps, shaping them into thick skewers to use for the fish. A deep, mournful horn sounded, resembling a long, drawn-out animal cry. What is that sound? Su Muching inquired of Chun. It's the tribe's assembly signal, Chun explained. The gathering was about to commence, prompting the two to hurry and bring their provisions. The crowd below formed a dense circle, thronging together. Chun, how many people are there in the tribe? Su Muching whispered, tilting his head towards Chan. Chun contemplated, over 500, but I can't be certain. It's not that many. Su Muching stood obediently, and due to his height, all he could see were robust chests. Regrettably, he was not the artist specializing in human anatomy. Su Muching suppressed his wandering gaze, only to find himself called upon by the chieftain to come forward. I'm a bit nervous. Su Muching instinctively sought Chin's reassuring presence, feeling secure in his company. The chieftain guided Su Muching onto the stage, with Chun receiving approval to accompany him, standing protectively at his right rear. Raising his hand to silence the crowd, chieftainly addressed them. I believe you are all aware that this is Su Muching, the A-beast cub whom Chen rescued from the forest. It is this remarkable A-beast who has taught us the art of crafting carts, contributing numerous methods to promote health and prevent illness within our tribe. Today, he selflessly shared with us the techniques for handling spiny beasts and methods for long-term preservation. Thanks to his kindness and contributions, we will see a reduction in illness and mortality among A-beasts and their younglings. Moreover, the longevity of dried fish storage assures me that when the rainy season arrives, we will have ample food supplies. Now that he has joined us, he is officially a member of the tiger tribe. Let us pray and beseech the beast god to bless this noble A-beast. As the fervent voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Everyone engaged in earnest prayer. Su Muching nervously fidgeted with the hem of his garment, unsure of what to do, and mimicked their actions, crossing his hands over his chest and closing his eyes. Gradually, Su Muching felt a lightness envelop him, as if he were adrift in an ethereal void. His body felt restrained, his eyes unable to open, and he could not utter a sound. Panic surged within him as he struggled. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from somewhere in the void, coalescing into a radiant orb, drawing Su Muching's consciousness towards it against his will. Chan, initially with his eyes closed in prayer, sensed the tumultuous emotions emanating from Su Muching and hastily opened his eyes. His pupils dilating in shock. At that moment, Su Muching radiated a white glow, resembling a divine being that had wandered into this world, while the deity remained blissfully unaware, eyes closed in prayer. Chan fixated on Su Muching, unwavering, until the luminescence faded, gradually allowing him to relax his taut nerves. That ethereal figure appeared as though it would vanish at any moment, the palms of Chen's hands bearing crescent-shaped imprints, faintly tinged with blood. Chen had never witnessed nor heard of such phenomena before. As Su Muching stepped into the sphere of light, he regained control of his body, enveloped in warmth. He opened his eyes to find that everyone had completed their prayers. What just happened? This cannot possibly be a mere illusion, for the warmth enveloping me remains vividly palpable. Su Muching turned to glance at Chen, discovering him with his head bowed, intently fixated on his own hands. Perhaps it would be best not to divulge this to Chen. Finally, we arrived at the stage of grilling fish. Su Muching took the initiative to demonstrate on stage, ensuring that everyone could witness the process. The preparation of this seasoning is rather simple, as the ingredients can be gathered from the mountains behind the tribe in a few days. I shall also impart this knowledge to everyone, Su Muching announced. His voice amplified to reach the audience below. The gazes directed at him transformed into fervent admiration, their gratitude reaching a peak, akin to that felt towards one's own progenitors. Good heavens, how could there exist such a beautiful, kind-hearted, and intelligent beastling? He must surely be sent by the beast god to rescue us. Fear not, esteemed beast god, we shall surely protect him. As Su Muching completed the grilling process under the increasingly fervent stares of the crowd, he hastily descended the stage to seek out Chen. Chapter 19. Chen was dumbfounded in the tribe square. The clansfolk gathered around the bonfire, exuberantly grilling fish. They formed numerous circles, engaging in lively conversation while sharing fruits and cuts of meat they had gathered. Laughter erupting sporadically, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. The residents of the caves also joined, sitting at the periphery, each face adorned with satisfaction and joy. The sky had darkened, the moon hung at an angle, and the stars twinkled, contrasting with the warm orange glow of the bonfire below. Sparks occasionally erupted from the firewood as Su Muching gazed at the fish in his hands. At this hour, his family must be enjoying dinner, right? If he were still at home, he would be savoring his favorite shrimp dumplings while sharing amusing tales from his day, followed by his father gently tapping the plate with chopsticks to remind him of the adage not to speak while eating, only for his father to be playfully subdued by his mother's authoritative presence, causing him and his siblings to stifle their laughter in secret. A smile graced Su Muching's face. His mother always looked out for him. The warm orange light flickered on Su Muching's face, his curled lashes batting, and his rosy lips curved in a smile. Yet, the firelight reflected a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Chen wondered what thoughts occupied the little beastling's mind. Was he reminiscing about his family? His tribe? The slight downturn of his lips appeared rather melancholic, prompting him to voice, "You are burning it." Sumu Chung, jolted from his reverie by Chin's voice, quickly flipped the fish, exclaiming, "Ah, thank you." The golden brown side revealed a faint hue of brown. Fortunately, it was not burnt. Sumu Chung reined in his wandering thoughts, focusing intently on grilling the fish. The following day, upon rising, Sumu Chung discovered an array of items piled outside his dwelling. Fruits, cuts of meat, animal hides, and various other daily necessities, with fruits being the most abundant. "What on earth is happening, Chin?" Before Chen could respond, Chi's voice rang out, "Are you all awake?" "Wow, so many things. It seems I've arrived a bit late." Chi hurried over, unloading a bag from his back. "This is the tribe's gratitude towards you." After greeting Chun, he turned to explain to Sumu Chung, "This is a gift from my parents to you." Chi placed the items next to the pile. Being a single beast man, Chi had ventured out early to gather fruits, as he had none at home. "Oh, I see." Sumu Chung scratched his head. "Though it's not much, it's the thought that counts." "We are all very grateful." Chi spoke with a hint of nervousness, as Sumu Chung expressed his thanks and graciously accepted the goodwill of the tribe. After delivering the items, Chi departed, and Sumu Chung, having breakfast with Chun, began organizing the heap of goods outside. Throughout the day, various tribe members dropped by, and Sumu Chung thanked each one, his sweet and obedient demeanor endearing him to many beastlings. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become the beloved darling of the tribe. Feng and Zhe approached. "Sumu Chung, we meet again. To express my gratitude, can you guess what I've brought you?" Feng greeted with a beaming smile before he had even reached. Zhe, with a stern expression, trailed closely behind, holding a bag of animal hides. Since being firmly rejected last time, Feng remained undeterred. While he could not compete with Chun, he was still formidable in his own right. He decided to seize this opportunity to showcase himself further, pondering that if Sumu Chung did not favor Chin's withdrawn nature, perhaps he could win his admiration instead. Feng planned to gather honey fruits. Knowing their location, yet being a wingless beast man, he enlisted Zhe, whose beast form was that of a black eagle, to assist him. Feng would provide the location and route, while Zhe would handle the gathering. And they would split the bounty. "Hello, Feng. I presume you've brought fruits," Sumu Chung remarked, holding a favorable impression of the perpetually cheerful beastman as he observed the rounded shapes peeking from Feng's bag. "You got half of it right," Feng replied mysteriously, opening the bag to reveal honey fruits. "Indeed," Sumu Chung exclaimed, gazing at the red fruits inside. "Thank you, Feng." Sumu Chung chuckled, realizing Feng's demeanor was akin to that of a child. "Greetings, I am Zhe. This is for you," Zhe stated in a monotone voice. Zhe had sought to challenge himself for the opportunity to spar with Chun, assessing his own capabilities, and currently harbored little interest in pursuing any beastlings. However, he could not help but acknowledge that this beastling was indeed quite handsome. With raven-black hair, deep-set brows, and blood-red eyes complementing his cold features, he exuded an aura of danger. Sumu Chung felt as though he were the prey under Zhe's crimson gaze, stirring a sense of unease within him. "Thank you," Sumu Chung said hastily, evading Zhe's penetrating stare. After delivering the items, Zhe departed. While Feng lingered a moment longer, "I discovered these honey fruits during my last hunt. If you ever wish for more, just let me know, and I shall gather them for you." Feng leaned slightly closer to Sumu Chung. "I appreciate your kindness, but that won't be necessary," Sumu Chung replied, subtly retreating to widen the space between them. "What else do you enjoy?" A tearing sound interrupted Feng's words as both turned to see Chen, holding a piece of hide. Gazing at the scattered fruits, looking somewhat flustered. "It was an accident," he mumbled, blinking in confusion. "I apologize. Perhaps we can converse another time," Sumu Chung hurriedly said, pivoting to retreat into the house. Feng's mouth twitched in disbelief. "What just happened?" Sumu Chung halted abruptly at the door, nearly stepping on a fruit. "It was my mistake," Chen replied, his emotions inscrutable. "Oh, I see." Noticing Chen's lack of visible injury or expression, Sumu Chung bent down to help gather the items. With so many things, they could only be sorted and stored. The stone table in the storage room had become overcrowded, with the remainder piled against the wall. Sumu Chung surveyed the room, realizing that even after tidying up, it still appeared disorganized, prompting the need for additional shelves. Feng and Zhe had brought an abundance of honey fruits, around 60 or so, Yumu Chang resolved to set aside half to make syrup. By the way, Chun, what beast form does Feng possess? Sumu Chung was genuinely curious about what animal could have green hair. Chin tightened his lips, gritting his teeth before responding. He is a dark green serpent? A serpent! Sumu Cheng's mind involuntarily conjured an image of a snake adorned with dark green scales. He felt a twinge of fear, having been bitten by a snake during a previous excursion. He had been fortunate to receive timely treatment, yet the memory lingered as a shadow in his mind. A little interlude. Time rewinds to a minute before Chan tore the hide beastmen possessed keen hearing. As Chan busied himself tidying the storage room, he overheard Sumu Chang conversing with other beastmen, a swell of frustration rising within him. Why haven't they left yet? Chen's agitation grew, and upon hearing Feng inquire about Sumu Cheng's preferences, he inadvertently lost control of his strength. Chapter 20. The title was injured and hospitalized. Sumu Chang commenced the preparation of syrup in the kitchen. Igniting the fire, he washed the honey fruits, chopping them into small cubes, and placed them into a pot with water to boil. The high heat softened the fruit flesh, allowing the juice to thoroughly infuse into the water. Subsequently, he filtered the mixture through a lighter, more breathable animal hide that had been previously boiled, sealing the extracted fruit pulp into bamboo tubes to create preserves. The liquid in the pot continued to boil vigorously, gradually darkening to a light pink hue. Thickening until pink, transparent crystals formed at the bottom. Yumu Chang dipped a pair of chopsticks into the syrup, noting the sweetness comparable to white sugar. It appeared the honey fruits were indeed very sweet. Having cut just 6, he had managed to extract such a considerable amount, enough to fill a palm. He carefully scraped all the syrup into a clean bamboo tube, repeating the process of cutting, boiling, filtering, and crystallizing. However, aside from the hunting parties that rotate within the tribe, any food hunted spontaneously by the orcs belongs solely to the individual present. Every household in the tribe has hung up fish, eager to make the most of their time to dry as much fish as possible for storage. Although there are still more than 2 beast weeks until the rainy season, their fear of hunger drives them. They wish to never again experience the debilitating sensation of an empty stomach, the painful contractions in their gut. Upon returning, Chun found Sumu Chung in the kitchen, fiddling with the 2 honey fruits brought by the orcs. And a wave of sourness bubbled up within him. What is this? Chin couldn't help but voice his curiosity to attract Sumu Cheng's attention. You're back. This is what I told you about. Sugar. Sumu Cheng dipped a bit from the bamboo tube for Chin to taste. Sweet. Chan bent down to savor the morsel held up by the chopsticks, his ears subtly reddening, and the sourness in his heart dissipated in an instant. Hee, the uses of sugar are manifold. You will come to know in due time. Yumu Chang continued stirring the sauce in the pot. Chan took it upon himself to sit nearby, tending to the firewood. After boiling 5 pots, they successfully produced a little less than half a bamboo tube of sugar. Yumu Chang paused, gazing at the pale pink granules, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. The fish they had divided earlier was roasted at noon. For 3 fish were scarcely enough for Chin's appetite. Alas, Sumu Chang mused, gnawing on the fish while watching Chun, who had taken the roasted meat. At this rate, the supplies in the storeroom would only last a few days. They ought to catch more fish to dry and store. With that thought, and after obtaining Chin's agreement, the 2 made their way to the river to fish. Yumu Chang observed the lush vines growing by the riverbank and had a sudden inspiration. He tugged at them and found them sufficiently resilient. He then asked Chun for assistance in cutting them, pulling out a considerable amount to begin attempting to weave a fishing net. Yumu Chang had never made such items before. And after several attempts, the nets either turned out too loose and fell apart or were crooked and uneven. The riverbank was bustling with fishers. The orcs waded directly into the water, while some larger orc cubs assisted. And 3 or 4 sub-beasts brandished wooden sticks to spear fish. Upon seeing Sumu Cheng arrive, several sub-beasts perched on rocks began to fiddle with the vines in their hands, occasionally scratching their heads and wrinkling their small noses. Their adorable demeanor utterly charming. What are you doing? The healer Yu was also present, looking curiously at the items in Sumu Cheng's hands. Healer? Hello. What a coincidence. You've come to fish as well. Sumu Cheng stood and saluted, holding great respect for this healer. Every tribe has a healer whose medical skills, though relatively rudimentary, are the culmination of generations of knowledge. As the healer ages into their later years, they begin to take on apprentices, ultimately selecting one to be their successor, the next healer of the tribe. Healers are a vital pillar of faith for the tribe. They are favored by the beast god, inherently wise, responsible for treating the ailments of their people, and also serve as mediators to resolve internal conflicts and foster harmony within the tribe. Well, I rarely have free time today. I came to fish with Xin. Xin is Ye's partner Dicey and I am attempting to make a fishing net. This will simplify the process greatly as Yumu Chung held up the half-finished product for you to see. A fishing net? A new invention, you remarked, examining it closely. Yes, it's woven into a net and placed in the river. Fish larger than the net holes will be caught inside, and you just need to wait a while before retrieving them. The fish will go in by themselves? As he leaned closer, the other sub-beasts perked up their ears, gathering around in astonishment. We place the net upstream. As the water flows through, the larger fish swimming downstream will be intercepted. Sumu Chung explained. Wow, the sub-beasts exclaimed in wonder, and even the orcs in the river found it fascinating. These little sub-beasts are exceptionally clever. Thus, for sub-beasts joined in the net-making endeavor, with Sumu Chung instructing as he experimented, the sub-beasts, being adept at crafting, quickly grasped the technique and even devised a sturdier method. One sub-beast named Qing, who was fishing with his father, was the fastest among them in weaving. Yumu Chung couldn't help but envy Qing's nimble fingers. With the collective effort of the group, the fishing net was soon completed. Several orcs helped cast it into the upper reaches of the river, while Qian stood by the shore, holding the vines. Sumu Chung decided to wait for 10 minutes to see the results. The river appeared teeming with fish, but he feared that waiting too long would cause the vines to bear too heavy a load. The other orcs returned to continue fishing, occasionally casting curious glances toward the net, filled with anticipation. Ever since the sanitation improvement plan had been implemented in recent days, the sub-beasts in the tribe had rarely suffered from diarrhea. And they were all immensely grateful to Sumu Chung, now firmly trusting his words. When the net was finally retrieved, the onlookers were astounded, revealing nearly 100 fish. We won't need to wade into the river anymore. Just casting a net will suffice for several days' worth of food. The smiles on everyone's faces deepened, and the spectacle of fishing with nets once again stirred excitement throughout the tribe. Consequently, a fervor for fishing nets surged within the tribe. Sub-beasts crafted nets for their own families and assisted others. Even some orcs began to learn how to weave nets. However, with only a little over 20 sub-beasts in the tribe, it was impossible for each to help with net making. Some clumsy orcs found it difficult to master such tasks and sought assistance from the chief. Ultimately, the chief decided to organize a collective effort, instructing the sub-beasts to weave a few large nets, while the fishing duties would be assigned on a rotating basis among the orcs. A little scene. Early in the morning, the great tiger was exercising in the yard. His fists displaying an impressive might. Yumu Chung lounged in a nearby chair, squinting in the sunlight, taking a bite of fruit while glancing at the great tiger's honey-colored abs, crunching delightfully. The great tiger thought, Moo Moo is watching me. Is he still upset, or has he calmed down? I didn't intend to tear the fishing net yesterday. Dejected cat expression. Sumu Chung had long noticed the great tiger's furtive glances. Considering his abs, he would let it slide this time. Crunch, crunch. Chapter 21. Gathering today marks the day of gathering. After finishing his meal, Sumu Chung was approached by Qing. In recent days, Sumu Chung had been weaving fishing nets alongside the sub-beasts. Becoming quite familiar with them, Qing, who had recently come of age and had yet to form a bond, easily struck up a conversation with him. Qing looked at the 5 or 6 large beast skin bags Sumu Chung held, somewhat astonished. You won't need so many bags, Qing cautioned. In the past, gathering primarily involved going to the back mountain and through the forest behind the 2 mountains to collect some fruits and daily necessities. Which wouldn't fill so many bags. Better to be prepared. Who knows what new things we might discover? Sumu Chung replied, noticing that Qing had only brought 2 bags. He went back inside to fetch another and handed it to him. Thank you. Qing accepted it. After bidding farewell to Chun, the 2 made their way to the gathering point at the back mountain entrance, where already a dozen sub-beasts awaited. They exchanged greetings, forming small clusters to chat. Qing's father was also present, a gentle man who always spoke in a soft tone. Yumu Chung felt that his name suited him well. He was called one. The group would also have 3 orcs accompanying them to ensure their safety, and to provide the orcs with more opportunities to interact with the sub-beasts. Only single orcs were assigned to these tasks. I truly worry for the tribe. Leah was brought by Ya. And once all 27 sub-beasts had gathered, they set off up the mountain. The back mountain of the tribe serves as a natural barrier to the north, with a small canyon nestled between the two mountains. Passing through the canyon leads to the edge behind the tribe, a place where orc cubs are trained, and these areas are patrolled daily by orcs. The last time Sumu Chang and Chan visited, they had gone to the eastern side of the mountain. This time, they approached the western side. The tribe's river flows from the western mountain, making it much more humid than the eastern side. Given such a significant water flow, Sumu Chang wondered as he climbed how likely it was that there was a waterfall here. After about 30 minutes of climbing, they arrived at the spot they typically harvested from. Here, many soft-leaf grasses and clean fruit trees flourished. The sub-beasts began their gathering while the three orcs spread out to keep watch on the outer perimeter. Luya was with his father. After forming a bond with him, he seldom saw his father, so Sumu Chang took it upon himself to give them more space, staying close to Qing and Wan. Suddenly, Sumu Chang realized his stamina had improved considerably. Previously, he would tire after just 20 minutes, but now, despite climbing longer, he felt no fatigue, and his feet did not ache. Looking around at the eager sub-beasts collecting items, none exhibited signs of weariness. Ultimately, Sumiching came to the realization that he had fully recovered from his injuries. His body had regained its strength and had acclimated to this environment. He utilized the soft-leaved grass as makeshift toilet paper, ensuring to gather a generous amount. The cleansing fruits were also consumables, warranting abundant collection. The trees bearing the cleansing fruits were not particularly tall, standing roughly at the height of two individuals. For those higher up, one could simply grasp the branches and give them a shake. But if the fruits did not fall, there was little that could be done. Everyone was diligently focused on gathering the items they required, and unbeknownst to them, Qing had drifted slightly away from the group. The orc, Zhe, who was nearest to him, noticed this and was about to go over to remind him when an unexpected event occurred. Qing was wrestling with a branch to retrieve the cleansing fruits when suddenly, an unidentified object fell from the sky. At that moment, Sumiching happened to glance up and, with a look of terror, exclaimed, "Quick, dodge!" Just as the object was about to strike Qing's head, Zhe rushed over with lightning speed, enveloping Qing in his arms and swiftly retreating. With a resounding thud, the object landed precisely where Qing had just stepped, releasing a cloud of white powder that dispersed into the surrounding air. The gathering of beasts was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Some of the more timid ones had their eyes reddened, anxiously sweating for Qing's safety. As the white smoke began to dissipate, Zhe's figure gradually became visible, albeit covered in a layer of white powder. He had shielded the young beast in his embrace, with only a few specks of the powder adorning his clothes and hair. One, with reddened eyes, rushed over, filled with concern for her child. Grasping his hand, she meticulously checked him from head to toe, only feeling relief once she confirmed he was unharmed. "It's the fault of your mother and father for not keeping a closer eye on you. You cannot wander off so far again," she admonished, her heart aching with a mix of fear and love. Qing, still in a daze from the ordeal, finally regained his senses, seeing his mother's tearful eyes. He quickly reached out to embrace her. "It's all right, Mother, I'm not hurt. I will be more careful next time." The event had transpired so suddenly that Qing was only now processing the fear it had instilled in him. After a brief moment of embrace, sensing his mother's anxiety begin to ease, he released her and turned to seek out the orc who had saved him, only to find himself surrounded by a throng of young beasts. Rendering him unsure of who his savior was, Sumiching had indeed been startled. The object was larger than Qing's head, and had it struck him, it would have surely resulted in severe injury. The group gathered around Qing, expressing their concern. The tribe had a total of 27 young beasts, none of whom were particularly unruly, and they seldom encountered each other, maintaining a harmonious existence. As life in the tribe improved, they found opportunities to come together to weave fishing nets and sun-dry fish, fostering deep bonds of camaraderie among the young beasts. After this brief interlude, the gathering resumed their collection efforts, albeit with heightened caution regarding potential falling objects. Sumiching's curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the white powder, and both Leia and Qing joined him in investigating. One, while concerned for her child, followed closely behind, her worry evident. Centered around the stone, the white powder had formed a circular spread on the ground. With the shell fragmented into several pieces, Sumiching reached out to pinch a bit of the powder between his fingers and leaned in closer to sniff it, finding it oddly familiar. Suddenly, He impulsively extended his tongue to taste it. "Hey! Spit it out quickly!" Leia exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency, for illness among young beasts was no trivial matter. In the past, during a time of dire hunger, a young beast had secretly consumed an unfamiliar item from the mountain, only to perish the following day, with tales of its lips turning black circulating thereafter. How could one with such an innocent face act so recklessly? Qing scolded, swatting the powder off Sima Qing's hands. In a comedic moment, Qing tugged at Sima Qing's ear in exasperation. "You knew what it was and still dared to eat it. What if you fall ill?" The large tiger observed the scene, contemplating whether to intervene. Yet acknowledging that Sima Qing had indeed erred by consuming something indiscriminately, Sima Qing, realizing his mistake, pleaded, "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again," while furtively signaling to the large tiger. The large tiger inquired, "Is something wrong, Sima Qing? Are your eyes bothering you?" Qing watched as Sima Qing feigned distress, noting that he was hardly exerting any effort, while the tiger remained oblivious to the fact that Sima Qing would never find him appealing. Suddenly, receiving a couple of exasperated glances from the large tiger, Sima Qing thought, "Huh." Chapter 22. The arrival. "What is this? Is that flour?" Sima Qing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he focused intently on the powdery substance on the ground. His mind racing with thoughts of various baked goods. Leia, observing Sima Qing's sparkling eyes fixated on the white powder, recognized that expression all too well. "Could this possibly be edible?" she asked, her tone laced with restrained excitement. Her heart racing. I need to confirm this further. If it truly is flour, it not only holds the potential for a myriad of delectable dishes, but, if stored properly, can last far longer than dried fish." The young beasts gathered around, their eyes shining with anticipation as they inquired about the mysterious white powder. Is it truly edible? Could it be another source of food? Sima Qing needed to ascertain the specifics of this substance. And thus, Lei stepped forward, nimbly climbing the tree to retrieve a few of the fruits. The shell was green and brown, rough in texture, and resembled an enlarged grain of rice. Sima Qing attempted to crack one open with his hands, but found it challenging. "Ugh," he grimaced, his face turning red from the effort, before placing his sore fingers down in a swift motion. Lei effortlessly split it open. Inside, the thick inner shell occupied nearly half of the space, revealing a white, clumpy substance reminiscent of damp flour. Sima Qing paused momentarily, contemplating the peculiar growth of the local crops, wondering if it might still be unripe. He requested Leia's assistance in opening a brownish shell. And sure enough, it revealed a dry, pristine white powder with a significantly thinner interior wall. Grasping a handful, he squeezed it gently, finding it soft and devoid of granularity. Upon releasing it, it did not clump together. Remaining entirely powdery, under the sunlight, it appeared white with a slight yellow tinge, and upon tasting it, he discovered it was neither gritty nor sour, exuding the distinctive aroma of flour. "This is flour, and it is indeed edible." Sima Qing beamed, looking up at the others. As they observed his examination, the group instinctively fell silent, even softening their breaths. Upon hearing his affirmative declaration, a wave of relief washed over them. "Wonderful! We have an additional food source," someone exclaimed, prompting a chorus of gratitude to Sima Qing, with voices filled with emotion. The tree bearing the flower fruits towered 8 to 9 meters high, laden with bountiful produce, some branches even bending under the weight. Yet no further fruits seemed to be falling. Among the 3 orcs, only Lei was a wingless beast, so he remained on the ground to protect the young beasts, while Zhe and Yu transformed partially into their beast forms and took to the air to harvest the ripe flower fruits. The two flitted back and forth, filling their hides with the bounty before descending to exchange for more bags. Sima Qing gazed upward, eagerly envisioning steamed buns, dumplings, scallion pancakes, noodles, and buns. Finally, they had a staple food. Once all the mature brown flower fruits were harvested, each individual received a substantial bag, with Sima Qing acquiring 2 large bags, yet no one objected to this distribution. This unexpected bounty left everyone astounded, as the 3 orcs transformed into their beast forms, each carrying 4 to 5 bags, while the remaining flower fruits were collectively dragged down the mountain by the young beasts. By the time they reached the ground, lunch hour had long passed, and a few beasts were already waiting below, with some younger ones observing from a distance. Sima Qing was surprised to see Chan there, considering he had mentioned earlier that he would be patrolling for the next few days. "Chen, what brings you here?" he called out, breathless from exertion, rushing toward Chen with an unbidden glimmer in his eyes. "I came to help you carry your things." "I'll be leaving shortly," Chen replied, stepping forward to take the load. Today was indeed Chen's patrol day, yet he had taken the initiative to cover the rear mountain, allowing him to monitor the progress of the gathering team. His companion for the patrol was a jovial middle-aged orc who had already formed a bond and was happy to assist Chen, allowing him to take this brief respite. Among the young beasts present, those who had formed bonds received assistance from their orc companions, while the unbonded young beasts eagerly offered help. Chen transformed into his beast form, effortlessly hoisting both the young beast and the goods onto his back before striding back with confidence. This marked Chen's first public display of carrying a young beast, although their pairing had been assumed since the day Sumaching was taken in. Witnessing it firsthand was still a source of intrigue. Leia, distractedly nibbling on her arm, whispered to herself, "Is Chen asserting his claim? How impressive!" Yush cast a glance at the eager single orcs, who he presumed had overheard, and helplessly pinched his own cheek before transforming into a leopard, effortlessly bundling both himself and his belongings onto his back. However, Leia had already praised Chen twice in front of him, which he could no longer tolerate. As Yush walked, he pondered how to punish the person on his back. Leia remained oblivious to the painful lesson that awaited him in the evening. Xiumu Cheng relaxed upon the back of the tiger, shared with Chen the thrilling adventures of the day, mentioning his discovery of food, which he had whimsically named flower fruit. Cheng listened quietly, occasionally responding with nods, as Sumu Cheng stroked the smooth fur of his underlings. His fatigue lessened considerably. After returning Chen home, he kindled a fire and set a pot of meat soup to boil, departing once he had added a few seasonings. Typically, the orcs hunted or foraged for food, preparing it fresh outdoors. Once back with the group, Chen expressed his gratitude by gifting the seasonings he had brought to the orc, namely, acknowledging his assistance. Having tasted grilled fish, Li understood the value of these seasonings in enhancing the flavors of meat and accepted them without hesitation. Li held Chen in high regard, recognizing him as a pitiable child. After all, he was not to blame for his circumstances. Since he had accepted Chen's seasonings, he was more than willing to lend a hand in the future. After Chen departed, Sumu Cheng flopped onto the stone bed like a salt-drenched fish, feeling the ache in his fingers, arms, and legs, utterly exhausted. After a brief moment of rest, he rose to drink some meat soup and snack on a couple of fruits, then began sorting through the items he had gathered that day. He had collected 2 bags of soft leaf grass and cleansing fruit, 2 bags of flower fruit, along with various other fruits, mainly due to the overwhelming generosity of the tribe members. The storage room was now bursting at the seams, prompting Sumu Cheng to decide against placing anything else outside. Once the gathering was over, he planned to construct a wooden rack and discuss building a house with the chieftain. He envisioned personally designing his home, still undecided on whether it would have 2 or 3 stories. But it must be spacious with comprehensive amenities, a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and an art studio. Even if he could not paint, Sumu Cheng desired it as his private sanctuary. He planned to occupy the master bedroom while Chen would take the guest room. Oh, and there must be a basement, an entire underground space designated as a storage room. He was determined to make it work. With a smile, Sumu Cheng fantasized about leading a blissful life with Chen, which lifted his spirits. He took out a flower fruit, preparing to create something delicious to share with Chen. The sound of his bone knife chopping echoed as he struggled to crack open the tough shell. Just as his hands grew numb from the impact, he finally managed to create an opening. Chapter 23. The little white things. Sumu Cheng gradually added water to the dough, kneading it thoroughly until it formed a cohesive ball, which he set aside to rise naturally. He then ventured to the storage room to select a piece of meat with a good balance of fat and lean, along with some scallions, planning to make dumplings and buns. The scallions were nearly depleted, but he had already arranged with everyone to go to East Mountain the following day to gather scallions and pepper fruits. However, he felt as though he had forgotten something regarding the sub-beasts. The more he thought about it, the more elusive the memory became. Perhaps it would resurface when he least expected it. Thus, Sumu Cheng relinquished the thought and resumed chopping the meat. He minced the meat and scallions together, sprinkling in some salt and pepper for flavor. The salt in the bamboo tube was running low. The tribe had a fixed amount of salt distributed weekly. Salt was a precious commodity, and according to Chen, The tribe embarked on a long journey each year to a place called Longmu Tribe during the last beast week of the hot season to trade for it. Although the tribe never lacked salt, it was barely sufficient for their needs. Mu Chang had to be frugal with it. Once he had prepared the meat filling, he skillfully rolled out the dough and began to form dumplings. His delicate fingers moved swiftly, producing one beautiful, plump dumpling after another. The dumplings were neatly arranged on a smooth stone slab, around 40 to 50 in total. With half of the dough used, he shaped the remaining dough into a dozen or so chubby buns. After steaming the buns, Sumu Chang decided to wait for Qin to return before cooking the dumplings. As the sky gradually shifted in color, the dark backdrop was speckled with a few stars. Qian, finishing his patrol, caught a whiff of an unusual aroma before even reaching home. Was this the flower fruit the little sub-beast had mentioned? Qian felt a surge of anticipation. "You're back. I made something delicious. It will be ready shortly. Please grill the meat you want to eat, but only grill half. That should suffice," Mu Cheng spoke while placing all the dumplings into a large pot. The water gradually began to boil, and the plump dumplings bobbed up and down. Qian fetched water and rinsed himself behind the house before heading to the storage room to retrieve a whole hind leg of a mammoth for roasting. The mammoth was a large, clumsy creature with a coat of brownish fur and long tusks protruding from either side of its snout. Though its flesh was rich and plentiful, its high reproductive rate meant that even the orcs could never catch enough of them. Sumu Chang added cold water to the pot of dumplings. Watching as the boiling water settled, he lifted the lid of the steamer, releasing a plume of steam that mingled with the savory aroma of the meat buns. They were ready. Using 2 bamboo chopsticks, he carefully lifted the steamer tray, leaving only a thin layer of hot water in the pot. "Oh dear, we don't even have a dining table. We must hurry to build a house." The space was already cramped, and with the addition of a bamboo bed, fitting a table would be quite a challenge. Sumu Cheng spread clean leaves on the ground, placed the steamer on top, and then served 2 bowls of dumplings, rinsing them briefly in cold water before carrying them over. As Chen gazed at these 2 white morsels, the alluring scent of meat wafted up to his nose. "Is this meat?" he wondered, having thought flour was vegetarian and puzzled by the meat flavor. "Qian, you must try this," Sumu Cheng urged, offering him a pair of chopsticks. Qian had just begun to grasp the use of chopsticks, but to avoid dropping any, he opted to take a whole bowl of dumplings and popped one into his mouth. "How is it?" Sumu Cheng, holding the chopsticks, refrained from eating, eagerly awaiting Qin's feedback. Perhaps the dumplings were too small. Qin barely chewed before swallowing, catching only a hint of meat flavor. Their eyes met, and Chen blinked, his ears turning a shade of crimson, the words delicious swirling in his throat but refusing to escape. Lowering his head, he quickly devoured 4 or 5 dumplings in one bite, savoring them thoroughly. Mu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, this?" He glanced at the buns on the ground, realizing that what appeared to be half the size of his palm would seem diminutive in Chen's hand. "Delicious, with meat and scallions," Chen assessed sincerely. "This is called water dumpling. The meat is minced, mixed with scallions and seasonings, and wrapped in dough before being boiled. Then try this bun. The method is quite similar, just larger and steamed instead of boiled." Mu Cheng sighed. Indeed, the dumplings were too small for Chen. Chen hesitated, extending his chopsticks towards the bun. "No worries, you can just pick it up to eat." Chen quickly withdrew his chopsticks to grab the so-called bun, pausing just before it reached his mouth to wash his hands. "Huh?" Sumu Cheng was momentarily perplexed, then chuckled in disbelief. Ever since he had moved in, he had emphasized the importance of hand-washing before meals, maintaining hygiene. With chopsticks, he encouraged Chen to use his hands less, even insisting on drinking boiled water only. "Delicious," Chen proclaimed as he took a bite, quickly consuming half the bun without waiting to chew. Mu Cheng's buns boasted thin skins and generous fillings, with ample meat inside, which Chen thoroughly enjoyed. "Then eat more. I'll make them again in the future." Sumu Cheng felt a surge of joy at Chen's appreciation, the happiness of having his efforts recognized and praised enveloping him. After finishing the dumplings, Sumu Cheng had his fill after eating 2 buns. While he watched Chen devour all the remaining buns and roasted meat, as dawn broke, the forest gradually awakened, heralding the start of a new day. Perhaps due to his thoughts of gathering, Sumu Cheng awoke earlier than usual, and Chen was just stirring. Chen helped him open the flower fruit, revealing its true form. He had seen it on the mountain before but had not realized it was edible. he simmered a pot of meat soup. Deliberately selecting a bone in siu, Mu Chung kneaded the dough and rolled it out, brushing a hot pan with oil, and soon fragrant scallion pancakes emerged from the heat. Sipping a bowl of hot soup paired with the pancakes, he relished a bite of the tender meat. This was life. After their meal, Chun set off to patrol while Mu Chung took a beast skin bag to gather at the back mountain. He already knew the meeting spot, so Ching did not come to fetch him today. Upon his arrival, the waiting sub-beasts surrounded him, and as they peppered him with questions, he suddenly recalled what he had forgotten. He had neglected to teach them how to consume flour. Well, he could only blame himself for the oversight. Mu Chung stifled his laughter as he listened to their peculiar suggestions for eating it. How about this? Once we finish gathering today, a few of you can come to my home in the afternoon to learn, and then you can teach the others. Upon hearing Mu Cheng's words, everyone eagerly clamored to participate. Consequently, he stepped forward and selected 5 diligent and swift young beasts to accompany Mu Chung to his home for learning. After making arrangements, they set off up the mountain with their respective bags. OOC mini scene. The large tiger, adorned with a fluffy tiger head, gazed intently at the dumpling before him, which was still smaller than his own eyes. After a moment, he extended his tongue and rolled it into his mouth. Mu Chung, how is it? Is it delicious? His eyes sparkling with anticipation. The large tiger, in a fluster, how do I tell Moo that the little thing slipped through my teeth and I barely chewed it? He licked his lips, his paw pads involuntarily expanding and contracting. Chapter 24. Title: Out of the hospital and into the food street, the warm orange sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, where weeds and vines intertwined, and sturdy tree roots firmly anchored the land. The sound of flowing water mingled with the chirping of birds and the rustling of the young beasts at play. The air was thick with pungent aromas, prompting the young beasts to tie leaves around their noses as they hurriedly harvested pepper fruits. There were plenty of pepper vines, and the fruits produced could easily sustain the entire tribe. Everyone worked diligently, while 3 beast men took turns gathering some as well. Having collected enough peppers, Mu Chung led the group toward the patch of green onions. Days had passed, and the onions had grown back. But it was clear there were not enough for everyone. Understanding this, they all consciously picked a little less, recognizing that it was Mu Chung who had discovered them and that his willingness to share was already generous. Mu Chung was engrossed in digging for onions when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. He looked up to find everyone had stopped. "What is wrong? Why has everyone halted?" he inquired. "There aren't many onions to begin with, so we thought it best to take just enough to last us a few days. After all, this is your discovery," he replied from a short distance away, looking at the dirt-streaked faces of the young beasts. Reminiscent of little kittens, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It had been quite some time since any young beasts had been born in the tribe. "Indeed, these are all yours. We won't compete with you," many young beasts echoed in agreement. Feeling the kindness radiating from everyone, Mu Chung was touched by their gentle, friendly gazes, akin to those of loving elders and friends. His eyes brimmed with emotion, but he quickly stifled it. "It's all right. Everyone can harvest. They will grow back," Mu Chung assured them, pointing to the small seedlings. Lacking knowledge in planting, Mu Chung was unsure if burying the roots would allow them to thrive again. "How about this? Let us leave the roots in the ground. Perhaps they will grow anew," he suggested. As he spoke, he demonstrated by cutting the onions about 5 centimeters from the root and reburying them, leaving just a hint of white exposed. The others followed suit, burying each one with anticipation. Although they understood that the onions might grow back, the others refrained from picking more. Mu Chung was unable to persuade them otherwise. So he could only pray that these onions would indeed survive. Having gathered enough onions, it was almost time for a meal, so everyone headed back home. Along the way, they paused to pick some fruits from the trees. Mu Chung, however, still wished to explore further. He had yet to visit the mountaintop and was curious if there might be treasures to uncover. After all, weren't there often ginseng and spiritual herbs in the peaks of Tales? However, he hesitated to trouble so many companions and thought it more prudent to visit later with Chun. Chun was still waiting at the foot of the mountain, and as Mu Chung approached, he tossed the beast hide bag over his shoulder. "Chun, may I invite a few young beasts to our home this afternoon? I wish to teach them how to cook with flour," Mu Chung asked. Gripping his hands tightly upon seeing Chun, he immediately regretted his request, realizing Chen was not particularly fond of conversation and lived somewhat secluded, likely preferring minimal contact with others. Moreover, beastmen were known for their strong sense of territory. Sure, Chen replied, a certain word in Sumu Cheng's request evidently pleasing him, as a subtle smile graced his lips. Thank you, I assure you, we will remain in the kitchen and courtyard, avoiding other areas. Sumu Cheng said cheerfully as he mounted the large tiger, offering repeated reassurances. Chen, after placing his belongings, began to prepare meat soup and soon departed. By noon, Sumu Cheng had a light meal to satiate his hunger before planning what to teach in the afternoon. After some contemplation, he realized he had only a few options, given the limited ingredients at hand. He retrieved sufficient flour and fruits from the storage room and organized the portion that needed to be submitted from their foraging for the tribe, packing them into bags and loading them onto a small cart. Before the young beasts arrived for their lessons, he intended to deliver these to the collection point. Unlike the hunting teams, the young beasts were only required to submit a third of their gathered items to the tribe. Once everything was prepared, Sumu Cheng lay back upon the stone bed, curling up in a fur blanket, leaving one edge draped over his abdomen, and closed his eyes for a midday rest. As Sumu Cheng pushed the cart along the path, he had previously inquired about the location with Qing and others. It was situated behind the chief's stone house. The items submitted by the tribe members were accounted for there, with the chief overseeing their allocation and storage in the caves. Along the way, numerous beastmen greeted him warmly, offering to help, but Sumu Cheng politely declined. After delivering the items and returning shortly thereafter, the 5 young beasts arrived. Qing and Aiku were among them, though Aiku was the only minor beast aside from Sumu Cheng. Sumu Cheng first handed each of them a fruit and, after a round of introductions, led them directly to the kitchen. Is this bamboo? The group marveled at the bamboo kitchenware. Yes, in my tribe, it is referred to as bamboo. It is lightweight and sufficiently heat-resistant, making it quite handy for cooking, Sumu Cheng explained as he showcased the items. The young beasts explored, their curiosity piqued, yet they behaved appropriately. Today, I will primarily teach you various methods of preparing flour. Once you master these, you can pair them with many ingredients. Sumu Cheng began peeling the shells, adding water to knead the dough while explaining each step in detail. The young beasts followed his lead, their youthful agility allowing them to grasp the techniques with ease. Sumu Cheng taught them to knead dough, steam buns, make dumplings, noodles, and various flatbreads, sharing every method he could think of. Naturally, he also introduced several fried flour dishes. Though given their current circumstances, they likely could not afford such luxuries. At first, Sumu Cheng felt a bit nervous, but as everyone attentively learned and observed, he gradually relaxed. The afternoon flew by, and the group felt overwhelmed by the abundance of knowledge they had absorbed. Watching the steaming, fragrant buns and fried pastries, they couldn't help but swallow in unison. Although some of their creations appeared misshapen and awkward, none were undercooked or bursting at the seams. Overall, the learning experience yielded favorable results. So fragrant, hot, hot, hot. They eagerly tasted their efforts. Wow, Moo, you are truly remarkable. This is so delicious, they exclaimed. Make sure to practice at home, and once you become proficient, teach everyone. Sumu Cheng smiled, distributing all the food they had prepared. Imchum. Once they felt comfortable, the young beasts wasted no time in indulging, responding with muffled agreement as they devoured the delicacies. At that moment, Chen returned. Qian, Sumu Cheng exclaimed, glancing outside and realizing how swiftly time had passed. Qing and the others felt it was best to leave, so they gathered their belongings and tidied up the kitchen before departing. After bidding them farewell, Sumu Cheng hurriedly began preparing dinner for himself and Chen. No rush, Chen said, having finished washing up, as he came over to assist with boiling water. While adding firewood and managing the heat, he observed Sumu Cheng's methods, secretly hoping to learn so that he might not need to labor over meals in the future. Chapter 25. Bathing today, Qian did not need to venture out again. Sumu Cheng arose early, ready to prepare something delicious as a treat for Qian. The thin dumpling wrappers, filled with meat, swelled pleasantly in the steamer, while his bone knife swiftly sliced through the ingredients, producing even and neat strips. This bone knife had been crafted by Qian specifically to suit Sumu Cheng's strength, lightweight yet sharp, as the oil heated. The meat strips sizzled upon contact, releasing a delightful sizzle as the water met the hot oil. Once partially cooked, he added sugar and stir-fried until fragrant, then sprinkled salt and chopped green onions before swiftly plating the dish. Despite the humble conditions, Su Mu Cheng's fluid motions and serene expression exuded the essence of a five-star chef. Chen watched in admiration, as if witnessing a performance. The young beast, poised and graceful, moved with effortless finesse. His delicate, pale fingers lightly tinged with pink appeared magnified in Chen's eyes. The meat-filled pancakes were delectable, the buns equally delightful. In short, both enjoyed a thoroughly satisfying meal. However, Chen's joy was soon interrupted by Su Mu Cheng's inquiry. "You wish to build a house?" Chen's gaze was fixed intently on Su Mu Cheng, keen not to miss a single nuance of his expression. "Yes, indeed. I want to design the house myself, if it's larger." "We 1T struggle with storage," Su Mu Cheng explained, gesturing toward the storage room with open palms. "Why? He desires to move out. Is it something I have done wrong?" It is worth noting that currently, Su Mu Cheng is under the guardianship of Chen, and prior to reaching adulthood, he can reside here indefinitely. A wave of unease surged within Chen, as he tightly clenched his fist, the veins on the back of his hand visibly protruding. Meanwhile, Su Mu Cheng was still lost in his idyllic daydreams about the house, unaware of Chen's distress until he turned his head and noticed something amiss. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Is it that the tribe will not permit me to build a house?" Observing Chen's pallid complexion, Su Mu Cheng assumed that the matter of constructing a dwelling was proving to be quite challenging. "No worries. Didn't the tribe leaders say I could propose any conditions? When the time comes, I can." "No need," Chen interjected briskly. What do you mean no need? As long as a young beast wishes to build a house, the tribe will agree." Chen suppressed the turmoil in his heart and raised his gaze to meet the young beast's eyes. Oh, are you unwell? What is the matter?" Su Mu Cheng scratched his head, noting Chen's wan face. "I am fine." Chen hesitated, but ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. "Let us seek out the tribe leader." Chen stood up first, fearing that if he turned back, he might find it hard to let him go. Yet, where the young beast chooses to reside is his own prerogative. He cannot, and has no right to, interfere. Su Mu Cheng hastily followed. And upon glancing at Chen's face, it seemed to have returned to normal, so he thought little of it. Inside the tribe leader's stone dwelling. "What brings you here this time? Speak plainly," Li stated, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he looked at Su Mu Cheng. Tribe leader, I wish to apply for the construction of a house that belongs to me," Su Mu Cheng replied, a tad embarrassed. "Building a house?" Li was taken aback, casting a glance at Chen, who appeared to be in thought. "Have you truly decided to move out?" "Yes, I wish to build a larger house." Su Mu Cheng's mind raced with ideas. "Very well, you may select a plot of land within the tribe, and I will send people to assist you in the construction." Naturally, Li agreed to Su Mu Cheng's request, and he did not intend to meddle further in the matter. Chen remained silent throughout, his demeanor subdued, his gaze filled with Su Mu Cheng's retreating figure. Perhaps for several days now, he had been walking out on his own. Had he been contemplating distancing himself from Chen all along? In that moment, Chen felt akin to a parched fish, yearning for the gentle touch of rain. Upon returning, Su Mu Cheng promptly began sketching the three-dimensional blueprint of his house, striving for clarity and precision. As the blue moon gradually ascended, illuminating the drifting stars against the dark canvas of the night, Su Mu Cheng found himself at a loss for what to do after dinner. The sun had set, making it impossible to continue his drawings, and though it was late, he found himself unable to sleep, perhaps overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of finally having his own house. "Chen, how about we go take a bath?" Su Mu Cheng suggested, observing Chen carrying a basin as he prepared to wash behind the house. After so many days of merely cleaning himself, with his wounds now healed, he felt it was time to indulge in a proper bath. The more he pondered, the itchier he felt, and he could no longer endure the discomfort. Grabbing a change of clothes, he set off with Chen. As they approached the riverbank, the sound of water greeted them. Coincidentally, a few beastmen were also bathing in the river, prompting Chen to lead Su Mu Cheng to a more secluded spot. Chen stood a short distance away from the pond, his back turned as he kept watch for Su Mu Cheng. White beast ears sprouted from the top of his head, twitching lightly as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Su Mu Cheng, a capable swimmer, found the pond inviting. After shedding his clothing, he slowly waded into the water. The wind rustled through the trees, creating a soft rustling sound, while the chirping of insects harmonized with the moonlight. Adorning the vast expanse of night, in the darkness, the vision of beastmen was as clear as day, and Chen remained ever vigilant. The splashes of water echoed in Chen's ears, magnified 1,000-fold. Unbidden, his mind wandered back to the first time he saw Su Mu Cheng clad in a beast-skin skirt, his pale, slender legs, skin as smooth as jade, paired with those shy yet enchanting eyes shimmering with autumn's tears. Imagining the water cascading down his gently blushing shoulders, swirling around his collarbone, before trailing down his chest. Chen felt a dryness in his throat, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, and his head began to spin. Suddenly, a warm rush flowed from his nose. Startled, Chen quickly covered his nose, shaking his head vigorously to clear his mind. Tearing a leaf from a nearby tree to hastily clean himself. Though Su Mu Cheng remained oblivious to his predicament, Qian was still overcome with a sense of shame, as if he had committed a secret transgression. Unbeknownst to Su Mu Cheng, he stood in the water, diligently washing his body. He took note of a flesh-colored scar on his left shoulder, which still bothered him. His damp fingers gently brushed over it. Remembering that Chen was waiting for him, Su Mu Cheng refocused and quickened his pace. "Chen, I'm done washing." With Su Mu Cheng's call, the torment for Chen finally came to an end. Chen let out a deep breath, ensuring the blood had been properly cleaned before making his way towards Su Mu Cheng. The moonlight draped over Su Mu Cheng like a veil of shimmering silk, highlighting the smooth, pale skin adorned with glistening droplets of water. Chen's pupils dilated, his heart momentarily stilled, before racing like a drum at a tee that moment. The young beast resembled a pure, radiant moon. Merely standing there, he captivated all attention, evoking a sense of winter's stillness. All sounds around faded into oblivion. As if something intangible began to spread, Su Mu Cheng could barely make out Chen's presence, not noticing the snow-white beast ears atop his head, as he groped his way to a distance. When Chen returned from his bath, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Su Mu Cheng struggled to see, finding it difficult to walk, and grasped Chen's arm for support. Stumbling along in the darkness, the young beast's gaze appeared hazy and fragile. Like a lost cub, his pupils devoid of focus turning toward the sound. Chen tightened his grip on Su Mu Cheng's hand and lifted him off the ground, carrying him effortlessly. Su Mu Cheng was taken by surprise but quickly relaxed and adjusted himself, ensuring he did not hinder Chen's pace. Chapter 26. He is a calamity and misfortune. Upon hearing that Su Mu Cheng wished to build a house, Yi immediately requested his partner Xian to accompany him to Chen's home. Inside, Su Mu Cheng was immersed in his own world, diligently sketching designs as a half-burned stick moved back and forth across the animal's skin. Sensing someone's presence, Chun stepped outside, eyeing the courtyard. Yi, upon seeing Chun, took hold of his arm and led him away from the house. "What is going on? I heard that Mu Mu wants to build a house." Yi, a close friend of Chen's parents during their lifetime, had cared for Chun since their passing. Over the years, he and Xian had not had children of their own, and he genuinely regarded Chun as his own child. Chun was a good boy. If he had no feelings for Su Mu Cheng, he would not have agreed to take him in. Yet now, Chun was actively assisting Su Mu Cheng in selecting land to build a house. Which surprised he, however, he felt it inappropriate to interfere in matters between the young ones. Having gotten to know Su Mu Cheng over time, he found him to be a decent child. Since he could not intervene, he resolved to offer assistance when needed. Indeed, he wishes to have a house of his own, and today I will help him choose a location within the tribe. Chen responded, opening up a bit more to Yi. Yi felt a twinge of disappointment as he shot Chen a glance. After living in the same house for so long, you have yet to keep him here. Do you need me to help you find a beast man? Xian chimed in, relishing the situation. Help find a beast man? Wouldn't that just give other beast men an opportunity? Yi retorted, grabbing Xian by the ear. No need. I will find suitable beast men myself, Chen replied helplessly. Xian had always enjoyed teasing him, merely wanting to see different expressions on his face. Why he was at a loss for words. While Chen was excellent in every regard, he simply lacked the ability to express himself. After Su Mu Cheng moved out, Chen's opportunities would dwindle even further. As long as he is happy, I will support any decision he makes. Chen observed Ye's sighs, understanding his concern for him. However, he would never force Su Mu Cheng into any decision. As for the house construction, Chen planned to enlist the help of Qi and Ya. 3 beastmen would suffice. When Feng learned that Su Mu Cheng intended to build a house and sought him out, he realized that there were already enough hands, leaving him to glare in frustration, though that was a matter for another time. Once the house design was complete, it was time to choose a location. Chun led Su Mu Chung around the tribe to select a site, marking Su Mu Cheng's first official tour of the tribe. The tribe was vast, with ample open land, and after nearly 2 hours of walking, they had merely covered the eastern section. Su Mu Chung struggled to form a cohesive image of the tribe in his mind, unsure of which plot would be best, and fatigue began to set in as he kicked a small stone at his feet, his spirit waning. "How about I take you up to the sky to have a look?" Chin proposed. "Huh? Really? How do we fly?" Upon hearing that he could fly, Su Mu Chung was instantly revitalized, his large eyes sparkling with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Chun. In the tribe, flying was permitted, yet one must refrain from approaching the edges, lest it disrupt the patrol's judgments. Chun stood behind Su Mu Chung, his arms encircling him firmly, as a magnificent pair of white wings unfurled from his back. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Su Mu Cheng's heart raced wildly, eyes tightly shut, his hands gripping Chin's arms with all their might. As a gust of wind suddenly swept past his cheek, it soon softened, prompting Su Mu Chung to slowly open his eyes. The setting sun aligned with the white clouds, seemingly dividing the sky into a brilliant expanse of azure and the warm orange hues of dusk. The sunset seamlessly merging with the gradient of clouds. A juxtaposition of rapture and fragility unfolded before him. Su Mu Chung was enraptured by the breathtaking scene, the clouds appearing almost within reach, some large, some small, some white, some pink, some high, and some low. Sensing his fondness for the sky, Chun silently ascended higher. Circling above the tribe, Su Mu Chung felt a sense of elation wash over him, his gaze sweeping across an unbroken carpet of green, with distant mountains seemingly merging with the heavens. Only when Su Mu Chung had feasted his eyes on the panorama did he recall their purpose, to choose a location for building a house. He tapped Chin's arm, signaling him to descend a little lower. The houses in the tribe began to enlarge into discernible shapes, allowing Su Mu Chung to fully appreciate the layout of the settlement. To the north stood 2 towering mountains, cloaked in verdant foliage. The western mountain, viewed from above, formed a natural ring, with a curtain of water cascading from its center, creating a deep pool within, flowing out to the southwest and into the tribe. A river flowed from the north to the south, with 2 branches diverting from the west. The tribe itself was oval-shaped, its perimeter fortified by forests and mountains. The stone houses were predominantly clustered near the center, with the most prominent being the expansive plaza situated in the southern part of the tribe. Su Mu Chung spotted the chieftain's abode in the southwest corner of the plaza, while Ye's house occupied the northwest, and Lia's residence was in the northeast. Chin's house was situated in the farthest northeast corner, distinctly isolated with no other houses in close proximity, merely this solitary structure. Many orcs in the tribe noticed Chun soaring through the sky. Their curiosity piqued. Owing to Chin's anomalous wings, he rarely flew within the tribe. The last time had been during his rescue of Su Mu Chung. Long ago, the tribe had endured a calamity shortly after their migration to this new settlement when a few fallen beasts launched an attack. Exhausted from their long journey and having not eaten their fill in ages, the orcs suffered significant losses against the horde summoned by the fallen beasts, leading to the abduction of several sub-beasts. Among them was Chin's mother, Shui, who was later rescued and soon gave birth to Chun. Chin's father, Yang, had no wings, yet Chun possessed them, sparking suspicions among some that he was not Yang's child. Regrettably, Shui succumbed to complications during his birth, leaving the truth of his lineage uncertain. The orcs held bloodlines in high regard. Even among the rare sub-beasts, a member of the Minghu tribe could only have one partner throughout their lifetime. Rumors about Chan circulated since his birth, claiming he would bring disaster and misfortune, insinuating that he might be the offspring of fallen beasts. Fallen beasts were taboo for every tribe, cursed by the beast god. Inherently malevolent and unaccepted by any tribe, yet powerful enough to survive alone in the forest. Each encounter with a fallen beast was invariably followed by misfortune. Moreover, Chin's father, Yang, was indifferent to him, exacerbating the rumors within the tribe. The fear and aversion of the tribe's people toward Chin grew, culminating in collective protests demanding his expulsion from the tribe. At that time, Chan was but an innocent cub, and had he been cast out, he would not have survived 3 days. Ultimately, it was the chieftain and the healer who intervened, sternly reprimanding those who sowed discord among the tribe, thus safeguarding the young Chun. After circling the area, Sumu Chang gained a general understanding of the tribe's circumstances. The environment was truly delightful, nestled against verdant mountains with clear waters and the protective embrace of the forest. Upon landing in front of his house, Chen withdrew his wings. Sumu Chang, still brimming with excitement, had a flush on his cheeks, his eyes alight with wonder. Turning to Chen, he regretted not seeing his wings again. Chapter 27. The chieftain's son Sumu Chang poured a bowl of water for Chen, then filled one for himself. "Wow, flying is so incredibly cool," he exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he gestured animatedly. "Have you made your choice?" Chen asked, lowering his gaze and absent-mindedly rubbing his thumb along the rim of his bowl. "I have decided. I intend to build on that large plot of land to the north of your house. Initially, I considered the northwest corner, as it is conveniently close to the back mountain and river. But the frequent visits by tribe members to the river would create a degree of noise. Hence, I opted for a quieter spot." Upon hearing that it was adjacent to his own house, Chen's hands paused momentarily, and he felt a sudden alleviation of his earlier discomfort. Chen took Sumu Chang to discuss the house-building plans with Ye and Chiat. The residents. Ye stood nearby, casting a disapproving glare at Chen, discontent with what he perceived as a reckless act akin to gifting away a beloved sub-beast. Leah, too, seemed perplexed by Chen's behavior. "Thank you so much for helping me build the house. When it's done, please come over for a meal. I will do my utmost to assist you in the future," Sumu Chang expressed sincerely. This left Ye feeling somewhat embarrassed, for it was customary for orcs to construct houses for sub-beasts in the tribe. "All right, it's settled then," Leah replied eagerly. "Yumu's cooking is always delicious. I was salivating just passing by last time." After Chen left, Leah suddenly leaped onto Ye's back, whispering urgently in his ear, insisting that he must give it his all and not allow other orcs any opportunity. Sumu Chang selected a sturdy stick from the firewood pile and led the way, with Chen following closely behind. As they arrived at the plot of land Sumu Chang had indicated, Sumu Chang thrust one end of the stick into the ground and began marking the perimeter. Chen watched, perplexed. Once Sumu Chang had connected the 2 points, he discarded the stick and clapped his hands. He had delineated an area of approximately 300 to 400 square meters, with the house and yard each occupying half. "Are you planning to build the house within this circle?" Chen inquired, observing Sumu Chang's drawn boundary. "Of course. This land will belong to me from now on," Sumu Chang replied excitedly, marveling at the prospect of acquiring land without spending a single coin. Something unimaginable back on Earth. "Aha," Chan thought to himself, recognizing that Sumu Chang was indeed still a cub. Such an expansive space would yield a colossal house. The following morning, Chi gathered at Chen's doorstep, while Ye, being a wingless orc, could not assist with transporting the stone materials. Chen led Chi to the designated plot to familiarize themselves with the area. "Is this entire circle for us?" Chi exclaimed, astonished by the vastness of the marked land. "Yes," Chen confirmed at that moment. A silver gray-haired orc with amber eyes strolled by, his striking features reminiscent of a noble prince. He carried 2 long bundles wrapped in beast hides on his back, yet this did not detract from his cool, dignified demeanor. "Yin," Chi remarked, somewhat surprised by the arrival. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Yin was the chieftain's son and a trusted aide to the chieftain. Recently assigned a task by his father, he had just returned the previous day. "Everyone is here. Let us set out," Chi declared before transforming into a 4-meter-tall tiger, his fur a typical orange adorned with black stripes, along with a pair of wings of the same pattern on his back. Yin shifted into a silver wolf, sporting gray wings. Chen morphed into his beast form, shrinking to a size similar to Chi, with pristine white wings unfurling from his back and a white tail swishing behind him. Chi noticed that most of Sumu Chang's attention was directed towards Chen, feeling relieved. Indeed, this little sub-beast was extraordinary, as Chi did not detect any disdain for Chen's wings in Sumu Chang's eyes. Seated on Chen's back, Sumu Chang clung tightly to his neck. Fearing that the fierce winds would toss Sumu Chang off during their ascent over the mountains, Chen made an effort to fly as smoothly as possible, tilting his neck to shield him from the gusts. This was Sumu Chang's first official flight on Chen's back. During the rescue, he had been unconscious. Above him stretched a canvas of blue skies and white clouds, while below lay the mountains and oases. However, after a brief moment of appreciation, Sumu Chang obediently lay back down, as the wind was indeed rather strong. The fur on Chen's neck was the thickest, prompting Su Chang to irresistibly reach out to touch it, burying his face in the soft warmth. As Chen, Qi, and Yin flew, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Although the distance from the tribe to the stone material site was short, they had already left the tribe's territory, and with a sub-beast in tow, they could not afford to be careless. Chen concentrated on his surroundings while also ensuring Su Chang was secure on his back. Suddenly, he felt Su Chang's gentle touches, which filled him with joy. Did this imply that Su Chang did not dislike his beast form? Did he not mind his wings? A thought blossomed in Chen's mind. As if the ice encasing his heart had cracked open at that moment. Qi, with keen eyes, observed Su Chang's actions and felt a surge of happiness for Chen. He is 25 years old this year. 3 years younger than Chen. He is not very clear about the events of that year, but he has heard many stories. It is said that when Yang died, the rumors of oppression within the tribe resurfaced. At the tender age of 6, Chen not only had to confront the fear of losing his father, but also faced the harsh words of the tribe members. She can hardly imagine how Chen managed to endure it all. As time passed and Chen grew stronger and more courageous, he began to provide ample food for the tribe, which gradually silenced the criticisms, and people started to reassess Chen. She harbors no prejudice against Chen. In fact, he admires him. However, during their childhood, his father and mother forbade him from spending too much time with Chen. It was only after he reached adulthood and officially joined the hunting team that he began to interact more frequently with Chen. If Chen could find someone who truly loves and accepts him, it would indeed be a fortunate occurrence. About half an hour later, they arrived at a massive stone mountain. How do we extract the stones? Su Cheng asked, gazing at the enormous mountain with a furrowed brow. It was significantly larger than the back mountains of the tribe. With its peak shrouded in clouds, Yu Cheng walked over and patted the solid rock face. You'll find out shortly, Chen replied, then turned to Yin. The three of them maintained their half-beast forms, and Yin took out an item he had been carrying on his back, tossing one to Chen. He unwrapped the layers of animal skin that covered it, revealing iron. Su Cheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was indeed iron. Chen raised the iron blade and swiftly struck the stone mountain a few times, slicing through it as if it were clay, and a rectangular block of stone was cut away. Incredible. This must be mysterious iron, Su Cheng exclaimed, observing the sharp blade. However, isn't this supposed to be a primitive world? Can they really use mysterious iron? Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Su Cheng kept them to himself, especially with Qi and Yin present. What size of stone do you need? Chen turned to ask. Su Cheng thought about the house he had designed and described a gigantic stone block approximately 10 meters long, 2 meters wide, and half a meter high. He planned to use these large stones to create the roof, erect walls, and add a courtyard wall and foundation, estimating that around 150 blocks would be required in total. Qi, Yin, so many? How large of a house do you intend to build? Qi was astonished. Such large stones would require all three of them. Even if they each carried 5 blocks at a time, it would take 10 trips, not to mention the time spent flying back and forth. They would need an entire day without rest to complete the task. Yin pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking this little beast cub was truly bringing him surprises right from the start. Are you certain? Chen also felt surprised. Su Cheng's requirements for stone were indeed substantial, enough to construct 2 or 3 stone houses. Chapter 28. 1 ice cream in the left hand, 1 small cake in the right hand to him. Su Cheng felt a bit embarrassed. The house he intended to build was indeed a bit large, a product of his habitual thinking that did not align with reality. Then let us reduce it by half. It's too much and would indeed be exhausting. I'll scale down the house and redesign it. Thus, Qi and Chen began to cut the stones according to Su Cheng's specified dimensions. While Yin stood guard, the 2 beast men worked swiftly, and by lunchtime, they had cut nearly 100 pieces of stone. They then divided their tasks, finding a stone cave. Chen stayed behind to protect Su Cheng, while Qi and Yin went hunting for prey to roast. After lunch, Chen and Qi followed Su Cheng's descriptions to hollow out some of the stones, cutting some into pipe shapes and staircases, creating everything Su Cheng could think of. Originally, Su Cheng had planned to use a mortise and tenon structure to secure the stones, but Chen mentioned the stone glue worm, whose transparent white liquid could firmly bind the stones together, making it very convenient. So, the group set out to find the stone glue worms. It was another unfamiliar creature. Su Cheng obediently sat on Chen's back, imagining what the stone glue worm might look like. Not far from the stone mountain, they spotted a dense grove of straight fir trees, known for their sturdy and tall trunks, reaching over 10 meters with few branches only sprouting near the top. This made them the ideal source for timber. The needle-like leaves of the straight fir trees were the favorite food of the stone glue worms. Chun gently set Sumu Chung down. She flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Catching a few stone glue worms from the upper branches of the straight fir trees, Sumu Chung watched as Chi held a plump, white, soft-bodied worm, roughly the size of his hand, and he immediately felt goosebumps. Quickly hiding behind Chin, ha 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 ha, she knew the little beast would be scared. The younglings in the tribe had always feared such creatures when houses were built. Chun cast a casual glance at Chi, who immediately covered his mouth. Just kidding, I can't compete with Chan. Soon, the three beastmen resumed flying among the treetops, capturing stone glue worms. To ensure Sumu Cheng's safety, Chen placed him on a sturdy branch of the straight fir tree. Sumu Cheng clung tightly to the trunk, relieved that he was not afraid of heights. They caught a large sack full of stone glue worms and also gathered a bag of fresh, straight fir leaves. Before leaving, Chen chopped off a section of a tree trunk. Remembering that Sumu Cheng had previously mentioned wanting a bathing tub, Yan's task was merely to oversee the tribe's possessions. Assisting in capturing stone glue worms was merely a friendly gesture. Upon returning to the tribe, he reclaimed the two tools, rewrapping them in animal skins before departing. Chun escorted Sumu Cheng home, while Chi unloaded the items he had been carrying, and the two went to transport the stone materials. Sumu Cheng headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal, wanting to make something delicious. The steamed meat buns that Chen loved were a must. He steamed 50 to 60 of them, made fish soup, pan-fried scallion pancakes, and grilled several fish, cutting the roasted meat into pieces, ready to cook as much as they would eat upon their return. As night fell, the forest transformed into a slumbering beast. Fraught with peril, they would continue transporting the remaining stones the next day. As Chi approached the door, he caught the fragrant aroma of grilled fish and other dishes. Wow, what smells so good? Chi exclaimed. Pulling Chen along briskly, Sumu Cheng, did you make all of this? Chi inhaled deeply, savoring the delectable scent in the air. Yes, you must be hungry. Let us eat, Sumu Cheng said as he brought the dishes from the kitchen. Chen took Chi to wash their hands. When Chi returned, he was in a state of ecstasy, declaring this to be the best meal he had ever had in his life. Can I come here every day to work? Before sleeping, Chen opened the bag containing the stone glue worms and placed some straight fir leaves inside. The animal skin bag was breathable, so there was no worry of suffocating them. They needed to be kept alive before use. Otherwise, they would perish, causing the glue within to coagulate rapidly. By the way, Chin, what was wrapped in animal skin today? Sumu Cheng inquired. Those are the tribe's tools, passed down through generations, and have always been safeguarded by the clan leaders. If any tribe member wishes to use them, they need the leader's consent, accompanied by a beastman for supervision, Chen explained. Tools? It seems this mysterious iron is akin to a treasure, Sumu Cheng mused. Just as the two were preparing to sleep, a sudden beastly roar echoed, prompting Chen to spring up and gaze toward the direction of the sound. What is happening? Sumu Cheng wondered if it was an enemy attack or a call to assemble. Growing tense, it's a warning signal. Something is approaching the tribe, Chen replied. The tribe's entrance. Beastman A looked toward the unfamiliar beastman flying toward them and issued another warning. A large goose, ignoring the warning, swooped down toward the tribe and transformed into a beastman upon landing. Who are you? What is your purpose here? The nearby guards tensed, and they stepped forward to inquire. Hello, I am Baiyu from the Flying Goose tribe, and I come seeking assistance. Baiyu quickly raised his hands to show he meant no harm, as scrutinized Baiyu, noting his pale, exhausted appearance, and tentatively deemed the crisis averted. Assistance. Yes, that is correct, on our tribe's northern migration. We were attacked by fallen beasts and scattered. My partner and child were captured by those beasts. I have searched for many days, and when I found myself at a dead end, I discovered traces of your tribe, which is why I came to seek help. Please, I beg you to save my family, Baiyu said, his voice breaking with emotion. Seeing a beastman in tears made the guards believe him a bit more, and they sent someone to inform the clan leader. The leader arrived promptly, recalling that it was indeed time for the Flying Goose tribe to migrate. Every year, during the late summer season, they would fly south to endure the cold winter. returning north with the arrival of spring. Looking at Bai, who appeared to be in his 20s, gaunt and disheveled, the leader led him into the tribe, arranging temporary accommodations and providing some food. The leader discussed the situation in detail with Bai, knowing that young beasts captured by fallen beasts would not meet a good end, a fate he was keen to avoid. For now, he could only soothe Bai's emotions and allow him to rest, planning to discuss further the next day. Bai was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The people here were so kind. And he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, inside, Sumu Chung grew increasingly anxious, wondering if a pack of wild beasts might attack the tribe or if another tribe had come to confront them. Recently, life had been too peaceful, and he had almost forgotten the brutal reality of survival of the fittest in this world. It's all right, Chun reassured him. Chenling min sumu chung chen yen sumu chung chan mumu sumu chung yen 29 chen chi sumu chung chi chen li chan sumu chung chan sumu chung chen chi chen sumu chung chen yen fong chen ya sumu chung mumu sumu chung sumu chung 30 chun. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the figures of the orcs swiftly pivoted, racing towards the direction of the stream. Damn it, they cursed, their voices laced with urgency. Hot on their heels, a swarm of fist-sized wasps pursued relentlessly. A single sting could incapacitate them, leading to a painful swelling and potentially death. Yet, the wasps never initiated an attack, indicating that someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. A group soon reached the water's edge, only to find their path obstructed. Let me see how many unfortunate orcs have fallen into my clutches. A massive, jet-black python emerged silently from the riverbank, its scarlet tongue flickering as its cold gaze fixated on the orcs before it. Bai, upon spotting the serpent, was instantly filled with fervor, rushing forward without hesitation. Where are my family? Release them at once. It's a fallen beast, the orcs quickly realized, now caught in a pincer movement. One winged orc attempted to soar into the sky but was abruptly snagged by a gray claw, narrowly escaping but hesitating to ascend again. Where do you think you're going? Two winged wolves encircled him from above. While the wasps closed in from behind, they dared not plunge into the water, for it was the hunting ground of the black snake. Qian, Ya, Yin, and their companions braced themselves, muscles coiled and ready for a brutal confrontation. I brought them here. You promised to release my family. Bai bellowed. Ha! You've only brought a handful of worthless beings, the gray wolf mocked. The orcs seethed with fury. This creature had deceived them. Yet, now was not the time for settling scores. Suddenly, the black wolf discarded a bundle wrapped in animal hide, prompting the orcs to scatter. The hive tumbled from above and exploded upon impact, with several unable to evade its wrath. The wasps are your doing, the orcs roared, charging forward. The scene descended into chaos, roars blending with cries of anger, blood and savagery tearing through the air. The fallen beasts, born of the wild, possessed superior strength and agility, their practical experience allowing them to adeptly exploit their surroundings. As the orcs battled the fallen beasts, they endured relentless assaults from the wasps, their bodies growing weaker and movements sluggish, struggling to fend off 3 fallen beasts at once. Amidst the turmoil, a vulture-like orc seized Bai and ascended into the sky. In the canyon, Leah rubbed his sore calves, realizing that he might soon be unable to move. Accustomed to the pampering from Ya, he rarely ventured out, having only ever engaged in the most strenuous task of gathering. Such a delicate thing, Qing Zue teased him, yet still approached to lend a hand. Hee, Leah playfully grinned at last. The group reached the canyon's end, where light and shadow intertwined, seeping through the crevices and imparting a sense of mystique to the exit. Before them lay a verdant expanse, with delicate flowers of pink, white, red, and yellow blooming softly at their feet. Vast patches of grass exuding a rich vitality. 2 orcs were instructing a group of younglings, their tender voices resonating amidst the flutter of butterflies. Wow! The 4 were immediately captivated by the beauty. Lei and Zhe, having grown accustomed to such sights, moved closer to observe the younglings' training, the grassy field offering no apparent danger, though he remained more intrigued by fighting and hunting. Lei shadowed several sub-beasts. Feeling unworthy of pursuing Su Mu Chang after his rejection, Yet dutifully fulfilling his protective role, Mu Chung reveled in this place, as if the air itself was imbued with freshness. The group settled upon the grass, picking flowers, watching the younglings train, and reclining to count the clouds above, a blissful respite in the tribe. Everything proceeded with its usual order. By the river, a group of orcs labored to catch fish, delivering their catch to the square, where another group prepared to dry the fish on sticks, all working diligently to store provisions for the rainy season. The patrols and guards at the tribe's entrance maintained their posts. Suddenly, one orc perked up, as if sensing something. "Did you hear that?" he inquired. "Huh? What?" the others replied, ears straining to listen. Moments later, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Sound the horn," they shouted. It's the footsteps of a beast horde. Quickly, alert the tribe." Everyone assumed defensive positions. A heavy and abrupt horn blast echoed, followed by a cacophony of beastly roars. The orcs within the tribe could not ignore this ominous sound, their faces paling as they realized the impending threat. After decades of tranquility, the atmosphere turned tense. The sub-beasts were momentarily stunned, their faces turning ashen. Orcs transformed into their beast forms, while the sub-beasts sought refuge in the corners of their homes, the entire tribe gripped by trepidation. The ground trembled increasingly as herds of mammoths emerged from the swirling dust, charging towards the tribe, their tusks gleaming ominously. Roar, roar. All the orcs surged forward, engaging in battle against the beasts. Behind the mammoth horde, a one-eyed black panther wielded its dark wings, flanked by a winged orc and 3 non-winged orcs. "Beware! There are fallen beasts." An astute orc, embroiled in the fray, spotted the fallen beasts trailing the herd. Currently, apart from those out on rescue and hunting missions, only a little over 300 orcs remained to fight, while the beast horde numbered in the hundreds, densely packed. Soon, the tribe's defenses were breached, and the beasts surged into the heart of the tribe. The orcs fought valiantly, surrounded by the roars and howls of the beasts, the battle unfolding in a brutal, chaotic, and bloody manner. Before long, the orcs were stained with blood, and the fallen beasts joined the fray. Chapter 31. Protecting the tribe, the mammoths attacked fiercely, ramming their bodies against the orcs and their dwellings. The orcs clawed at the beasts, their blood splattering vividly onto the ground. Elder sub-beasts covered their younglings' ears, shielding them from the sounds of the outside carnage. Innocent and bewildered, the younglings clung to their parents, wrapped in hides, asking, "Mother, why must we hide here? Is covering our ears a game?" They remained blissfully unaware that their fathers were engaged in a bloody battle to protect the tribe and their families, risking their very lives. Beyond the canyon, for orcs heard the horn and roars, their muscles tensing instinctively. The beast forms led the sub-beasts and younglings to a concealed cave before racing back to the tribe. Mu Chung sensed the gravity of the situation through the orc's stern expressions and the palpable tension in the air, his lips paling as he clenched his fingers nervously. Inside the cave, alongside them were a dozen young orcs and one adult. A guardian was essential for every sub-beast and youngling, so Zay remained behind. "What's happening?" Aiko stammered, her face ashen. "We are under attack," Zay replied solemnly, his expression dark with worry for the tribe, yet unable to leave his post. Mu Cheng's pupils trembled. The most feared scenario had come to pass. Images of Chen flashed in his mind. Out on a rescue mission, he felt a mix of dread and relief, hoping that at least Chen was safe outside. Meanwhile, Qian, Yin, and others engaged 2 winged fallen beasts in the air, while Feng, Ya, and the non-winged orcs contended with the wasps and massive serpents below. Though the fallen beasts aimed to steer the orcs towards the wasps, they were gradually overwhelmed. Wounds accumulated on their bodies, and as the wasps fell, the fallen beasts began to retreat. After a moment of subtle exchanges, the gray wolf unexpectedly expelled a blue spherical object, catching the orcs off guard as they scrambled to evade. With a resounding explosion, they realized it was a large water sphere. By then, the fallen beasts had already fled. "What was that just now?" Ye questioned incredulously, unable to believe his eyes. The others were equally astonished. Yan's pupils constricted as he noticed the wolf's agitated tail. Chun shook his head, uncertain about the nature of the object, but given Yan's unusual reaction, he suspected that Yan might possess some knowledge. "Yu is missing," an orc roared. "What?" Feng landed swiftly. Chun narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing something ominous. No, the tribe is in danger. He locked eyes with Ya, who bore a grave expression, while Yin also sensed something amiss. The group hastily made their way back to the tribe. Injuries varied among the group, but no orc had perished. With time pressing, only those with lighter wounds could hasten back to the tribe, while the rest focused on self-preservation. "Where are you taking me? Where are my family?" Yu shouted in desperation. "Th, if it weren't for the boss saying you might be of some use, I wouldn't bother dragging around a waste like you." The vulture's talons dug mercilessly into Yu's waist, and as he observed the man gradually becoming subdued, a satisfied expression emerged on his face. He flew the captive to the tiger tribe, where he ruthlessly demanded the location of their food stores, before unhesitatingly slitting his throat with a single swipe. Yu, filled with terror, felt the warm blood gushing from his neck, his eyes reflecting a mixture of unwillingness and despair. Visions of his partner and the young sub-beasts flashed before him. He never imagined that he would die without saving his family, yet unbeknownst to him, his family had perished days prior. "Boss, I have discovered the location of the food stores," the vulture reported upon reuniting with the one-eyed Black Panther. "Understood. Go gather the food, then rendezvous with the Grey Wolves." The Black Panther replied coldly, casting a glance at him. Without delay, the vulture soared into the next stone house in search of sub-beasts, his single good eye gleaming with an unsettling excitement and madness. Nothing captivated him more than the thought of sub-beasts. Li Shuang's eyes burned red as he watched the tribe he had painstakingly built being destroyed, his kin suffering grievous injuries. Consumed by rage, he frantically tore into the surrounding beasts. The beastmen were wounded, yet for the sake of their kin, they could not falter. The sound of the horns carried far, and the hunting party's position should lie within its reach. They would undoubtedly hear it and return. Inside the cave, Zay heard the roars and sounds of battle echoing from the tribe, surmising that it had fallen. He slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. The young ones had reddened eyes, and Su Mucheng forced himself to remain calm, soothing both Liya and the cubs, reassuring them that they must trust their tribe would endure. If only Su Mucheng's complexion were not so pale. His words might have been more persuasive. Zay could no longer bear it. He could not accept that his kin fought and sacrificed for him while he could do nothing in return. Just as he took a step forward, a voice from the cubs rang out, "Brother, I want to go too. Yes, I want to fight the beasts. We can protect the tribe." One by one, the youthful figures approached, tear-streaked faces determined to contribute to the tribe, especially since their fathers and mothers were within. They silently watched these immature figures, his rational mind insisting that he could not allow the cubs to come to harm. "I will go too." To their astonishment, Su Mucheng stood up. He did not believe that if all the beastmen perished, leaving only the sub-beasts and cubs could sustain the tribe. Without beastmen, they would lose their protection and struggle to survive in the forest. They were one entity, and they must exert their strength to safeguard their tribe. Naturally, he considered his own circumstances. His physical condition had improved significantly since he arrived. The Qin family was not far from here. The houses were sparse, and the likelihood of beasts appearing was lower. He could return home to fetch a bone knife and sharpened wooden sticks. With weapons in hand, he could guide the sub-beasts from the tribe to the back mountains. Saving even one was a victory. While he doubted his ability to kill beasts, he could still assist in ensuring the beastmen had no worries behind them. After deliberating with Zay, Su Mucheng ultimately decided to take along 2 older cubs. While the rest remained in the cave, Zay transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky, while Su Mucheng carefully led the cubs down the mountain. Unfortunately, just as they neared the Chun family residence, Zay suddenly let out a beastly roar, confronting a vulture. Su Mucheng quickly ushered the cubs inside, hiding behind the stone wall, observing through the doorway that only this one vulture was present before quietly departing with the weapon and the cubs. The vulture, sharp-eyed, spotted several cubs on the ground, one of whom was a tender white sub-beast. However, this accursed beastman relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no chance to escape. Chapter 32. Perilous encounters. The trio stealthily approached the battlefield, when suddenly a beast charged recklessly towards them. Su Mucheng's heart raced, and he quickly concealed himself. The creature resembled a wild boar, measuring 6 meters in length. Su Mucheng realized that confronting it would be tantamount to delivering himself as a meal. Tension gripped him as he pressed against the wall, his fingers turning pale from gripping the bone knife. tightly as the sounds of the beast grew nearer. His mind raced. He turned to the two beast cubs beside him. Chi and Lu, aged 15 and 12 respectively. Their beast forms were nearly 5 meters long. The bone knife he had sharpened that morning was undoubtedly razor-sharp. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Are you two brave enough to join me in hunting this beast?" "Yes, we are." The two cubs, inspired by Su Mu Cheng's calm demeanor, wore serious expressions. "All right, here's the plan." After devising their strategy, the three concealed themselves behind the walls on either side of the door. Su Mu Cheng struck the ground with a wooden stick, successfully luring the mammoth beast into the room. Taking advantage of the distraction, Chi and Lu lunged from either side, biting down fiercely, while Su Mu Cheng charged forward to slit its throat. The bone knife sliced through flesh and hide, hot blood spraying across his face. The mammoth's struggles diminished, and eventually, it lay motionless on the ground, allowing the two cubs to release their grip, their eyes alight with exhilaration. They had slain a mammoth. The innate warrior spirit of the beastmen surged within them, and they felt an unending reserve of strength. They too could protect their kin. Blood-stained Su Mu Cheng's eyelashes, and everything before him blurred in crimson. Gradually realizing the strain in his legs, his heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. Taking several deep breaths, he knew there was no time to waste. They had to swiftly change their location. Finding water within the house, they quickly washed the blood from their bodies before advancing to the next stone house. Using the same method, they dispatched two more beasts. Su Mu Cheng had become adept at the task. The knife steady in his hand as he dealt death. The air was filled with the thunderous roars and growls, and everywhere he looked, there was carnage. Animals tearing into one another, bodies strewn across the ground. The scene before Su Mu Cheng struck him with overwhelming force, the brutality and savagery tearing at every nerve within him. They could not continue with their previous tactics. The beasts were too numerous, and it would only lead to their downfall. Suddenly, a beast burst into a neighboring stone house, followed by terrified screams. There were sub-beasts inside. The beast charged at the screaming sub-beasts, who dodged and weaved, only to fall to the ground in a moment of vulnerability. In a critical instant, Su Mu Cheng rushed in, plunging his bone knife deep into the beast's back. The mammoth howled in pain. Turning to face its assailant, Su Mu Cheng panicked for a brief moment, but quickly turned to flee, rolling to the side as he reached the courtyard, swiftly getting back on his feet to deliver a finishing blow. Chi and Lu charged in, seizing the opportunity to pounce on the wounded mammoth, raking their claws across its soft belly and tearing out its innards. The severely injured mammoth attempted to retaliate, but after stumbling a few steps, it collapsed. Su Mu Cheng returned to the house, supporting the limp sub-beast. Thank you for saving me," Wenya stammered, tears streaming down his face, nearly having lost his life. "This place is unsafe. We must leave. Do you know of any nearby houses with sub-beasts?" Su Mu Cheng found a bone knife in the kitchen and handed it to him. Wenya trembled as he accepted the knife, fear evident in his eyes. He did not want to die. Wenya, the beastman Chuan, on patrol duty, had rushed back, worried for his partner, only to be met with the gruesome sight of a bloodied mammoth in the courtyard. Instantly, he felt an icy chill wash over him. His face turning pale, he reverted to human form and dashed into the house. Chuan, upon seeing his beastman partner, Wenya broke into tears and threw himself into his embrace. Su Mu Cheng wisely stepped outside, noting that the beast seemed to be under control, though the situation elsewhere remained uncertain. After observing for a while, he re-entered the house. Aside from the three in the cave, there should be 23 more sub-beasts scattered throughout the tribe. They needed to find them quickly. Chuan had learned that Su Mu Cheng had saved Wenya. Though he was astonished, now was not the time for gratitude. "You must leave here at once. I will escort you to the cave." Su Mu Cheng shook his head and explained his plan. Finally, Chuan could only urge him to be cautious, insisting on taking Wenya to the cave first. "By the way, Yi and Wan are at the square today helping to dry fish. You might want to check there," Wenya said before departing. Su Mu Cheng led Chi and Lu towards the square. Now armed with a torch, he believed that the resemblance between the mammoth and the wild boar might mean they both feared fire. At that moment, Yi, Wan, and the other 8 sub-beasts huddled together in a warehouse near the square. Protected by a group of beastmen, with no chance for a mammoth to break through, Su Mu Cheng discovered the torch was indeed effective. He instructed Chi and Lu to transform back into their half-beast forms. Using fire stones to ignite kindling and hurling it at the beasts. They fear fire. Use fire, Su Mu Cheng shouted. Most of the tribe's structures were made of stone, so there was no need to worry about a fire spreading. Increasingly more torches were hurled into the fray, and the panicked beasts provided the orcs with greater opportunities, instantly altering the tide of battle. Even some nearby lurking sub-beasts actively participated in igniting the flames. Joining the ranks of torch-throwers eye in the sky, the Black Panther spread its wings, observing the increasingly unfavorable situation with a countenance as dark as ink. Its bloodthirsty pupils scanned the ground, suddenly locking onto a delicate white sub-beast, which astonishingly turned out to be a mere cub. Excitedly, it licked its sharp teeth and dove down, declaring this cub to be its prize. Yu Mu Chung felt a shiver run down his spine in an instant. An overwhelming sense of danger instinctively prompting him to dodge aside. "Come with me, little sub-beast?" The Black Panther, undeterred by the evasion, revealed a glint of interest in its eyes, its body quivering with excitement, eagerly demanding to claim this sub-beast. "Who are you?" Su Mu Cheng swiftly pulled the others behind him, warily scrutinizing the malevolent Black Panther. "You truly don't know who I am." The panther's tone was tinged with mock hurt. Yet its expression belied this sentiment. Su Mu Cheng furrowed his brow, the panther's gaze filling him with revulsion. He is a fallen beast," he stammered. His parents had told him of the time when their tribe was besieged by fallen beasts, one of which was a one-eyed Black Panther. A jolt of realization struck Su Mu Cheng, his jaw tightening as he struggled to swallow. He had heard tales of fallen beasts being merciless psychopaths who delighted in tormenting sub-beasts, only to slay them after their twisted amusement had been sated. Ha 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 ha. The Black Panther detected the fleeting terror in the sub-beast's eyes and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Run!" Su Mu Cheng turned and fled. "Flee, flee. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Let us see how long you can evade me. Do not disappoint me." The panther's gaze darkened momentarily, its cold eyes locking onto Su Mu Cheng as it unfurled its wings and pursued. Chapter 33. It seemed as though he were isolated from the world eye in the sky. Zay and a vulture were locked in a fierce struggle, yet upon closer inspection, the vulture had the upper hand. Zay felt his situation deteriorating, his movements growing sluggish, an increasing number of wounds adorning his body, his feathers soaked in blood, relying solely on sheer will to endure. His vision began to blur intermittently. It seemed he might perish today. To die at the hands of a fallen beast was truly disheartening. Suddenly, several figures rushed in to rescue Zay. The hunting party had returned, upon hearing the horn in the forest. The hunting party raced back, spotting a fierce battle above the tribe. As they drew closer, they discovered the tribe was under siege by beasts, with several fallen beasts among them. Damn it! With the addition of the 50 orcs from the hunting party, the orcs within the tribe found a moment of respite, their morale soaring, for most of those assigned to the hunting party were formidable fighters. The beasts gradually fell under control when, unexpectedly, a voice rang out from a sub-beast, followed by an increasing number of torches being tossed into the battlefield. Observing the mammoth being frightened and scattered by the fire, the orcs pressed their attack, the situation becoming increasingly manageable. The vulture had nearly slain a black eagle but was quickly encircled by the charging orcs. Damn it! Where did they come from? Originally, he had gone to the cave to fetch food, only to find himself in a life-threatening predicament. The Black Panther chuckled ominously, its crimson eyes filled with a dangerously intoxicating thrill. Each time a sub-beast nearly escaped, it would pounce fiercely, relishing the fear and dread reflected in their eyes before granting them a fleeting chance to flee. Countless sub-beasts had perished at its claws. The desperate cries and terrified expressions sent its blood racing, thrilling it to the core, though those sub-beasts always died far too swiftly. How had he never noticed such exquisite sub-beasts before? He had no qualms about treating this one well, ensuring it lingered a while longer. "You better run faster, you fool." Su Mu Cheng was unnerved by the panther's chilling voice, his strength waning, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Gasping for breath. Along the way, some orcs noticed Su Mu Cheng's plight and attempted to rescue him, only to be intercepted by the winged orc that had been guarding the Black Panther. The panther surveyed the unfolding situation, realizing it was time to retreat. Trouble would arise once the orcs surrounded him. With a swift dive, This little sub-beast was determined to be his prize. Yu Chung ran for dear life. Feeling the rush of wind behind him, unable to evade any longer, he felt claws grip his shoulder, and in an instant, the pressure vanished as his skin was pierced. Yu Cheng's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, bracing himself with his hands as his mind blanked in the aftermath of his narrow escape. Qian and the Black Panther faced off in the sky, a palpable aura of murderous intent swirling in Qian's gaze. This face had been sought after for many years. When his father had rescued his mother, he had blinded one of the Black Panther's eyes. Those painful memories tore open once more, the chains of the abyss tightening around him, leaving Qian feeling as though he were being shredded, the atmospheric pressure around him plummeting. All of this stemmed from the fallen beast before him. Qian lunged fiercely, his inner rage intensifying, akin to a bloodthirsty beast. The Black Panther, surprisingly, felt its fierce aura subdue it, its eyes igniting with a crimson glow as it retaliated ferociously. The surrounding orcs were intimidated by their ferocity. Swiftly distancing themselves, at that moment, two wolves appeared in the sky not far from the tribe. The gray wolf recognized that the beasts were nearly annihilated. Continuing the fight would only lead to their own demise. Prompting them to prepare to retreat with their companions, keen-eyed orcs dashed forward to encircle them, leaving no one to escape. Not far from them, a black python stealthily slinked away from the treetops. The fierce clash accompanied by a terrifying wind saw the two figures engage in the most intense and brutal hand-to-hand combat. Qian was thrown off by the Black Panther, skidding across the ground. Stirring up dust, swiftly rising to pounce once more, both combatants were battered and bruised. Qian's back was already torn, blood streaming down his limbs and pooling on the ground, having just endured a life-and-death struggle. Qian was nearing his limit when a momentary lapse allowed the Black Panther to pin him down, its hot breath brushing against Qian's neck. Yu Cheng's eyes widened, his heart stopping. The surrounding orcs were caught off guard, all rushing in at that moment. The Black Panther, straddling Qian, suddenly convulsed, only to be violently thrown aside by Yin, who had surged in first to seize its throat. Yu Cheng's ears buzzed, his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, and the coagulated blood within him began to warm, the pounding of his heart growing louder. Qian rolled over and approached the Black Panther's lifeless form, staring at its corpse for a moment. Just moments ago, as he faced the threat of having his throat bitten through, he had felt a surge of warmth, suddenly expelling a small thunderball, causing the Black Panther to convulse and die. However, due to the thunderball's diminutive size, no one but Qian had witnessed it. After being flung away, the Black Panther was mercilessly bitten by the swarming orcs, each member of the tiger tribe harboring a deep-seated hatred for it. The mammoths were likewise eradicated, and the tribe had once more survived the crisis, all members with red-rimmed eyes breathing a sigh of relief. Amidst the corpses and carnage, some embraced and wept, while others exchanged smiles. Qian turned, locking eyes with Yu Chung, the fury in his gaze gradually fading. Yu Chung observed Qian, battered yet resolute amidst the cacophony, and an impulse to rush forward and embrace him surged within him. One step at a time, Yu Chung approached Qian, standing before the great tiger. The vivid red blood clung the white fur of Qian's face, creating a striking contrast. Yu Chung extended his hand to wipe the blood from the tiger's visage. Qian felt a tickling sensation and instinctively licked the area. The little sub-beast's lips were pale, his countenance ghastly, with damp black hair clinging to his forehead, emphasizing his pallor. Qian's heart ached with a multitude of pains. This little sub-beast had undoubtedly been terrified. Yu Chung lifted his gaze, and in an unexpected moment, their eyes met. Qian's pupils flickered, and he quickly reined in his emotions. Suddenly, Yu Chung leaped forward, wrapping his arms around the great tiger's neck. Qian stiffened momentarily before relaxing, utterly stunned as he felt the warmth of tears pooling against his neck. The little sub-beast wept. Transformed back, Yu Cheng's voice trembled. Tinged with a hint of tears, in an instant, Qian reverted to his human form, tightly embraced by Yu Chung. One hand was loosely draped around the boy's back, while the other hesitated for a moment before gently resting atop his head. Awkwardly stroking his hair, "Oh, not cry. You die in an instant." Yu Cheng's pupils dilated, and the pair of peach blossom eyes embedded in the man's chest widened in astonishment, as if a surge of electricity coursed from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Chapter 34. Bewitched, Amidst the bloodshed and brutality, the terror of having narrowly escaped death weighed heavily on him. As Yu Mu Chung felt his heart racing, the clarity in his eyes fading, replaced by a sense of fragility and indecision. The cold moonlight cascaded down, flickering torches illuminating the surroundings, where people hurriedly made their way home. Yet, Chan stood alone like a statue, his very silhouette exuding an aura of solitude. The unspoken desolation surrounding him, coupled with the blood that drenched him, was an eyesore to Su Mu Cheng. He gazed at Chen, each step forward feeling burdensome, his throat constricted as if an obstruction lodged within. He reached out to wipe the blood from Chen's face. Tears welled up, and he avoided Chen's wounds, burying his head fervently into Chen's embrace, his hands trembling around Chen's waist. Thankfully, they were both alive. Moo Moo, don't cry. What did he just call me? This address from Chen felt distinctly different from how Luya and the others referred to him, startling Su Mu Chang and momentarily breaking his emotional turmoil, leaving his mind blank. The tears halted abruptly, and as he released Chen, a tinge of embarrassment washed over him. Bowing his head, his eyes darted around, refusing to meet Chen's gaze. Yu, what did you just call me? Chen pursed his lips, withdrawing the hand that had rested on Su Mu Cheng's hair, focusing instead on the elegantly curved neck of the little beast, and leaned slightly forward. May I call you Moo Moo? Chen's voice was deep and melodious, sending a tingling sensation through Su Mu Cheng's ears, making him feel as if he had been enchanted. All right, he replied, his voice slightly dazed. He suspected he harbored a bit of a fledgling's infatuation for Chen. Otherwise, why would he agree? Seeing Su Mu Cheng acquiesce, Chen's blue eyes shimmered with warmth. Suddenly, a voice shattered the atmosphere completely. Chen, hurry and let the healers see your wounds. She rushed over, gasping upon seeing Chen's blood-soaked back, mistakenly believing his injuries to be grave, and shouted urgently. Yin, having observed from the sidelines for a while, raised an eyebrow. Yu Mu Chung snapped back to reality, a flicker of regret crossing his gaze as he hurried to examine Chen's injuries. Upon seeing the gruesome sight of Chen's back, his eyes brimmed with tears once more. Chen felt that aside from losing a bit too much blood, he was otherwise fine. The injuries merely appeared alarming, and with the recovery abilities of beastmen, he would heal in a few days. It doesn't hurt, Chen reassured him. How could it not hurt? Su Mu Chung insisted, pulling Chen along to seek the healer. She was left behind, scratching his head as he watched their retreating figures. The pitch-black night was cool, with only the moon gracing the sky, while the stars remained concealed, reluctant to show themselves. The wind rustled the leaves, and fallen leaves danced in the breeze. The severely injured beastmen were taken to the healer, while others voluntarily began clearing the corpses of the mammoths, piling them in the square. He was preoccupied, fortunate that he had previously instructed the hunting team to gather all known medicinal herbs, ensuring they had an ample supply of hemostatic herbs. After thoroughly rinsing the wounds with clean water, they crushed the hemostatic herbs to apply to each injury. The herb known for promoting wound healing, Bai Ji Chao, though not particularly effective for beastmen, was also crushed and applied. The rest would depend on their own recovery. Zay's most severe injury was to his abdomen. Having lost too much blood, he had just regained consciousness but was now beginning to run a fever, becoming delirious in this place. Once a fever set in, survival became unlikely. Though Yi felt sorrowful, he could only pray that Zay would endure. Qing had been assisting Yi throughout this ordeal, possessing some innate talent in this regard, and he intended to groom him as the next successor. Seeing Zay's flushed cheeks and pale lips lying there made Qing uneasy. He had learned from his parents that it was Zay who saved him during the gathering, yet he had not yet found the opportunity to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Su Mu Chung tended to Chen, applying medicinal herbs. The crushed Bai Ji Chao oozed a white sap, while the hemostatic herbs were green, creating a light green mixture when combined. Yu Mu Chung gently applied it to Chen's wounds. Does it hurt? He asked, blowing gently while applying. The edges of the wounds on Chen's back were raised, appearing somewhat alarming. It doesn't hurt. Just a little itchy. Chen silently felt the warmth of the little beast's breath on his back, unable to resist rubbing his fingers together. After applying the medicine, Su Mu Chung turned to see Qing's troubled expression and approached him with concern. What's wrong? Zay has a fever. Qing frowned. Su Mu Chung was taken aback. The absence of fever-reducing medicine was indeed problematic. Here's what we can do. Take a small piece of Mia beast skin, dampen it with cool water, wring it out partially, and place it on his forehead. Also, wipe his body, especially under the arms, neck, wrists, and palms. Upon hearing that Sumu Chang had a solution, Qing called for Yi, and Sumu Chang explained the principle behind it, detailing the procedure. Returning home, Sumu Chang pressed Qin down onto the stone bed, forbidding him from doing anything before heading off to prepare dinner. He selected several pieces of meat with large bones to simmer into broth, then laboriously brought over the roasted meat that Chen desired. Just as Chen rose to assist, he was met with a fierce glare from Sumu Chang, forcing him to obediently sit back down. That night, as Chen reverted to his original beast form, lying in the yard, maintaining his beast shape aided in the healing of his wounds, Sumu Chang felt a twinge of unease, fearing he might develop a fever in the middle of the night. He boiled water before sleeping, laying down a beast's skin beside Chen to keep watch over him. Chen, unable to dissuade him, helplessly watched as Sumu Chang settled down. Once Chen noticed Sumu Chang's breathing had steadied, he opened his beastly eyes to observe the gentle sleeping face of Sumu Chang. He speculated that his condition today might be akin to that of the fallen beast he had seen in the afternoon, the one that could only spit water balls. Those fallen beasts had perished, and many in the tribe had witnessed his ability to expel water balls. Yin must know something, he thought, recalling how he had been tasked alone by the chief earlier. His gaze flickering, Chen lifted a paw, attempting to conjure a lightning ball, concentrating on the sensation he had experienced at that moment, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and quickly ceased. It seemed it was unfeasible. Chen furrowed his brow, staring intently at his paw, his tiger-like face etched with seriousness. The following day, Chen awoke to find his tail draped over Sumu Chang's waist. He paused for a moment, cautiously shifting away while Sumu Chang sensed the warm presence on his abdomen vanish and groggily opened his eyes, immediately jolting awake upon seeing a large tiger. "Chen, how do you feel?" he asked, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. "Much better." Chen shook his ears, reverting to his human form, the wounds on his back visibly healed. After washing up, Sumu Chang began preparing breakfast, boiling bone broth to nourish Chen. The tribe had recently acquired several hundred mammoths, providing a surplus of food, so there would be no need to send the hunting team out today. Some houses required repairs, particularly those in the northern part of the tribe that had suffered significant damage. Li instructed everyone to take a day to tidy up. Chen remained in beast form, lying in the yard. His blue tiger eyes locked onto Sumu Chang's figure, his tail swaying back and forth behind him. Sumu Chang dragged out the bamboo bed, lying beside it, contemplating the decoration of their new home while jotting notes on beast skin. Chen observed the markings Sumu Chang was creating, his gaze filled with intrigue. "What are you writing?" "I can't read." "It's a plan for the new house," Sumu Chang replied. Chen, noticing Sumu Chang's complete lack of reservation, voiced, "I can't understand. What if in the future, Mu is equally unguarded in front of others?" Chapter 35. No one would know if one died in the dead of night. Sumu Chang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they had no written language. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, his guard towards Chen had significantly lowered. He seemed to have incorporated Chen into his personal sphere of safety. Although Chen had broached the subject, he had not pressed for any answers. Sumu Chang gazed into the eyes of the great tiger, where the blue depths sparkled like fragments of stars, clearly reflecting his own image. It appeared that Chen had always placed his trust in and embraced him. Sumu Chang recalled the foreign words that occasionally slipped from his lips before Chen, realizing that such intelligence would certainly lead Chen to discern something. Perhaps he could propagate the Chinese characters here? However, the language barrier would pose a significant challenge. Furrowing his brow, Sumu Chang scratched his head. Disseminating written language was a daunting task, as the intricacies of Chinese characters were vast and could not be taught in a mere few days. Moreover, his forte lay in painting, and he felt ill-equipped for such an endeavor. Nevertheless, he could teach some numbers in the future. They could be useful in daily life. "I want to ask. Don't let others see?" Chen said, unable to bear the sight of the little beast's distress. Sumu Chang's eyes widened in surprise, his brows curving into a smile. "All right, only you will have seen it, damn him." The frequency of the tail's swaying quickened. In the midst of this, someone delivered the meat of a mammoth. Sumu Chang discovered that its texture was akin to that of wild boar, and he resolutely decided to prepare it for lunch. This accursed mammoth had caused no small amount of trouble for the tribe. "Yes," he muttered to himself. He began to chop it into minced meat, intending to make dumplings. He selected a few relatively fresh fish hanging in the courtyard, removed the large bones, and ground the fish flesh into a paste, meticulously picking out the small bones. Occasionally, he would turn his head to glance at the large tiger lounging in the yard. Combining the fish paste with flour, salt, and chopped green onions, he formed balls and dropped them into the bone broth to simmer, while the remaining mixture was crafted into large steamed dumplings in the afternoon. Sumu Chang discovered that 2 of the honey fruits in the storage room had spoiled. Therefore, he hurriedly chopped up the remaining honey fruits and boiled them into syrup, successfully filling a bamboo tube with sugar. Along with the previous batch, he filtered out the fruit pulp, resulting in a total of 5 bamboo tubes. Sumu Chung poured some out to make 2 cups of fruit tea, which was fragrant with the sweetness of the fruit. The severely injured beastmen left after receiving treatment, while those still unconscious were taken away by their relatives. Only Zay remained with the healer. Fortunately, this room had been specifically constructed by Xian for Yi to care for patients. He had been laboring throughout the day, and after experiencing a harrowing event, he was now busily occupied, his face pale from exhaustion. Xian, feeling distressed, supported him as he leaned against him. Upon seeing this, Qing voluntarily offered to stay and care for the still feverish Zay. "That is truly a bother for you," Xian said, picking Zay up effortlessly and turning to leave. "Why?" he interjected. "I haven't even spoken yet." He tugged at Xian's ear. Xian grimaced. "Ah, my mistake. My mistake. I want to do it again." He departed, cradling Zay without a pause in his step. Yi sighed, understanding that Xian was concerned for him, which warmed his heart. With only Zay left, Qing was capable of managing him, and he sensed Qing's particular attentiveness towards Zay. What was on his mind? Xian laid Zay down on the bed and brought warm water to help him wash his face. "I'm fine. Just very tired," he said, tilting his head and wrapping his arms around Qing's waist. Thanks to the beast goddess blessing, they are all well. Their bond, forged over many years, remained unwavering, and they had once again weathered a calamity safely. Alas, they had yet to conceive offspring. "What would you like to eat for breakfast tomorrow?" Xian caught a fleeting hint of melancholy in Ye's eyes and knew he was once again longing for younglings. He playfully tapped Ye's nose, shifting the topic as he gently wiped Ye's face. "I want steamed dumplings." "Very well, I shall prepare steamed dumplings for you." Qing continued to wipe Zay's neck, chest, and wrists. Initially, he felt a bit shy, but soon he relaxed, realizing that Zay's recovery was paramount. In the middle of the night, Zay groggily awoke, sensing something moving around his neck. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp it. Qing, suddenly caught, was startled awake, and upon looking up, he met Zay's deep red gaze. "You're awake. How do you feel? What are you doing?" Zay gradually relaxed, the wariness in his eyes fading as he released Qing's wrist. "You have a fever. Wiping your body can help dissipate heat and hasten your recovery," Qing explained calmly. "Thank you," Zay murmured. Lowering his eyelids, his mind still a bit hazy, his body feeling soft and weak. Qing supported Zay's upper body and helped him drink water. Zay's wound was on his abdomen, about the length of his forearm, covered with a thick layer of herbal poultice, rendering him unable to move easily. "Thank you." Zay looked at the water being brought to his lips, contemplating that his injury was not to his hand, yet hesitated before drinking. Qing helped Zay lie back down and replaced the animal skin on his forehead, noticing that the skin he had removed still felt warm in his hands, and he continued to wipe Zay's body. You don't need to wipe me anymore. I'm fine." Zay's eyes deepened as he blinked rapidly. "No, you still have a fever. If it doesn't subside, the consequences could be dire," Qing replied without lifting his head. Continuing his ministrations, Zay's throat moved as he watched Qing's fair hands gliding over his chest with the animal skin. "Thank you," he said again. Qing found it somewhat amusing and paused to look at him. "You seem to be saying thank you quite a lot." Zay pursed his lips, averting his gaze and falling silent. His father and mother had perished during their migration, and he had been striving to strengthen himself. Yet it felt as though he could accomplish nothing. He could not save his loved ones nor defeat a fallen beast. "Do you want something to eat?" Qing broke the silence, feeling a bit awkward as he wiped Zay's body, especially since they were alone in the room. "Oh," gurgle. Before Zay could finish, his stomach growled, causing his ears to flush crimson as he clenched his fists, unable to look at Qing. "I'll get you some roasted meat." Qing suppressed a laugh and hurried out. The meat had been roasted earlier and was warming by the bonfire. Qing helped Zay sit up against the wall, cough. "Thank you." "All right, Eat quickly. There's no need to keep thanking me. Ching interrupted Zay's forthcoming words. You saved me before, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. This is simply what I should do. Thank you for saving me. Zay looked puzzled for a moment, then recalled the incident and fell silent, quietly eating the meat. Ching stifled a yawn, a glimmer of moisture forming at the corner of his eye. You should go rest. Seeing Zay's weary expression filled Ching with guilt. If I go back, you might die in the middle of the night, and no one would know. Ching stated bluntly. Zay remained silent, continuing to eat the roasted meat. His body was exceedingly weak, and after finishing his meal, he fell asleep once more. Ching fought off sleep, continuing to care for Zay until he felt the temperature drop later in the night before finally stopping. The night sky began to brighten, and a pink hue emerged on the eastern horizon, gradually transforming into a golden red light that enveloped the land. In the early morning, all was silent, and the golden-orange sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the stone house. He slowly opened his eyes and immediately noticed a furry head resting beside him. It was the sub-beast from last night. He felt that his body was no longer feverish, and his strength had returned. Had the sub-beast cared for him all night? The curled lashes of the sub-beast cast a shadow on its face, with the soft flesh on one side of its cheek bulging, and its pink lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of a delicate tongue within. Zay hurriedly averted his gaze, feeling a warmth creeping to his ears. Indeed, it appeared the sub-beast had fallen asleep, behaving quite well. Chapter 36. Clinging to the fruit tea in the afternoon, Li convened a tribal meeting. This time, the tribe had lost 5 beastmen, and in accordance with tradition, a mourning ceremony and cremation were to be held. In the center of the square lay piles of wood, upon which rested the 5 beastmen. Flames were ignited, and the tribe's people closed their eyes and lowered their heads, fervently praying for the souls to peacefully return to the embrace of the beast god. The moon above was half hidden by clouds, as if weeping. The fierce flames blazed, reflecting the tumult of anger and sorrow within the hearts of the people. The desolate wind wailed, echoing the pain of parting. The relatives of the 5 beastmen were already in tears. After the mourning concluded, Li announced a piece of news that took everyone by surprise, shattering the somber atmosphere. What? The meeting is to be held earlier? Why the change? Wasn't it the last beast week of spring? Li signaled for silence. The decision to hold this meeting earlier was unanimously suggested by the wise ones of the 3 major tribes. Everyone was likely aware of the fallen beast's ability to spit water balls. Previously, I had sent Yin to investigate the forest situation and discovered that some wild beasts were growing stronger. For instance, the stunning ability of the Blanky birds to stun had increased, a fact I believe the patrol teams have sensed. Li's words were like a drop of water hitting a hot pan, causing a clamor. The strengthening of wild beasts was not a positive development for the beastmen. Chun recalled the Blanky bird he encountered while rescuing Moo Moo. Indeed, the Blanky birds could emit a sound that caused dizziness, but it had previously only affected ordinary beasts or sub-beasts. Chun remembered that he had been momentarily distracted last time, and his expression grew serious. The wise ones had been diligently investigating the cause of these changes, and the early meeting was convened to discuss this matter among the various tribes. The departure is set for 10 days later. 7 days from now, I will select individuals to attend the meeting. Those interested may come forward to register in advance. After the meeting was adjourned, the tribe's people left amidst chatter, except for a few who were retained by Lil. I led a small group to his stone house, where everyone sat in a circle. Qian, Yin, Ya, and Feng were present, representing the younger generation with considerable strength. Xian and Chuan, respected members of the patrol team, were also there. Among the sub-beasts, only Yi and Su Mu Chung remained. Su Mu Chung felt somewhat tense, as if he were an intern stumbling into a leadership meeting, awkwardly seated beside Chen, his fingers nervously tapping the edge of the stone bench. Everyone had heard the news from Yin during the meeting. The number of wild beasts growing stronger on the continent was increasing, Li continued. There have been reports of a few rare beastmen who can suddenly transform into water and even fire. Fire, Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Fire and water are different. If one can conjure fire out of thin air, their combat capability would increase significantly. The gravity of the situation dawned on everyone. Besides water and fire, are there any other transformations? Chun pondered his own changes. None have been discovered as of yet. Li and Yin exchanged glances, and after receiving a nod, Yin confidently replied, Chun lowered his gaze, concealing the depths of his thoughts. Now is not the time to speak. Since that battle, he had not conjured lightning again. Su Muching was equally astonished. The ability to summon water and fire. Was this a supernatural power? From their descriptions, it seemed to have emerged quite suddenly. This world is becoming increasingly complex. As we embark on our journey to the market, I will select one of you as the leader. As for the others, take your time to consider whether you wish to join. I expect your answers in 7 days. Li addressed the several beastmen. Chun rested at home for 3 days until the wounds on his back had completely healed, leaving no scars, after which Su Muching agreed to let him go hunting. Chan and Yi ventured out and hunted for 2 consecutive days, returning with fresh cedar leaves. During these days, Su Muching had been tending to the resin insects, each time suppressing his fear as he grabbed a handful of leaves to stuff into the bag containing the insects. Swiftly tying it shut, Su Muching found it incredibly difficult to accept the sight of the plump white worms writhing within. Every time, he was left with goosebumps. Tomorrow, Chan and the others would begin constructing the house. And finally, he would no longer have to feed them. Su Muching repeatedly scrubbed his palms, feeling perpetually unclean. The next day, Chan, Ya, and Chi began fervently building the house, with Chan overseeing the construction and providing guidance. While Su Muching was responsible for preparing their meals, Luya, having nothing to do at home, came over to watch, occasionally wiping the sweat from Ya's brow and offering him water. Chi, Chun. Su Muching brewed fruit tea, and he and Luya sat in the courtyard. Wow, this is delicious, with fruit bits, so sweet. Luya exclaimed, curiously eyeing the pink liquid in the bamboo tube, his cheeks puffing as he chewed on the fruit bits. This is honey fruit, made by cutting it into pieces and boiling it down. Su Muching smiled at him. Honey fruit? Moo, you are so impressive. Luya gave Su Muching a thumbs up, a skill he had learned from him. Chan is really good to you. Honey fruit is quite difficult to pick, and Ye has only found it a few times. Luya looked at Su Muching with bright eyes. Difficult to pick? Su Muching caught the implication in Luya's words. Indeed, honey fruit has a very short maturation period and grows on sheer cliffs. It's quite dangerous to harvest. Not to mention, the vines are covered in sharp thorns that can be quite painful. Generally, beastmen wouldn't dare to pick it. Luya observed Su Muching's contemplative expression, secretly embellishing the tale, as so honey fruit is quite rare. Huh? Su Muching absent-mindedly picked up the bamboo cup. By the way, are you going to the gathering? Luya swallowed the fruit bits in his mouth. I wanted to go to the last beast period but couldn't make it, this time. I must persuade my parents to let you take me. Can we also go? Su Muching exclaimed, surprised, as he had thought only beastmen could attend out of course. While sub-beastmen are not allowed to participate in the salt exchange, they can attend the gathering. I heard there will be many beautiful items. And perhaps we might even meet the sea tribe. Sea tribe? Are there mermen? Su Muching wondered if he might encounter the legendary mermaids. Yes, and the sea tribe possesses many beautiful shells and pearls. They would surely make stunning adornments for clothing, Luya revealed with a look of longing. Then I want to go too, Su Muching exclaimed with excitement, eager not only to broaden his horizons, but also to seek a way back home. You can wait until Chin returns tonight to ask him. Luya clutched the delicious fruit tea tightly. That evening, the 5 gathered at Chin's for dinner, where Su Muching prepared scallion and meat dumplings, buns and flatbreads, accompanied by stone-grilled meat. Su Muching encouraged them to learn to use chopsticks, while Luya, struggling with his bamboo chopsticks, grew increasingly anxious as he watched the delicious food on the table remain out of reach. Continuously nudging Ya with his elbow to Ya, juggling distraction and his lack of skill, attempted to serve meat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chan had already mastered the use of chopsticks, observing the three's flustered antics. He smirked and deftly picked up a slice of meat, placing it into Su Muching's bowl. Thank you, Chan, hurry and eat, or they'll finish it all. Su Muching realized he had underestimated their appetites. Even though their chopstick skills were lacking, they were determined to fill their bowls, and the meat he had cut was likely insufficient. Chapter 37. Filling the gaps, Chan returned to the kitchen to slice another bowl of meat before the meal finally concluded. The group sat rubbing their overstuffed bellies, even Chan feeling full. Let us have some fruit tea to ease our stomachs. Ah, this is so refreshing, she exclaimed contentedly. The last 3 beastmen cleaned up the kitchen, while Luya held on to Su Muching, wanting to stroll in the courtyard. Suddenly, the tribal gathering signal sounded, and everyone headed towards the square. with Luya so full that he didn't even require ya to carry him. The square was bustling with a crowd, with sub-beastmen standing in the front. Qian and Ye stood protectively beside Su Muching and Luya at the forefront, while Qi gradually made his way towards Aiku. Chun had promised to take Su Muching, so he was filled with curiosity and anticipation for the gathering. Luya, do you know where the gathering is held? Su Muching whispered, turning his head to speak quietly with Luya. Not quite sure, but I know the gathering and the salt exchange are held in the same place. However, salt is not exchanged during the gathering. It primarily focuses on the exchange of goods between tribes. A proposal made by the wise to promote communication among tribes. Luya instinctively lowered his voice. The Lomu tribe, Chun interjected suddenly. Oh, thank you, Su Muching thought to himself, forgetting how keen Beastman's hearing was. Li ultimately announced that 30 Beastmen and 5 sub-Beastmen would attend the gathering, led by Xian. After everyone dispersed, Chun took Su Muching to the chief's stone house. Are you looking for the chief for something? Su Muching inquired, puzzled. You'll find out soon, Chan teased, enjoying the curiosity on Su Muching's face, his feline nature playfully keeping him in suspense. At the chief's residence, Li was instructing Xian on the precautions necessary for the journey to the gathering. Is there something you need? Li asked, looking at Chin and Su Muching. Chan stepped forward, raising his right hand, and suddenly, a ball of blue-purple lightning appeared above his palm. The crackling sound of the lightning was jarring in the quiet room. You can summon lightning? Li exclaimed, standing up from his chair, his face flushed with excitement. It manifested suddenly when I killed the Black Panther, Chen stated, causing the lightning in his palm to dissipate. He had secretly experimented several times over the past few days and had only recently managed to summon the lightning with stability. Xian eagerly approached and clapped Chen on the shoulder. Great, great. Although the current situation was unclear, Chen's newfound ability was undoubtedly a boon for the tribe. Su Muching's mouth hung open in astonishment, watching the blue-purple orb of electricity slowly fade before he regained his composure. His eyes wide with excitement, though he maintained his calm demeanor due to the circumstances. How powerful is this lightning? Xian asked, his expression serious. It can easily shatter something of this size into powder. The larger the stone, the weaker the impact, Chun indicated, having learned this from his experiments. After Li inquired further about the specifics, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. The tiger tribe had shrunk from nearly 2,000 members to just over 500 after their migration. With Chin's extraordinary ability, caution was warranted. Human greed knows no bounds, and given their tribe's current state, they could not guarantee Chin's absolute safety. Chin, for safety's sake, only the 4 of us should know about this for now. Remember, do not share this information with anyone else, Li advised solemnly. Understood, Chun nodded. After Li reiterated several other matters, Chun and Su Muching departed. After walking a short distance, Su Muching could no longer contain his excitement. Leaping in front of Chun and backing away as he exclaimed, Wow! That is so cool. Due to the need for secrecy, Su Muching could only admire Chin with wide eyes, waving his hands in exhilaration. Lightning! If this world were to have elements like water, fire, earth, and wind, lightning would undoubtedly rank among the most formidable. Be careful. Chun swiftly caught Su Muching, who was about to trip over a stone, his tone laced with both exasperation and affection as he looked at Su Muching, whose eyes sparkled brighter than the stars above. After a hurried effort, the house was completed by the afternoon of the 3rd day, with half of the courtyard wall built, though the cellar Su Muching had mentioned remained unexcavated. The house was 2 stories tall, with the floor uniformly laid with planks of natural wood, meticulously polished with the skin of a Suru beast. The windows differed from the animal-hide ones in the tribe. Su Muching crafted them as hinged windows, with a wooden frame covered by a layer of animal skin, allowing daylight to enter when propped open with a stick, and closed at night. The front door of the living room was crafted from stone slabs with grooves to accommodate 2 wooden panels. Forming a sliding door on the interior side, a large stone slab could be used to block it from within, providing double insurance. The kitchen was located on the far right of the first floor, equipped with 2 large stoves and 2 smaller ones. Although bamboo pots were lightweight and easy to handle, they could harbor bacteria when used for an extended period, so Su Muching ultimately opted for stone pots. In addition to the stove, there is a large wooden tub for holding water, 3 4-tiered wooden shelves, and a pair of curtains crafted from double-layered animal skins. To the left, adjacent to the bathing area, lies an ornate European fireplace, with both left and right walls constructed from hollow stone blocks, allowing the heat from the stove and fireplace to warm the walls, ensuring that the bathing area remains cozy even in winter. Further to the left is the living room, where a grand round stone table resides beside the fireplace, accompanied by several stone stools. Originally, Sumu Chang designed the fireplace not only for warmth but also for roasting meat. Serving a dual purpose, a staircase carved from a single piece of stone is situated at the northernmost section of the living room, while a large open space on the right is reserved for Chen to transform into his beast form, or to lay down large animal skins as a carpet, creating a relaxing and entertaining area. To the left, there is a guest bedroom and a bathroom. The bathroom features a squat toilet, with a stone pipeline leading to an underground tank built outside the house. Next to the squat toilet are a water bucket and a bamboo basin for flushing, while the other side holds a wooden stump for storing soft grass. Ascending the staircase, one is greeted by a study and a storage room, with the master bedroom located in the lower left corner, opposite the secondary bedroom. Adjacent to the master bedroom is a small art studio, while beside the secondary bedroom lies a leisure area where Sumu Chung plans to place a wooden table and chairs. Though they have yet to be crafted in the courtyard, there is a firewood storage room and a large water tank, accompanied by a stone table and a fruit tree that Chun specifically dug up. The house, characterized by its gray stone slabs and natural wood tones, exudes a cool ambience. However, Sumu Chung has resolved to gradually adorn it over time. At long last, he has his own home. Tomorrow marks the day of departure for the gathering, and Sumu Chung intends to return before moving again. Within the dimly lit interior, only the sound of rhythmic breathing can be heard. Chen lies on the bamboo bed, one arm resting behind his head, his gaze fixed on Sumu Cheng's back. The black panther that harmed his mother and father has been slain by him. Yet Chen does not feel joy. The air is stifling, devoid of even the slightest breeze. After the departure of the little beast, he finds himself alone once more, in the darkness. Chen no longer conceals the complex emotions in his eyes. Buried deep within him, a fondness struggles to emerge from the layers of solitude and sorrow, but he has always been alone. Can such a radiant and vibrant person truly be his? Chen does not know. Nor does anyone possess the answer. The following morning, Sumu Chung awakens invigorated, stretching out as he rises from bed. After chewing on a cleansing fruit and rinsing his mouth, he washes his face with warm water and dries it with soft grass. A new day begins, and today they will set off for the gathering. Sumu Chung prepares bone broth and kneads dough, while Chin chops meat beside him, tirelessly working until 2 large bowls are filled. Sumu Chung places a piece of fatty meat in the hot pan to render some oil, then takes a soft, slightly sticky piece of dough, fills it with a generous spoonful of meat filling, and methodically presses it into a complete pie before placing it in the pan to fry. As Chin adds firewood and tends to the cooking, golden, crispy pastries soon emerge from the pan. The pastries, when broken open, release steam, and Sumu Chung blows on them to cool them down. Chin, what should we bring? He inquires. In the past, we only brought animal skins, as we could hunt for meat along the way. Chin replies. Do you wish to exchange for something different? Sumu Chung ponders. I don't know. Once we arrive, perhaps I will find something I desire. At the gathering, goods are exchanged. Anything can be traded as long as someone needs it. Chen reflects for a moment. It is indeed a barter system. Sumu Cheng falls silent, focusing intently on devouring his pastry, which is thin and crispy with succulent meat juices oozing forth, leaving both of them quite satisfied. In the square, 30 beastmen are divided into 2 teams, with the little beast standing in the middle, surrounded by bags of items intended for exchange. The most abundant items are animal skins, along with the first batch of dried fish, and a small quantity of onions and peppers. Li even considers bringing a small cart along, which would surely astonish those who look down upon their tribe, yet it is cumbersome to transport. He merely sketches 2 copies of the design for Xin, suggesting he discuss it with the wise ones. Among the crowd of onlookers, some cast envious glances, but due to limited spots, not everyone can attend. They must rely on others to help exchange items. The 5 little beasts making the journey are Luya, Yi, Qing, Sumu Cheng, and Ai Ku, who are huddled together in conversation. Mu, what did you bring? Leo inquires with curiosity. I brought some seasonings, 2 bamboo tubes of fruit jam, and a few sealed bamboo tubes with lids. Sumu Chung responds. Fruit jam? He asks, puzzled. Sumu Chung suddenly recalls that he has yet to share the method of making fruit jam and extracting white sugar with the tribe. He brushes aside the hair that has fallen into his eyes, his tone tinged with regret. I forgot about that. I will teach you all when I return. I previously attempted to extract sugar from honey fruit, and I sealed the leftover pulp to make jam. Yu Chang retrieves a bamboo tube wrapped in animal skin from his pack, opening it to reveal glistening fruit flesh that emits a sweet aroma. It smells so sweet. The color is beautiful too, the group remarks in unison, exchanging knowing smiles. Once we take a break on the road, I will share some with you, Su Chang assures them. No, that is what you intend to trade, Aiku insists, waving his hands in urgency that it's fine. This is easy to make. I originally intended to bring a small amount to test the waters. If it sells well, we can bring more next time, Su Chang replies. He feels a strong affinity for Aiku, not only because he is younger but also because he is shorter, having always been treated like a cub due to his own smaller stature. Su Chang now feels a sense of responsibility to protect his younger brother Mu. Your hair has grown a bit long, he observes gently. It has indeed, Su Chang admits, taking a breath and puffing up his bangs. Previously, his hair was neatly cropped, but after a month here, it has grown considerably. He plans to give it a trim once he returns. Cutting your hair? Leah comments, it can be a bit troublesome when it grows long. But once you reach adulthood, it will be easier, and you can maintain it like mine. As she speaks, Leah reaches out to touch Su Chang's soft hair, exclaiming, wow, it feels amazing, with Leah leading the way. Both Ching and Yi join in, while Aiku shyly withdraws his hand after a brief touch. Hey, Su Chang exclaims, liberating his face from Ching's grasp, eyeing their eager hands, in a moment of inspiration. He stealthily reaches to tickle Ching and Luya at their waists. Ha, you sneaky attacker. The three of them tumble into playful chaos. Yi watches with a smile, while Aiku stands obediently behind Yi, wary of getting caught in the fray. Once Li has arranged the beastmen, everyone prepares to set off. 30 beastmen transform sequentially, some with wings and others without. The winged ones are led by Yin, while the wingless are guided by Xian. He carries Luya on his back, while Yi rides on Xian's. Ching sits atop his father Yan's back, with one standing nearby, repeatedly instructing Yin to take good care of Ching. Aiku follows closely behind his beast brother, Yu, as both have lost their parents and rely on each other. Chen, with his large white tail swaying, approaches Su Chang, securing the animal skin bag onto his back. Watching the obedient Su Chang standing there, waiting to be lifted, Chon's tail wags excitedly, and he snorts softly, carefully wrapping his powerful arms around Su Chang's slender waist and gently lifting him up. He watches with a look of satisfaction. As Xian steps to the forefront, he waits for Li to finish his motivational speech before a mighty beastly roar signals the start of their journey. In an out-of-character scene, on a certain sunny morning, Su Chang, munching on a crispy pastry, suddenly recalls something. Chun, how old are you? Chun swallows the meat in his mouth and replies, 28. Su Chang pauses mid-bite, realizing that Chun is 5 years older than him. Noticing Su Chang's sudden stillness, Chen's heart tightens. Will Mu dislike me for being older? With this thought lingering, Chun slows his eating pace. After their meal, with nothing else to do, Su Chang decides to try making a new dish, which requires a substantial amount of flour and fruit, so he seeks out Chun to help him shell the fruits. Where did Chun go? Su Chang searches high and low, but cannot find him. Chapter 39. Is he leaving? Apart from Yin and Zhe soaring through the skies, the remaining winged beastmen journeyed together on the ground. The airborne beastmen were tasked with leading the way and remaining vigilant, a responsibility that was quite demanding and easily led to exhaustion. The entire group was to travel for approximately 3 days. So the winged beastmen without sub-beasts took turns assuming the lead. Yu Chang clung tightly to Chen's neck, his body firmly grasping the fur beneath him. The beastmen advanced at a swift pace, and everything around them transformed into intertwining shadows of green and black. Since they were accompanied by sub-beasts, Yin and Zhe made an effort to find a smooth path. Continuous jumping would be unbearable for the sub-beasts. The group pressed on at full speed, only stopping in the afternoon to rest by a river within the forest. As Su Chang dismounted from Chen's back, he felt his legs turn to jelly. Thankfully, he wasn't prone to motion sickness. No, he was simply dizzy from riding a tiger. The morning's meal had long since digested, and Xian organized a patrol for vigilance while leading Qian and the others into the forest for hunting. The sub-beasts were also busy, as several of them worked together to set up a stone POT. Why, he produced a fire starter to ignite a campfire for boiling water, while Sumu Chang and Qing took out flour to prepare dough. And Aiku and Luya went to the riverbank to wash the fruits. The delicacies made from flour were truly delectable. Ever since the introduction of flour, I had taken to preparing various dough-based dishes each day. As he kneaded the dough vigorously, he engaged in conversation with Sumu Chang and my tribe. We primarily use flour for staple foods, along with rice, which is also quite delicious, Sumu Chang replied. Rice? Ye's eyes lit up, intrigued by this unfamiliar food. Surely it must be as delightful as flour. Rice is a type of white grain. With just a bowl of rice and water, you can steam an entire pot of it. It is fragrant, soft, and filling. Sumu Chang couldn't help but reminisce about the rice of China. An entire pot from just one bowl, he exclaimed, eyes wide, unable to suppress his saliva at the thought. I envy Mumu's tribe. You must never lack for food, right? Hee hee, yes indeed. Our tribe is well provided for, and everyone lives quite happily, Sumu Chang replied, cautious not to delve too deeply into the topic. How long until we reach Longmu tribe? About 3 days. Don't worry. With so many beastmen protecting us, it will be very safe. Yi assumed Sumu Chang was merely anxious, considering he was still a cub dasham. Sumu Chang obediently nodded. Why, he observed the obedient boy. A smile creeping into his eyes. Suddenly struck by a thought, he hesitated before continuing. By the way, Moo, what do you think of Chin? What about him? Sumu Chang, puzzled, looked up, having only caught part of the conversation. He glanced around to ensure no beastmen were nearby before leaning in slightly, whispering, what do you think of Chin as a person? Although unsure why they needed to speak quietly, Sumu Chang followed suit. Chun is quite good. He's formidable in battle and handsome. Although he often wears a cold expression, he is kind to friends and takes care of others. He looks after me very well. Imagining Chin's visage, Sumu Chang inadvertently spoke more than intended, noticing Ye's beaming smile. His voice grew softer, and his cheeks flushed slightly. But he spoke the truth. That was indeed how Chun was, right? What are you talking about? Moo, are your cheeks turning red? Leo approached, holding a handful of leaves, atop which were fruits glistening with water droplets. Qing also leaned in, eyeing Sumu Chang curiously. Suddenly, Sumu Chang felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, his face growing increasingly warm under their gaze. You're blushing, Qing chuckled, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Flustered and irritated, Sumu Chang retorted, you all should mind your own business. We're making dough here. So scoot. Ha ha ha. The sight of Sumu Chang's flustered state sent the trio into fits of laughter. Aiku, tending to the fire, was oblivious to their conversation but felt joy watching them. Her curiosity piqued as she moved closer to join in. Seeing the crowd, Yi decided not to pursue the matter further. That moment, Leah's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly chimed in. You're not thinking about Chin, are you? Sumu Chang, whose face had finally cooled, felt the heat return. No, it was Yi who asked me about Chun. Oh? Leah teased. And what do you think? What else can I say? Chin is my savior, so of course. P.S. Wonderful. Sumu Chang's mood gradually calmed, and his blush faded. However, Aiku, listening nearby, had her cheeks flushed, appearing shy and oblivious. Dio, you want to be with Chan? Leah directly posed the question. What? Sumu Chang was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing wildly. The kneading of the dough came to a halt. How could I possibly be with him? He is merely my savior. After uttering those words, Sumu Chang felt a strange heaviness in his chest, as if his heart had been tugged, but he chose not to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Ye's smile waned slightly. It seemed Chin had yet to win Sumu Chang's heart. But weren't you just riding on Chin's back? Aiku interjected, confused. Isn't that reserved for those who are close and trusted? What does riding on Chin's back have to do with anything? Sumu Chang was equally perplexed. Don't you know? Generally, beastmen only allow those they are close to ride on their backs, like partners or family, Leah explained, surprised. It made sense why she felt there was a barrier between Sumu Chang and Chun. It turned out Sumu Chang was unaware of the significance of this action. While there could be exceptions due to unforeseen circumstances, being permitted to ride on a beastman's back carried a different meaning altogether. Isn't that how your tribe operates? He asked, equally astonished. At this moment, Sumu Chang felt dazed. No wonder when he first rode on Chin's back at the back mountain, Chin's gaze had held such complexity. There was this layer of meaning behind it. A warm, bittersweet sensation surged within him, which he instinctively chose to ignore. Oh, our tribe doesn't operate that way. We are quite advanced. We have transportation vehicles for traveling, so we don't need to ride on beastmen's backs. Transportation vehicles? Ching inquired, curious. Like little carts? Yes, so we don't have that saying in our tribe. Mu Chung regained his composure. Wow, Moo Moo, your tribe sounds incredible. I'd love to visit, Lear exclaimed enviously. My tribe is very far away. We must traverse many mountains and seas. If I ever get the chance to return, I'll take you all to see it, Mu Chung fabricated casually. Return? P.S. going back? Chen, having just returned from hunting, overheard this statement and recognized Mu Chung's voice. The ears atop the great tiger's head twitched uneasily as his heart sank. A short interlude. Did he go out? Mu Chung muttered, strolling towards the backyard. As he turned a corner, he was startled by a sudden flash of white before him. Mu Chung clutched his chest, focusing his gaze to find Chen. Before him stood the small form of Chun, his beastly shape reduced to a height just above Mu Chung's calves. The little tiger's ears drooped, revealing a palpable sense of lethargy. What's wrong? Mu Chung was startled by Chin's appearance, yet he was also charmed by the adorable white bundle. He bent down to scoop up the fluffy creature. The great tiger lamented, Moo Moo thinks I'm too old now. Picture of a cat in existential despair. Mu Chung exclaimed, Ah, how adorable! Frenziedly adoring the little tiger. Chapter 40. He does not belong here. Is there any hot water? The moment the words left his mouth, Chen regretted it, biting down on his lip. The thought of Mu Chung leaving filled him with an uncomfortable sense of dread. He hastily spoke, hoping to draw the boy's attention. The hot water was bubbling away in the stone pot. And Chen felt foolish for his earlier statement. Yes, there is, Aika replied, immediately shifting her focus back to the task at hand. As the beastmen gathered, they gracefully sidestepped the previous topic in the simplicity of the wilderness. The beastmen feasted on roasted meat, while the sub-beasts enjoyed meat-stuffed flatbreads accompanied by broth, far superior to their previous conditions, and no one complained. The beastmen divided into two groups, taking turns to eat. Sitting in a circle around the campfire, with several sub-beasts huddled together. The lush forest surrounded them, branches intertwining, creating an intricate tapestry that obscured the source of their origin. The river babbled cheerfully, mingling with the sounds of various insects. Lending an air of liveliness to the surroundings, Mu Chung absent-mindedly sipped the meat broth from a bamboo tube, while stealing glances at Chen across the way. Chen's short, rounded ears peeked out from his white hair, softening the otherwise stern lines of his face, which diminished the chill that surrounded him. A long white tail dangled motionless behind him, the warm orange glow of the fire illuminating his honey-toned, muscular chest, which exuded strength without being overly exaggerated. Below, his well-defined abdominal muscles were equally impressive. Suddenly, Chen's tail flicked, startling Mu Chung, who quickly averted his gaze. In a flurry, Mu Chung raised the bamboo tube to his lips, using it as a shield to cover his slightly flushed cheeks. He had been lost in thought while staring at Chen. Secretly cursing himself, he wondered, will I be discovered? Mu Chung cast a fleeting glance at the individual across from him. Chen remained seated, indulging in grilled meat, his tail still peacefully resting on the ground. Seemingly unaware, a sigh of relief escaped Mu Chung's lips as he felt a momentary easing of his tension. Yet, with the keen instincts characteristic of orcs, Chen sensed Mu Chung's gaze as if it were a tangible presence upon him, igniting a wave of warmth within him and causing his throat to constrict. He struggled to suppress the urge to let his tail sway. It was only when that piercing gaze vanished that Mu Chung exhaled once more, though an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him. Meanwhile, Xian nestled closely against Ye's shoulder, unabashedly displaying affection towards his partner, while the others instinctively left space around them. Xian reveled in the envious glances directed their way, feeling a delightful sense of satisfaction as he occasionally fed Ye pieces of grilled meat. Once everyone had their fill, the group resumed their journey, adhering to the formation from earlier. Mu Chung was already aware that orcs were not to be lightly seated upon. However, the circumstances left him no choice but to comply. He stood awkwardly for a moment, stiffened, as Chen lifted him onto his back. Sensing Mu Chung's rigidity, Chen's tail twitched irritably behind him. The wind whistled past, caressing his cheeks, while the broad expanse of Su Mu Cheng's back provided a comforting sense of security. Drawing from the experience of the morning, Su Mu Cheng felt assured that he would not fall. Feeling the soft fur beneath his hands, he could sense the powerful pulse of warmth beneath the skin. Was it possible that Chen had feelings for him? This notion quickened Su Mu Cheng's heartbeat, sending ripples of awareness through his chest, affirming his fondness for Chen. Yet, he was not of this world. Su Mu Cheng dared not inquire about Chen's feelings. He could not pierce the veil of unspoken emotions that lay between them. The chasm of differing worlds loomed large, an insurmountable divide that could neither be traversed nor erased. As evening approached, mealtime was skipped, and the group sought refuge in a cave just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Inside the cavern, ample space allowed for a comfortable stay, aside from the orc on patrol at the entrance. The others transformed into their beast forms, resting near the mouth of the cave, while 5 sub-beasts settled deeper within, maintaining a distance from the orcs. Chan rummaged through a beast skin bag to retrieve a blanket he had brought for Su Mu Cheng. Approaching him to hand it over, "Thank you," Su Mu Cheng murmured, his gaze flickering as he lowered his head, unable to meet Chen's eyes. Chan noted Su Mu Cheng's evasive glances, a pang of discomfort striking his heart. "You should rest well," he offered softly. The ground was cushioned with thick, dry leaves, layered further with the beast skin blanket. Su Mu Cheng pressed down on this makeshift bed, finding it tolerable. He should be able to sleep comfortably. "Moo Moo, I want to sleep with you," Liu exclaimed, returning from washing up, clinging to Su Mu Cheng's arm and playfully tugging at his tail. "You arrive late. Moo Moo just promised to sleep with me." Qing interjected, raising an eyebrow as he pointed to the beast skin blanket beside Su Mu Cheng, his tone laced with pride. "Then I'll sleep on the other side." Liu pouted deliberately, casting a pitiful glance at Su Mu Cheng. He had long desired to sleep next to the soft and delicate Moo Moo, perhaps even pinching his cheeks. "All right," Su Mu Cheng relented, exasperated, as he shifted the blanket to the center. Before sleeping, the group exchanged hushed whispers. However, being in such close quarters, even the softest murmurs could be overheard by the orcs, leading to a swift end to their conversation. A night of dreamless slumber ensued, as the sun rose slowly from the eastern horizon. It awakened the myriad creatures that had been silent through the night. A contingent of orcs emerged from the cave, embarking on a hunting expedition. The sub-beasts also roused, preparing themselves. Once the group had satisfied their appetites with grilled meat, they set off again. It wasn't until the afternoon that they traversed the forest and arrived at an expansive grassland. Observing the weariness etched on everyone's faces, Xian commanded a halt for rest and nourishment. The boundless green prairie swayed gently in the wind, creating rippling waves. Unknown flowers blossomed in a riot of colors, pink, white, red, and yellow, scattered across the verdant canvas like paint upon a dark green backdrop. Su Mu Cheng stood amidst the waist-high grass, gazing into the distance. The openness of the land invigorated the AI. In the far-off grass, clusters of white animals grazed leisurely. "What are those creatures?" Su Mu Cheng pondered. Catching only a glimpse of their white bodies and the dark gray horns adorning their heads. "Those are the Mie beasts," he replied with a smile, his spirits high as he enjoyed this rare outing from the tribe. "The beast skins we wear are made from them," AI chimed in, his eyes wide with wonder as he beheld the live Mie beasts for the first time. He followed closely behind Yi, his head swiveling to take in the novel sights around him. Having just turned 18, this was his inaugural journey away from the tribe. While the fresh experiences dazzled him, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Once the group had sufficiently admired the view, the orcs cleared a space suitable for resting. The grass was cut at the roots and laid flat upon the ground, providing a comfortable seating area. Xian organized the orcs for vigilance, hunting, and water procurement, while the sub-beasts busied themselves picking flowers and frolicking nearby. Su Mu Cheng, Liu, and Qing walked side by side, while Yi attended to the somewhat timid Ai Ku, who trailed behind the trio. "Is the Longmu tribe large?" Su Mu Cheng inquired, twirling a blade of grass in his hand nonchalantly. "I don't know. It should be sizable, as many tribes attend the gatherings." Liu replied. "The Longmu tribe is quite extensive, with nearly 2,000 members," Qing interjected, having attended a gathering in the past. However, the gathering does not take place within the Longmu tribe itself. It's held in a location nearby their territory. 2,000? Su Mu Cheng was taken aback. The Menghu tribe boasted only around 500 members. Yes, it is a large tribe, alongside the Manxiong tribe and the Panshir tribe. They are all considered sizable tribes. Qing paused for emphasis before continuing. Our Menghu tribe was once a large tribe as well, but following that devastating tsunami and subsequent migration, we lost many members. An air of somberness enveloped the group as the weight of history settled upon them. Chapter 41. The boy with the ice-cold face. It was a rare occasion for everyone to be out together, and Qing felt a pang of regret for broaching the previous topic. He had not experienced it himself. All he knew came from tales relayed by his parents. It was said that the Menghu tribe had once flourished, living in abundance and comfort, boasting their own sage. Yet, the sudden tsunami mercilessly claimed half of their kin, and during the migration, many more perished, including the sage who returned to the embrace of the beast god along the way. He, having lived through it, felt the weight of those memories, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he listened to Qing recount the tale. Aiku, unsure how to console him, wrapped an arm around Yes, attempting to offer a measure of warmth. Though Sumu Chang had not experienced the tsunami firsthand, he understood the raw power of nature. A single torrential downpour could claim lives, and here, the people had no means of protection, left to watch helplessly as the surging waves engulfed them. Ultimately, it was Yi who broke the heavy silence. All right, it's all in the past. We're out here together. Let us not dwell on unhappy memories. The group continued their exploration, with Qi and 4 orcs trailing a short distance behind for their safety. Hey, do you think those sea tribes usually reside in the ocean or on land? Leah reignited the conversation to in the ocean. But they also have residences along the shore, Qing replied. Have you ever seen a mermaid? Sumu Cheng asked with curiosity. I've seen one before, Qing answered. What do they look like? Is their lower half a fishtail and their upper half human? Sumu Cheng's round eyes sparkled with excitement as he walked backward towards Qing. Gesturing animatedly, his gaze fixed intently on him. Yes, I've only seen 2 mermaids. They both had ear fins and were incredibly beautiful. Qing smiled. Oh, real-life mermaids. How exhilarating, Sumu Cheng exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Suddenly, thud, as he was walking backward, Sumu Cheng unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. The person in front of him vanished, and the others quickly reacted, rushing to help him up. Did you hurt yourself? Are you all right, Moo Moo? I'm fine. Sumu Cheng waved his hands dismissively, rising from the ground, brushing off his hands, his face flushed with embarrassment. This must be what they call misfortune following joy. He vowed never to walk backward again. Luya and the others exchanged silent glances before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh, how amusing. Sumu Cheng's face turned crimson from their laughter, and he protested, Stop laughing. Let me see which clumsy thing caused me to trip. Gritting his teeth, he crouched down to investigate the spot where he had fallen. It was a thick plant stem, distinctly different from the surrounding grass. With determination, Sumu Cheng grasped the root and pulled with all his might, his neck turning red from the effort. Finally, with a pop, he extracted it, only to fall back onto the ground due to the momentum. Ouch, my bottom hurts, Sumu Cheng grimaced, gazing at the clump of soil he had unearthed, indignantly slapping it twice as he brushed away the top layer of dirt. A hint of yellow became visible. What's inside? Sumu Cheng continued to excavate the soil, gradually revealing the full shape of the yellow object. Potatoes, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, his expression frozen in awe. What's wrong, Moo Moo? Qing asked, noticing his dazed demeanor. Sumu Cheng swallowed hard, his excitement palpable. This is a potato. It's delicious, filling, and easy to store. Sweet and sour potatoes, sauce potatoes, spicy shredded potatoes, fried potato strips, wolf-tooth potatoes, potato towers. As he savored these delectable dishes, Sumu Cheng quickly returned to the pit he had just excavated, eager to continue his digging for more food. Upon hearing the mention of food, Luya immediately joined him in the excavation. The orcs who accompanied them transformed their hands into claws to assist in the labor. But how exactly do we eat this? She pondered, observing the freshly unearthed tuber, which was nearly the size of his head. Still adorned with dirt. There are numerous ways to prepare potatoes. Let me first roast a few for you to taste, Sumu Cheng replied, his determination evident as he delved deeper into the earth. After the potatoes were harvested, the roots and soil were carefully returned to their place, revealing an ever-increasing bounty. Once the group had their arms full of potatoes, The orc who had gone to fetch water and firewood returned. "What are you all carrying?" he inquired. "These are potatoes. They are edible. I will let everyone taste them shortly," Su Muching said with a bright smile. "Food? Wow, we have more to eat." The excitement surged as Su Mucheng discovered yet another source of sustenance. "How remarkable!" "Foolish one, it's Su Mucheng." A companion corrected. Su Mucheng began to dig a pit in the ground, recalling an old man he had observed while foraging in the mountains who had roasted potatoes in this very manner. The orcs gathered around, intrigued. "What are you planning to do?" "Let me assist you," Feng offered, pushing his way to the front. "Allow me. You, a mere snake, lack the claws to dig." She quickly brandished his claws, displaying an innocent smile. He was determined to assist Qian in managing these creatures. "Thank you," Su Mucheng acknowledged, realizing that digging with his hands was indeed a laborious task. He first carved out a large pit, selecting a side with a vertical wall, and began to excavate from the side, creating an upper hole to connect with the lower one, ensuring the passage remained vertical. He then piled up soil around the upper opening, gradually sloping it inward to form a pointed top, leaving gaps for ventilation. After clearing the surrounding weeds, he placed firewood into the lower pit and ignited it. Once the wood had turned to charcoal, he buried the potatoes within, covering them securely with the soil. The surrounding earth, heated by the fire, enveloped the potatoes in high temperatures. Su Mucheng brushed the dirt off his hands, his joy at discovering the potatoes allowing him to forget his worries. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Chun. "Soon, we shall have potatoes to eat." Chun approached with a bamboo tube of water, pouring it out to wash their hands, his gaze gentle and his voice earnest. "Yes?" "Moo Moo is quite impressive." As the hunters returned with firewood, they were thrilled to learn that Su Mucheng had once again discovered a new food source. This young sub-beast consistently brought surprises to the group. Xian held Su Mucheng in high regard, as he selflessly shared all the edible knowledge he possessed with everyone. Glancing at Chen, Xian suddenly felt that this perpetually expressionless lad was unworthy of such admiration. While making bone broth, Su Mucheng refrained from adding potato chunks, as everyone trusted him, but he waited until the potatoes were roasted before tasting one himself to reassure the group. There were plenty of potatoes. The patch to the left showed a diminishing amount of grass, primarily consisting of potatoes, enough to sustain them. Once everyone had finished the roasted meat, the potatoes should be ready as well. Using a stick, he excavated the dirt, carefully lifting the warm potatoes with leaves to protect his hands. Su Mucheng selected a smaller one, broke it open to reveal the steaming interior, peeled off the skin, and took a bite, savoring the soft, slightly sweet flavor. "They are ready. Everyone, do try." He handed the other half to Luya, who had been eagerly waiting nearby. Although there weren't many, everyone was able to receive a piece. The surrounding air was filled with sounds of contented sighs as the soft texture of the potatoes quickly won over the young beasts, and the orcs rejoiced at the addition of yet another food source. Chapter 42. Like a dejected dog after discussing among themselves, Xian decided not to take any potatoes to the gathering. They would dig up more on their return to the tribe, keeping this patch a secret. Though abundant, the potatoes would not suffice if other tribes were involved. Packing their belongings, they set off once more. Traversing this plain, they would need to cross 2 more mountains to reach their destination. As the sun began to set, the western sky was painted with breathtaking hues. Yet beautiful moments are often fleeting. A group of over 30 individuals hurried westward across the vast grassland, gazing up at the clouds edged with gold. The pink hues transitioning into a golden light. As the moon rose and the stars twinkled, the sky transformed into a dark canvas, casting a cool glow, while the flowers curled tightly in preparation for their next bloom. That night, they could only find rest under the open sky on the grassland. Xian assigned 2 additional guards for the night watch, as there were no obstructions here, and the distant bleating of sheep-like beasts posed a potential threat. Despite their low attack power, Yu Mucheng lay on the animal hide, his hands resting behind his head, one leg bent. The moon here was truly magical, with phases of fullness and waning, casting deep and shallow shadows in icy blue. The sparkling stars were embedded around him, reminiscent of a magnificent deep-sea dream. Perhaps this was another planet in the Milky Way. He wondered if the stars he saw were the same as those visible from Earth. In the deep of night, all was silent, and a gentle breeze rustled the grass. Qian sat cross-legged on the ground, his ears erect, ever vigilant of his surroundings. As the first half of the night passed, he quietly rose to awaken the orcs on the second watch. The orcs slept in a circle, with the young beasts nestled in the center. Chang glanced toward the center, and indeed, Sumu Cheng's animal hide had been kicked aside. So he cautiously approached to cover him again. Aiku, hearing the noise, opened his eyes a crack. This was his first experience sleeping outdoors under the stars, and even with the orcs on watch. It felt vastly different from the tribe. He was too frightened to fall asleep. Seeing Chen cover Sumu Cheng with the hide, his face flushed and his heart raced. Over these past few days, he had blushed more times than he had in an entire lunar cycle at the tribe. Chun noticed the young beast's erratic breathing, but he paid it no mind, greeting Chi, who was taking over the second watch. Before settling down to rest, Chi deliberately walked close, hoping to pass by. He had been keeping an eye on Aiku, noticing that despite his eyes being shut tight, they darted about, and his lashes trembled, making him feel unbearably fond. In a moment of boldness, he mimicked Chun and covered Aiku with the hide. Aiku was earnestly trying to regulate his breathing and feign sleep when he suddenly felt the hide shift against his waist. Startling him into a gasp, quick as lightning, she covered the young beast's mouth. Aiku's eyes widened in shock, his body tensed. In the darkness, he could discern nothing, only feeling the warmth radiating from the orc beside him and the large hand covering his mouth. Chi, noticing Aiku's tear-filled eyes devoid of focus, his pupils quivering and the corners of his eyes reddening, realized he had frightened the young beast. He dropped his ears in dismay, shifting from a crouch to kneeling on one knee. His expression regretful as he softly said, You need not be afraid. I merely wish to help you cover yourself with the hide." After speaking, she cast Aiku a pitiful glance, but upon remembering that Aiku could not see, his demeanor grew even more despondent. Aiku was somewhat taken aback, his cheeks flushed, as he blinked rapidly in the darkness. Realizing this was the orc named Chi, his voice was clear, pure, and held a unique, youthful charm. Aiku found it pleasant to hear, hence he remembered it well. However, a beautiful voice was not a justification for covering his mouth. Seeing that Chi had no intention of releasing him, Aiku gently patted the large hand on his mouth. Chi quickly withdrew his hand, his ears flushed with embarrassment. "Oh no, I must have left a bad impression." In the darkness, Chi resembled a dejected dog that had lost its beloved bone, his head drooping low. Aiku pulled the hide over his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. "Thank you." Chi's ears perked up instantly. "No need to thank me." He chuckled softly. The young beast's voice was soft and sweet, causing Chi's tail to wag uncontrollably behind him. Aiku, startled by the unexpected fright, felt his fear dissipate somewhat, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber. The following day, the clouds parted under the sun's embrace, illuminating the land. The hunters set out to hunt, while others sought water and firewood. The young beasts were not particularly fond of roasted meat, and they had consumed very little over the past few days, causing the orcs to grow anxious. At the far western edge of the grassland lay a great river. The water they had fetched yesterday came from there. Thus, early in the morning, the orcs tasked with finding water quickly returned with ample supplies, allowing the young beasts to enjoy meat soup in the morning. The water in the stone pot gurgled merrily, and with the hunters still absent, Sumu Cheng took out a jar of fruit jam. Preparing sweetened water for each individual. "It's delicious," Ching exclaimed, cradling his bamboo tube. "Indeed, very sweet," Aika replied, his face bearing a hint of fatigue from having only half a night's rest, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness, as he had a fondness for sweet things. Soon, the hunters returned. This time, while preparing the meat soup, Sumu Ching added potato chunks. The potatoes simmered alongside the meat, absorbing some of its flavor. Wai took a bite of the potato, now infused with broth, and discovered that the longer they were cooked, the softer they became. He relished this sandy texture, exclaiming, "Ah, these potatoes are truly wonderful. I must bring back more when we return." Leia found herself unable to lift her head in the midst of a hearty meal. After satisfying their hunger, the group continued their journey westward. Today marked the third day of their expedition, yet they had yet to procure the meat required for the assembly, suggesting they would arrive later than anticipated. Before long, they reached the banks of a formidable river, spanning 100 meters in width, though its waters were shallow enough to completely submerge the legs of the beastmen. The winged beastmen carried the leather pouches, while their non-winged counterparts had no choice but to wade through the river. Leia clung tightly to Yu's back, watching the water rush past beneath her, its currents dampening the fur on Yu's abdomen. Protected by Yu's tail, Leia remained completely dry. Both he and Xian, being winged beastmen, were effortlessly carried across the river by Sumu Cheng, Yak, and Yi Qing's father beast, Yin, a small red fox without wings, only measuring 6 meters in length and 2 meters in height, was at risk of getting splashed by the swift currents. Feeling guilty, Yin wrapped his tail tightly around Qing and spoke in human tongue. "Hold on tight. Your father beast will carry you across." Qing reassuringly patted his father's back. "It's all right. I'll just change into dry clothes afterward." Just as Yan's forepaw was about to step into the river, a deep voice resonated. "Allow me to carry him across." Chapter 43. Arrival at the assembly. Yin, taken aback, turned to the source of the voice and caught sight of Zhe, a flicker of recognition crossing his eyes as he recalled that this beastman had once saved Qing. Qing raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did this individual wish to carry him? As a sub-beast, he had no shortage of admirers, yet at the age of 26, he was not ready to form a bond so soon. Especially since he had yet to encounter a beastman who stirred his heart, stood upright, his body tense as he maintained a calm expression, though beads of sweat were forming in his palms. Other beastmen, quick-witted, felt a pang of annoyance at having their opportunity seized, while some were intrigued, speculating whether Yin would acquiesce. Observing the deepening gaze of Yin fixed upon him, Zhe hurriedly clarified, I meant to say I will carry him in my arms." Yin scrutinized him for a couple of seconds before interrupting Qing's response. That would be acceptable. He did not want his son to become drenched, as that could lead to illness. Thus, Qing slid down from his father beast's back and approached Zhe with an expression of calm gratitude. "Thank you." He even gave a light pat on Zhe's arm. Zhe replied, "It's merely a small favor." With that, Zhe lifted Qing in his arms, unfurling his wings and soaring smoothly across the river. By noon, the group arrived at a canyon where they could hunt freely. Though referred to as a canyon, it was actually a flat expanse nestled between two mountains, lush with verdant grass and flanked by clusters of trees. This area was teeming with various animals, all wild and unclaimed. Historically, tribes would gather here to prepare the beast meat necessary for trade or assembly. As the sun reached its zenith, Xian decided to first organize a meal for everyone. Planning to commence the hunt afterward, the assembly, the group finally arrived on the morning of the 4th day. This was a clearing in the forest, cleared of trees, bordered by sparse makeshift tents crafted from animal hides. With numerous vendors already setting up their stalls, various animal skins, fruits, meats, peculiar bones, finished leather garments, and an array of exotic herbs and flowers for sale created a vibrant marketplace. Many beastmen roamed in pairs, with sub-beasts typically accompanied by a few protectors. It was evident that the assembly had already commenced. As their party of over 30 entered the clearing, the clamor of the crowd momentarily paused before resuming. Sumu Cheng sensed the gazes of numerous individuals directed toward them, some clearly scrutinizing him, causing him to awkwardly sidestep behind Chen. Many observed the arrival of the tiger tribe, whispering amongst themselves. Their expressions varied from indifference to mockery, with some looking on with a sense of entertainment. Leading the group forward, Xian noted that they had arrived too late. All the prime spots were taken, forcing them to seek a more secluded area deeper within. Ignoring the scrutinizing glances, they trudged ahead with their belongings. Sumu Cheng felt a mix of hostility among those gazes. It seemed that conflicts could arise between tribes as well. At that moment, a voice, dripping with mockery, rang out, "Oh, isn't this the tiger tribe? Indeed, I thought it was some major tribe. How dare they be late?" Another voice chimed in, laced with derision. "What, could it be that they are so famished they can scarcely move? Ah? Ha 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 ha." Just a few steps away, a stall displaying some beast meat and a few animal hides was manned by 4 or 5 beastmen, all sporting provocative expressions as they laughed heartily. The wind carried their laughter to the tiger tribe, igniting their anger as they clenched their fists. Even if their tribe had fallen, they were not to be openly humiliated. Chen abruptly restrained Qi, who was about to step forward, shaking his head in warning. Qi's fists tightened, his chest heaving with suppressed rage, as he flailed his arms in frustration before reluctantly stepping back. A shadow crossed Xian's eyes, but he soon donned a smile that seemed cheerful, yet failed to reach his eyes. "Oh, I had wondered who it might be. Is that not Jie from the Black Eye tribe? What brings you to sell beast meat during the assembly?" Oh, right. How could I forget? You black-eye folk specialize in beast meat sales. At the assembly, beast meat was plentiful, especially with the forest nearby, making it uncommon for anyone to purchase it. Whenever a tribe discovered something beneficial for their development, whether edible or utilitarian, it required the consensus of the wise ones to be rewarded. What have you? What valuable offerings do you have? Jer retorted, his eyes glinting with resentment. Just a small tribe, nothing more. Another beastman echoed, joining in. The Black-Eye tribe had always been a small tribe of merely a few hundred, having once sought aid from the Tiger tribe during a harsh winter, that time. The Tiger tribe was still considered a large tribe. However, the wise ones had resolutely instructed that they be denied entry, offering only a meager supply of food without shelter. Subsequently, the Black-Eye tribe sustained significant losses that winter, holding a grudge against the Tiger tribe ever since. Now that the Tiger tribe had dwindled to a small tribe, lacking even the status of a medium tribe, and with the wise ones gone, they had lost their former glory. Many found amusement in their plight, while others reveled in their misfortune, with Jia often unable to restrain his scornful taunts. Exine chuckled derisively, that remains to be seen. I wish you the best in selling your beast meat. With that, he and his entourage moved forward, passing by the Tiger tribe, who wore expressions of vindication, casting disdainful glances at their foes. Even Leia bit down on her cheeks. Glaring fiercely at them, Jia affectionately ruffled her hair. Upon reaching the end of the clearing, Exine instructed the group to gather wood and construct temporary tents from animal hides. The assembly would last 5 days. And with their abundant supplies, as well as the presence of sub-beasts and younglings, a tent would provide greater safety in this bustling area, filled with many eyes and many from larger tribes. Those with numbers and capabilities would naturally set up tents. Like those from smaller tribes, who do not bring their beast companions, the orcs would simply lie down on the ground to sleep at night. Before long, a group of orcs approached, each brandishing a sharpened wooden stick. Aiku, observing their fierce demeanor, nervously hid behind Yue.as. The gathering took place near the Longmu tribe. All tribes wishing to exchange goods were required to pay a protection fee. The Longmu tribe dispatched orcs to patrol the assembly, preventing any altercations or thefts. He readily engaged in conversation, handing over the beast meat that Exine had arranged in advance. Su Chung watched in fascination. Wasn't this akin to a security detail? Here, all items were valued based on beast meat. For instance, a piece of beast hide and a ball of thread would be compared and appraised according to their equivalent worth in beast meat, and then exchanged accordingly. The crowd began to set up tents and organize their belongings, erecting a total of 6 tents. The beast hides used for the tents had been prepared beforehand, sewn together from numerous pieces, forming a large beast hide, which had been kept in the chief's possession. Among these 6 tents, one was designated for the beast companions, while the orcs, excluding those keeping watch outside, squeezed into 4 tents. With one reserved for storing their goods, on the open ground in front of the tents, several beast hides were spread out, displaying the items intended for trade, waiting for inquiries. If someone expressed interest and possessed something desirable, a swap could be arranged. Exine instructed everyone to lay out beast meat, beast hides, fruits, cleaning fruits, threads, and other common goods, as well as pepper fruits, scallions, and flower fruits. Potatoes were not displayed, as they had already discovered several of the food items in their tribe. They needed to search nearby for potatoes first. If found, they would share those from the grassy patch. If not, they would have to keep the knowledge to themselves for now. Su Chang had no objections to Exine's approach. For food was scarce here, and if they had surplus, he would certainly wish to share. However, they were sorry. At present, they might not even have enough for themselves. Soon, they planned to take the blueprints for the small cart and flower fruits to see the wise one. With separate plans for the seasonings, Chapter 44 gathering one myriad of items were displayed. Patterned beast hides, transparent, glimmering stones, and color-dyeing grasses, among others. Some bold individuals shouted to attract customers, while most orcs silently guarded their stalls, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Exine, accompanied by Yi, Yen, and Chuan, sought out the wise one, while the remaining orcs, apart from 8 who stayed at the stalls, followed the 4 beast companions to explore. Orcs often ventured out of their tribes, showing little interest in such trading events beyond their immediate needs. A few beast companions were visibly excited, their eyes sparkling at Leia, holding Ya's hand like a liberated bird. craned her neck to take in the dazzling sights. Yeah, what is that? It's the shell of a tortoise beast. And that blue one, is it the thread produced by a nematode? Yes, we have a type of grass called bluebud grass. Its juice is blue and will dye beast hides. Are there other colors? Yes, there are red and green. Before long, several beast companions dispersed, each pursuing their interests, accompanied by 3 or 4 orcs. Su Chung browsed multiple stalls but found nothing he desired. The area was vast, with numerous paths lined with stalls, roughly categorized by the geographical locations of the tribes. Just as he was about to turn onto another path, 2 tall, slender orcs in an inconspicuous corner caught his attention. Before them lay no beast hide, and their wares were directly placed on the ground, featuring many grasses, one of which was a striking red that captivated his gaze. Chun followed his line of sight, suggesting they take a closer look. Noticing the beautiful beast companion cub, one of the orcs grew anxious, tightening his grip on his beast hide skirt, standing awkwardly. "Yu. Hello, if you want, you can take a look at what we have." The orc stammered. The speaking orc had dry hair and a lanky, malnourished appearance. Su Chung sensed his discomfort, smiled reassuringly, and inquired about the red grass. "What is this?" "This is fire grass. It makes your mouth sting when eaten. But it warms the body, induces sweating, and after a while, the pain subsides." The orc, fearing they might misunderstand, hurriedly clarified. "Aside from the stinging and warming, it has no other effects. We often rely on it for warmth in winter." "Heating and stinging. It sounds remarkably similar to chili peppers. How can this be exchanged?" Su Chung lifted a stem to smell it. The base of the fire grass was white, with the entire leaf above being red. And upon closer inspection, a faint spicy aroma wafted up. Qian, upon hearing the desire to trade, instinctively frowned. He had encountered this item before, and it indeed caused a stinging sensation, quite uncomfortable with his expressionless demeanor. Qian exuded an air of coldness that made him seem rather intimidating. As he frowned, the atmosphere around them grew tense. The orc, frightened by his presence, stiffened, anxious not to say the wrong thing. "Do you really want to trade? Just give me a bit of beast meat or beast hide in return." There was little fire grass left at the stall, and Su Chung was ready to trade. He turned to Qian for a decision. After some hesitation and upon confirming that Su Chung genuinely wished to trade, Qian produced half a sheet of Miemia beast hide and handed it over. The orc, taken aback, stared at the hide, reluctant to accept it, feeling it was not worth so much. The orc before him, along with the beast companion cub, appeared quite healthy, suggesting their tribe had decent conditions. He hailed from a small tribe of merely dozens, with little to offer, which explained why he displayed various grasses. Although these grasses were edible, they were rather unpalatable. Chan offered no explanation, simply placing the beast hide down. Su Chung trusted that Chan understood its value. "It's worth it. Take it." The orc's face flushed, and from the side, he hastily grabbed several green, round, fruit-like items and stuffed them into their beast hide bag. "This, I give to you. You can roast it. When cooked over the fire until the shell cracks, the inside is edible, though it can be a bit gritty." Afterward, the orc appeared somewhat regretful. Presenting such unappetizing items would surely not entice them. "If you don't mind, perhaps you could give it a try." He truly had nothing of value to offer. "It's all right, thank you." Su Chung accepted the few items to help the orc feel less awkward. After an afternoon of browsing, Su Chung successfully found several items he desired, including ginger and garlic, which bore a striking resemblance to their earthly counterparts but were considerably larger, 2 to 3 times the size. He also discovered lemons, known here as sour fruits, which were green and as large as watermelons. Had he not inquired out of curiosity, he might have missed them. With lemons in hand, it was akin to acquiring vinegar. Now, with scallions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, and vinegar at his disposal, he could unlock a plethora of delicious dishes. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter any mermaids. Chun promised to take him to see them tomorrow, as they had only explored less than half of the gathering. "Less than half? This gathering is immense," Su Chung exclaimed, astonished, having spent the entire afternoon wandering. "Yes, all the named tribes from across the entire Mingya continent that could attend are here," Chun replied. "The entire continent? Even those distant tribes from the south have come?" "Yes, those tribes far away must set out 10 days, or even a full beast week, in advance." "Wow, How fortunate that they are nearby. But why hold the gathering at Longmu tribe? Wouldn't it be better to host it at a centrally located tribe? Sumu Chung questioned. Longmu tribe has the largest population among the major tribes, and they possess a salt mine. Yes, hence other tribes come here to trade for salt. The salt mine has made Longmu tribe increasingly prosperous. Indeed, salt has historically been one of the most crucial commodities in trade. Longmu tribe essentially holds the economic lifeblood of the entire continent. However, he wondered how the people of Longmu tribe were, and whether they were amicable. Upon returning to their tent, Luya and the others had already returned, but Xian and the rest had yet to arrive. At that moment, one of the orcs who had accompanied Xian returned with good news. Our blueprints received unanimous praise from the Wise One. Xian and the others will have dinner with the Wise One and several tribal leaders before returning. I knew it would be recognized, she chimed in joyfully to Mu. We've been acknowledged. I wonder what rewards we will receive. You are simply remarkable, Leah exclaimed, clasping her face with both hands, her eyes sparkling as she rushed towards Sumu Chung. Everyone shared in the pride, puffing out their chests, and cheerfully began preparing dinner. Chapter 45 Gathering to the sun gradually descended toward the western horizon, with golden-edged clouds unfurling and shifting shapes with the wind. The torches at the gathering flickered to life, as various tribes commenced preparations for dinner. Qing and Aiku busied themselves kneading dough for flatbreads, while Sumu Chung and Luya tended to a pot of meat soup. In no time, their tent was filled with an enticing aroma, drawing nearby orcs over in curiosity. What have you smeared on the roasted meat? A curious onlooker among the orcs could not help but exclaim. Seasoning? There will be more tomorrow. You can come back then, he articulated the phrasing that had been agreed upon earlier. What is that white substance? That is flour, a new food we have discovered. The Wise One should announce it at the assembly tomorrow. Can I exchange it now? An orc youth interjected, eyeing the golden brown cake that appeared irresistibly tempting. No exchanges now. Wait until tomorrow, you replied. Once the crowd was finally dispersed, you let out a sigh of relief. Leah fed him a piece of potato with chopsticks, saying, You've worked hard. Not at all, you chuckled as he savored the morsel. All of this fell well within Sumu Cheng's expectations. With this wave of publicity, many would undoubtedly come to exchange tomorrow. After the meal, everyone began to tally up the items exchanged that day and stored them in the tent. Look at the beast's skin I traded for. Leah exclaimed, holding up a piece of pink-spotted hide for all to see. Wow, that color is stunning, Aiku remarked enviously, reaching out to touch it. What kind of beast skin is this? Sumu Chung inquired with curiosity. It's a long-haired, pale pink skin, with white spots resembling flowers. While Sumu Chung preferred more subdued colors, this hue was indeed quite rare. It's a leopard skin. Isn't it beautiful? I had to trade half a mammoth's meat to get it. Leah said proudly. So much? Qing felt it was somewhat excessive, but since Luya liked it, he kept his thoughts to himself. Yeah, is truly nice to you. Aiku blushed. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, the patrol team of the Longmu tribe sounded the horn, calling everyone to gather. All proceeded toward the southern edge of the assembly. The southernmost part of the gathering, there lay a large plaza, at the center of which stood a stone statue. The statue, 3 meters high, was a deep-grayed, sported dragon horns atop a goat's head, wolf's hooves, a body akin to a musk deer, with dragon scales glimmering in the sunlight as if cloaked in gold. Its tail resembled that of a dragon, and both its mouth and eyes were closed, exuding a radiant sheen, surrounded by an aura of solemnity and sanctity. A Qilin, Sumu Chung thought as he beheld the statue from afar, instinctively sensing it represented the beast god. Observing the continuous stream of people approaching the statue to pay their respects only solidified his belief. Chiang guided Sumu Chung to join him in bowing before the statue. Although Sumu Chung was skeptical of the supernatural, the very fact that he had traversed to another realm compelled him to entertain the notion, placing his right hand on his left shoulder and bowing respectfully. As he lifted his gaze to the Qilin, he recalled having drawn it based on images found online, but he never expected it to resemble this. Fixated on the statue's head, he noted that the eyes were indeed closed. Standing before the statue, he was struck by an unnerving sensation, as if he were being watched from the shadows. He turned to scan his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. The assembly was presided over by the tribe leader, Yaku, alongside 3 wise ones from larger tribes who took the floor to speak. They announced the occurrence of elemental disturbances, IT. Turned out that decades prior, the tsunami had not only impacted the fierce tiger tribe, but had also ravaged many other regions. Since that calamity, the various elements across the continent had become increasingly volatile. Some animals had grown stronger, while others had been driven to extinction by the tsunami. Instances of elemental awakening had surfaced among the orcs, with known elements including water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. The wise ones had conducted extensive inquiries and research, formulating methods to control and enhance these elements, which they referred to as meditation. The meditation techniques would be made available to all tribes, and awakened orcs were strictly forbidden from deliberately harming ordinary orcs. Violations would result in a united punishment from the tribes. The wise ones also announced a significant development. They would be recruiting apprentices, selecting candidates from larger and medium-sized tribes to bolster their ranks for knowledge sharing and collaboration. The contributions of the fierce tiger tribe were unanimously recognized by the wise ones and the leaders of the attending larger and medium-sized tribes, allowing all tribes to apply for learning opportunities. Interested tribes could send representatives to the wise ones for instruction or await the assembly's conclusion, at which point the wise ones would arrange for the bird people to disseminate the teachings. Tribes wishing to learn would need to provide the fierce tiger tribe with a certain amount of beast meat and hides as compensation, the specifics of which would depend on each tribe's circumstances. Following the assembly, the plaza erupted with conversations about the elements and the fierce tiger tribe. Under Chen's protection, Su Mu Cheng navigated back with the throng, acutely aware of the increased gazes upon him. Finally escaping the crowd and returning to the tent, he exhaled deeply, relieved. He was not fond of such crowded situations. While manageable within the tribe, the multitude here felt overwhelming and complex, as if the stairs were intent on undressing them. Awakening elements. Does that mean orcs will be able to summon wind and rain? Leah chattered excitedly, her enthusiasm spilling forth as soon as they were back on familiar ground. It's not that exaggerated. Though they will certainly be much stronger, Ya interjected, poking her forehead playfully. That's still quite impressive. With the beast meat and hides sent by the various tribes, we won't have to labor as hard to prepare food for this rainy season. Yi remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, we owe it all to Su Mu Cheng, an orc agreed. With the increase in apprentices being recruited by the wise ones, I wonder if anyone from our tribe will be selected. They certainly will. We must have faith in our tribe. The wise ones seemed just like ordinary orcs, Ai connoted, her cheeks still flushed with excitement from seeing the legendary wise ones for the first time. Her tone filled with reverence. Of course, the wise ones are orcs as well, just more intelligent, Qing replied, exhibiting a sense of composure. As they conversed, everyone began preparing breakfast. Seizing the moment before the crowd dispersed, they stoked the fire to a roaring blaze, seasoning the meat thoroughly in hopes of drawing in another wave of onlookers. Leah even took a large leaf to fan the flames beside the roasting meat, calling out, "Come on, moo moo," as she handed a piece to Su Mu Cheng. He found it rather foolish and turned to pass it to Chen. Chun stared at the leaf in his hands for a moment before unhesitatingly handing it to Ya. Ya squinted at the crowd that had gathered to watch and at Leah, who was clearly in high spirits, then effortlessly swept her up and carried her into the tent. Leah gasped, quickly wrapping her arms around Ya's neck. "Hey? My roasted meat." The spectators who had been enjoying the show suddenly fell silent, having been served a mouthful of dog food. Yi chuckled as he observed their antics. Chapter 46. Assembly 3. It wasn't until the meat was thoroughly cooked that Leah finally emerged from the tent, trailing behind Ya, her lips swollen and red. "Oh dear," an orc called out, teasing her. Su Mu Cheng regarded Leah with a playful smirk, earning himself an irate glare from her in return. He sheepishly rubbed his nose, instinctively glancing at Chen, only to find himself locked in the depths of those striking blue eyes. Chen's eyes were truly captivating, resembling a starlit night sky, their twinkling stars swirling into a vortex that clearly reflected his figure. Su Mu Cheng stood frozen, as if ensnared by the gentleness of Chen's gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Chen had been attentively observing Su Mu Cheng's every move. Gradually, he realized that he often found himself instinctively drawn to Su Mu Cheng, with everything related to him effortlessly stirring his emotions. Each time he saw Su Mu Cheng, whether joyful, obedient, or flustered, a wave of contentment washed over him. His heart swelled, as if the world was not so bleak as long as Su Mu Cheng was present. Dispelling the prolonged solitude that had once felt so frigid, Mu Chang was like a ray of light, suddenly illuminating his world with warmth, gentleness, and strength. The ice began to melt, creating fissures through which light poured into the darkness. With a sizzle, the droplets of fat from the roasting meat fell into the campfire, causing the flames to leap up with a crackling sound. The tender atmosphere between them was abruptly shattered, prompting Mu Chang to avert his gaze first. This movement stung Qin's eyes, and his heart constricted suddenly. Would there come a day when Mu Chang would similarly leave without hesitation? The warmth that had blossomed in his heart extinguished like cold water dousing flames. And unease began to swell, as if his heart were ensnared by fine threads, throbbing with a subtle yet persistent pain. His fingers clenched tightly, leaving crescent-shaped marks in his palm. The steam rising from the meat soup enveloped his face in warmth. And Mu Chang finally snapped back to reality, the heat in his face gradually fading. Luckily, he had turned away in time. Otherwise, Chen would have noticed his blush, carrying 2 bowls of meat soup over. He noticed Qin's complexion appeared somewhat pale and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Qin paused momentarily, and upon seeing the soup Mu Chang was holding, the chill surrounding him eased slightly. He reached out to take the bowl. His throat dry as he managed to utter 2 words. "I'm fine." Mu Chang's eyes flickered as he tightened the grip of his fingers around the bowl's rim. Just after finishing their meal, someone arrived to exchange items, primarily seeking flower fruit and seasonings. Today, Mu Chang and his companions refrained from venturing out, not for lack of desire, but rather due to the overwhelming number of individuals seeking exchanges. It was simply too perilous to allow any additional beastmen to protect them. Remaining within the tent was undoubtedly safer. Wei trailed alongside Xian, assisting him, while Mu Chang and the others had initially planned to help as well, but were met with unanimous disapproval. The 4 sub-beasts sat together in the tent, each with a cup of fruit tea. "Once we finish exchanging the items needed by the tribe, would you like to accompany me to the Sea Clan?" Mu Chang proposed. "I spent an entire afternoon with you yesterday and did not encounter the Sea Clan at all. I still wish to exchange for some beautiful pearls and shells." Li Yu's tone was tinged with disappointment. "I haven't seen the merfolk either," Mu Chang exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. "I want to go too." Ai Ku raised her right hand, speaking softly, "I'll join as well." "Then let us go together," Qing said with a chuckle, playfully pulling Ai Ku's hand down. Ai Ku was undeniably timid, her demeanor soft and gentle, her voice barely above a whisper, reminiscent of a little bunny beast. "I really want to eat potatoes," Leah remarked, smacking her lips. "Did you not just have breakfast? Do not tell me you are still hungry. I distinctly saw you consume 2 large bowls of meat soup." Qing replied, raising an eyebrow. "2 bowls." Ai Ku looked at Li Yu's belly in astonishment, for her appetite was modest, and she felt full after just 1 bowl. Leah noticed Ai Ku's gaze and sheepishly smiled. "Hee, I am not hungry. I simply crave potatoes." They had brought back a substantial half-skinned sack of potatoes they had unearthed in the grass, but they had not taken them out. It would be inappropriate to eat them here, even if done discreetly, as the scent would inevitably escape. Observing Li Yu's longing expression, Mu Chang pondered, "Let us wait until evening. When everyone is cooking, I can attempt to make some potato mash pies. The aroma will be relatively mild." "Potato mash pies? That sounds delicious," Leah exclaimed, rushing to Mu Chang for a bear hugmu. "You are simply the best. Knowing you is truly my fortune." "Having you is my fortune as well," Mu Chang replied, his arms opening wide, causing half the water in the bamboo tube to spill. Realizing the mess, Leah quickly jumped out of Mu Chang's embrace, awkwardly scratching her head, and eagerly refilled his bamboo cup. Li Yu's sudden hug had startled Mu Chang, his chest feeling the press of the pendant within his clothing, its smooth jade texture recalling the Qielin statue he had seen that morning. "Was that stone statue carved by the Longmu tribe?" Mu Chang inquired. Qing was astonished. "Are you referring to the statue of the beast god? How could it possibly be their work?" "The statue has always existed. It was left by the beast god to protect the continent." Leah, puzzled, asked, "You do not know?" Although it was her first time here as well, she was aware of the statues left by the beast god, as the tales of the beast god were something all beastmen and sub-beasts were meant to remember. Ai Ku looked at Mu Chang, confusion evident in her eyes. Well, my home is too far from here. And my family never spoke of this place," Mu Chang replied, lowering his gaze to hide his embarrassment. Oh? The group swiftly moved past the matter, transitioning to a new topic, the mini-theater. Suppose the two formed a bond? And Chen inadvertently discovered that Sumu Chung was not of this world. One evening, Sumu Chung prepared dinner and waited an age for Chen to return, having searched the downstairs and courtyard thoroughly. Chen? Where on earth have you gone? Sumu Chung muttered as he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he was met with an overwhelming scent of alcohol. The brew was one he had successfully crafted during his last beast period. And since Chen was always tempted, he had been strict about controlling Chen's intake. This fellow had secretly indulged in drinking behind his back. Chen, you dare? Sumu Chung pushed open the bedroom door. But before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was abruptly sealed. The oxygen within his chest was gradually siphoned away, a haze enveloping his vision as the mingling saliva carried the scent of alcohol, making him feel a touch intoxicated himself. Chapter 47. The Battle of Potato Cakes. In merely 2 days, the items the tribe had brought were entirely sold out. Once the exchanged items were organized, Xian gathered everyone for a brief meeting. This matter is well known to all. Our tribe has truly made a mark this time. However, with great visibility comes great risk, so we must depart early. Xian surveyed the crowd, noting no objections before continuing. Tomorrow, you may all enjoy a leisurely day, and after an early rest, we shall leave discreetly before dawn on the 5th day in a one-voice dissent. And after Xian made a few simple arrangements, the gathering dispersed. At dinner. Moo, shall we make potato cakes? I still want to eat, Leah said, her hands clasped together, eyes sparkling as she gazed at Sumu Chung. Not making any, Sumu Chung teased, hoping to provoke him. Moo, please. All right, I shall make them. Sumu Chung responded with an exaggerated expression of annoyance, pushing away the head that was nudging against him. Yay! I knew Moo was the best. Leah released him, grinning broadly. After extracting the oil from the fatty meat and sautéing it with garlic and scallions, they added shredded potatoes and chili. Setting it aside to cool, they took the naturally risen dough, dividing it into dozens of small portions, brushing each with a thin layer of oil, allowing it to rest for another 15 minutes before rolling it into rectangular thin skins. After applying another layer of oil, they placed on the potato shreds and previously cooked meat, folding the edges before rolling it up tightly. They flattened the dough and placed it into a hot, oiled pan, frying until both sides turned a golden brown. The crispy, fragrant potato cakes, soft and delectable on the inside, were finally complete. Leah gazed hungrily at the tiny, fragrant round cakes, desperately swallowing her saliva. But they could not eat until everyone had arrived. Once the meal was prepared and all were present, Leah sat, fixated on the stack of potato cakes, her hands poised on her knees. Ready to spring into action, Sumu Chung blinked and turned to survey the room, noticing everyone was equally entranced by the potato cakes. Are they truly that delicious? He coughed. All right, everyone, let us commence our meal. No sooner had Xian's words left his mouth than hands shot out, various arms of differing thickness darting toward the potato cakes, moving so swiftly they seemed to leave afterimages. Sumu Chung stared in disbelief at the now empty bamboo basket, his mind reeling with confusion. Where did they go? He mechanically withdrew his hand, raising his gaze to the surroundings. Leah had only managed to snatch one, cradling the golden, palm-sized cake with a mixture of joy and reluctance. But as she spotted you with two, her face lit up with delight, the speed of her transformation astonishing. Others had only managed to grab one, their expressions a blend of sorrow and ecstasy as they savored the potato cakes, while those who had secured several wore expressions of sheer satisfaction. Suddenly, a long-fingered hand appeared before Sumu Chung, holding a small, golden, steaming cake. Following the hand, he saw Chun, sitting with a serious demeanor and a hint of mischief in his blue eyes. Seeing that Sumu Chung did not move, Chun leaned forward slightly, his azure gaze carrying a hint of expectation, reminiscent of a cat seeking praise. Suppressing a smile, Sumu Chung said, "You may keep it. I am content with something else." Chun remained silent, his arm unwavering, stubbornly fixated on Sumu Chung's eyes. After a moment of mutual gaze, Sumu Chung relented, stretching out his hand to accept the offering. "Then let us share it, this time." Chun regarded Sumu Chung with a look of disapproval. Sumu Chung stubbornly held aloft his half of the potato cake. Under the scrutiny of those clear eyes, Chin's ears flushed pink as he reached out to take it, nibbling on the pitifully small potato cake. Chewing thoughtfully, it is good as Sumu Chung pondered the absurdity of their back and forth over a single potato cake. He found himself chuckling. Chan shot him a puzzled glance. Nothing, just eat your meal, Sumu Chung replied. The following morning the sun gradually rose above the horizon, enveloping the earth in its golden rays and casting a unique morning dampness throughout the forest. The beastmen gathered for the assembly awoke one after another, embarking on a new day of life. The sub-beasts of the fierce tiger tribe rose early, for today was a day for exploration. After finishing breakfast, everyone dispersed, leaving only the elder beast Minli and Chuan in the tent. Ye and Xian had retreated into their own world. Sumu Chang, Luya, Qing, and Ai Ku ventured forth, trailed by a dozen beastmen. With clear objectives, they headed toward the unvisited area of the gathering. Sumu Chang soon discovered an array of peculiar items, including various eggs. What kind of egg is that? Sumu Chang asked Chen. Turning his head, the white egg appeared as large as an ostrich egg, its shell adorned with faintly visible fiery red patterns under the sunlight. That is a turkey egg. Would you like one? The feathers adorning the turkey's tail are a vibrant crimson, and it possesses a temperamental disposition, delighting in pecking at people. Its eggs are fragile and difficult to preserve, hence few would go to great lengths to seek out turkey eggs. But isn't that akin to chicken eggs? Sumu Chang smacked his lips, and upon seeing Chin's eyes glimmer with desire, it became evident he was yearning for a taste. Thus, he prepared to approach and procure some. Wait a moment, Sumu Chang halted Chen. Are there turkeys in proximity to our tribe? Chen pondered briefly. Yes, but they are scarce and not easily found. Then let us not barter. Even if we did, it would be cumbersome to transport. Once we return to the tribe, we shall search for ourselves. After a brief pause, Chen agreed. Indeed. Compensation Edition mini-drama. Suppose the two formed a bond, and Chen inadvertently discovered that Sumu Chang was not of this world. The sunlight streamed through the layers of branches outside, casting a dappled glow upon the floor, resembling shimmering fragments of gold dancing playfully. Within the dimly lit room, two silhouettes intertwined and leaned against each other, casting elongated shadows upon the wall. As Sumu Chang struggled to catch his breath, Chen finally released him. The distance between them was but a couple of fingers wide, their breaths mingling in the warm air. Sumu Chang gasped for air, his lips glistening with a hint of dubious luster, his enchanting peach blossom eyes clouded with mist, the corners tinged with a rosy hue, exuding an alluring charm. Chen's breathing grew heavier, his throat constricting as he exhaled. Infused with the rich scent of alcohol, Chen's hands clasped around Sumu Chang's waist, pressing him against the doorframe, gazing down at the individual whose legs had softened. Relying on him for support, the pair of rounded ears peeked through the white locks, while a fluffy tail encircled Sumu Chang's waist with a mind of its own. One hand cradled the nape of Sumu Chang's neck, while the other guided his hand upward, ultimately resting upon a furry tuft. Leaning closer to those enticing, lustrous lips, he murmured, "Moo moo, please don't leave me, all right?" Chapter 48. Good news, land has been found. Bad news, the mermen have not emerged. As they wandered to the southernmost point, Sumu Chang caught sight of the shimmering surface of water in the distance. "Is that the sea?" he inquired, hastening towards the shoreline. Upon nearing, he realized it was not the sea but rather an expansive lake, so vast that the mountains and land across transformed into a mere line. "Is this the sea?" Leah stood rooted, overwhelmed by the endless expanse of deep blue before her. Humanity often harbors awe towards nature's vast and unknown creations, especially considering the shadow cast by the tsunami upon the Menghu tribe. Indeed, but on the other side of the sea lies a great river flowing into a vaster ocean. Qing spoke softly, squinting to feel the damp, salty breeze caress her face. The waters here remained calm, untouched by any past tsunamis. A greater sea. Sumu Chang listened quietly to their exchange. So this is an outflow lake, connected to the ocean by a river. They stood upon a high lake shore, a protruding cliff, as the azure surface rippled with gentle waves, crashing against the precipice. Following the slope down to the sandy beach, Sumu Chang removed his beast-skin shoes, feeling the coolness of the sand beneath his bare feet. Luya and the others mimicked his actions, shedding their shoes as well. The sand felt soft and refreshing beneath them. "Oh, what a marvelous sensation!" Luya exclaimed, frolicking about. "Be careful. Don't fall, Ye called out, trailing behind him. Chi, ever watchful of the small beast, noticed the gleam of unrestrained desire in his round eyes and stepped forward, saying, I can help you with your shoes. Ai could. Yu's expression darkened in an instant as he squeezed between them, gritting his teeth. I shall take care of my little brother. He then defensively blocked Chi with his shoulder. If you wish to play, go ahead. Your brother will always be with you, Yu said softly, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he looked at Ai-ku. Chi stared, dumbfounded, at Yu's sudden change of demeanor. Ai-ku nodded vigorously, reassured that his brother would protect him. Meanwhile, Sumu Chang had wandered around, searching for shells but found none. What are you looking for? Chen asked, trailing a couple of steps behind. Shells, but why are there none here? There won't be any. Huh? How could there be none? Have they all been collected? If you desire them, you can barter. Seizing the opportunity, Chen approached Sumu Chang and subtly took the shoes he was holding. Sumu Chang, captivated by the shells and the sea folk, failed to notice. Are the sea folk near here? Indeed, Sumu Chang's eyes widened in joy, the curled lashes fluttering like a playful butterfly. Chan, momentarily entranced, reached out to smooth the wayward strands of hair blown by the sea breeze. His calloused fingers grazed Sumu Chang's earlobe, sending a delightful tingle through him, prompting Sumu Chang to shyly evade. Ah, let us hurry to find the sea folk, he exclaimed, continuously smoothing his hair to alleviate the ticklish sensation. His gaze darting away from Chen as he stepped forward, as he nearly brushed past Chen. A large hand suddenly grasped his arm, causing Sumu Chang's heart to leap into his throat, his body tensing in apprehension. What does Chen intend to do? Has he noticed my flushed ears? What will he say? His heart raced. What should I do? Perceiving Sumu Chang's avoidance, Chen, feeling a pang of melancholy, withdrew his hand. Before he could speak, he noticed Sumu Chang, head bowed, turning back, and instinctively reached out to stop him, which inadvertently revealed Sumu Chang's flushed ears. In that instant, Chen realized that Sumu Chang did not harbor disdain for him. A smile spread across Chen's face, his lips curving into a subtle smile as he remarked, You going the wrong way. Sumu Chang, tense and awaiting Chen's next words, momentarily froze. Huh? Oh. He turned around in a daze, mechanically stepping in the opposite direction. After a few strides, Sumu Chang's mind began to function again. Going the wrong way? How utterly embarrassing. Oh no, I must have looked foolish just now. What should I do? This is so awkward. Despite his inner turmoil, Sumu Chang maintained an outward facade of composure. Albeit ignoring his stiff gait, Chun leisurely followed a few steps behind, radiating an air of delight. After a while, Sumu Chang gradually regained his composure. It's not awkward. As long as I'm not embarrassed. It's not awkward, he breathed deeply, slapping his cheeks to dispel the earlier incident. Look, is that not the sea folk? Leah exclaimed. Sumu Chang raised his head at her call. Approximately a kilometer ahead, several stalls were visible, with figures busily tending to them. The group quickened their pace to catch up with Leah. 8 wooden stands, each half a person tall, were arranged in a row, brimming with colorful shells. Vibrant stones, lustrous white pearls, strings of fish and shrimp tied with grass, and verdant seaweed. No wonder there are no shells on the beach. Sumu Chang mused silently as he gazed at the heaps of shells. Luya, Qing, and the newly arrived Ai-ku had already gathered around the beautiful stones and shells, eagerly selecting their treasures. Sumu Ching absent-mindedly moved his hands, as if pretending to choose something while his eyes were fixated on a small tent behind the stalls. Where could the mermaids be? He wondered. A stack of large lobsters, rendered unconscious, stood upright, brandishing their mighty pincers, some even moving slightly. Just as Sumu Cheng's hand was about to reach for a claw, Chen swiftly grasped his wrist. Are you all right? Chen asked, anxiously inspecting Sumu Cheng's hands. Sumu Cheng was momentarily dazed, only realizing the danger upon seeing the lobster's waving claws. I'm fine, I didn't touch anything, he replied sheepishly. Once Chen confirmed there were no signs of injury, he let go of Sumu Cheng's hand, sighing with relief while lamenting his earlier lapse in attention when he failed to notice the small beast almost getting hurt. What are you thinking about? Chen inquired, placing a hand atop Sumu Cheng's head, giving it a gentle rub before retracting it too quickly for Sumu Cheng to respond. I want to find the sea folk. Didn't you say there are mermen? Sumu Chung expressed his disappointment. Mermen are the rulers of the sea and seldom come ashore. Those present are merely ordinary fish folk. Chen explained. Oh, then I want to get to see them. Sumu Chung lamented. You will have your chance, Chan reassured him, unwilling to see Sumu Cheng's hope dashed, contemplating how to draw out the mermen. However, without sight of the longed-for mermen, Sumu Cheng's enthusiasm waned. And he idly surveyed the items at the stalls. To be frank, he wasn't particularly interested in these lovely trinkets. Chapter 49. Garlic Butter Oysters Max. The sea folk managing the stalls bore an overall resemblance to ordinary beastmen. Though their eyes were more prominent and widely spaced, is this what you referred to as the exceptionally beautiful mermaids? Luya, having completed her exchanges, tugged at Sumu Cheng's sleeve and whispered. Of course not. I was talking about the mermen. The mermen? Sumu Cheng retorted in an exasperated tone. Oh, I see. Leah nodded, partially comprehending. It appears that the sea folk possess a variety of appearances. Among those present, aside from a few sub-beasts, the beastmen listened intently to an elder merman, with hair partially white, gazed benevolently at the two sub-beasts before him. The merfolk are indeed quite beautiful, yet they seldom venture ashore. If you wish to encounter them, it shall depend on fortune. Very well, thank you, elder. After a moment of awkwardness, Sumu Chung smiled back at the old man. Leah, Qing, and Ai Ku exchanged numerous pearls and shells. While several beastmen traded as well, Sumu Chung selected a pearl the size of a quail's egg, round and translucent, radiating a delicate pink hue. According to the merman, this exquisite pearl could only be formed from the tears shed by merfolk in moments of overwhelming joy. Finding the symbolism enchanting, Sumu Chung opted for that particular pearl. Additionally, he purchased a substantial amount of seaweed, which was quite inexpensive, comparable to the price of beast meat. Chan trailed alongside Sumu Chung, solely responsible for exchanges, his eyes unblinking at the bundle of grass-like items. The stall was laden with seafood, yet no one seemed interested in trading for hard-shelled creatures such as lobsters and crabs. Elder, how can I exchange for these? Sumu Chung inquired, pointing towards the lobsters. Spicy crayfish, steamed abalone, garlic oysters, sauce crabs, seafood barbecue. Various delectable dishes spun like a 3D animation in Sumu Cheng's mind. They are not palatable. Their shells are too hard, the merman kindly explained, observing Sumu Cheng's interest in the untraded shrimp and crabs. No worries, elder, I know how to prepare them deliciously. Please advise me on a suitable exchange. Sumu Chang declined the elder's good intentions. Do you have any fruits? It would be best to trade with fruits. The merman ceased further persuasion. The sea folk, residing beneath the waves, subsisted on marine fare, which over the years led to issues such as loose teeth, bleeding gums, and deteriorating eyesight, with some even succumbing to illness or death. Through generations of exploration, it was discovered that consuming terrestrial fruits could ameliorate these conditions. Apart from the merfolk, most other sea clans exhibited relatively weak combat abilities on land, rendering their foraging for fruits perilous. Hence, their primary reason for attending the gathering was to trade for fruits. Upon mutual agreement, Sumu Chung offered the remaining fruits he had brought for seafood in exchange. The group directly settled on the beach, with two beastmen gathering branches, one fetching leaves to wash, and another calling others over. Sumu Chung still required assistance from the beastmen to process the seafood, which was astonishingly larger than that found on Earth. Chan willingly took hold of 2 bunches of seafood. Glancing at Sumu Chung, awaiting instructions. Let us proceed, Chun. Assist me in preparing the seafood, Sumu Chung said with a smile. Scale the fish and gut them, clean the oysters. While processing the lobsters, Sumu Chung instructed Chan to hold them. And under Chin's watchful gaze, he skillfully inserted a slender stick into the lobster's tail, extracting it with a burst of water. Chin's pupils widened in astonishment at the scene before him. Luya and Qing, who had come to observe, were equally stunned by Sumu Cheng's calm demeanor, instinctively tightening their legs. Mu is quite fearsome. We must never provoke Mu. The two exchanged a glance, wordlessly reaching a miraculous consensus. The crabs and lobsters were directly tied and placed on a wooden rack for roasting. Sumu Cheng also found a thin stone slab, instructing Chun to slice the fish and place it on the stone for frying. Then adding oysters seasoned with ginger, garlic, and lemon juice. Before long, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, swiftly capturing the attention of the beastmen on the beach. Should we take some of this back with us? Luya, unable to suppress her saliva, inquired as she inhaled the enticing fragrance. I concurred. Chi's gaze was fixated on the crabs, turning red from the heat, his mouth watering. Qing's eyes lit up with expectation as she looked at Xian. Su Mu Chung sprinkled seasoning on the cooked fish slices, distributing them onto leaves. Hearing their remarks, he chuckled. That won't do. Crabs and lobsters produce a substance after dying that can cause illness if consumed, making it unsuitable for carrying back. What a pity. Disappointment washed over several individuals in an instant. Are you implying they must be cooked while alive? How cruel, Xian remarked, shaking his head in dismay. Su Mu Cheng's lips twitched slightly. If not for Xian's equally drooling demeanor, he might have believed him. After the cooking, Su Mu Cheng demonstrated how to eat, sharing the bounty among them. With so many present, each received but a small morsel. Relishing every bite with utmost care, this delectable delight. The surrounding beastmen were tantalized, their cravings ignited. Yet none dared approach, recognizing the strong and robust appearance of the tribe. They merely lingered nearby, savoring the aroma. The beastmen kindled another fire to roast meat, as the waves, edged with white foam, crashed rhythmically against the shore. In the distance, a line of azure sky met the horizon, while the sea below unfurled in a misty expanse. The sea breeze carried wisps of smoke as everyone gathered, enjoying roasted meat and engaging in lively conversation. In that moment, Su Mu Chung felt a profound sense of tranquility envelop him. Suddenly, while indulging in his max garlic oysters, a flash of silver blue across the sea caught his eye. Su Mu Chung froze, intently staring at the ocean surface, convinced he had not misjudged the sight. In an instant, a sponge emerged, revealing a fluffy head adorned with light blue hair. Miraculously dry and voluminous, it was a merfolk. Su Mu Chung, fearing he might frighten it away, grasped Chin's arm and whispered urgently, Chun, look, a merfolk. Is that not a merfolk? Chun, having noticed the merfolk's emergence, nodded. Indeed, it seems we are fortunate. Su Mu Chung observed the merfolk, who only revealed its head and gazed timidly, and he offered a friendly smile, raising the piece of lobster meat he had yet to consume. The little merfolk, having stealthily escaped while his brother was distracted, was drawn in by the tantalizing aroma. That sub-beast offering me food. That sub-beast looks so charming. Surely it cannot be a villain. The young one swallowed hard, eyeing the enticing scent in the air. Before diving into the water and swimming closer, Su Mu Chung caught a glimpse of its tail beneath the surface, shimmering with light blue and silver flecks. Upon seeing the little one approach, he dashed over, holding the lobster. The small merfolk paused at a nearby rock, revealing its upper half. Its delicate features appeared as though meticulously sculpted, yet retained a hint of youth. Its cerulean eyes sparkled with clarity, revealing depths unfathomable. The ear fins glistened in the sunlight, adorned with pearls that radiated a gentle glow. The seaweed-like hair flowed gracefully, untouched by moisture, while beneath the abdomen lay shimmering scales of pale blue, interwoven with silver and blue hues, evoking the essence of a water sprite. Su Mu Chung found himself utterly captivated. The little merfolk, puzzled by the stillness of the enchanting sub-beast, could not resist the fragrant offering and promptly began devouring the lobster meat. Chapter 50. Good news: the merfolk had come ashore. The little merfolk's cheeks were stuffed to the brim, bulging with each chew. Does he have baby fat? Surely this merfolk cannot have reached maturity yet. Su Mu Chung mused, unable to resist poking the young one's puffed cheeks. Indeed, they felt remarkably soft. No wonder they all enjoyed pinching his cheeks. Qyn tilted his head in confusion, unsure of the sub-beast's intentions. Su Mu Chung was momentarily struck by the adorably tilted head, his heart fluttering. So cute, so cute, so cute. Meanwhile, the others remained engrossed in their culinary delights, initially believing Su Mu Chung had dashed into the waves for amusement. Not paying much heed at it was only when Su Mu Chung settled on the rock, revealing the merfolk before them, that they were all captivated by the stunning figure, their tender skin reminiscent of soft clouds, their vibrant hair flowing like a deep-sea sprite, radiant and ethereal, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. A merfolk, Luya exclaimed, pointing at the enchanting figure. Luya clutched an oyster, rushing forward, followed closely by Qi for protection. While Qing trailed behind, Ai tugged at Yu's arm, urging her brother to join in the excitement. Chun silently stood at Su Mu Cheng's right rear, offering him a piece of his own lobster. Su Mu Cheng declined Chin's generous offer. You eat. You've yet to try this. I am nearly full. A piece of roasted meat will suffice. Q Wine looked up, startled to see several unfamiliar beastmen and sub-beasts surrounding him. Causing him to choke, Fu Mu Cheng quickly patted his back, soothingly encouraging him. Water, water, fetch some water. Chun was the first to react, rushing back with a bamboo tube filled with fresh water. Gulp, gulp, gulp. It took several mouthfuls before Qyn could catch his breath. Inching closer to Su Mu Cheng, his initial fear of the strangers dissipating, though his body remained tense. How do you feel now? Are you still uncomfortable? Su Mu Cheng, feeling an affinity for the little merfolk. Couldn't help but worry that I'm fine now, brother. The little merfolk's voice was sweet and youthful. Su Mu Cheng. So you truly are a juvenile. May I ask your name, little one? Noticing the young one's nervousness, Su Mu Cheng softened his tone further. Brother. My name is Qyn, the little merman, obediently exclaimed, and then took a hearty bite of shrimp meat, exclaiming, This pot is simply delightful. Yin, sensing no malice from the gathering, gradually relaxed, once again captivated by the exquisite delicacies. If it's delicious, Yin should indulge a bit more. Take your time and chew before speaking. Su Mu Cheng paused and added, Yin, would you like to come ashore and join us? Yin, cheeks stuffed like a gluttonous little hamster, gazed with wide, round eyes, fixated on the shrimp meat in his hands, wishing to swallow it whole. He, completely enamored, covered his heart with one hand while pinching his thigh with the other. Xin, standing nearby, grimaced in pain yet dared not speak. Yes, little Yin, would you like to come and play? We have plenty of delicious food. Su Mu Cheng shivered at Qing's insinuating tone, feeling as though he were a creepy uncle luring a child. Uncle Qing continued to coax the little merman onto the shore, mentioning not only lobsters but also crabs and garlic oysters, each a delicacy in its own right. Upon hearing this, Yin lifted his head, his azure pupils shimmering with desire, only to furrow his delicate brows in a display of distress. Does Yin have worries? Su Mu Cheng observed the little merman's furrowed brows and incessant chatter. Finding it amusing, Yin yearned to join them on land, but he had yet to mature and could not transform his tail into legs, rendering him unable to walk. Thus, after swallowing the last morsel, he pouted, I can't walk, wearing a profoundly sorrowful expression. A chuckle escaped Feng, unable to stifle his laughter at the little merman's antics. In an instant, he felt the gazes of 5 beastmen upon him. Feng, silently shutting up, if you wish to come ashore, I can assist you, a gentle and melodious male voice offered. The group turned in surprise to see you, who had unexpectedly taken the initiative to speak. You rubbed his nose, feeling that the little merman resembled his own younger brother in adorableness, and a surge of brotherly affection welled up within him. Eventually, Yin was lifted onto the shore by Su Mu Cheng. The reason being, he was the first person Yin had encountered, and he had treated him to delicious food, prompting Yin to only allow Su Mu Cheng to carry him. After finishing the last bite of meat, Yin washed his hands in the water, obediently wrapping his arms around Su Mu Cheng's neck, a sweet smile gracing his lips like a cherubic little dumpling. Su Mu Cheng, utterly smitten, felt an overwhelming surge of strength, hoisting him out of the water as one would a child. Chun held a lobster in one hand and a bamboo tube in the other, his lips taut as he followed behind. The little merman's tail was long, the fin elegantly raised. Just above the ground it was then that everyone noticed the exquisite chain of pearls, shells, and corals adorning his waist, adding a touch of opulence to his fish tail. Yin, feeling the astonished gazes upon him, proudly raised his chin. Is my fish tail beautiful? My brother says mine is the prettiest, and Grandpa Turtle agrees. It is indeed beautiful. Yin is the most exquisite little merman I have ever seen. Su Mu Cheng declared, captivated by his proud expression. Humph, my brother is also handsome. He is the most striking beast man I've ever seen, Yin replied, his eyes crinkling with delight. Before long, the group arrived at the bonfire. Seating Yin on a clean animal hide, his tail resting comfortably beside him, Yin gazed hungrily at the spread of food, his large eyes sparkling. What do you want to eat, uncle? He asked affectionately. Watching the little merman, Yin smacked his lips, eager to sample everything. That one, he pointed at a garlic oyster, the the most fragrant of the lot. Receiving it from Yi, he remembered to express his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. No need for thanks," he replied cheerfully. Xian, nudging Yi with his shoulder, leaned in to whisper, "Darling, I want that one," while pointing at the oyster. "Here, here, here." He handed one over without even glancing back. Xian shrugged at the piece of roasted meat offered to him. "All right, I knew it." Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, several fish tails swam swiftly. Qing Yu's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He had only stepped away for a meeting, and upon returning, his younger brother had vanished. He dispatched his men to scour the palace, and it was only when a guard stationed near the shore discovered his scallop pouch that his trail was found. Qi Yin was relishing the feast, while everyone indulged the charmingly sweet little merman. Suddenly, Qi Yin sensed a chill on his back and looked around in confusion. Nothing seemed amiss, and he continued to eat. He had never known these shellfish could be so delectable. Life on land must be truly blissful. Chapter 51. Bad news, brother is coming. Golden light scattered like crushed jewels across the vast expanse of the sea, and the radiant sun warmed the sandy beach. Beautiful beastmen and sub-beastmen gathered around a bonfire in a circle, their backs to the sea, with a lovely merman seated at one end. This moment, it should have been a gathering filled with joy, smiles, tranquility, and familial bliss. However, the gazes directed at Qi Yin shifted from adoration to astonishment, then to sheer disbelief, ultimately settling into a state of numbness. His appetite is truly remarkable, Yin observed as Qi Yin reached for another piece of roasted meat, his lips twitching in disbelief. The little merman spoke in a sweet, childlike voice, yet consumed more than even the adult beastmen. The group had primarily come for seafood barbecue, but now the seafood was running low, and even the roasted meat was insufficient. A bunch of unsated beastmen exchanged glances, silently communicating. "Are you full?" "No." "And you?" "Neither am I." "Sk." The silent exchange of glances went unnoticed by Qi Yin, who stuffed the last piece of roasted meat into his mouth. With greasy little hands raised in the air, his eyes began to scan for the next target. Qi Yin, are you full?" Sumu Chung was equally astonished by his appetite, fearing the little one might overindulge. "Wumiya, swallow it down," Qi Yin mumbled, glancing at his slightly protruding belly. Blinking innocently, he looked up. "Not yet. I still want to eat, brother. Just a little bit more, all right? Please, pretty brother." He pinched his thumb and index finger together, indicating a minuscule gap. With his sparkling, pleading eyes fixed on you, how could one refuse? Certainly, Sumu Chung could not. "Eat. What do you want? I'll fetch it for you." Chen's brows shot up, quickly pulling back the entranced little sub-beastman. Sumu Chung, lost in the allure of the moment, looked at Chen, who was grasping his arm, hesitating to speak. Just as Chen attempted to articulate his thoughts, a figure suddenly emerged from the sea. Qing Yu observed for a moment, realizing these individuals posed no threat to his brother. In fact, they treated him with kindness, offering him whatever he desired, their every gesture considerate and caring. His worries eased somewhat, yet he remained vigilant. After all, the hearts of those on land were complex. Meanwhile, his precious younger brother continued to eat and eat. Qing Yu. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret for having such a brother. Facepalm JPG. After much contemplation, Qing Yu decided to let the guards who had followed him continue lurking beneath the waves, while he himself would go ashore to retrieve his brother. As soon as Qing Yu surfaced, he heard his brother's playful cooing, nearly losing his footing and stumbling in front of everyone. Chen, observing the striking resemblance between the newcomer and Qi Yin, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Qi Yin, pouting in dismay as his cold-faced brother forbade him from indulging in the delicious treats, looked up with his beautiful blue eyes, now misty with grievance. "Why are you upset?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Qi Yin was lifted by his armpits and placed into a familiar embrace. "Brother." Qi Yin felt as if he had the support of an adult, pouting even more, tears welling up in his eyes. On the verge of spilling over, sighing, Qing Yu did not immediately comfort his brother. Instead, he turned his gaze to the group. "I am Qing Yu of the Merman clan. I am grateful to all of you for taking care of my brother. He is a mischievous little one, unaware of proper decorum. I ask for your understanding." Before them stood a merman whose fish tail had fully transformed into legs, draped in a flowing blue robe. He was tall and handsome, with long blue hair, yet his features bore a cooler demeanor than Qi Yan's. His ear fins, adorned with pearls, exuded elegance and nobility. His deep azure eyes held a profound mystery, as if they could see through everything, reaching into the souls of those who gazed into them. The group was snapped back to reality by his cool voice, reshaping their perceptions of the Merman clan. Exion cast a glance at the necklace around Qingyu's neck, standing first. "We are members of the Tiger tribe. I am Exion, the leader of this gathering. It is no trouble at all. Your little brother is quite adorable, and we all have taken a liking to him. Since you're here, why not join us for a meal?" With a gesture, he signaled a few beastmen to return to the tent for more meat. "Then I shall not decline," Qingyu replied. "However, allow me to prepare the meal. As a token of gratitude for your care towards my younger brother, I kindly request that you do not decline." After finishing his words, Qingyu waved towards the sea, and shortly thereafter, 3 mermen emerged, presenting a bounty of shrimp, crabs, shellfish, and fish, before silently retreating. Exion did not refuse, but still sent someone back to procure some game meat, along with gathering additional firewood and leaves. The group settled once more around the campfire. It was then that Qingyu lowered his head to comfort the pouting Qian, who was nestled against his shoulder. Stroking his little head, "Qian, dear, it's not that your brothers dislike you eating heartily. They simply fear that you might experience a stomachache from overeating. Have you forgotten how uncomfortable it was the last time you had a stomachache? Would you like your brother to rub your tummy?" Qian, having indulged in so much food from his brothers, pondered what he should say in return. In truth, he was already full but still craved more. His brothers and uncles treated him so well that he felt as if he were at home, leading him to unconsciously throw a little tantrum. Hearing his brother's words, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lifting his head from his brother's shoulder, his cheeks flushed, and in a soft voice, he said, "I'm sorry, brother. Qian made a mistake. Thank you all for the delicious food." Xiumu Cheng was taken aback by Qian's apology. It was merely a child being spoiled, yet it reflected Qingyu's excellent upbringing. "Qian, you are truly well-behaved. Your brother forgives you." Qian smiled sweetly at everyone, then quickly buried his head back into Qingyu's embrace. Qingyu affectionately patted Qian's head, noting how the child was bashful, inadvertently bringing laughter to the group. Exion raised an eyebrow. His tone did not seem to suggest embarrassment. It appeared he was yet another doting brother. With this thought, Exion cast a glance at Yu, who, sensing Exion's gaze, was puzzled. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere among everyone became considerably more lively. Qingyu, of a similar age to Yin, soon found himself engaged in conversation. By the end of the meal, Qingyu was thoroughly enchanted by their culinary delights. However, Qian suffered, merely clutching his little belly and watching longingly. Seeing Qian's eyes nearly drooling, he could not bear it and stealthily fed him a small morsel of shrimp. Being in Qingyu's arms, it was impossible for him to remain oblivious, yet he pretended not to notice. This act, however, allowed Qingyu to completely lower his guard around the group. Qian had always been particularly sensitive to the emotions of others. If these individuals did not genuinely care for him, sincerely cherish him, and look after him even indulgently, he would not dare to act so spoiled. Qingyu silently noted this gesture of kindness. However, upon returning this time, he would need to account for Qian's escapades. How could an 8-year-old cub possibly breach multiple layers of guards to leave the palace? Qingyu lowered his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. It seemed there were still those within the palace who had not learned their lesson. Chapter 52. Who is that person? Handsome brother, hug me. Qian is unhappy. Brother has been talking to others, not giving him meat or rubbing his belly. Qian resolved to seek another brother for Xiumu Cheng took him from Qingyu's arms. What's wrong, Qian? Sumu Cheng had long coveted the little one, adjusting him into a comfortable position as he gently pinched the soft flesh of the little merman's face. Qian, the darling little brat, willingly allowed the pinching, saying, "I want to eat meat." The adjacent Chen shot him a disapproving glance. "You want to eat meat? Well, as long as your brother agrees, I shall give it to you." Qian immediately pouted, knowing his brother would certainly not allow him to eat. Humph! He turned away, leaving only the back of his head visible, with a tuft of fluffy hair sticking up adorably, resembling a little gas canister. Sumu Cheng was amused by this thought, biting his lip to stifle his laughter as he poked the pouty shoulder of the little one. Is Qian truly angry? Let me poke you on the other side. Still, the little gas canister showed no response. then this piece of meat will fly into your brother's mouth. At the mention of meat, Qian swiftly turned his head, opening his mouth with a chuckle. Sumu Cheng fed him a small piece of shrimp with his chopsticks. Woo-woo, yummy. Upon tasting the meat, Qian's eyes instantly turned crescent-shaped, and he obediently wrapped his arms around Sumu Cheng's neck, his tail swaying with joy. This is your last bite. Sumu Cheng pointed at the little one's nose. No more being spoiled, understood? The blue-haired little head nodded vigorously, the tuft of hair bobbing along. Qian watched the harmonious interaction between the two exquisite little cubs, a smile spreading across his face. The sea breeze began to pick up, bringing a slight chill to their exposed skin. Unbeknownst to them, they had been sitting on the beach until afternoon. Even the most engaging conversations must eventually come to a close. Yin, still yearning for more, halted his words as it was time for Qingyu to return. You must come and visit our tiger tribe. We would be delighted to have you. Indeed, we shall have the opportunity to meet again. Qingyu picked up the now drowsy Qian, preparing to depart. Qian, we are leaving. What should you say to everyone? Goodbye, brothers, uncles, see you again. Goodbye, Qian, see you. As they watched the merman vanish into the sea, the group reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Sumu Cheng felt a pang of longing but was not overly saddened. Gatherings were held during every beast cycle, a chance to exchange salt, ensuring they would meet again. After such a lengthy outing, Lu Ye and the others began to feel fatigued, while the beastmen found themselves bored and returned to their tents to rest. Sumu Cheng, however, wished to explore a bit longer, eager not to miss the opportunity to discover new items. Chun, noticing Sumu Cheng's hesitation, offered, if you wish to continue browsing, I will accompany you. Sumu Cheng understood that it was impossible for a young beast cub to wander alone, thus replied, really? Shall we take a short break before continuing? I'm not tired. Chun paused, do you need to rest? I don't need to, so let us head out directly and return early. Chun nodded. Finally, aside from Qin, 2 other beastmen remained, totaling 3 to accompany and protect Sumu Cheng. Along the way, they indeed collected a few items. And Sumu Cheng discovered several varieties of small greens. He selected a few healthy-looking plants, dug up some soil, placed them in a bamboo tube, and watered them. The rest would have to fend for themselves. He hoped they would survive. The accompanying beastman assumed Sumu Cheng merely wished to cultivate some flowers and plants, cheerfully holding the bamboo tube. Unlike other tribes where young beastmen were spoiled and willful, the tiger tribe's cubs were well-behaved, both beautiful and clever, polite, and skilled in cooking. A presence that grew increasingly palpable directed its gaze towards Sumu Cheng from behind. Chan discreetly fell back a step to block the view. Beast Manby rolled his eyes at his brother's foolishness, giving a hearty slap to the back of his head. Watch where you're going. If he wished to be slapped, he should not drag Chen into it. He could not match Chen's strength. After browsing all the stalls, they meandered towards the square. The evening glow painted half the sky red, the clouds blocking the sunlight, leaving only the upper half of the beast god statue illuminated in golden light. The majestic and solemn Qilin was enveloped in a divine aura, its dark stone eyes reflecting the sunlight. For a fleeting moment, Sumu Cheng thought the statue's eyes had come to life, reaching out to touch the cold surface. Suddenly, Sumu Cheng saw the statue blink. Chun, did you see that? Turning around, he found himself utterly alone. Chen? Sumu Cheng retraced his steps, discovering that the entire gathering was deserted. Eerily silent, as if the world contained only him. Panic and fear surged within him as he clenched his fists. What on earth was happening? How could everyone vanish so suddenly? Right, the eyes. The statue had just blinked. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Sumu Cheng returned to face the statue, gazing up into its eyes in an instant. The surroundings began to warp, a cacophony of sounds emerging, rapidly shifting. Eventually, Sumu Cheng found himself in a room draped in white fabric. Wait a moment, is this Earth? Sumu Cheng stared at the familiar walls, the modern desk, and various decorations. Could it be that I have returned? Trembling, he reached out to touch the nearest potted plant. Suddenly, his hand passed through. He touched nothing. How could this be? Sumu Cheng's mind went blank, his excited heart plunging back to despair. How could this happen? Sumu Cheng, with a skepticism towards the supernatural, reached out to touch various objects, yet his body passed through them, becoming rigid as a tear silently cascaded down his cheek. Blood trickled from his bitten lip, yet he did not return. he had not returned to Earth. The air seemed to have been pressed on pause, with sorrow spreading like a vine. After a spell of silence, Su Mu Chung finally raised his hand to wipe away his tears, beginning to scrutinize his surroundings. The room was expansive and desolate, save for a section furnished with tables and chairs, numerous white candles, an array of chrysanthemums in vibrant hues, and various other items. As Su Mu Chung turned around, he discovered a raised platform behind him, 3 tiers high, at the center of which lay a large rectangular jade coffin. Was this a coffin? An unsealed jade coffin. Beneath it, there seemed to be some refrigeration device, with visible white cold air swirling around its periphery. Upon stepping closer, he could see a figure lying within. Who could it be? Su Mu Chung approached the coffin, brushing aside the white frost, revealing the facial features of the person inside. In that instant, his pupils trembled. Chapter 53. Something's amiss. Su Mu Cheng's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body stiffening as he stood frozen in place. How could this be? The figure lying in the jade coffin bore an identical face to his own. Su Mu Cheng's mind went blank. Who was this? Suddenly, the door creaked open, and footsteps echoed as they approached. Su Mu Cheng mechanically lifted his gaze, and a face he had long yearned to see came into view. Brother? In a state of panic, Su Mu Cheng rushed forward, but his body, too rigid, caused him to stumble and fall to the ground. Brother? Brother? Su Jingjun drew nearer, only to pass through Su Mu Cheng's body. Su Mu Cheng sat dazed on the floor, his gaze fixated on his own hands. Why was this happening? Why? Was the person in the coffin him? Had he perished? Mu Mu. The deep, hoarse voice carried a sense of restraint. Su Mu Cheng paused, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes as he scrambled to his feet and turned around, only to see his brother gazing at the figure in the coffin with red-rimmed eyes, not calling out to him. Su Mu Cheng's outstretched hand fell limply to his side, the last vestige of light in his eyes gradually extinguishing. His heart felt as though it were clenched by a great hand, the ache within his chest suffocating, tears streaming down his face. Brother? Su Mu Cheng's gaze greedily lingered on Su Jingjun, as if trying to etch his brother's likeness into his memory. He had lost weight. Su Mu Cheng noticed the distinct dark circles beneath his brother's eyes. With a faint click, the door opened a crack, and Su Mu Cheng turned to see a familiar khaki loungewear. Mother! Mother! Su Mu Cheng, like a drowning man grasping for a piece of driftwood, summoned all his strength to rush forward. 3 steps, 2 steps, bang. Just as Su Mu Cheng reached the doorway, an unseen force abruptly pulled him back. Why couldn't he pass through? Standing 5 steps from the door, he watched as the shadow in the doorway seemed fearful of being discovered by those inside, lacking the courage to enter, merely glancing in before covering their face and departing. No, no, mother, mother! Panic engulfed Su Mu Cheng as he lunged forward time and again, only to be instantly yanked back. Thud. The door closed, and the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, sending his body plummeting into an abyss of nothingness. An extreme darkness enveloping him, he felt as if he were drowning in the depths of the ocean, his mind becoming foggy, with only the endless descent. Mother! Su Mu Cheng murmured through blood-stained lips, hands reaching upwards, grasping at nothing. Thud. He landed on the ground, motionless, surrounded by darkness. His eyes were filled with boundless sorrow, tears trailing down his cheeks and mingling with his hair. Suddenly, a blinding white light emerged from one side, illuminating one half of Su Mu Cheng's body, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. Su Mu Cheng remained unmoving, like a rusted marionette. Time slipped by, until a deep sigh resonated, imbued with complex emotions. Gently and powerfully, he was lifted by the light, his eyes fluttering open as his body was enveloped in the white radiance. The dazzling light compelled Su Mu Cheng to reflexively shut his eyes. This sensation felt familiar, reminiscent of the white light on the day of his prayer. Once Su Mu Cheng's figure vanished, the brightness of the white light seemed to dim. Slowly, Su Mu Cheng opened his eyes. His hand still resting on the statue, the surrounding clamor unchanged. He had returned to the marketplace. Mu Mu? Chen looked on anxiously as Su Mu Cheng, who had just touched the statue, suddenly transformed. Su Mu Cheng met Chen's worried gaze and opened his mouth to reassure. I'm fine. His voice was hoarse. Chen, maintaining a composed demeanor, stepped forward to embrace him. Striding back, Su Mu Cheng offered no resistance, remaining quiet and compliant. Beastmen A and B, standing a distance behind the two, exchanged glances, and hurriedly gathered their belongings to follow. The sadness emanating from Sumu Chang was palpable, evident to all, leading them to wonder if something had transpired. Upon returning to the tent, Sumu Chang uttered not a word, curling up on the ground with his knees drawn to his chest. Lost in thought. Regardless of who inquired, Sumu Chang simply expressed a desire to be alone for a while. The others were anxious, yet helpless. Eventually, Xian ordered everyone to pack their belongings early and rest. Planning to set off in the latter half of the night, a few beastmen sat a few steps away from Sumu Chang, keeping watch over him while the others busied themselves with preparations. During dinner, although Sumu Chang remained silent, he at least managed to eat. Chun felt a slight relief but remained vigilant, observing his every move. When it came time for sleep, several beastmen insisted that Sumu Chang lie in the middle. He said nothing, simply complying. He truly wished for solitude, sensing the concern radiating from those around him, striving not to be a burden. The cold, desolate moonlight enveloped the earth, cloaking the forest in a veil of mist. In the darkness, a group traversed the woods beneath the moonlight. Sumu Chang lay on Chen's back, eyes closed, feeling the wind rush past him as they sped onward, his body gradually succumbing to the chill. The day's strange adventure felt like a dream, yet each scene resonated painfully, tearing at his heart. Initially, upon his arrival in this world, he had harbored the hope that one day he could return. However, reality struck him hard. He had perished. He would never again see his family. The bitterness and pain in his chest clawed at his heart, suffocating him with sorrow. Sumu Chang felt like a parched fish. Gasping for breath, small whimpers escaping his throat as tears mingled with his white fur. Chen's powerful frame trembled, as if scalded by the hot tears, his tiger eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and heartache. Laced with a hint of helplessness, the other beastmen, hearing the mournful cries akin to a young cub, cast worried glances toward the source of the sound. The pace of the group quickened. Just as they were about to exit the canyon, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, boulders tumbled down from the peaks on either side of the exit. Yin, leading the way, sensed the danger immediately and swiftly alerted the team to retreat and evade. The rumbling boulders resonated with the ground, causing tremors, yet fortunately, no one was injured. However, the path ahead was obstructed, and clearing the way would take time. The group had no choice but to pause nearby to devise a plan to remove the boulders. Aiku, frightened, turned pale and weakly dismounted from Yu's back, huddling together with several other beastmen for warmth. Chun quickly dropped the beast skin bag using his tail, transforming into human form while cradling Sumu Chang. His concerned gaze sweeping over him that I'm fine. The sudden turn of events shattered Sumu Chang's sorrow, though his eyes remained red-rimmed, and he appeared weary. Chun carried him to join the other beastmen, gently ruffling his hair as he leaned down to meet Sumu Chang's gaze. I'll be back. Sumu Chang was momentarily taken aback, failing to respond even after Chun had left. The emotions swirling in those eyes revealed unmasked worry and heartache. The beastmen coordinated efforts to push the boulders aside, carefully preventing further rockfalls from the mountainside. Something's not right. Xian pondered aloud while exerting effort. There hasn't been heavy rain recently, and the trees on the mountainside are flourishing. How could it be so coincidental for boulders to fall? Chapter 54. Injured Sumu Chang sat quietly, his head following Chen's figure, yet his gaze remained vacant, unfocused. Remaining silent was not a viable solution. Liu exchanged anxious glances with Qing. Shall we prepare some food? Clearing the rocks will take time, and we should provide them with sustenance to regain their strength. Qing suggested, and Yi and Xian exchanged a few words before preparing to start a fire to roast meat in the open area at the foot of the eastern mountain with the sub-beasts. Just as the flames had yet to rise, an unexpected turn of events erupted at the mouth of the canyon. Dozens of shadowy figures, dark as night, suddenly charged down from the mountainside to attack the beastmen of the tiger tribe. Xian reacted swiftly, rallying everyone to fight back. Xian, Li, Qian, Yin, and other key figures took the lead, while Yin, Lei, and other relatively weaker fighters quickly retreated, shielding the sub-beasts behind them to form a second line of defense. Xian's gaze was fierce as he faced the Black Wolf, none other than Jia from the Black Eye tribe. Long time no see, Xian, Jia laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, as expected of the boss, always clever, sending someone to monitor them early on. Otherwise, they would have slipped away. Indeed, the boss is impressive, came the chorus of laughter. This time, You won't escape. Jez's eyes glinted with malice as a group of beastmen fixated greedily on the pelts of the tiger tribe. Xian surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing to devise a strategy to break free from this predicament. There were only a dozen members from the Black Eye tribe at this gathering, yet Qian noted that the number of opposing beastmen was more than double their own. It seemed they had allied with other tribes. Yan's expression soured. As he recognized the beastmen from the Linlang and Songjin tribes, it appeared they had no choice but to fight fiercely. Raids and battles between tribes were commonplace. As long as one stepped beyond the jurisdiction of the Longmu tribe, such actions were tacitly permitted. The battle was imminent. Beast claws tore flesh, blood splattered across the ground. And the roars and howls of wild beasts echoed fiercely in no time. Several beastmen were already stained with blood. The sub-beasts huddled together in terror, and Su Mu Cheng anxiously cast a glance at the pure white tiger. Suddenly, Su Mu Cheng recalled the arrows Qian had helped him craft earlier, hastily rummaging through his pelt bag. After the tribe was attacked, Qian had assisted him in making arrows with bone tips and a bow fashioned from beast sinew and wood. He remembered bringing them along. But where are they? Why can't I find them? Su Mu Cheng fumbled through his belongings, dropping several items in his haste. Found it? Su Mu Cheng triumphantly pulled out the polished bow. A dozen arrows and a bone knife. Although his accuracy was not high, one beastman had already managed to penetrate the first line of defense. Drawing back the bowstring, he aimed for the eye of a jackal. And with a whoosh, an arrow struck the jackal's shoulder. The injured beastman staggered, only to be pounced upon by a tiger beast, which tore into his back. Though it hadn't struck the eye, that hit bolstered Su Mu Cheng's confidence significantly. He gradually calmed down, joining forces with Lei to fell 2 or 3 beastmen. The opposing beastmen were evidently taken aback that a mere sub-beast could inflict harm upon them, and they quickly turned their attention toward him. At that moment, a tremor shook the ground. Get out of the way! Suddenly, 2 massive boulders appeared out of thin air, rolling down the mountainside toward the chaotic melee below. The beastmen hastily jumped away from the battleground. Those slower met with a gruesome fate as their bones were shattered and their flesh torn. Jian narrowly evaded the disaster, a cold sweat breaking out all over him as he glared fiercely at a brown figure on the mountainside. It was a brown bear from the Songjin tribe, having awakened the earth element. If it weren't for the beastmen from their tribe awakening as well, looking down upon the tiger tribe, he wouldn't want to collaborate with such a group. Jie's resentment accumulated, and his face twisted with frustration as a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, intensifying his cruelty. An arrow whistled toward his head, and the prickling sensation along his back warned him to dodge. He quickly grabbed a nearby beastman from the Songjin tribe as a shield. Thud! The arrow pierced the neck of the unfortunate beastman, who fell dead on the spot. Yu Mu Cheng felt a surge of joy within. That marked his 5th kill. However, he had only 1 arrow left. Suddenly, a chill crept up Su Mu Cheng's spine as if a predator had set its sights on him. Jie glared ominously at the sub-beast, his agile form charging forward. Father Beast! Qing cried, tears streaming down her face as she watched Yin fall. Yi and Luya held on tightly, trying to prevent Qing from rushing forward. Qing, stay calm. If you go now, it will be certain death. That is my Father Beast. Father Beast! Qing's eyes filled with rage. Yin struggled against the jaws of the black wolf, but a deep gash opened in his abdomen, blood spilling onto the ground. Staining the eyes of every sub-beast, Yu Mu Cheng drew the bowstring, his last arrow aimed at the black wolf. The surrounding cacophony began to fade. In his mind's eye, only the black wolf remained. It must hit. Releasing the arrow, it traced a trajectory through the air, embedding itself in the wolf's back. The black wolf howled in pain, loosening its grip on the red fox. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the sub-beasts. Though it was fleeting, Jie's malevolent gaze locked onto Su Mu Cheng again, that damned sub-beast. Unbeknownst to him, the surrounding beastmen had become ensnared. Yu Mu Cheng gripped the bone knife tightly, shielding Luya and the others behind him. Lei had a large chunk of flesh torn from his hind leg, blood pouring forth to reveal white bone. Noticing the situation on this side, he let out a hoarse roar, but was quickly entangled by the beastman before him. Qian delivered a powerful kick, sending a charging leopard sprawling, before sinking his teeth into its neck. A paw, imbued with the power of wind, struck from behind. Qian leaped into the air to evade, launching a swift counterattack. A mottled wolf lunged at him from the side, and pain shot through his right leg. Letting out a fierce roar, he unleashed a surge of electricity from his mouth, incapacitating the mottled wolf, which collapsed in convulsions. Qian still couldn't master the use of the lightning element. Overexerting himself would weaken his body, causing sharp pains in his head. A deafening roar echoed from the direction of the sub-beasts. Qian quickly turned around, his heart stopping at the sight before him. Xu Mu Cheng's body flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently to the ground. Roar! Chen's eyes turned bloodshot as he unleashed a desperate roar. Flapping his wings to dash forward, ignoring the pain reverberating in his head, he summoned a bolt of lightning and hurled it at the black wolf. Xu Mu Cheng crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. His right arm lay twisted at his side, the pain in his chest making it difficult to breathe. He hurts. In his daze, Xu Mu Cheng seemed to return to that familiar room, where his mother opened the door to reveal the face he had longed to see. He dashed forward, wrapping his arms around her. Mother. Chapter 55. When dawn breaks through the darkness, Xu Mu Cheng had a dream. In this dream, there was no car accident, nor had he traversed to another world. Everything felt as though nothing had ever transpired. Each day he shared breakfast with his family, visited art exhibitions with friends, accompanied his mother on shopping trips, and attended banquets with his father and brother, occasionally dropping by the film set to see his sister. In the art studio, his shirt and lounge pants were already splattered with paint, while brushes and paint containers lay scattered around him. The only tidy item amidst the chaos was the palette. Xu Mu Cheng held a paintbrush in hand, resting his chin on one hand as he became lost in thought, gazing at the painting he had just completed. The artwork depicted a starry night sky, with a large moon occupying 1/5 of the canvas, surrounded by twinkling stars that seemed to be embraced by the pale blue light of the moon. Beneath the starry sky lay a lush green meadow, with distant mountains and forests visible. Xu Mu Cheng felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Knock, knock, Mu, are you in there? Mom is coming in. I'm here, Mom, Xu Mu Cheng replied, and sure enough, his mother entered to find him covered in paint, sitting in front of the easel. I knew you would be in the studio. It's time to eat. Look at you, covered in paint again. Though his mother feigned annoyance, her expression was filled with warmth and indulgence. Hee, I know, my dear mother. I'll go wash up right now. Quickly, quickly. His mother chuckled at his antics. Xu Mu Cheng dried his hair and made his way to the living room, where his father, mother, and brother awaited him at the dining table. Feeling that his hair had dried, he tossed the towel onto the cabinet and quickly took a seat. Why don't you dry your hair again? Su Jingjun asked, exasperated. It's not cold at all in the middle of the day. It's fine. Let us eat. Xu Mu Cheng beamed at his brother. Sighing, Su Jingjun reminded him. Remember to dry your hair after eating. I know. Brother. I want to eat lobster. Su Jingjun set down his chopsticks, putting on gloves to peel the lobster for him. His mother served him a piece of sweet and sour ribs. These are all your favorites. Thank you, Mom. Xu Mu Cheng took a bite of the sweet and sour ribs, savoring a large mouthful of fragrant rice. This flavor, if only what? Why did he suddenly feel that he hadn't tasted these dishes in a long time? Xu Mu Cheng paused, blinking in confusion. Mu, what's wrong? Xu Mu Cheng looked up to find everyone staring at him with concern. Why is Mu crying? Did something happen? Did I cry? Xu Mu Cheng reached up to touch his face. Feeling the wetness, he truly was crying. Why did he feel so sad? The heart and chest felt as though they had been gouged by a knife, each breath becoming increasingly labored. The sounds surrounding him began to blur, and fleeting images raced through his mind. Xu Mu Cheng felt as though he were a small fish plunged into the depths of the ocean, enveloped by a chilling cold, with endless darkness and a biting chill engulfing him. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not swim to safety. Within the cave, the air was thick with the acrid scent of bitter herbs, creating a somber atmosphere. He was frazzled, burdened with the care of numerous injured individuals. While Xian Zheng assisted in brewing medicine. With swollen, red eyes, Qing sat vigil over Yin, whose abdomen was treated with green herbs, the heat of fever reddening his body. Several orcs were suffering from severe injuries and high fevers, their murmurs echoing through the cave. Xu Mu Cheng was also feverish and unconscious, with Qian steadfastly guarding him, repeatedly replacing the animal skin that had become warm from his body heat. Suddenly, Tears streamed from the corners of Su Mu Cheng's eyes as he whispered in anguish. Chen carefully cradled him, murmuring, "Moo moo, moo moo." The pressure around Chen seemed to diminish, his eyes concealing a tempest of suffocating emotion. Su Mu Cheng's parched lips moved, uttering, "Mama?" Chen's gaze flickered, "Mama?" Seeing that Su Mu Cheng could not be roused, he awkwardly patted his back in an attempt to soothe his restlessness. Su Mu Cheng awoke on Chen's back, wrapped in animal skins that shielded him from the brunt of the wind. Though his head remained foggy, the moment he regained consciousness, Chen sensed it, his long-held worry alleviated, and he quickened the rhythm of his wing beats. Su Mu Cheng felt his right arm heavily bandaged, and a slight exertion elicited a piercing pain. Indicating a fracture, a dull ache resonated in his chest, but upon touching it with his left hand, he found no fracture, sighing in relief. Given the medical conditions here, a broken rib would be difficult to mend. Chen's tail coiled around Su Mu Cheng's waist, and as he slightly opened his eyes, the tail relaxed its grip. After a moment, Su Mu Cheng cautiously emerged from the animal skins, revealing a dark sky sprinkled with twinkling stars. A cold wind brushed against his face, prompting him to retreat once more, leaving only his eyes exposed. He wondered how the others fared. His head was still heavy, and the scenes from his dreams flickered intermittently. Disturbing his thoughts, Su Mu Cheng lay in a half-dreaming state, uncertain of how much time had passed when a beam of light fell upon his face. His eyelashes fluttered, and after a brief adjustment, he slowly opened his eyes to witness the first golden rays of dawn breaking over the horizon. The sun rising from the sea of clouds. In that instant, the darkness of night was cleaved by the dawn. As if all of creation had been reawakened, Su Mu Cheng's heart trembled fiercely, having witnessed the birth of the first golden light in the heavens, the rosy dawn heralding the revival of all living things. Awakening the world, ahead lay the small river where they had rested in the forest, and Chen signaled to the group to regroup and rest. Upon landing, Chen held Su Mu Cheng tightly, his tail wrapped around the young man's waist. Seeing Su Mu Cheng awake, everyone rushed over to express their concern. "Mu Mu, do you realize you've been asleep for 3 days?" Leah remarked, fatigue evident on her face, suggesting she had not rested well during this time. 3 days? Su Mu Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes," came Chen's response, and Su Mu Cheng sensed a hint of grievance in his tone. "Put me down," Su Mu Cheng whispered urgently. Chen resumed his stoic demeanor, refusing to release him despite his entreaties. With no other option, Su Mu Cheng settled on Chen's arm, conversing with the others. From their words, Su Mu Cheng learned that Chen had slain the black wolf, driving the enemy away, and they had only lost 2 large bags of animal skins. However, several orcs had sustained significant injuries. Nonetheless, their lives were spared. They had sought refuge in a cave after exiting the canyon, resting for 2 days before embarking on a day-and-night journey. With Su Mu Cheng's right arm fractured, Chen cut the roasted meat into small pieces, feeding him one at a time. "I can use my left hand." Su Mu Cheng blushed. Chen held the roasted meat, gazing at him with eyes full of grievance. Feeling unnerved under Chen's intense scrutiny, Su Mu Cheng hurriedly opened his mouth to eat. Aside from the fracture, he bore multiple abrasions and a slight crack in his chest. Chen continued to feed him without changing expression, gradually easing the redness from Su Mu Cheng's cheeks. Relaxing against Chen's embrace alleviated his discomfort. Chapter 56. Return to the tribe. Su Mu Cheng opened his mouth once more to consume the roasted meat at his side. "Yes, a bit dry," he remarked, glancing at the bamboo tube filled with water not far away. Just as he swallowed the last piece of meat, a bamboo tube was brought to his lips. Startled, he looked up to meet Chen's gaze, which was focused intently upon him, filled with his reflection. With Chen's warm chest behind him, Su Mu Cheng could distinctly feel the rhythmic beating of his heart. Perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. The pent-up frustration within him gradually dissipated, and the tension that had gripped him began to loosen. Chen glanced at the bamboo tube and then at him, urging him to drink. Su Mu Cheng obediently sipped from Chen's hand, taking small gulps. Chen seemed to have found joy in feeding him, relishing in the act of offering bite-sized pieces of meat. "I'm full," Su Mu Cheng said, his body relaxing slightly as he leaned against Chen's chest, rubbing his belly. Chen responded, the deep concern in his eyes softening as he gently wiped away the grease from Su Mu Cheng's lips. Several severely injured orcs had managed to rally, their recoveries appearing relatively promising, though Yan's condition remained dire. Chen carried Su Mu Cheng over to Yan, who had been feverish for an extended period. Still in a state of unconsciousness, Qing's eyes brimmed with tears, his face gaunt with worry. Mu Cheng patted Qing's thin shoulder reassuringly. I believe uncle will recover. With bloodshot eyes filled with sorrow. Qing nodded silently, his lips pursed in a bitter line. He approached to change Yan's dressings, aware that Yan's prognosis was grim, but he could not voice such thoughts, lest he jinx the possibility of a miracle. Lifting the animal skin covering Yan, he began to clean away the ineffective herbs, replacing them with fresh ones. Wait, Sumu Cheng interrupted Ye's actions. He looked at him in confusion. A gruesome gash marred Yan's abdomen. The wound red and swollen, with strands of flesh protruding, and the faint outline of intestines tainted with dark filth visible within. Mu Cheng frowned. If the wound isn't cleaned properly, the recovery will be prolonged, and it will lead to further fever. Everyone turned to look at him. Qing excitedly leaned forward, careful not to touch him due to his injuries. Do you have a way to save Father Beast? He asked eagerly. I can't guarantee it, but I can assist in the wound's recovery. All right, tell me what to do. Qing's eyes sparkled with hope. We must first clean the wound with water, then proceed to stitch it. The water should be warm, boiled and cooled. The bone needle and thread must also be boiled for a while. It's best to clean the dirt from within the abdomen as well. Yi focused intently, following Mu Cheng's instructions carefully as he sutured the wound, while Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead. The atmosphere was tense, everyone holding their breath as they watched the procedure unfold. Upon finishing, Yi cut the thread and applied the herbs, letting out a sigh of relief. Mu Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing Ye's innate talent as a healer. Once the group was ready, they resumed their journey at full speed. Reaching the tribe by dusk, I gathered the tribe members in the square, lighting a bonfire to welcome their return. However, when the procession came into view, a pallor spread across the faces of the crowd. The air was thick with the unmistakable scent of blood, and several orcs were being carried on backs. The atmosphere of eager anticipation evaporated, replaced by a heavy sense of gloom and sorrow. Li swiftly dispersed the crowd to tend to the injured, placing the collected items in the warehouse beside the square for later organization. Chun carried Mu Cheng home. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. His head nodding as though he might fall asleep at any moment, he unfurled a fresh animal skin. Laying Mu Cheng upon the beads, Mu Cheng, still dazed, murmured, "Where are we?" "We're home," Chun replied softly, gently adjusting Mu Cheng's body and smoothing his tousled hair. Home. Mu Cheng's mind began to clear. Chun gathered a few wooden sticks to ignite a fire, the warm orange glow illuminating the small space. Could this truly be his home? A faint, bittersweet smile crept across Mu Cheng's lips. Chun busied himself in the kitchen, boiling water and tidying up the house, which had accumulated a layer of dust from being uninhabited for nearly half a beast cycle. Mu Cheng rested his head on the stone bed, observing as Chin's tall figure moved gracefully about the room, making the space feel both intimate and harmonious. A wave of emotion surged within Mu Cheng, akin to butterflies taking flight and dragonflies skimming the surface of water, the ripples in his heart expanding ever wider. The following morning, Qing arrived with a large basin of meat buns and fried dough he had made with one. Last night, Yan's fever had subsided, and he had awakened in the early hours. Mu. I truly thank you, Qing said earnestly. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I owe you my life. Tears shimmered in the azure depths of her eyes, her entire being radiating excitement as she repeatedly bowed in gratitude, departing in a whirlwind before Mu Cheng could decline her thanks. Mu Cheng, still grappling with the suddenness of it all, blinked slowly at a steaming bowl of tender buns before him. Having just awoken, his face bore the faint impressions of sleep, and the hair at the back of his head stood on end. Chen approached with a dampened soft leaf, gently wiping his face, and deftly swept aside the bothersome dark strands that obscured his forehead, revealing its smooth, rounded surface as Mu Cheng gradually regained his senses. He lifted his left hand to accept the soft leaf, only to have Chen evade him, instead inserting a cleansing fruit into his mouth. Was he being coddled like a child? A sense of embarrassment washed over Mu Cheng. Yet he understood Chen's unwavering resolve in certain matters. After Chen finished tending to his face, he remained by his side, waiting patiently until Mu Cheng had chewed sufficiently, then gently grasped his chin. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Cheng, his cheeks flushed, spat the wood shavings into Chen's palm. Chen ruffled his hair, then stepped outside to dispose of the refuse and wash his hands before returning to assist him with his shoes, finally lifting him to sit on a stone bench by the campfire. Chen had prepared only meat soup for breakfast, which accompanied the buns and pancakes. Despite the loss of several bags of animal skins during the gathering, the overall yield was still commendable, and additional tribes were expected to arrive to learn from the blueprints, ensuring that their food supply during the rainy season would remain secure. Thus, Li waved his hand, granting the team a 10-day respite, ample time for the injured orc to recuperate. Chun, primarily fatigued from elemental depletion, had nearly healed from his injuries sustained on the journey. Yumu Chung found himself closely attended by Chen, who rarely left his side at home, even carrying him to the door when he needed to use the restroom. After just 2 days, Sumu Chung felt as though he were sprouting mushrooms. On the third morning, Chen received word to head to the square to retrieve the items they had exchanged at the gathering. Go on. Do not worry about me, Sumu Chung encouraged, munching on the fruit in his hand, his clear eyes unwaveringly fixed on Chen, exuding an aura of obedience from head to toe. Chapter 57. The clingy cat. Chen lowered his gaze, concealing the shadows lurking in his eyes. Each night, whenever he fell asleep, the events of that day replayed in his mind like a haunting nightmare. Chen, he murmured, stay here and do not move. If anything happens, wait for my return. His tone laced with concern. Sumu Chung nodded obediently. Chen swiftly finished his breakfast before stepping out, glancing back at Sumu Chung 3 times. As Sumu Chung watched Chen's figure vanish at the door, the tension within him began to ease. Chen was overly anxious about him, and he was at a loss as to how to reassure him. For the past 2 days, any slight movement from Sumu Chung would send Chen into a state of alarm. Several times, he had awoken in the middle of the night to find Chen wide awake, eyes alert. At that moment, in the Yin household, Yin reclined on a stone bed, propped against a roll of animal hide, gazing tenderly at his little sub-beast. Qing was feeding Yin, who had not eaten for several days, a hearty meat porridge he had painstakingly prepared, with the meat cut into small pieces and served in bowls. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. I truly appreciate your assistance in bringing this back. The orc's response was terse, seemingly unfond of conversation. Both Qing and Yin turned their heads, suspicion etched on their faces as 2 figures gradually came into view. One was cradling 2 bamboo tubes, followed by Zhe, who was carrying a large animal skin bag and had another slung over his shoulder. Qing, Yin. Following Wen's instructions, Zhe set the animal skin bag down. Thank you for your help, Zhe. Qing. Please fetch some beast meat. Yan's gaze sharpened, shedding the softness of moments prior, exuding the imposing aura of a mature orc. Qing complied and went to retrieve the meat. Upon hearing Yan's words, Zhe's complexion paled slightly, stepping forward to intercept him. No need. It was merely a convenience. He cast a deep glance at Qing before turning to leave. Qing, not pondering much further, resumed feeding Yin, whose demeanor softened once more upon meeting Qing's gaze. It wasn't that he looked down on Zhe. It was simply that the youth was still quite young and, as a disciple of a healer, had greater potential for the future. Meanwhile, at the square, everyone was lining up to collect their items. Chen had quite a lot, having transformed into his beast form to carry them back. Besides the odd assortment of items Sumu Chung had exchanged, Chen had procured many others for him. Chen quickly returned home, finding Sumu Chung obediently seated in his original spot. A satisfied glimmer flashed in his tiger-like eyes as he set the bags down in the courtyard and reverted to his human form. Before him, the white tiger's form began to shrink, becoming hazy like a dream, then rising in stature until it transformed into a human shape. His sleek white hair gleamed, contrasting sharply with his sun-kissed skin. His arms were defined with muscular lines, and a sculpted abdomen boasted an impressive 8-pack. Every time Sumu Chung beheld Qin, he marveled at the wonders of creation, feeling he could never tire of gazing upon him. When would he too possess such abs? Not 8, even 6 would suffice. Sumu Chung absently patted his own soft belly. Perhaps due to his physique, even with diligent exercise in the past, he had only ever developed a thin layer of muscle, never achieving such a stunning form. Perceiving Sumu Cheng's unabashed stare lingering on his abdomen, Chen raised an eyebrow. Care to touch? Is that allowed? Sumu Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Orcs tended to display themselves eagerly before their beloved sub-beasts, and Chen was no exception. he approached Sumu Chung, his gaze dropping to meet him. Sumu Chung felt inexplicably nervous, swallowing hard. Ultimately, he succumbed to temptation and extended his left hand. His gentle fingers glided along the contours of Chen's abs, applying gentle pressure, the sensation transitioning from soft to firm. Chen watched as Sumu Cheng's ears flushed red, his actions growing bolder, his gaze deepening. Sumu Cheng placed his entire palm against Chen's abdomen, stroking back and forth. So, this is an 8-pack? It was his first experience touching one. Suddenly, a large hand seized his wrist, halting his movements. The warmth of that hand sent a shiver through Sumu Cheng. And when he looked up to meet Chen's inscrutable gaze, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Instinctively sensing danger, he awkwardly smiled and attempted to withdraw his hand. Chen leaned in swiftly gathering Sumu Cheng into his arms, his hot palm resting against Sumu Cheng's waist. "Chen?" Sumu Cheng exclaimed, momentarily dazed by the unexpected gesture. The searing sensation ignited a tingling current that coursed through his limbs, ultimately reaching his heart, causing it to flutter violently. Chen buried his head into Sumu Cheng's neck, his nose brushing against the soft flesh. The warmth of his breath caressed Sumu Cheng's skin, causing his fair complexion to flush a rosy hue. In this position, Sumu Cheng found his gaze elevated slightly above Chen's. The white strands of hair brushed against his face, their texture not as soft as it appeared, but rather coarse. The tickling sensation prompted Sumu Cheng to instinctively elongate his neck, inadvertently making it easier for Chen to draw closer. Chen's grip was judiciously measured, ensuring that Sumu Cheng felt neither discomfort nor instability. So close, Sumu Cheng was enveloped by Chen's masculine scent, warmth radiating from him, causing his face to heat up, the warmth spreading to his ears and neck. Chen observed Sumu Cheng's delicate earlobes turning a vivid shade of red, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After indulging in a few more restrained nuzzles, he finally released him as Chen tidied up. Sumu Cheng remained seated on the bench, the heat on his face still unrelenting. "Clingy cat," he mused, "such behavior is utterly unfair." Sumu Cheng shook his head, striving to calm the fierce beating of his heart within his chest. Various kinds of beast meat, hides, and threads had all been placed into the storage room. Most of the fruits and meats that remained uneaten at home had already been exchanged by Chen with the tribe's members before the gathering. Before leaving, only 2 massive hind legs of a mammoth were left, but they had spoiled beyond consumption and could only be discarded. Fortunately, the sun-dried fish had not gone bad. It seemed that the method of drying for preservation was indeed a viable one. After conferring with Chen, Sumu Cheng decided that in the future, any leftover meat would be hung up to dry into jerky. The remaining items in the yard were all those exchanged by Sumu Cheng. However, since Chen did not allow him to touch them, he could only direct Chen to categorize everything. They were all taken out from the beast skin bags and scattered haphazardly across the ground. Sumu Cheng instructed Chen to lay out all the fire herbs to sun-dry, while ginger and garlic were placed in small bags and taken to the kitchen, with lemons also bagged and set aside in the kitchen. A few bamboo tubes containing seedlings of greens were watered and placed in a sunny spot. As for the kelp, Sumu Cheng felt it was a delightful surprise from this trip to the market. Rich in iodine, protein, and minerals, kelp is a highly nutritious food that is also renowned for promoting longevity. Unfortunately, they had not brought back any seafood this time. However, they had already discussed with Qingyu that when it came time to exchange for salt, they would send fishermen ahead to prepare the necessary sea products. Chapter 58. Eating spicy, the kelp was not abundant, but it was enough to last a beast week. Following Sumu Cheng's instructions, Chen cut the kelp into segments and laid it out to dry. Scattered across the ground were some green fruit spheres, unknown herbs, pink pearls, and 2 large potatoes. They had originally planned to dig up potatoes on their return, but it had been postponed due to an injury. Now that they were back in the tribe, they needed to hurry and retrieve the potatoes. There was no need for concern, as the tribe leader had already arranged for people to set out yesterday. Sumu Cheng's small face wrinkled into a bun, and Chen chuckled, pinching his cheeks. His mouth puffed out, nearly drooling. Sumu Cheng swatted away his persistent hand, but Chen dodged to avoid him for lunch. Sumu Cheng suggested making bone broth and roasted meat. He was unable to cook, and it was too burdensome for Chen to do it alone. Chen had no objections, but he added some potato chunks to the broth to stew. Under Chen's care, Sumu Cheng's injury gradually healed, and he could no longer feel the pain in his chest. The bruises on his body had completely faded, with only his right arm not yet fully recovered. One morning, Sumu Chung woke up groggily, squinting as he chewed on a cleansing fruit. Chun approached with a basin of warm water for washing his face. The surface of the water reflected his porcelain-white face. His hair had grown significantly, and a tuft of bedhead was standing upright on his head. Squinting through the soft, drooping black strands of hair, he locked eyes with his reflection in the water. Exuding a tender aura, Sumu Chung felt as though he had changed, yet also remained the same. Why did he feel so much softer? Had he always looked this youthful? His peach blossom eyes widened. The haze within dissipating, he bent over, peering into the water, his face merely 10 centimeters from the surface point. One hand flitted about his eyes and nose. Had he not changed? No, wait, his skin seemed to have improved. What was happening? Chen returned from the kitchen carrying a pot of bone broth. Aside from the first day when Chen had helped him wash his face, under Sumu Cheng's strong protests, he had now reverted to washing himself, but Chen insisted on bringing the water. Oh, it's nothing. Just that I feel like I haven't seen my own reflection in a long time. Sumu Chung opened his hand, revealing a slightly wrinkled soft leaf grass, hurriedly dipping it in the water to wash his face. Chun retrieved something from the bamboo bed and approached again. Do you want your hair tied up? Chun held up 2 ribbons, one gray and one white. Is it for braiding? That works, then give it to me. Chun evaded Sumu Cheng's outstretched hand and stepped forward to gather the bothersome hair from his forehead into a bundle. His technique was somewhat clumsy, yet gentle. Chen's calloused fingers brushed through Sumu Cheng's scalp, eliciting a shiver. Is this okay? It's fine. Sumu Cheng saw Chun twisting a white beast hide ribbon. He didn't have any particular preferences regarding it. Chen's lips curled slightly, as though a hidden desire was fulfilled. Sumu Cheng shook his head, and the small tuft atop his head bobbed in sync with his movements. This is much more convenient. Thank you, Chun. Sumu Chung beamed. Time passes. 6 days later, the potato digging team returned. The square was piled high with more than 30 beast skin bags. Lee's eyes crinkled with laughter. This was enough food to sustain the beasts for quite a while. Moreover, the day before yesterday, the antelope tribe had sent word, expressing their desire to learn how to make carts. Therefore, there was no need to worry about food for this rainy season. Everyone's injuries had mostly healed. Enli planned to host a bonfire gathering tomorrow night. Everyone has worked hard. Go home and rest well. We will hold the bonfire gathering tomorrow night. So please spread the word. Understood, tribe leader. Good. She was also among the potato digging team and quickly ran towards a stone house in the northwestern area of the tribe. As he neared the door, he slowed down, tucking his ears and tail away, patting the non-existent dust off his beast skin skirt, then straightening his posture, casually walking to the entrance of the stone house. Is anyone home? After a brief rustling sound, footsteps approached. Who is it? My brother Isn't home today. Aiko peeked out the door. It's me. Chi, the tribe leader, said there will be a bonfire gathering tomorrow night. So I'm here to inform you. The youthful face radiated a unique vitality, his bright and clean smile sparkling in the sunlight. Recognizing the orc, Aiko relaxed slightly, but was soon dazzled by his smile. Okay, thank you. Chi embarrassed, she quickly withdrew her head. Hee, no need to thank me. Chi walked away, grinning foolishly. As dusk descended, the sky was painted with red clouds. The bonfire blazed in the square of the tiger tribe, flames shooting upwards and mingling with the now damp air. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat and fish wafted through the air, stirring appetites. Plump, white buns steamed one after another, with thin skins and generous fillings that burst with juiciness upon a single bite. Lee also brought out a bag of potatoes, directing people to slice them into pieces, string them together, and season them for grilling, following Sumu Cheng's instructions. Chun placed the roasted potato slices and meat into the bamboo bowl in front of Sumu Cheng. Thank you. Sumu Cheng naturally picked up the food to eat. Before him flickered the warm glow of firelight, while laughter and merriment echoed in his ears, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Sitting with him were the familiar youths he often interacted with alongside Chun. Yan's injury had not fully healed, so he had stayed home for care. Qing approached alone, while Aiko joined him. Settling beside Qing, Sumu Cheng brought over the sun-dried fire herbs, crushing them as he went. Moo, what is this? A new seasoning you've discovered? Leah watched as Sumu Cheng sprinkled a red powder that emitted a spicy aroma onto the roasted meat, making it even more enticing. Fire herbs, they're quite spicy. Dio, you want to give it a try? Absolutely. Sumu Chung raised his hand to offer it, which was eagerly accepted by Ya, who smiled widely. Thank you, you're welcome. Now put it on. I want to taste it, Leah urged Ya, tugging at his arm. All right, but just a little at first. If you find it delicious, you can add more. Ya was aware of the fire herbs. They would cause warmth and tingling on the tongue. A thin layer of red powder was sprinkled over the tender roasted meat, making it appear even more delectable. Unable to contain herself, Leah took a bite. Bang! It was as if something exploded in her mouth, instantly heating and numbing her tongue and throat. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and tears welled from the stimulation. Leah struggled to articulate the sensation. Her mouth felt both numb and spicy, with a slight sting on her tongue. Spit it out quickly! Ya placed a hand under Leah's chin, while holding a bamboo tube at the ready to provide water. Ha! Leah gulped down several mouthfuls of water. The stinging sensation dissipated, but the spiciness lingered. Ching burst into laughter at Leah's comical state. Looks like you can't handle spicy food. Sumu Chung had not anticipated Leah's reaction to be so extreme. Chapter 59. Do you think tomorrow will be sunny or overcast? Sumu Chung watched as Leah fanned her mouth with her hands and handed her a fruit. What's so funny? I'm just not used to it. You might not be able to handle spicy food either, Leah retorted defiantly, biting into the fruit to alleviate the spiciness. I'll give it a try, Ching said, taking over the bamboo tube that held the fire herbs powder. Here, Leah extended a hand, wearing an expression that seemed to anticipate his humiliation. Ching, with an air of nonchalance, accepted the bowl and sprinkled a modest amount of red powder onto the roasted meat within. He picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The savory flavor of the meat burst forth, accompanied by a spicy kick, causing Ching's eyes to light up in delight. He lowered his head and took several more bites. Isn't it spicy? Leah exclaimed in bewilderment, watching as Ching continued to add more roasted meat, generously sprinkling it with the fiery herb and savoring each mouthful with evident pleasure. Leah was forced to confront the unsettling truth. How could Ching not find it spicy? Determined to partake in this culinary experience, Leah reached out for the fiery herb, eager to try it himself. Just then, Ye tore off a piece of roasted fish to divert Leah's attention. Ching, ever generous, sprinkled a bit of the fiery herb onto Ai Ku's portion for him to sample. Ai Ku found it pleasantly warm and spicy, though his reaction was far less dramatic than Leah's. The fiery herb had circulated among several young beasts before returning to Sumu Chung. We can seek out more fiery herbs later. You all can partake without worry, Sumu Chung assured. Extending a bamboo tube toward the area where the beastmen Saturday having already sampled it when it was freshly prepared at home, Qian, though reluctant, acquiesced to the younger beast's wishes and shared it with the assembled beastmen. The beastmen, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, were well aware that snatching food from the young beasts was considered dishonorable. Yet, the tantalizing aroma of the spicy dish had proven irresistible, prompting them to eagerly pledge their assistance in searching for fiery herbs. We will help find fiery herbs during our hunts, they promised, their enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, we shall assist, they echoed. There's no need for that. The preparation is quite simple. Just dry and grind the fiery herbs and you. Sumu Chung was somewhat taken aback by their enthusiasm. You need not decline, Mu Mood. We cannot simply partake of your creations without offering something in return, especially since this is a novel culinary method of your invention. One that none of us have experienced before, Ching reassured him. Very well, Sumu Chung relented, subsequently elaborating on various ways to utilize the spicy ingredient, including its medicinal benefits, sharing this knowledge with Yi. The gathering was filled with hearty enjoyment. After the bonfire had died down, remnants of warmth lingered in the charred remains, occasional wisps of smoke rising into the night. The moon appeared to have a gaping hole, intermittently illuminating the sky as it peeked through shifting clouds. With not a single star in sight, Mu Chung sat beside Chen, resting his left hand on Chen's shoulder as he gazed upward at the heavens. The sounds of travelers dwindled, fading into the distance. Chen, do you suppose tomorrow will be sunny or overcast? Sumu Chung inquired, seemingly unaccustomed to the silence and darkness enveloping the path. Chun pondered for a moment, shook his head, and then remembered Sumu Cheng's blindness, stating, I don't know. Perhaps it will be sunny? Sumu Chung smiled knowingly. Not quite. It is highly likely to be overcast. Why do you say that? Chun prompted, following his line of thought. Look, there isn't a single star in the sky. The clouds are too thick, which suggests tomorrow will likely be overcast. Chun looked up at Su Mu Cheng's words and indeed saw no stars. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the small braid atop Su Mu Cheng's head to sway slightly. That moment, the moon emerged once more from behind a cloud eye in the darkness. The young beast's skin reflected a pale glow, adorned with a woven cord around his neck. What is that you wear around your neck? Chun had long wished to ask. You mean this? Su Mu Cheng replied, pulling out a pendant from beneath his clothing. It was a droplet-shaped piece of white jade, pure and smooth with a lustrous sheen. Under the moonlight, its radiance appeared even softer, devoid of any blemish. Intricate patterns were etched into its surface, though Su Mu Cheng was unaware of their meaning. He simply found it beautiful. My brother acquired it for me at an auction. Chun found himself momentarily entranced by the smooth white stone. Imumu? Su Mu Cheng snapped back to reality. My apologies. I was lost in thought. It is a jade pendant, a gift from my brother. A brother. Chun realized he had never heard Su Mu Cheng speak of his family before. My family consists of my father, mother, an elder brother, and an elder sister. Perhaps it was the cool night breeze or the weight of the clouds that stirred emotions within him, but for the first time, Su Mu Cheng spoke at length about his family. Chen listened quietly, though occasionally encountering words he did not fully understand, yet it painted a picture of a warm household. Despite being unfamiliar with the term, Chen could envision the comfort of Su Mu Cheng's descriptions and the light that shone in his eyes as he spoke. A sense of unease began to rise within Chen, growing increasingly potent. They reached home, where Su Mu Cheng's narration lingered, leaving many untold stories and substituting terms that Chen could comprehend. After settling Su Mu Cheng onto the stone bed, Chen knelt before him. Su Mu Cheng queried, puzzled. Chen bowed his head in silence. Su Mu Cheng spoke of experiences he had never encountered, yet they sounded far superior to the current reality, comforts he could scarcely imagine and deep familial bonds he could not provide. Feeling a sudden anxiety, Chen grasped Su Mu Cheng's left hand, desperate to articulate something that might alleviate his inner turmoil, swallowing hard against his dry throat. Do you wish to return? Deep within Chen's eyes lay a profound unease, as if something were on the verge of shattering. Return? I cannot go back. Su Mu Cheng's face paled as if drained of color. Chen's pupils dilated. I'm sorry. Su Mu Cheng shook his head, appearing weary and sorrowful. I will not return. It's not that I do not wish to. Chen clenched his other hand tightly. The young beast looked so forlorn. He felt compelled to offer comfort. Yet upon hearing Su Mu Cheng's declaration that he would not leave, Chen's unease dissipated, replaced by a sense of secret joy. Chen suddenly felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Let us wash up and retire for the night, Su Mu Cheng suggested, attempting to compose himself as he stood to freshen up. The pain of losing family is not something easily digested in a moment. People often claim that time will dull all wounds. Whether time will truly mitigate Su Mu Cheng's sorrow, he could not say. He only knew that no one would encourage him to pursue his dreams any longer. His aspirations of becoming an artist had faded. All that remained was a longing for home. Upon returning, Chen observed Su Mu Cheng's reddened eyes. A sensation akin to being stung by a bee swelled within him. Watching the restless figures in the night, Chen rose and settled beside Su Mu Cheng, gently patting his back in a soothing manner, reminiscent of their time in the cave. Chapter 60. Attempting to create new garments before dawn broke, Chen was already awake. He first went to the kitchen to simmer bone broth and prepare a pot of hot water. The rest day was over. Chen was to commence his patrol duties today. This patrol would last 10 days, during which he would not return for lunch, necessitating that he prepare everything Su Mu Cheng would require in advance. The water tank in the yard had been filled the previous day, and he sliced the meat for both lunch and dinner ahead of time. He chopped the bones into small pieces, soaked the potatoes in water, and set out the jam for easy access in the kitchen. By the time he finished, dawn had already arrived, confirming the overcast nature of the day. Chen glanced at the sunless sky outside, washed his hands, and returned to the main house with the hot water. Su Mu Cheng was already awake, sitting at the edge of the bed, eyes closed as he chewed on a cleansing fruit. Chen's gaze softened upon seeing Su Mu Cheng, but thoughts of his upcoming patrol darkened his expression with concern. I'll be leaving shortly. You must stay home and behave. Do not wander off, Chen said as he handed over a soft leaf soaked in warm water. If you need anything, seek out Yi or Xin. I've informed them in advance. Lilia will be over soon. Sumuching nodded while washing his face, turning to spit the fruit pulp into the trash bin. I understand. You need not worry about me. Be safe on your patrol, Chen urged. This patrol would last 10 days, and Chen had already arranged for Lilia to stay with them. He was concerned about Sumucheng being alone, especially since his right arm had yet to heal completely. Once the meal was prepared, Chen ate quickly. Just as he finished, Ye arrived, carrying Lu Ye and a beast hide bag filled with Lu Ye's change of clothes. Go on. Do not worry about me, Sumucheng said with a smile, watching Chen's reluctant departure. Even Ye hesitated, reluctant to put Lu Ye down. After they left, Sumucheng took the fruit and settled on the stone bed in the main house with Lu Ye. Lu Ye began to rummage through the pink beast hide and bone needle he had exchanged at the gathering, stitching away. The upper garment was halfway assembled, and its form was becoming apparent. Once I finish sewing, it will surely look splendid when worn outside, Lu Ye declared with glee. What do people wear in winter? Sumucheng asked, observing the pink sleeveless garment in Lu Ye's hands. Still beast hide. Of course, it snows continuously throughout the winter, often for an entire beast cycle. It's so cold that everyone wraps themselves in beast hide blankets and rarely ventures outside. Even the beastmen cannot withstand the winter weather, let alone the young beasts. Leia couldn't help but frown at the thought of the biting cold of winter. A sudden idea struck her. Sumucheng wanted to popularize long garments, such as long sleeves and trousers. Subtly laying the groundwork. Quickly, tell me, what have you thought of now? Have you discovered some delectable treat? Not food, as you always think of food. After a brief pause, Sumucheng continued, I believe as the weather grows colder, we should also consider making our clothing thicker. Thicker? Leia inquired. For instance, we could design sleeves for our garments and transform the fur skirts into ones with pant legs, thus covering our arms and legs and enhancing warmth significantly. Depending on the thickness of the fur, we could create garments of varying degrees of insulation. Some could be looser, allowing for layering. Wouldn't that be even warmer? It sounded quite cozy, but Leia wondered how such clothing could be made. Her eyes sparkled with interest. I don't know how to make them either, but I have a vision of what the clothing should look like. I can sketch it for you to see. Sumucheng led Leia to the yard and drew several designs in the dirt with a slender stick. I think I can make these, Leia exclaimed. Moo, how are you so clever? Passionate and skilled in sewing. Leia felt her determination surge as she examined the intriguing and aesthetically pleasing designs Sumucheng had created. Kneeling on the ground, she meticulously studied the shapes he had drawn in an effort to clarify his ideas for Leia. Sumucheng drew three-dimensional perspectives and attempted to describe some of the more complex stitching areas. However, lacking formal training in fashion design, he could only convey a rudimentary understanding. Thus, he found himself struggling to articulate his thoughts. While Leia looked on in confusion. Frustrated, Sumucheng raked his fingers through his hair, loosening his small top knot, which now sat askew atop his head. Leia, however, remained undaunted, suggesting that if she couldn't grasp the concept, they could start with something simpler. So, the two of them began their hands-on attempt. Time flew by, and they were so engrossed in their work that they lost track of lunch. Concerned, he came to check on Sumucheng, calling out at the door with no response. Noticing the eerie silence in the yard and the absence of any cooking activity in the kitchen, she wondered, could they have forgotten to eat? Moo? Fearing something might be amiss, he hurriedly lifted the fur curtain and peeked into the main room. Sumucheng and Leia, upon realizing someone had arrived, quickly set their materials aside and stood up. Healer, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? I merely came to check on you, worried about your well-being at home. What are you two up to? I called out, yet no one responded. Wai noticed they were holding garments that were in the early stages of completion, but they appeared quite different from their usual attire. Ah, my apologies. We were too focused to hear you. Heh. Isn't it time for lunch? Leia suddenly remembered. You missed lunch and haven't eaten yet? Oh dear, I suspected as much when I saw the kitchen devoid of any cooking activity. Good thing I came by. I'll whip something up for you. Just let me know what you'd like to eat. Ye's tone was laced with reproach, yet each word radiated concern as she turned to head towards the kitchen. Sumucheng felt warmth spread through him and quickly followed. No, we can manage ourselves. We just lost track of time while getting caught up in our work. Yes, besides, I'm here to keep Moo company. You need not worry, healer. Leia darted ahead, eager to gather firewood. I have nothing pressing. so I'll just prepare your meal and then head back. The two tried to dissuade Yi, but she was resolute, and they could only assist her. Yi cooked a pot of meat soup, pulled some noodles, and stir-fried some shredded potatoes. You must not forget to eat, understood? After washing her hands, she reminded them, and Mumu's arm should heal in about half a beast cycle. So be cautious during this time. Sumaching and Leia replied earnestly, nodding in unison. Healer, would you care to join us for a meal? Indeed. Your noodles smell delightful. Leia inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of the food. Yi chuckled at Leia's exaggerated reaction. I'm full from lunch. I'll be heading back now. You too, enjoy your meal. Chapter 61. The new clothes are here after a day of effort. Sumaching and Leia successfully crafted a long-sleeve top. Leia tailored it to her own measurements, as Sumaching's arm was still injured, making it inconvenient for him to change clothes. I'm ready. Mumu, you can come in now. Leia felt the new garment on her, somewhat constricting, yet the sleeves indeed provided warmth and convenience. How does it feel? Is it tight around the shoulders? Sumaching adjusted her clothing. It feels a bit unusual. But overall, it's quite pleasant. Leia swung her arms, finding her movements unrestricted. Thus, the two spent the next 10 days nestled at home, experimenting with garment designs, long sleeves, trousers, outerwear, and a plethora of styles, including V-necks, round necks, and lapels. They fashioned buttons from wood, carving them into flat rounds with 4 holes to sew onto the garments. Leia even invented numerous embellishments, attaching shells and other decorations to the clothing, while the trousers were uniformly belted with rope. One evening, Qian and Ye concluded their patrol and began their return journey. On the way, they unexpectedly encountered Xian, who was clad in peculiar attire that enveloped his limbs entirely. Noticing their approach, Xian turned and greeted them with an unusual cheerfulness. Qian and Ye, you're back, he exclaimed, ruffling his hair with one hand. Patrolling must have been tiring. He patted his shoulder with the other hand, adjusting his sleeves and the hem of his garment. What is that? Are you brushing off dirt? Ye was perplexed by the situation. You're heading home in the opposite direction, Chen remarked, unable to tolerate Xian's ostentatious display. Oh, well, Yi is at your home, and I was just going to fetch him. Xian bent down to adjust his pant legs. Chen, yeah, they were certain Xian was merely showing off his outfit, without needing to exchange glances. They walked past him, deliberately ignoring him. Hey, slow down. Do you have no regard for your elders? Don't you notice anything different about me today? Xian hurried after them. Aren't you curious? Chen remained unmoved. You couldn't help but smirk, replying, curious? Your outfit is indeed quite different. Exactly. This ensemble was handcrafted by Yi himself. Xian began to chuckle mid-sentence, his laughter growing uncontrollable. It's simply unbearable to look at. Chen cast a quick glance at Xian's clothing before diverting his gaze. As they approached Chen's home, the lively chatter from within was unmistakable. Many were gathered there. Chen and Ye exchanged bewildered glances. Xian eagerly explained, a few days ago, Sumaching designed a new style of clothing, like the one I'm wearing. Now, the sub-beasts in the tribe are all coming to learn how to make clothes. Before he could finish, Chen dashed off like a gust of wind. Teske, Xian rolled his eyes inwardly, always with that cold demeanor. It's a wonder he has a partner at all. I'm back, Chen announced as he stood at the entrance, instantly spotting someone with a small braid atop their head. Seeing that he was not misbehaving and was careful with his injured arm, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. You've returned, Sumaching joyfully approached. During Chen's absence, Sumaching often found himself thinking of him. Chen remained at the door, scanning Sumaching from head to toe. His gaze returned to Sumaching's bright, sparkling eyes, filled with joy upon seeing him. Have you eaten? If not, I can start a fire right now to roast some meat for you. I have eaten, Chen said, stopping Sumaching from heading into the kitchen. During his patrols, Chen had worried daily about Sumaching, fearful he might neglect his meals, inadvertently hurt his arm, or fail to take care of himself. All right then, look at my new outfit. Sumaching raised his arm and twirled in front of Chen. This is my design for a new garment. It provides much more comfort and keeps you warmer in winter. Quite impressive. Chen's lips curved into a noticeable smile as he couldn't resist pulling Sumaching into an embrace. As the words of praise reached his ears, Sumaching felt a tinge of affection in Chen's tone, as if they were long-separated friends finally reunited. Leaning into Chen's embrace, Sumaching grinned foolishly. A unique aura seemed to envelop the two. creating an inviolable space around them. The others in the yard discreetly made their exit, and you took Leia home as well. Are you exhausted from patrolling? You seem to have lost weight. Yu Mu Cheng's gaze lingered unconsciously on Chen's face. His once stern and rigid features appeared to have thinned somewhat, yet he seemed unperturbed. How is your arm? Chen retorted. It doesn't hurt at all now. Why, he said that in a few days I won't need to apply medicine anymore. Once my arm is completely healed, I will make you a few outfits, if that's agreeable. The words trailed off, like a gentle hook, stirring a flutter of anticipation within Chen. He lowered his head to behold the person who was unwittingly being coy. His throat tightening slightly. All right. One of Chen's hands casually encircled Su Mu Cheng's back, while the other slowly caressed his hair. The ends of his small braid brushed against Chen's hand, eliciting a ticklish sensation. The sky, adorned with countless stars, framed a delicate crescent moon, and the night was devoid of wind. The sounds of the outside world faded into an extraordinary silence. Su Mu Cheng felt as though Chen possessed a certain magic, granting him a profound sense of security in this moment. Perhaps his feelings for Chen had evolved beyond mere simplicity, yet he found no aversion to this transformation. The thought of engaging in a romantic relationship with Chen seemed rather appealing. After all, Chen was an exceptional hunter, gentle in nature, strikingly handsome, and possessed a physique that was simply outstanding. Su Mu Cheng's ears flushed a deeper shade of crimson, Chen's gaze fixated on the rosy hue adorning Su Mu Cheng's delicate ear. An instinctual urge akin to that of a feline, yearning to capture it, and indeed, he acted upon that impulse. Su Mu Cheng jolted, his waist going weak, barely managing to stand with the support of Chen's arm. Chen did not release his grasp on the tip of Su Mu Cheng's ear, occasionally applying a gentle pressure, as if an electric current was coursing through Su Mu Cheng's body. Gradually, a misty haze enveloped Su Mu Cheng's eyes, his gaze shimmering with unspoken emotions. Chen observed Su Mu Cheng's transformation as if he had discovered a hidden switch. His expression deepened. With a sudden, forceful embrace, he lifted Su Mu Cheng, proceeding to sit on the stone bed with Su Mu Cheng nestled sideways on his legs, resting against his chest. After a moment, Su Mu Cheng regained his composure, his eyes clearing. Then, in an instant, his face and neck flushed a vivid red. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him for his earlier reaction. Who was it that turned weak at the mere pinch of an ear? Ah, how mortifying, he realized with a jolt, that he had inadvertently spoken his innermost thoughts aloud. Chapter 62. Moving to a new home, Su Mu Cheng's head felt as though it were ablaze, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide within. So adorable, Chen thought, his eyes filled with affection for the person in his embrace. I need to wash up. Su Mu Cheng, flustered, scrambled off Chen's lap and dashed outside. He leaned against the kitchen wall, his heart pounding loudly. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was frighteningly loud. Su Mu Cheng clutched his shirt at the chest, as if that would somehow quell his racing heart. Chen held his breath, listening intently to the sounds from next door, his eyes gleaming with delight. In the silent night, emotions swirled within. Upon Chen's return, Su Mu Cheng finally got to taste food that was properly seasoned. Luya was simply a culinary disaster. For the past few days, Su Mu Cheng had been standing nearby to guide, while Luya took charge of the cooking. The steps were correct, yet the flavors were indescribably poor, with the meat in the house depleted. Chen took a day off to rest at home before heading out to hunt with Ya and Qi. After the hunt, construction on Su Mu Cheng's unfinished house resumed. The courtyard wall was only half complete, and the furniture was still lacking. Most of Su Mu Cheng's furnishings were crafted from solid wood, and he had also cut down a considerable amount of bamboo. In the kitchen stood 2 large 4-tier wooden racks. A table and a smaller cabinet. 2 large water tanks were also constructed, complete with wooden lids to spare Chen the frequent trips to the river for water. A new, larger bathing tub was made, with wooden steps incorporated for ease of access. The tub's height reached Su Mu Cheng's chest, and Chen specially provided him with a small stool for convenience. The living room featured a round stone table near the fireplace, topped with a circular piece of raw wood, accompanied by several wooden stools. Su Mu Cheng designated this area for dining. A little further in was a carpet made of several light gray animal skins, adorned with a large sofa and a smaller single sofa. The large sofa was as expansive as a single bed, constructed from solid wood and layered with several layers of animal hide, rendering it soft to sit upon. The guest room on the first floor contained only a wooden bed and a small table. The opposite bathroom was a stone-carved squat toilet, equipped with a wooden bucket and bamboo cup for hand-washing and flushing. Since the last attack in the canyon, everyone was aware of Chin's awakening of the lightning element. During patrols and hunts, Chin frequently practiced, becoming increasingly adept at wielding the lightning element. The stone materials for carving tables and other items were now directly cut using lightning by Chin, all neatly arranged. The main and secondary bedrooms on the second floor faced each other and were of equal size, each furnished with oversized double beds, several wardrobes, and tables. Adjacent to the main bedroom was the art studio, currently empty except for a table and a chair. The leisure area opposite the art studio was similarly adorned with a light gray animal skin carpet, featuring a wooden coffee table and several low chairs. To the far right lay the study and storage room. The study boasted an entire wall of bookshelves, a large table, and several chairs. Although it contained few books, Sumu Chung intended to use it for storing various trinkets. The storage room was entirely empty. Aside from the main gate to the courtyard, Sumu Chung designed all the doors as sliding wooden doors. The courtyard's main gate was simply draped with a curtain made of animal hide. The living room's entrance consisted of 2 wooden doors, each fitted with horizontal handles, with a thick stone slab leaning against the wall in the corridor leading to the kitchen, used to block the door at night. The remaining doors were single wooden doors. Sumu Chung instructed Chin to carve matching recesses in the stone walls, allowing the doors to slide directly into the walls, on the right side of the courtyard. A simple bamboo shed was erected against the wall for storing firewood. The shed's base was raised on bamboo to prevent rainwater from dampening the firewood. The entire renovation process consumed a significant amount of animal hides. Yet fortunately, Chun had amassed a considerable collection over the years. Throughout the renovation, Chun remained rather discontent, as the completion of the house signified Su Mu Cheng's impending departure. However, the more Chun understood Su Mu Cheng's design for the house, the more admiration he felt. Initially, it seemed merely spacious, with many elements whose purposes he could not discern. Yet, as Su Mu Cheng described them, they began to feel increasingly comfortable and novel. Reluctantly, the day of completion arrived. Early in the morning, Su Mu Cheng awoke early to pack the items needed for the move: clothes, bedding, pots, pans, and even the bamboo bed. Additionally, a plethora of items from the storage room had to be transported. Along with firewood and water tanks from the courtyard, Su Mu Cheng eagerly folded his clothes and bedding. The weather was relatively warm, and he had only 3 sets of clothing. He also gathered 2 of Chin's animal hide skirts for changing. Along with the remaining animal hides from the storage room, stacking them into a pile over a meter high, Su Mu Cheng struggled to lift the entire stack at once. He managed to hold it awkwardly, but his vision was completely obstructed. Turning sideways to navigate, just as he reached the courtyard door, he felt the hides tilting precariously. Hey, it's going to fall. Chun, quick, help me. Chun had been in a low-spirited state for the past few days, and last night he had tossed and turned, finally managing to close his eyes just before dawn. This morning, he clearly sensed Su Mu Cheng's excitement and eagerness regarding the move. The words he wished to say to retain Su Mu Cheng remained unspoken, and he could only suppress the bitterness within as he silently watched Su Mu Cheng pack. Only when Su Mu Cheng had folded and packed away his animal hide skirts and blankets did Chun realize that Su Mu Cheng intended to move with him. A surprise akin to a long-lost treasure surged within him, yet he dared not inquire at that moment. Chun was jolted back to reality by Su Mu Cheng's cry for help and hurried outside to assist. Chun was remarkably proactive in helping to move the items. As the house became increasingly empty, he confirmed that Su Mu Cheng truly intended to cohabitate in the new home. A wide grin spread across Chen's face, his entire being brimming with uncontainable energy. Hearing Su Mu Cheng's directives on where to place items filled his heart with a sweet delight. All the animal hides were placed in the upstairs bedroom cabinet, while the food was uniformly stored in the kitchen and the hunted meat was hung out to dry. Chun placed a smaller animal hide bag on the top shelf of the kitchen rack. But unexpectedly, the hide string at the bag's opening loosened, and its contents cascaded onto the floor with a series of thuds. They were all trinkets exchanged at the market. Bending down to retrieve them, Chan inadvertently stepped on a round green object, which exploded with a loud bang in the kitchen. Su Mu Cheng quickly dropped what he was holding and rushed over. What happened? What happened? Chan stood frozen in place, his face a portrait of bewilderment and frustration, his foot hovering in midair as if caught in a moment of indecision. When Su Mu Cheng entered, the sight that greeted him was that of Chan in this very predicament. Prompting an involuntary chuckle to escape his lips, a fleeting blush of embarrassment crossed Chen's face, and he hastily lowered his foot. The green fruit shell lay shattered, revealing white grains that radiated outward like stars scattered across the ground. Sumu Chung recognized it. This fruit had been gifted to him by a vendor at the market where he had purchased firegrass. He recalled the vendor, an orc, mentioning that the fruit could be eaten once the shell cracked open from roasting. Though it might be somewhat gritty, bending down, he scooped up a handful. Could this possibly be rice? After all, even flower grows on trees in fruit-like forms. A smile of uncontainable delight blossomed on Sumu Cheng's face. Whether it was rice or not, cooking it would reveal the truth. The new kitchen boasted 2 large stoves and 2 smaller ones, all ready for immediate use. Without hesitation, Sumu Cheng set to work, boiling water on the small stove, while he instructed Chen to help open the fruit shells and place the contents into the stone pot to cook. Chen complied in silence. After a short while, the white grains began to swell and soften as they absorbed the water, releasing the unique fragrance of rice into the air. Seeing that it was indeed edible, Sumu Cheng ladled out a bowl. "Let me handle it," he said as Chen reached out to take the bowl. Sumu Cheng frowned and evaded Chen's grasp. "This won't do. What if something goes awry?" he reasoned. "Perhaps we should capture a small animal for a test? That would be safer." After some consideration, Chen agreed. "Last time we hunted, I managed to catch a rabbit beast. I'll go fetch it," he announced before darting out. Sumu Cheng extinguished the fire and proceeded to tidy up. The living room's fireplace was deep enough to roast meat for Chen and provide warmth, while a large wooden mat adorned the center of the dining table, topped with 6 inverted bamboo cups and a sizable lidded bamboo container. The first floor's roof extended towards the entrance, supported by 2 large rectangular stone columns on either side, creating a porch where one could sit even in the rain. The second floor was similarly designed, allowing for a balcony. At the right side of the staircase's exit on the second floor lay a corridor leading to a sliding wooden door that opened directly onto the balcony, which was enclosed by a half-height stone wall. Sumu Cheng placed the potted plants he had brought under the porch. Out of several types of small greens he had purchased, only the oil wheat and bok choy had survived. The others had perished. Yet, he was undeterred. Managing to cultivate 2 varieties was already a commendable feat. Once they bore seeds, he would collect them. Sumu Cheng envisioned converting part of the yard into a vegetable garden, planting scallions, ginger, garlic, and more greens, allowing for fresh seasoning right from home. "I'm back." Chen's voice rang out from the entrance. Sumu Cheng turned to find Chen holding a rabbit beast, its white fur intermingled with gray. "Is this a rabbit?" he asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Indeed." Chen chuckled, glancing at him before lowering his gaze to the rabbit beast, feeling as though Sumu Cheng's eyes were wider than the creature's. The rabbit beast was twice the size of an earth rabbit, with ears as long as its body. Chen handed the rabbit beast to Sumu Cheng, allowing him to observe it closely. The creature's fore and hind limbs were bound together, ensuring it posed no threat to Sumu Cheng. Embracing the soft, white rabbit, Sumu Cheng found his fingers sinking into its plush fur. "Wow, so soft," he exclaimed, delighting in petting the rabbit. However, as Chen observed Sumu Cheng's hands gliding over the rabbit beast's fur, he suddenly regretted bringing it back. The long-eared, red-eyed rabbit was enjoying the massage from the 2-legged creature when it suddenly sensed an aura of danger, as if being targeted by a large carnivore, rendering it completely still. "Rabbit beast." Sumu Cheng remained blissfully oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, lost in the delightful texture of the rabbit's fur. "Moo moo, weren't we supposed to experiment with that rice?" Chen prompted. "Oh right, let's get to it," Sumu Cheng replied. Realizing that the rice was of greater importance than petting the rabbit, he brought out the rice porridge from the kitchen, and Chen secured the rabbit beast's head, gently prying its mouth open to feed it. So far, the rabbit beast showed no adverse reactions. Sumu Cheng instructed Chen to confine it in the firewood room for observation. After some time, "What did you trade for this rabbit?" Sumu Cheng inquired. "A whole sheep's skin," Chen replied. Sumu Cheng nodded thoughtfully, knowing that initially, the rabbit beast had not been easy to obtain. Chen had caught it for Leah, who was quite fond of it. However, upon hearing that Sumu Cheng had discovered a new food source and intended to test it on a live animal for toxicity, Leah had consented to the trade. The house was nearly organized, yet all the food remained crammed on the kitchen shelves, creating a sense of clutter, with the impending rainy season and winter necessitating a significant stockpile of provisions. Space would become even more limited. After some contemplation, Sumu Cheng finally settled on the idea of digging a cellar. A cellar? Chen asked, puzzled. Yes, much like the caves we use in the tribe to store food. But this one will be underground. The cooler subterranean temperature is more conducive to food preservation. However, Sumu Cheng furrowed his brow. What is it? Where shall we dig the cellar? It would certainly not do to place it in the yard. If they were to dig a cellar, it should be sizable. Let's put it where my old house used to stand, he suggested. Sumu Cheng's eyes brightened at the thought. It was an excellent idea. Since Chen's house was unoccupied, it could serve as a storeroom. The new house was situated a short distance behind the old one, and standing on the second floor, one could easily overlook the old house, making it convenient to dig the cellar there. Chen could process the game there and dry it without having to worry about coordinating their schedules. We should also build a small bamboo hut in the yard. Later, we could catch some live animals to raise. If we managed to breed them, we could enjoy fresh meat. What do you think, Chen? The vegetable garden would be adjacent to the firewood room, conveniently close to the kitchen for easy access while cooking. The animal-rearing bamboo hut would be constructed at the left corner of the main entrance of the yard, farthest from the kitchen to avoid unpleasant odors. Moreover, a new door should be added to the kitchen wall facing the yard, ensuring ease of access from either side. Chun listened quietly, finding solace in Sumu Cheng's melodic voice, which resonated deeply within him. They hastily consumed some roasted meat at the old house for lunch before discussing their plans for inviting friends over for a meal once the cellar and yard were completed. Marking the housewarming celebration, Sumu Cheng managed to dig the cellar on his own, transforming into his beast form to complete the task in just one day. The cellar was slightly taller than Chen, spacious enough to accommodate the combined area of 3 rooms from the old house. The entrance was located in the corner of the storage room, with a large stone slab nearby to seal it. Descending the earthen steps led one into the cellar, where Sumu Cheng spread a thick layer of charcoal ash across the ground, partitioning the space with stone slabs into 2 distinct areas, one for perishable goods and the other for dry provisions. They also chopped a substantial amount of wood, constructing multiple 3-tiered wooden racks and rows for storage. Chapter 64. The night before moving the cellar featured only a small ventilation opening at the top, with a passage leading to the old kitchen, which could be sealed from the outside as needed. The dimly lit cellar prompted Sumu Cheng to build several wooden platforms along the walls for future oil lamp use. Once they had rendered enough lard, the storage room also contained some firewood and a few fire-starting stones for convenience when lighting the way to the cellar. The water tank in the yard and the earthen stove in the kitchen were retained for Chen to process game and boil water. Chen had raised the thresholds of the old house's 3 doorways significantly, ensuring that rainwater wouldn't seep into the cellar. With the storage area completed, the focus shifted to the new house's yard. The small animal enclosure was built from stone, crafted to be tall and sturdy, impervious to damage from the animals. The windows of the house were set high, allowing light through when the animal hide curtains were lifted, and could be sealed during winter, although it would necessitate the use of numerous torches for illumination. On the second-floor balcony, Sumu Cheng added a double-layered wooden tea table and 2 chairs with backs. The 2 small rooms in the yard were topped with bamboo to prevent snow accumulation from collapsing the roofs. A stone pathway was laid in the yard, ensuring that muddy shoes would not be a concern during rainy days. After several days of hard work, the renovations were finally complete. Tonight marked their final night in the old house. Tomorrow, they would begin their new life in the new home. Should we schedule the meal for noon or evening? Sumu Cheng inquired, soaking his feet at the edge of the stone bed while glancing at Qian seated beside him. The bamboo bed had already been moved, and for the past few nights, Qian had been sleeping on the ground. After some thought, he replied, noon. I suppose he had already distributed the promised beast meat to those who had assisted him, and their tribe did not adhere to the custom of inviting people for a meal after building a new house. Nevertheless, Qian would not thwart Sumu Cheng's desire to host. He intended to inform everyone early the next morning, knowing that preparing a meal for so many would be exhausting. A midday feast would allow them to clean up in the afternoon, giving Sumu Cheng a chance to rest. All right, Sumu Cheng also felt that noon was rather pleasant. Surely, a feast of meat dishes would be prepared. Evening, on the other hand, was not suitable for indulging in greasy fare. The mere thought of moving into a new home the following day filled Sumu Cheng with joy. The 2 bedrooms upstairs were of equal size, and they would each have one to themselves. Which one would you prefer? Either is fine. Chun was equally elated. Although they would no longer share the same room, it was only natural for the unbonded orc and suborc to live separately. Besides, they would be residing directly across from one another. Mu Chang would always remain within Qin's reach. He would keep a close watch over him. Then I shall take the master bedroom, and you can stay across the hall. Conveniently, the art studio is adjacent to the master bedroom, making it easier for Mu Chang to come and go. Very well. Chan had no objections. Later, when they plant a fruit tree in the yard, have to keep going out to gather fruits for me. After crafting some farming tools, they would cultivate a small vegetable garden in the yard, growing green onions, garlic, and various seasonings. Eliminating the need to trek up the mountain to forage, I'll follow your lead. The 2 varieties of greens I brought back from the market survived. Once they seed, we will have fresh greens to enjoy in just a few beast weeks. The balcony will also be adorned with flowers and plants. When they bloom, it will surely be a sight to behold. On sunny days, we can sit on the balcony, sipping fruit tea and basking in the sunlight. And what about the porch, tonight? The stars shone particularly brightly, twinkling as their light mingled with the moonlight, casting delicate shadows of tree branches across the yard, as if they were once Mu Chang's delicate feet danced in the basin of water. Droplets leaping onto his instep and shins, transforming into glistening beads that slid down his fair ankles. Qin watched, his heart racing. Those droplets seemed to drip into his heart, igniting a yearning that made him want to embrace Mu Chang fiercely. Mu Chang lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Chun for a fleeting moment before quickly looking away, then returning. The air grew still, leaving only the sound of their breaths. After a while, Mu Chang, seemingly summoning his courage, spoke with a trembling voice, "Chun, would you be willing to become my family from now on?" Chun felt his heart race faster, uncertain of the meaning behind Mu Chang's words. A whirlwind of thoughts flooded his mind, yet only a few seconds had passed before he replied. As soon as Chin's low voice fell, a smile returned to Mu Chang's face. He would have a family again. How wonderful that night. All was quiet, the only illumination in the room coming from a pair of blue eyes gleaming softly. Chin's eyes transformed into slits in the darkness, staring intently at the peaceful face of the little suborc as he slept. Mu Chang might not have realized that when he uttered those words, he resembled a young beast who had lost its parents, teetering on the brink of despair, with the corners of his eyes tinged with a wet redness. Chin's heart felt heavy. Mu Chang had previously stated he would not leave the tribe, yet each mention of it brought him profound sorrow, likely indicating he could never return. Recalling the time he had been abandoned as a cub in the Great Wood, combined with Mu Chang's words from earlier, it was likely that his family had met with misfortune. The more Chan contemplated, the more his heart ached. With the impending move, he decided not to sleep. Rising quietly, the next day, when Mu Chang awakened, Chan was absent from the room. Beside the bed lay a steaming basin for washing and fresh fruits. A smile blossomed on Mu Chang's face, his eyes sparkling with delight. After washing his face with warm water and brushing his teeth, he still hadn't seen Chen return. Chun? The kitchen was also empty. Mu Chang gazed at the bubbling bone broth in the stone pot, noticing the freshly kneaded noodles beside it, evidently prepared by Chen early that morning. Taking a bowl for himself, he left the rest for Chen. Upon reaching the door to the yard, he still saw no sign of him. Chen? Mu Chang cupped his hands around his mouth and called out towards the new house, and sure enough, he spotted Chen's figure emerging. "Where did you go so early?" As he drew closer, Mu Chang noticed Chen was covered in mud, evidently having rushed to clean himself. With an unusual smile gracing his face, Chen said, "Come, I have something to show you." "What is it that seems so mysterious?" "I've already put the noodles in. Breakfast is nearly ready." Just before they reached the entrance of the new yard, Chen covered Mu Chang's eyes. "Close your eyes. What could it possibly be?" Mu Chang obediently complied, his anticipation growing as other senses heightened in the absence of sight. Suddenly feeling anxious yet excited, Chen pulled aside the animal hide curtain, leading him inside before removing his hand. "You can open your eyes now." Before him lay a neatly paved stone path, flanked by blossoms in hues of pink, white, red, and yellow, quietly blooming along the sides. Dew clung to the leaves, and some flowers were still in bud. The soil beneath was fresh, clearly just planted. The stone path was an idea he had just proposed yesterday, and there had been no preparation for it. These must have been hastily arranged overnight. "You woke up so early to prepare all this, didn't you?" Mu Chang suddenly felt a lump in his throat, tears welling up in his eyes. The morning sunlight cascaded upon the blooming flowers, their leaves glistening with dewdrops and soil. A few wafts of floral fragrance lingered, and everything before him mirrored countless dreams he had envisioned. Unable to contain himself, Su Mu Chung lunged forward and embraced Chen tightly. He could feel Chen's body, chilled by the morning breeze, gradually warming in his embrace. Their hearts beating in unison. "I really like this, thank you, Chen." A muffled voice emanated from within his arms. Chen, initially taken aback, gradually transformed his expression into one of joy, casting a gentle and indulgent gaze atop Su Mu Cheng's head. Chen did not push him away, and Su Mu Cheng continued to hold him close, feeling that he had garnered Chen's affections. Chen's gaze towards him was different. There were so many traces to follow. In his heart, Su Mu Cheng repeatedly questioned himself. Did he truly not have feelings for Chen? Chen's strikingly handsome visage, his powerful beastly form, his formidable presence while hunting, and his attentiveness when facing him. If one day Chen were to be with someone else, no, Chen cannot be with anyone else. The mere thought of another person sharing Chen's company, perhaps even intimately, filled Su Mu Cheng's heart with unbearable pain. Once, there had been a chasm separating their worlds. Now, he realized he could never return to that state, so could it be that he might dare to pursue a relationship with Chen? His heart raced, thoughts swirling, and he wanted to speak, yet his throat constricted, rendering him speechless as he released Chen. His hands instinctively clutched his clothing, his gaze wandering. What's wrong? Just as Su Mu Cheng was about to retreat, Chen quickly lowered his hand, which had been poised to embrace him again. The little suborc's expression seemed off. Had he discovered something? I? Su Mu Cheng struggled to find the right words, but his mind was a blank. His voice trembling. Chen's anxiety escalated, his heart racing in fear that Su Mu Cheng had uncovered his secret feelings and would reject him. "Chen, I have something to tell you." Su Mu Cheng summoned his courage to speak. Chen's face paled, his eyes brimming with trepidation and sorrow. "I know. Don't say it." It was as if a beast had received news of its impending doom, panic setting in. Chen didn't want to hear words that would plunge him into despair. I'll go make you breakfast." He hurriedly sought to escape. "Chen." Su Mu Cheng grasped his arm, determined to speak today. Otherwise, he would lose the courage to do so in the future. "Please let me finish." Chen felt as though the hand gripping his arm weighed 1,000 pounds. "Don't say it, I beg you." As long as it remained unspoken, there was still hope. Su Mu Cheng stood before Chen, gazing into his eyes. "Chen, what's wrong with you?" Chen's eyes were red-rimmed, and Su Mu Cheng finally noticed something was amiss. Chen squeezed his eyes shut, his voice hoarse. "What are you trying to say?" I want to say, I like you." The sudden confession left Su Mu Cheng at a loss, his meticulously prepared words forgotten, reduced to a simple declaration. Chen's eyes widened in surprise, locking onto Su Mu Cheng's gaze. "Say it again?" After uttering those words, Su Mu Cheng felt an unexpected wave of calm wash over him. "I said, I like you." Su Mu Cheng liked Chen. Chen's eyes filled with uncontainable joy as he enveloped Su Mu Cheng in a tight embrace. Su Mu Cheng's waist was constricted by Chen's arms, causing discomfort, yet he did not resist. Instead, he reciprocated the embrace with equal fervor. "What was that about earlier?" Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. "It's nothing." Moo. "Yes, mu. I'm here. I like you too. I've always liked you. I know." The two remained entwined for a long while. Su Mu Cheng realized that if they continued to embrace, the noodles at home would soon overcook. "Shall we head back?" Su Mu Cheng attempted to pull away from Chen. "Just a little longer." Chen pressed the person into his embrace, resting his chin atop Su Mu Cheng's head. Su Mu Cheng felt that Chen's demeanor had grown bolder. "If you don't return soon, you might as well forego breakfast." Su Mu Cheng extricated himself from Chen's grasp, turning his back as he began to walk away. Come back. Chen took 2 strides to catch up. Matching Su Mu Cheng's pace, "I merely mentioned wanting to date you. I did not agree to a formal commitment. You are still in the probationary period, you know? If you anger me one day, I will simply sever ties. That day will never come." Chen's eyes sparkled with mirth, his words exuding confidence. Although he appeared quite spirited, upon closer inspection, there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Dark circles subtly adorned his eyes, his lips were cracked, and remnants of mud and moisture clung to him. "What time did you rise? Did you not sleep at all last night? Perhaps we should postpone our gathering by a day, so you can rest a bit. No need." "Really? Very well. The noodles were only slightly overcooked at the bottom and still edible. Perhaps due to the abrupt change in his circumstances, Su Mu Cheng felt somewhat awkward. Yet Chun adapted surprisingly well. Chun eagerly served the rice and held the bowl, insisting that Su Mu Cheng do nothing. Had Su Mu Cheng not adamantly refused, Chun might have attempted to feed him. Su Mu Cheng found himself gradually relaxing, infected by Chin's joyous spirit, and the meal was filled with sweetness and warmth. After breakfast, Su Mu Cheng began preparing the food. He invited Liya, Yi, Qing, and Ai Ku. While Chun invited Ye, Qi, and Xin. Yu Mu Cheng planned to make hot pot and stone-grilled meat. The pot was a special dual-compartment stone pot that Su Mu Cheng had requested Chun prepare. Aside from being somewhat heavy, it was quite functional. He hollowed out a cylindrical stone, carving a hole on one side for firewood, placing the stone pot atop, and setting another identical stone with a griddle on top. They would set up a stone table in the yard for dining, a task easily accomplished by the beastmen, akin to moving a small stool, ensuring ample space for everyone to sit comfortably. Su Mu Cheng inquired how much meat to prepare for the beastmen. 4 beastmen could consume nearly 2 entire sheep, while the amount for the lesser beasts was negligible. Thus, Su Mu Cheng entrusted the task of cutting the meat to Chen, who sliced it into thin pieces while he focused on preparing other ingredients. Potatoes were sliced and plated, seaweed soaked in a large basin, fresh fish fillets were cut, and dried fish was chopped into segments. Coated in batter and fried twice, he kneaded dough for flatbreads, pulled several portions of noodles for boiling, steamed a pot of large steamed buns and meat dumplings, and fried meatballs, crafting potato cakes. He prepared several plates with scallions, garlic, chili powder, and pepper for dipping sauces, totaling 9 different flavor profiles. Once everything was ready, Su Mu Cheng began frying the hot pot base. He heated the pot, added oil, then tossed in chili powder, minced scallions, and ginger shreds to stir-fry until fragrant. He sprinkled in sugar, allowing it to melt into strands, added salt and pepper, and finally poured in the bone broth he had simmered all morning. A few drops of lemon juice and a handful of scallions transformed the spicy broth. The clear broth, sans chili powder, was prepared similarly. Both were poured into the dual-compartment pot, and the stone stove was ignited beneath. As the sun approached noon, guests began to arrive one after another. Su Mu Cheng was still busy simmering the potato and rib soup, instructing Chun to step outside and serve water to everyone. The large bamboo tube on the table contained a generous amount of fruit tea, perfectly warm for drinking. Chapter 66. A Second Awakening? Su Mu Cheng's newly built house had already gained fame within the tribe. Before the gathering, it had been the topic of casual conversation, and now that it was fully decorated, it drew even more envy. Upon entering, one was greeted by a stone pathway adorned with flowers. The entrance was lined with stone paths leading to the main hall and small side rooms, flanked by an array of colorful blooms. To the right stood a turquoise bamboo house, its bamboo uniformly sized and neatly arranged, with the uncut bamboo leaves swaying gently in the breeze, presenting a unique charm. Liya had not ceased her exclamations of wonder since stepping inside. Although many in the tribe spoke of Su Mu Cheng's grand home daily, none knew what lay within. This is simply breathtaking. How is this bamboo house constructed? It is so beautiful. What purpose does this room serve? And this stone path is both lovely and practical. Why had I never thought of it before? Exclamations of astonishment and admiration flowed continuously, while the cups of fragrant fruit tea on the stone table remained untouched. Observing the crowd's curiosity, Su Mu Cheng decided to give them a tour. He pulled a few logs from the fire pit, lowering the flames slightly. If you like, you can build something similar in the future. After washing his hands, he emerged, smiling as he led everyone inside to explore, introducing the function of each room in turn. Chan remained closely by Su Mu Cheng's side, speaking little, yet the atmosphere between them was palpably different. While everyone's attention was fixated on the furnishings and the house, Ai lingered behind, the first to notice the change between the two. Her gaze darted back and forth between them. At that moment, Su Mu Cheng happened to turn and lock eyes with Chen, an unmistakable tension hanging in the Ai's face flushed crimson, and she discreetly elbowed her brother, who stood beside her. Whispering, "Did you notice?" She jolted at the unexpected sensation at his waist, suppressing the urge to cough, and leaned closer, also whispering, "Notice what?" "It's not your brother's voice." Ai's eyes widened in surprise as she turned sharply to look at the person beside her. A warm softness brushed against her forehead, leaving her momentarily stunned before her pupils trembled. She was equally taken aback by this sudden turn of events, freezing in place. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Thump, thump, thump. After several seconds, Aiko finally regained her composure and hurriedly stepped back, creating distance between the two. Her cheeks burned, and her hands fidgeted with her clothes. Inoue noticed the peculiar occurrence unfolding behind them, the unusual atmosphere between the two expanding, as Aiko hastily retreated to the front. Even less attention was paid to Chi, whose face was flushed, extending to his neck, his gaze flitting nervously, yet he dared not leave the immediate vicinity. When the group finally descended from the rooms, their chatter lively. The fruit tea on the stone table had cooled. The soup base in the dual pot bubbled enticingly, its fragrant, spicy aroma awakening everyone's appetites. Delicious dishes filled the table as everyone gathered around to sit. Yumu Chung stood first, raising his cup of fruit tea to toast with the others, then explained how to enjoy the hot pot. Everyone raised their chopsticks to select their favorite ingredients to toss into the dual pot. What do you want to eat? Shin sat beside Sumu Chung, placing the chopsticks and dipping dish to his right. Sumu Chung quickly glanced around, relieved that no one was paying attention to them, his face gradually cooling. I'd like to have the spicy pot. Perhaps some kelp knots and potatoes. Sumu Chung masked a hint of shyness in his gaze, forcing a casual demeanor. All right. Chun used the serving chopsticks to place the vegetables into the pot. Now, everyone in the tribe could use chopsticks. Since the hygiene reform plan began, it had been widely taught. He tossed the potatoes and meat into the spicy pot. Leah could not handle the spicy pot, merely inhaling the aroma of the fragrant spices. Wai chewed on his food while directing Xian to cook another dish. Aiku, feeling somewhat restrained in front of everyone, frequently reached for the fish meatballs before her, but she still enjoyed her meal, occasionally glancing at the golden brown potato cakes in the distance. Chi, while eating, stole glances at the young beastman to his left, bold enough to place a potato cake in his bowl. Aiku paused for a moment, then smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, her cheeks reddening as she replied, "Thank you." Her voice was soft yet clear. Chi, feeling encouraged, transitioned from tentative gestures to regularly serving him food and cooking dishes. Zhou had just finished his workout and returned home, right at lunchtime. However, the house was cold and devoid of any warmth. He stepped into the yard silently, rinsing himself by the water tank, then gathered firewood and entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. The pale yellow flint sparked as it struck against the wood. Igniting a flame, Zhou piled several logs together, waiting for the fire to catch. Suddenly, a flame leapt high, as if propelled by a gust of wind. Zhou jumped back sharply to avoid singeing his hair. What just happened? I only wanted to make the fire a bit larger, and suddenly it felt like a gust appeared. The surroundings remained tranquil, with no breeze in the yard. The wind must have emerged from his palm. He thought, startled by the suddenness of it, yet uncertain. Could it be that he awakened an elemental power? Wind? The thought exhilarated Zhou. If that were the case, he could become even stronger. He raised his palm toward the campfire, attempting to summon the flames again, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not replicate the flickering of the flames. His heart, once racing with excitement, gradually calmed. Was there no awakening after all? But that wind had appeared so abruptly. What should he do? Zay began to contemplate swiftly what course of action to take. Indeed, Qian had awakened the element of thunder, and he undoubtedly possessed more knowledge. Zay extinguished the crackling campfire with a bucket of water and hurriedly turned to run towards Qin's residence, in the yard. The wood that had been doused with water emitted hissing sounds as white steam rose, while the bamboo basin on the ground spun a few times before coming to a halt. Qin, Zay flung aside the beast-skin curtain, only to discover that many people were seated in the courtyard. Realizing this, he quickly closed the curtain and stepped back, feeling remorseful for his impetuousness. Chapter 67. Confession. At that moment, Zay finally noticed the alluring aroma that permeated the air. Zay Chun had already reached the doorway. Zay hastily adjusted his expression, but it seemed he had arrived at an inopportune time. How foolish of him to overlook the lively sounds that had filled the yard just moments before. Now, leaving was not an option, nor was entering. As Zay wrestled with his predicament, Chun lifted the curtain and stepped outside. What's the matter? I came to inquire about the awakening of elements. Zay's fingers, which hung nervously by his side, fidgeted, and his lips were tightly pressed, I will return another time. Inside the courtyard, Su Mu Chung caught a glimpse of a tall figure with black hair the moment the curtain was lifted. He leaned closer to Yi and asked, "Who is that?" Yi turned to look at Xian, who replied, "It's that lad, Zaydato." I see. Su Mu Chung ruminated on this name. It was the same individual who had protected him and two small cubs down the mountain during the previous tribal attack, single-handedly restraining the vulture to ensure their safety. With this thought in mind, Su Mu Chung set down his chopsticks and stood up, just in time to overhear Zay's intention to leave. Is that Zay? The curtain was lifted once more, and Su Mu Chung emerged. Zay had no choice but to halt his steps and greet Su Mu Chung. Su Mu Chung glanced at Chen before asking, "Have you eaten? Stay and dine with us?" No, I'll come back later this afternoon." Zay quickly declined. Chen stepped forward, draping an arm around his shoulder and ushering him into the courtyard. Together, reluctantly, Zay followed him inside. Upon entering, the fragrance in the air intensified. Gulpy, Zay's mouth watered incessantly, and he instinctively swallowed. He felt as if he had stumbled into a mystical paradise deep within a jungle, where sun-dried dew clung to the leaves of blooming flowers. Butterflies fluttered their wings, basking in sunlight as they landed on the bamboo hut's roof, seemingly savoring the mingling scents of the delectable food and floral fragrance. To his right lay a neatly stacked pile of firewood beside the bamboo hut. Most of the leaves on the roof still a vibrant green. Zay thought to himself that his own dwelling paled in comparison to the beauty of this firewood. From the left came the sounds of gnawing, interspersed with gurgling noises. Zay's muscles tensed momentarily before relaxing. "Oh, it's a rabbit beast. A rabbit beast? This rabbit beast has a better living situation than I do." Zay's lips twitched imperceptibly. Feeling somewhat numb, Zay averted his gaze. And with it, the excitement over the potential awakening of elements began to fade. In the center of the courtyard, a steaming pot of soup and the campfire infused the atmosphere with a homely warmth. Zay was not accustomed to such lively gatherings. After greeting everyone, he stood awkwardly in place. "Let us eat first, and we can talk afterward." Chun brought a stool for Zay. "Thank you." Zay quickly accepted it with both hands. Qing, noticing him still standing there, waved and said, "Come sit down." "Oh, okay." Thus, Zay took a seat beside Qing. Truly a simpleton, Qing murmured under her breath. Zay glanced at her, and Qing briefly explained the methods for enjoying hot pot and grilled meat. Before returning to the spicy pot to cook the vegetables, the atmosphere at the dining table became lively once more. Surrounded by the cheerful ambience, Zay's once piercing red eyes were now softened by the warm glow of the campfire. Butterflies, startled by the lively voices, took flight, only to be replaced by new ones. Xian proudly presented a plate of grilled meat to Yi, earning a satisfied look in return. Su Mu Chung observed Xian's somewhat foolish grin. Yet he too yearned for grilled meat. Chen, seemingly possessing a mind-reading ability, rose to grill meat on the stone slab. As Xian passed by him, he twisted his eyebrows and exchanged knowing glances, his eyes laden with meaning. "Chen, does he even realize he is the elder?" "Here." Chen worked quickly, returning shortly with a plate piled high with grilled meat, placing it before Su Mu Chung and thoughtfully refilling his cup of fruit tea. As he resumed his seat, Chen lifted his gaze, only to find several pairs of eyes fixed upon him. "What are you looking at?" he coughed. Chen maintained an air of seriousness, resolutely ignoring the gazes. I have something to say." Su Mu Chung could not match Chen's calm demeanor, especially with Qing, whose gaze felt as if it could strip him and Chen bare. "I was with Chen yesterday." "Oh, ho, ho." The group erupted in joyous exclamations, prompting Su Mu Chung to hastily cover his ears. It appeared that everyone was quite supportive of their relationship. Turning to look at Chen, he met Chen's gaze. Let's eat." Su Mu Chung quickly diverted his head, feeling his ears flush. She even dashed to a nearby open space and shouted, "So excited?" Su Mu Chung felt somewhat perplexed. Was there a collective celebration custom for romantic relationships here? Never mind him. Chen calmly served him some food. Oh, congratulations. Zay sincerely expressed his happiness for Chen. "Thank you. You're not too bad yourself." Xian chimed in from the side. Yi joyfully piled several servings of food onto Su Mu Chung's plate, her gaze now more affectionate, and she even exchanged a reassuring look with Chen. Ya is grilling the meat, while Qi and Zay assist nearby, as Qi burnt the fourth piece of meat. Ya could no longer contain himself and kicked him. "Can you even do this?" I didn't do it on purpose." I swear the next piece won't burn. Ye swiftly sentenced him. Don't even think about getting near the stone slab again. I don't want to burn it either, she grumbled, placing the charred meat onto his own plate. I'll give it a try. Zay approached with freshly cut meat. Sizzle! The scorching stone slab instantly caused the meat to sputter and ooze fat. Out of the corner of his eye, Zay glanced at the campfire beneath the stone slab and recalled the matter of elements. If he truly awakened an element, it would be splendid. Suddenly, a flame surged upward, nearly singeing Ye's hair. It's on fire. It's on fire, she exclaimed, pointing at the meat that had caught flame on the stone slab. Zay, flustered, scrambled to find water, grabbing the nearest cup of fruit tea from the table to douse the flames. Sizzle! The two unfortunate pieces of grilled meat were reduced to charred remnants. What happened? What's wrong with the meat? He approached, concerned, checking for injuries. Zay awkwardly held the cup, realizing he might have caused a disaster. Ye looked equally puzzled, his tone turning serious. The fire just flared up unexpectedly. Everyone turned to look. The campfire burned steadily. It might be me. Zay tightened his grip on the cup, as if that could alleviate his unease. I think I awakened an element. What? In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Zay, his body tensing up. I think I've awakened an element. It's wind. I came here for this very reason, intending to ask Chen. Chapter 68. Searching for meat. Zay's right index finger unconsciously rubbed the rim of the cup, but only for that one moment. Not sure if I misinterpreted it, but now it seems I can confirm. When the conversation turned serious, everyone grew solemn. Zay recounted the details of the situation, and Chen pondered for a moment. Did you experience any headaches or fatigue when the fire intensified? Indeed, I felt a headache for a moment. Chen's expression brightened. Go home and try meditating. If you can sense the surrounding elements and successfully absorb them, then you can be certain. All right. After expressing his gratitude, Zay hastily prepared to leave, as he had nearly finished his meal, and everyone encouraged him to depart. The meal concluded with everyone feeling stuffed. Burp. Aiku could not suppress a burp and quickly covered his mouth. Even with his mouth covered, the burps continued, causing his body to shake. His ears turned red in embarrassment. Ultimately, Qing kindly handed him a cup of fruit tea, rescuing him from his awkward predicament. Exine rolled his eyes and gave Qi a playful slap on the back of the head. All right, stop being silly and get back to business. I'll go with you to discuss Zay's situation with the clan leader. You all helped Chun clean up the courtyard in the midst of their daily tasks. Qian took it upon himself to handle the washing of pots and dishes, while Sumu Cheng busied himself sweeping the yard, watering the flowers, and feeding the rabbit beast some grass. Just yesterday morning, he had fed the creature rice porridge, and now, over 24 hours later, there had been no adverse reactions. It seemed that the rice fruit here was merely another variant of rice. Sumu Chang and Chen were preparing to relay this information to the tribe leader. After drying all the pots and utensils and neatly arranging them in the cupboard, Chen emerged with his hands dry and said, "Let us go to the tribe leader." "All right, I will bring the rice fruit," replied Sumu Chang. At the tribe leader's residence, Chun bent down and carefully set Sumu Cheng down before calling out to the interior, "Leader, it is I, Chen, enter," came the response. Chun held aside the curtain for Sumu Cheng, and they both stepped inside. "Greetings, leader." They chorused. Yin was also present in the room, and the two were engaged in a discussion regarding elemental awakening. "Leader, we come to speak of food," announced Jin. Upon hearing the word food, the leader's face brightened with a smile. "This is something I inadvertently exchanged for at the gathering. I call it rice fruit. When you crack its shell, you find rice inside, which can be steamed or boiled. It serves as a staple food, akin to potatoes, providing a substantial feeling of satiety, and it is easy to store, though we have yet to test its shelf life." "Excellent, excellent. Rice fruit? Indeed, it sounds promising." Yin, intrigued, picked one up and tapped it lightly. "May I open one to take a look?" Yin inquired. "Of course," Sumu Cheng replied. Yin transformed his fingernail into a sharp edge and carefully cut a small opening in the rice fruit. White grains emerged, exuding a unique freshness. When boiled with water, it expands to 1 or 2 times its size, and it has a soft, slightly sweet taste, Sumu Cheng explained. "That sounds delightful. This adds another food option for the beasts," Yin remarked. The leader was aware that this forest lacked such rice fruit, indicating they would need to venture farther afield in search of it. After a moment of contemplation, the leader decisively stated, "Very well, I shall arrange for a team of orcs to go out in search of rice fruit. Do you recall which tribe you exchanged it with? I do not know which tribe it was. Su Mu Chung replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Chun comfortingly patted his head. Yu Mu Chung sifted through his memories, recalling some details. They were two tall, slender orcs, appearing as though they had not eaten well for a long time. I exchanged fire grass with them, and they gifted me this rice fruit. Beyond that, he could not recall more, leaving everyone momentarily at a loss. Yin pondered before speaking. The area where fire grass grows most abundantly is near the youngling tribe. There are also several smaller tribes nearby. That seems to be the most fitting lead, so we should start our search there. Agreed. We shall proceed as Yin suggests, the leader affirmed as Yu Mu Chung and Chun left the rice fruit they had brought behind, gifting 2 Ti for tasting. The task of finding the rice fruit was entrusted to Yin, and Su Mu Chung requested his assistance in bringing back more fire grass and lemons, for which he specifically set aside samples of each item. Thus, the 4-member team embarked on their journey with the samples, departing amidst the warm farewells of their kin. Meanwhile, Su Mu Chung gradually adorned their new home, while Chin actively hunted, returning with an array of beautiful pelts. The balcony was adorned with potted plants, soft cushions were placed on the stone benches, and 2 decorative pillows were added to the sofa, complemented by a whimsically embroidered tiger head curtain. The walls beside the stone steps in the living room were adorned with an array of artworks, crafted from colorful stones, shells, twigs, and feathers that Su Mu Chung had collected. Showcasing a remarkable artistic flair, Chin's favorite piece was a grand white tiger head, meticulously assembled from pure white pebbles, occupying nearly the entire side of the staircase. Each stone gleamed with a lustrous sheen, mirroring the design tattooed on his left bicep. As he gazed at the smaller version of himself, warmth filled his heart. Zay diligently practiced meditation daily and occasionally sought Chin's insights, finally achieving stable control over the wind element. The variety of food continued to expand, and the tribe now boasted 2 elemental awakeners. The construction of communal housing for the elderly and orphans was progressing smoothly, with everyone wearing expressions of hopeful anticipation for the future. As the tribe thrummed with a joyful atmosphere, eyeing a light-hearted interlude, the long-awaited skit has arrived. Today features the adorable little tiger attempting to steal the cub Moo Moo's thoughts. On a sunny day, having feasted and quenched their thirst, the little cub sprawled lazily on a large rock by the river, basking in the sun. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass. The little cub, puzzled, lifted its head but saw nothing. The noise ceased. So, it scratched its little tummy and flipped onto its other side. The grass stirred cautiously once more. The little cub looked up, eyes wide with curiosity. The grass fell silent again. Sasha! This time, the little cub swiftly looked up, startled. The creature hidden in the grass seemed to be taken aback. Suddenly, a pair of soft, white ears popped out from the green foliage. The little cub blinked in surprise, then crawled over, tentatively reaching out with its tiny paw to touch the ears. The ears twitched vigorously. Instantly captivated, the little cub opened its mouth and took a playful bite. The tiny tiger hidden in the grass was terrified. Is the cub really this fierce? The Q-version little tiger exclaimed. Ow, 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 huh? It doesn't seem to hurt. The little cub continued to playfully nip at the ears, leaving only a drool-soaked ear behind, the fur unscathed. The little tiger relaxed. Realizing that the coast was clear, the little tiger decided to employ its newly acquired hunting skills. Swift, precise, and fierce, it seized the little cub's collar and dashed home at full speed. Chapter 69. The first rain. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, devoid of sunlight. The ominous clouds rolled and churned, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The jungle echoed with roars, some high-pitched, others urgent, as the animals grew restless and agitated. Standing amidst the forest and gazing upwards, one could faintly glimpse streaks of lightning through the dense foliage. Qian sensed the heightened activity of the thunder element around him. It seemed a heavy rain was on the horizon. Contemplating this, he swiftly delivered a lethal bite to the neck of the struggling toothed beast, silencing it instantly. A black eagle soared from nearby, clutching its prey, and transformed into human form upon landing. Qian, it's time to go. Zay tossed aside the unconscious turkey and, with Chun, began to securely bind several captured animals with grass ropes. Zay had been specifically recruited by Qin to assist in capturing turkeys, and thus, they had flown a bit farther to reach the forest where turkeys were abundant. Transforming back into beast form, Qin loaded the captured game onto his back while Zay held the 2 live turkeys. Tying their feet together with grass rope, the 2 then set off in the direction of the tribe. Back at the tribe, the sun had vanished, and the air grew increasingly humid. And he hurriedly organized the tribe members to gather all the dried fish and meat that had been laid out to dry. The elderly and children lent their assistance. Sumu Chang gathered several bundles of firewood for the kitchen, providing the rabbit beast with additional water and feed. He ignited a small oil lamp using a fire stone and then lowered the animal skin curtains over the windows of each room, pressing stones against them to prevent the wind from blowing them open. He closed the final window. Darkness enveloped the room, save for the gentle glow of the lotus oil lamp at Su Mu Cheng's feet. These portable oil lamps, crafted by Su Mu Chang and Chun, featured a petal-shaped stone bowl atop a carved wooden base. Each room was equipped with stone slabs for holding the oil lamps, designed in a hanging basket style, lending a rustic yet minimalist aesthetic. Carrying the lotus oil lamp upstairs, Su Mu Chang illuminated the lamps along the corridor and on the walls of the master bedroom. Chun has returned, he thought. Chun took the struggling turkey from Zay's hands and confined it within a previously prepared stone enclosure. After Zay collected his share of the game, he departed. Pushing open the door to the living room, he found the space dim, with only a sliver of light seeping in from the staircase. Yet, this did not deter Chun in the slightest. As he ascended the second floor, he encountered Su Mu Chang. "You're back," Su Mu Chang exclaimed. "I was worried you might not return before the rain started." Chun stepped forward to take the lotus oil lamp from Su Mu Chang's hands, guiding him downstairs by the hand. "Today, I caught 2 turkeys. Would you like to see them?" "Turkeys? Yes, I want to see," Su Mu Chang replied, surprise lighting up his face at the thought that Chun had remembered. Chun ignited 2 of the oil lamps on the walls of the downstairs hall and led Su Mu Chang towards the stone enclosure. Goo, goo, goo. The turkeys were white all over, save for a few fiery red feathers on their tails. "Do these 2 lay eggs?" Su Mu Chang inquired, recalling the turkey eggs he had seen at the gathering. "They do," Qin replied. He specifically sought out hens for Zay. "That's splendid. Soon we shall be able to indulge in eggs." Chun reminisced about their hunting expedition when they had roasted turkey eggs, which were indeed quite palatable. The rain fell with a resounding boom, offering no respite for a moment's reaction. Chun swiftly secured the beast enclosure and, with a decisive motion, scooped up Su Mu Chang and darted indoors. Just as the thunder subsided, Su Mu Chang found himself standing at the entrance of the living room. So rapid! A torrent of rain descended from the heavens, drumming upon the ground with a muffled thud, only to evaporate swiftly, leaving behind a gray residue. This was Su Mu Chang's first encounter with a rainy day since his arrival. The raindrops were as large as marbles, striking the flowers and plants in the courtyard with a resounding crackle. This, truly, the beast realm. Even the rain is so formidable. Wow, the rain is quite heavy. Su Mu Chang extended his hand to catch the droplets. This isn't even the rainy season. The rains then will be even more torrential. Chen gazed pensively at the sky. The rain has come too early. Could the rainy season be approaching ahead of schedule? Even heavier than this? Su Mu Chang found it hard to fathom. Would that mean they could only remain indoors? The rainy season's deluge could last for at least a month. It seems they must expedite their preparations for food supplies for the season. The rain continued for 2 consecutive days. As the first glimmers of light emerged on the horizon, Chun rose as usual to boil a pot of water, then poured the last remnants of rice into the pot to make porridge. He quickly washed himself with cold water and then retreated to the study for some meditation. As the sun was nearly fully revealed, Chan, sensing something, opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled a cloud of stale air before heading downstairs to prepare breakfast. The porridge was perfectly cooked, and after allowing it to cool, he started another fire to fry some scallion pancakes, setting up a bonfire to roast meat. The hot water was poured into a designated container for daily use, a lesson imparted by Su Mu Chang, ensuring that all consumed water must be boiled first. When Chen mixed the face-washing water to a warm temperature, there was still not a sound from upstairs. In the past, Su Mu Chang would awaken by this hour. Chen placed the cleansing fruit by the basin and ascended the stairs to call out. "Knock, knock." He gently rapped on the master bedroom door. "Imumu?" Still no response. Chen, feeling anxious, slid open the door and stepped to the bedside. The sound of the door sliding did not awaken him. Only the raised beast skin blanket indicated that someone was still there. Mumu? Chin tugged at the blanket, revealing a tousled head with soft hair resting beneath. Sumu Chung was in a dazed state, teetering on the edge of consciousness, his head feeling fuzzy, and his eyelids heavy. Chan sensed something amiss. Why was Moo Moo's face so flushed? His lips appeared to be parched as well. Sumu Chung cracked his eyelids open slightly, attempting to rub his eyes, but found himself devoid of strength. Chan bent down to assist him, but upon touching him, he felt an abnormal temperature, and his pupils dilated in alarm. He was ill. Chan hurriedly dressed him, his hands trembling as he almost put his clothes on incorrectly, wrapping him in a blanket before carrying him away. Braving the rain, he sprinted towards Ye's courtyard without warning. Yi, who was preparing breakfast, was startled and rushed out to see what was the matter. What happened? What happened? Help Moo Moo! He burning up so hot. Sumu Cheng's white hair was damp and disheveled against his shoulder. Rainwater trickling down from his brow along his chin, while the feathers outside his wings clung together, soaked. Chan appeared quite disheveled. The illness of a beast meant death. He laid Sumu Chang on a stone bed, and he quickly approached to examine him. Chan stood anxiously by, his pupils dilating with intense emotional turmoil. Chapter 70. Illness. Mu Cheng's body was dry. Not even the blanket he was wrapped in was damp. He instructed, "You go boil water, and do it quickly." Chin raced to the kitchen, igniting a fire and tossing in wood with abandon, flames leaping from the stove. He placed the damp beast skin on Sumu Cheng's forehead. The coolness jolted Sumu Cheng into greater awareness. Uncle Yi, his voice was weak. "Dear child, you have a fever. You must rest well now," he said, his eyes filled with compassion and urgency. "I want to drink water." His head still spun, and his throat felt unbearably dry. The incessant rain had suddenly lowered the temperature. With only a single layer of beast skin to cover him at night, he had caught a chill. All right, the hot water will be ready soon." Chun fanned the flames vigorously with his wings, and the water boiled swiftly. He transferred it between two stone bowls to cool. After providing water, he dampened the beast's skin with warm water to wipe Sumu Cheng's armpits, neck, wrists, and palms. This was a method Sumu Cheng had taught him previously. Without wounds, he was uncertain how to apply herbs in past rainy seasons and winters. Ailing beasts merely stayed indoors, consuming more meat and resting, relying solely on their own resilience to endure. After several rounds of wiping, the temperature had yet to decrease, though Sumu Cheng appeared somewhat more spirited. "Goo goo," he exclaimed. "Has Moo Moo not had breakfast?" He turned to Chun in surprise. "Not yet. We haven't had time." Chun stood to fetch some food. Wai quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait, I'll go with you. Here, we can only wipe him down. It's far from as comfortable as your home." He intended to assist Chun in caring for Sumu Cheng. "No need to trouble Uncle. Moo and I will be fine returning home. It's still pouring outside, and the path is treacherous." Sumu Cheng felt it was merely a chill that had caused a fever. Drinking hot water and sleeping would suffice, unlike their heightened anxiety. Chun believed having a healer present provided greater assurance. But Sumu Cheng insisted not to trouble Yi, leading to a compromise between Chan and Yi. After Yi instructed Chan on how to wipe down Sumu Cheng to reduce his temperature, Chen took Sumu Cheng back home. They moved swiftly along the way. Sumu Cheng reclined half on the living room sofa, leaning against a cushion, wrapped in the beast skin blanket. "I'm fine. I feel much better," Sumu Cheng assured Chen, tugging gently at his hand for comfort. Chen's lips were tightly pressed, remaining silent as he retreated to the kitchen to reheat the cooled porridge and pancakes. Bringing fresh warm water to Sumu Cheng for washing up, Chan stirred the porridge in his hands, noting that there were no rice grains left. Mu was still ill and couldn't even enjoy his favorite rice. Chen's mood darkened further. He scooped a spoonful, blowing gently on it before offering it to Sumu Cheng. "I might have caught a chill last night while sleeping. I'll cover myself with an extra layer of beast skin tonight." "Don't be so serious, Sumu Cheng attempted to lighten the mood, alleviating Chen's taut demeanor, "but to little effect. I can eat by myself." "You should go take a bath," Sumu Cheng insisted. Accepting the bowl. Chen's hair was still damp, droplets clinging to his shoulders. He was reluctant to leave, not wanting to stray from Moo Moo's side even for a moment. "Hurry, take a hot shower. What if the chill from your body transfers to me?" Seeing Chen remain still, Sumu Cheng had to change his approach. He nudged Chin's arm gently until Chen reluctantly acquiesced. After you wash up, come out and eat, Su Mu Cheng reminded as he watched Chin's retreating figure. With Su Mu Cheng watching over him, Chen obediently returned to the kitchen to boil more hot water, swiftly taking a quick shower before returning to fetch his share of food. The roasted meat had been neglected and was now charred on one side. The part closest to the flame entirely blackened. However, Chen lacked the resolve to prepare anything further, and thus dined on the burnt and undercooked meat. Just as Su Mu Cheng finished the last sip of soup, Chen re-entered the living room with warm water, ready to wipe him down. Eat first, I've already eaten. So soon? Su Mu Cheng's eyes reflected skepticism. I just ate in the kitchen, Chen stated with certainty. All right, Chen wouldn't deceive me, however, do try not to eat too quickly. It's bad for your stomach, Chen diligently wiped Su Mu Cheng's neck, wrists, and palms with a soft bee skin, and Su Mu Cheng cooperated obediently. By noon, the fever had subsided somewhat, but it remained a low-grade fever, refusing to dissipate entirely. Chen's taut nerves remained unrelaxed. During lunch, Su Mu Cheng had little appetite, only consuming a bowl of bone soup, and under Chen's insistence, he managed to eat a few pieces of meat. After the meal, Su Mu Cheng began to feel drowsy, drifting off for a brief nap on the soft sofa. As evening approached, the rain continued unabated, showing no signs of relenting. Listening to the rhythmic patter of rain outside, Su Mu Cheng felt a tinge of boredom. He wondered if Yin and the others had found the rice grains, knowing it would be even more challenging to locate them on a rainy day. Chen's attention remained fixed on Su Mu Cheng, occasionally reaching out to check his forehead for fever. Su Mu Cheng could sense Chen's deep concern for his illness. No, this emotion could be more aptly described as fear. However, there were no antipyretic medications available here, and he was unfamiliar with herbal remedies. The only useful item seemed to be ginger. Ginger? Oh yes, how could he forget to brew ginger tea to dispel the chill? It was the perfect remedy for him at this moment. Chen, I suddenly remembered that drinking ginger water can ward off cold. Su Mu Cheng blinked, his eyes shimmering, and a closer look would reveal the hint of guilt hidden within. I'll go now. Upon hearing the call, Chen immediately rose to his feet, while Su Mu Cheng managed only to grasp Chen's hand in time, asking, Can you cook? No. Chen turned around earnestly and replied, You say it, I shall do it. Su Mu Cheng instructed. Slice the ginger thinly, then chop a few segments of the green onion, add a bit of vinegar. No, lemon juice and white sugar, then simmer them together. All right. After several large bowls of ginger soup were consumed, Su Mu Cheng found himself frequently visiting the restroom throughout the night. Concerned for his well-being, Chen insisted on wrapping him in a blanket and carrying him over. The effects were evident, as by the latter half of the night, Su Mu Cheng's fever had completely subsided, as Su Mu Cheng remarked. I'm truly better now, not feeling unwell at all. You should rest. Chen remained vigilant in the master bedroom, unable to close his eyes. He insisted on staying, even sitting directly on the floor beside the bed. I can meditate here. It is just as restful. Unable to argue further, Su Mu Cheng shifted inward, patting the exposed half of the bed, then come and sleep. Huh? Sleep up there. Sleep up there equated to sleep on the wooden bed or sleep together with Mu Mu. Chen was momentarily stunned. Since moving into the new home, he had been sleeping in the guest room across the hall, and Su Mu Cheng was still a minor, so Chen had never crossed any boundaries. His lips quivered as he hesitated several times before speaking. Come up, if you're worried, we can sleep together, and that way, we can both rest well, Su Mu Cheng urged. Fine. Chen stiffly stood and climbed up in a synchronized manner, lying straight with his arms pressed firmly against his sides, as rigid as a statue. Chapter 71. Busy outside the window, the rain pattered gently, falling to the ground and striking the stone walls, creating various crisp sounds. In the dimly lit room, only a lotus oil lamp on the bedside table cast a glow. Su Mu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at Chen's comical demeanor. Aren't you going to cover yourself with a blanket? There are some in the wardrobe. As Su Mu Cheng prepared to climb over to retrieve one, Chen instinctively intercepted him, wrapping his arms around Su Mu Cheng's soft waist. Such delicate form. His arms instinctively tightened. Su Mu Cheng leaned forward, his upper body collapsing into Chen's embrace. Feeling irresistibly soft, Chen's hands could not help but explore the tender, delicate waist, the abdomen flat yet the flesh above yielding softly. Su Mu Cheng squirmed, a ticklish sensation creeping in, which inadvertently clouded Chen's rationality, leaving him entranced. eyes fixated on Chin's rosy cheeks and slightly dry, alluring lips. The warm yellow light cast a shadow beneath his lashes, fluttering with each blink like butterfly wings aglow, drawing nearer to Chin's heart. So beautiful. What are you doing? You're too close. He could even feel Chin's warm breath in the darkness. A blush crept up Su Mu Cheng's ears. Unable to resist, he pushed against Chin's chest, attempting to create distance. Chun suddenly snapped back to reality and released his hold, his gaze lingering on Su Mu Cheng's slightly pouted, rosy lips, a fleeting hint of regret crossing his eyes. I'll go get it. You should sleep, Dotto. Then I'll sleep first. Su Mu Cheng quickly raised a hand to rub his ear, dispelling the tingling sensation, then lay back down, securely covering himself with 2 layers of fur blankets. Still not fully recovered from his illness, Su Mu Cheng soon fell asleep. Once his breathing steadied, Qian opened his eyes, gazing at Su Mu Cheng's face for a long while. After confirming that he had indeed cooled down, he allowed himself to drift back into slumber. The following day, the weather finally cleared. The air after the rain felt refreshingly pure. The sounds of beastly roars echoed throughout the tribe, with the mountains behind them alive with vibrant calls as if celebrating the newfound freshness of the wilderness. It seemed the cessation of rain had uplifted everyone's spirits. Su Mu Cheng stood on the porch, inhaling deeply the crisp air and stretching lazily. Having slept late into the day, both he and Chen rose just before noon. After experiencing feverish discomfort the previous morning, Su Mu Cheng's health had fully returned, revitalizing his body. The gentle breeze caressed his face, imbued with a hint of coolness and floral fragrance. The flowers and grasses in the courtyard, washed by the rain, appeared more vibrant and lush. The several young vegetables relocated to the garden were thriving, showing signs of new sprouts. Even the turkeys' calls sounded particularly robust. Su Mu Cheng replenished the water and food for the turkeys and rabbits, having neglected to feed them the day before, prompting the 3 small creatures to eagerly devour their meals. Su Mu Cheng belatedly realized that their loud calls were likely a prompt for their caretaker to serve food. After breakfast, Chen once again watched Su Mu Cheng consume a bowl of ginger soup before they set out. Su Mu Cheng passed on the method of preparing ginger soup to Yi, encouraging him to promote it within the tribe. Along their journey, the lively atmosphere persisted, with everyone appearing exuberant. Why does it feel like everyone is so cheerful? Su Mu Cheng observed, noticing nothing out of the ordinary. Several beastmen have awakened their elemental powers. This was what Qian had gleaned from the cacophony of roars. Really? That's wonderful news. Su Mu Cheng exclaimed. So, the morning's uproar had been for this reason. The more beastmen who awakened elemental powers, the greater the tribe's security would be. Do you know which elements they awakened? Su Mu Cheng inquired curiously. He had no choice. The primitive beast language was beyond his comprehension. Apparently, the beastmen here were capable of understanding 2 languages. It was surprising to discover that they were all potential academic achievers. The more he pondered, the more pride swelled in Su Mu Cheng's gaze as he regarded Chen. Suddenly, Chun felt an inexplicable weight upon his shoulders. Odd, there was nothing there. Cough, cough. Chun, can you discern what they are? Su Mu Cheng refocused, stating, there are wind, water, earth, and fire. Among those who awakened fire is Qi Chun had recognized one of the voices as belonging to Qi earlier. Though he refrained from mentioning it. Wow, that's quite a number. This is significant. Perhaps the chieftain will convene a gathering to discuss this matter. I'm eager to witness it. The unusually early heavy rains had set everyone into motion. The beastmen increased their hunting frequency, and the tribe's collective hunting tasks became more demanding. 3 days of rain had raised the river's water level, making the fish more active. Along the western bank of the river, one could see several tribespeople casting nets to catch fish at intervals. Most of these individuals were robust elders and young adolescents. Following the tribe's restructuring after the last attack, Su Mu Cheng, along with the chieftain and others, had planned a designated area near the river on the western side, constructing numerous standalone stone houses. The elderly living in caves and orphans were relocated there. Not only had their living conditions improved, but they could also choose to cohabitate, providing mutual support. Consequently, the task of fishing was largely entrusted to them, with a few strong young beastmen assisting each time. The sub-beasts were also quite active, organizing themselves to gather resources from the mountains. The rain-soaked earth remained damp, and the sub-beasts carefully navigated the tree trunks as they ascended. The air in the forest was fresher than below, and every leaf appeared vibrantly green. Dense patches of soft grass crowded the area, laden with the weight of the plentiful fruits. New shoots of green had sprouted, and the flower fruits had ripened once more. Each sub-beast carried 3 or 4 large beast skin bags, determined to fill them to the brim. Such a pity. These pepper fruits are no longer edible, Wunya lamented as he stared at the cracked pepper fruits on the vines. Drenched by the rain. Once the pepper fruits ripen, they split open, and the precious pepper powder is washed away by the rain, which is indeed regrettable. Gentle Yi also looked mournfully at the empty pepper fruit shells. It's all right. There are plenty here, enough for us, Qing consoled, holding onto Wen's arm. I actually think the rain is quite nice. The air is no longer suffocating, and this entire area is filled with pepper vines. They will grow back in due time. A young sub-beast looked nonchalantly at the empty shells. So what if a few pepper fruits are missing? They are merely spices. I never liked roasted meat anyway. If it weren't for my father being ill, I wouldn't have come at all. Who was that? Su Mu Chung whispered to Luya, as he recognized this sub-beast. Chapter 72. Qin's private beating. He had a recollection of this sub-beast. Every time he saw him, he was accompanied by several beastmen, often speaking with his chin held high. However, they had never exchanged words, and he hadn't seen him during the last gathering, Leah responded. His name is Yun. I haven't interacted much with him either. She continued, I know he once competed with Qing for the position of healer's apprentice, but in the end, the healer chose Qing and not him. Oh, I see. Yu Mu Chung casually munched on a melon while plucking pepper fruits. The elder beastmen, having endured the pangs of hunger, were acutely aware of the preciousness of food. However, the occurrence of rain was beyond anyone's foresight. Yun Du was not mistaken in his words, and thus no one dared to voice further opinions. For a moment, silence enveloped the gathering, with 3 beastmen accompanying the gathering team, tasked with protection and transport. The beastmen flitted up and down, harvesting flower fruits from the trees, creating a picturesque scene. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the harmonious atmosphere as a young beastman fell. The wind rushed over to lift the young one up, for it was their responsibility to ensure no harm befell him under their watch. Yu Mu Chung, closest to the incident, hurried over for a check, but before he could utter a word, he slipped. He fell backward, barely managing to grab hold of a tree, yet his calf struck heavily against a nearby stone. Don't come over yet, he thought, feeling an unusual sensation beneath his feet that made slipping all too easy. What is happening? Are you all right? I'm bleeding. The crowd gathered around, expressing concern for the injured young beastman, who had sustained significant injuries, with substantial abrasions on his arm and knee. Continuing the gathering was not feasible. There were neither supplies nor herbs available. The group unanimously decided to send one beastman back with the injured youth to seek the healer. Another beastman swiftly approached, grasping Su Mu Chung under the arms and lifting him away from that perilous area. It turned out that the ground was covered with a layer of dark brown vegetation, misleading one to believe the earth was naturally that color. Su Mu Chung crouched down, plucking a piece to examine. It resembles rehydrated mushrooms. A glance revealed many such plants in this area, previously unnoticed during the last gathering. It looked like mushrooms, sprouting after the rain, in the mountains. Isn't this ground vegetable? Ground vegetables are highly nutritious, even surpassing eggs and mushrooms, and they are rich in vitamin C and carbohydrates, making them an exceptionally nutritious food source. The town's women often venture into the mountains to dig this up after it rains. How wonderful, he exclaimed. I recognize this. It's called ground vegetable, a type of food. However, I cannot be certain if it is the same as what I consumed previously, so I suggest we gather some to take back. And once I test it on the rabbit beast, I will inform everyone whether it is safe to eat. Yu Mu Chung organized his thoughts and spoke rapidly, then awaited the crowd's reaction. Food.is this for real? Can we eat this? What else can be consumed? Where is it? Qing and Luya were no longer as astonished as before. The two exchanged glances and promptly squatted down to begin harvesting the ground vegetables. Wen stood nearby, hesitating to speak. You truly are remarkable, knowing so much. Yu Mu Chung chuckled. It's nothing really. A soft compliment drifted from the side. Yun Du, noticing Su Mu Cheng's gaze, quickly concealed the admiration in his eyes. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, thank you, Yun Du, possessing slender, phoenix-like eyes, appeared stern when expressionless, and combined with his somewhat haughty demeanor, he seemed rather unapproachable. Yu Mu Chung found him rather peculiar, a bit awkward yet somewhat endearing. Ahem, Let us gather these and take them back. We can dry and store them while the weather is clear. Once I've tested them on the rabbit beast, I will inform everyone. Beastman swiftly delivered the injured youth and ye to the healer's courtyard before hastening to notify the young beastman's family, and was stationed at the tribe's entrance, engaged in conversation with a passing patrol team of beastmen. I must take my leave now, let us chat another time. The patrol beastman only caught a glimpse of his back. And, your young beastman is injured. You must return to check on him. Who? Yundu is injured? Please help me stand guard for a moment. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than and dashed toward the tribe. A young beastman is injured. What? Has a wild beast attacked the tribe? No, it's the gathering young beastman who has been injured. The origin of the rumor remains unknown, but by the time Chen returned from the hunt, he heard that the young beastmen who had gone gathering were gravely injured and had bled profusely, nearing death. Severely injured. So much blood. With a swish, the figure that had been standing still vanished in an instant. Chen, who had been concerned for Sumu Chung, swiftly abandoned the hunting party to fly towards the back mountain. What on earth happened? How could there be injuries during gathering? Anxiety gripped Chen's heart as he flew towards the back mountain at top speed. At the back mountain, the group quickly filled their beast skin bags, with 2 beastmen loaded to the brim, following the young beastman team down the mountain. When food runs out during the rainy season, the beastmen must brave the rain to hunt. The rains of the season were heavy, and even beastmen could fall ill if drenched for too long. However, this year offered an abundance of edible provisions, ensuring no one would go hungry during the rainy season. As they neared the foot of the mountain, the 2 beastmen instinctively looked up to the sky, sensing something approaching rapidly. What is that? It's Chen. Beastman be recognized first. Chen? Wind pouted, desiring not to encounter Chen at all. Unfortunately, his snake-like demeanor betrayed no signs of his feelings. His current thoughts were entirely consumed by Sumu Chung. Originally, after gaining Chen's recognition in that challenge, he believed he had the right to pursue Sumu Chung. Thus, he had been seizing opportunities to ingratiate himself, only to find that post-gathering, Chen frequently sought him out for sparring matches, under the pretense of assessing whether his skills had waned. Otherwise, he would no longer acknowledge his prowess. The result was that he received numerous beatings, leaving him little time to curry favor. The dark green scales of the serpent glistened under the light, its massive serpentine head tilting upward, with its slit-like pupils widening slightly, presenting a strangely endearing sight. Chen is here. So soon? Sumu Chung looked up in surprise. Chen, from high above, spotted the gathering young beastman team, his beast eyes locking onto Sumu Chung's figure. Not observing any wounds or blood, his heart, which had been racing violently, began to settle. He controlled his speed to fly down and gently scoop him up. Moo, are you injured? Chen carefully set him down, only daring to search for injuries with his eyes. Huh? I'm a bit dazed, Sumu Chung replied. Chen appeared anxious. I'm unhurt. That's a relief. Chen enveloped him in a tight embrace. I heard that the gathering young beastman was gravely injured. I was so worried about you. Chapter 73. The search for me. Guo returns. The heart within his chest thudded heavily, still echoing with the remnants of shock. Sumu Chung understood the reason and comfortingly returned the embrace to Chen. I'm fine. Don't worry. A young beastman fell and scraped his skin, but it's not serious. Chen, being tall, enveloped Sumu Chung entirely in his embrace. Sumu Chung rhythmically patted Chen's back, waiting for his emotions to stabilize. His gaze fell upon the white wings, instantly captivated by the warm, gently swaying appendages that moved with Chen's breath. The pristine wings looked smooth and shiny, appearing delightful to touch. Speaking of which, he had yet to touch Chen's wings since arriving here. He reached out, gently placing his hand upon them. The shaft felt solid and smooth, the feathers soft and warm to the touch. Chen's body stiffened, panic causing him to retract his wings, having forgotten they were still extended. Oh, they're gone now. The large wings vanished in an instant. How impressive! How do you retract such large wings? Sumu Chung approached Chen's back to observe closely. The wheat-colored skin appeared as smooth as ever, with only well-defined muscles, revealing no trace of where the wings had been. May I see your wings again? Sumu Chung's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen clenched his fists, anxiety evident in his gaze. After moments of hesitation, he finally agreed. All right, we can look when we return home, Sumu Chung replied eagerly. Great. We'll check when we get home. Yet, he sensed that Chun was not entirely pleased. Could there be something wrong with his wings? The young beastmen sorted their gathered items and returned home individually. Chun carried Su Mu Chong and the collected items back to the courtyard, placing Su Mu Chong and the beast skin bags down. Once he transformed back into his human form, he busily began organizing. Su Mu Chong distinctly sensed Chen's evasion and confusion. Chun? Chen's gaze darted about, repeatedly avoiding Su Mu Cheng's eyes, while the items on the ground lay in chaotic disarray, leaving no space to step. Chen? What is wrong? Su Mu Cheng stepped forward to grasp Chun and lead him aside, but stumbled over an object, nearly falling. Chun swiftly scooped him up and carried him to the stone path. Ouch! What happened? Chun thought he might have hurt him and froze in his actions, having brushed against Su Mu Cheng's calf, causing a sharp pain. I bumped my leg earlier, but it's nothing. Chun crouched down, holding Su Mu Cheng's ankle in one hand while slowly rolling up the pant leg with the other. A sizable bruise marred the pale skin of Su Mu Cheng's leg. Come with me to find a healer. Chun horizontally cradled Su Mu Chong and soared into the sky. The revelation of his wings had become inevitable, and Chen no longer wished to conceal it. There's no need to seek a healer. It's merely a bump, he said. Su Mu Cheng's arm rested obediently around Chen's neck. All right then, if you prefer, we can walk there together, Chun suggested. As they made their way, Su Mu Chong sensed the gaze of many onlookers. Chun had been revealing his wings with increasing frequency within the tribe, and the clan members were nearly accustomed to his aerial displays. I am the healer. It's me, Chen. May I enter? He was busy in the courtyard, organizing the gathered items. What do you need? Chen gently set Su Mu Cheng down on a stone bench, kneeling to carefully fold his pant leg back into place. Mu has a bruise. Could you take a look? What happened? How did it become such a large bruise? He inquired, noticing the stark contrast between Su Mu Cheng's fair skin and the darkening mark. After examining it and confirming there was no broken skin, Yi hurried to fetch some herbal poultice. Apply this crushed mixture, changing it every half day. Thank you, healer, Chen replied. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a voice. Healer, it's Li. I have something to discuss with you. Come in, Yi called. Upon entering, Li bowed respectfully to the healer. The team that went in search of the rice fruit has returned. The tribe leader requests your presence in the square for a discussion. Chen, the tribe leader also wishes for you and Su Mu Cheng to come. You've returned today? Very well, we shall head there now, he said. Li nodded in acknowledgement and departed. You should first apply the medicine to Mu Mu, Yi instructed, handing Chen the bowl and pestle for the herbs. The cool herbal paste was applied, sending a tingling sensation across the bruise. Does it hurt? Chen asked, his movements cautious to avoid causing any discomfort. It doesn't hurt. It's just a bit numb and cool. Quite soothing actually, Su Mu Cheng replied. The herbal juice stained his skin a shade of green, which they wrapped with a piece of animal hide. Securing it with a knot. He playfully tapped the tip of Su Mu Cheng's nose. Be more careful next time. Try not to get hurt again. I know, Su Mu Cheng replied with a charming smile. The trio arrived at the square. You're here. Take a look. Li gestured toward the meager pile of rice fruit brought back by Yin and the others, barely half a bag. Though they had located the rice fruit's growth site, it was regrettably close to the antelope tribe. Typically, such resources would belong to whoever found them, yet the antelope tribe was known to be a small community of around 100 members. Upon arriving, they encountered members of the rival tribe, most of whom were herbivorous beastmen reliant on this scarce food source, especially with the rainy season approaching. Alas, we cannot take their food, Li lamented, his face clouded with concern. The others fell silent, recognizing the difficulty of taking from the antelope tribe, while feeling reluctant to let them part with their resources. After a long moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow. Uncertainty etched on his face. Perhaps we should let it go. We have enough food to survive. The team that searched for the rice fruit consisted of Yin, Fei, Lu, and Li, all robust winged beastmen. Fei recalled their encounter with the rival tribe, his brow furrowing deeply. They appeared quite frail. I could easily take on 3 of them, he remarked. Don't worry, the tribe leader will find a solution. Right? Lu said, reassuringly grasping Fei's hand and leaning his shoulder against him. Smoothing the furrow of his brow, Su Mu Cheng observed the small bag of rice fruit, noticing it was indeed the same as what they had exchanged at the meeting. When he looked up, he saw the 2 men in close proximity. However, if he recalled correctly, Weren't they both beastmen? Sumu Chung was taken aback. Here, beastmen could be together? What's the matter? Chen followed Sumu Ching's gaze and understood. They are a pair of beastman partners, he explained softly in Sumu Ching's ear, though all the beastmen present heard him clearly. Wow, beastman partners. The crowd marveled, taken aback by the progressive mindset. A Fei grinned broadly at Sumu Chung, his smile bright and refreshing, while Lu merely cast a fleeting glance at him and Chen, his expression neutral. Chapter 74. The true rainy season. Sumu Chung awkwardly smiled, maintaining his politeness. I'm sorry, but you two seem quite well suited. Both beastmen towered over him. Fei appeared more approachable, with black hair and a darker complexion, his physique robust with prominent muscles. Lu matched Fei's height. Sporting golden hair and lighter skin, his musculature lean yet powerful. Together, they looked strikingly compatible. Fei's smile widened. Thank you. Lu's eyes briefly reflected satisfaction before returning to his calm demeanor. Alas, it seems we must forego the rice fruit, Li said regretfully, lifting the animal hide bag to pour out the contents, preparing to count and distribute the meager collection to the tribe's young ones. With aplop, green and dark brown fruits mingled with some white fluff as they spilled out. Sumu Chang noticed the prominent white pieces. Fei explained, this is a type of white plant near the Lingmu tribe, resembling either a flower or hair. It's inedible but abundant. A portion was caught in the wind while gathering the rice fruit. Sumu Chang picked up a handful of the white fluff. This is cotton. With cotton, we can make quilts and thick clothing. No longer will we need to layer ourselves beneath multiple animal hide blankets, and winter will be much more bearable. His heart raced, hands trembling with excitement as his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fixed on AFEI.is, there an abundance of cotton in the Lingmu tribe. Just how much is a lot? Fei, feeling the intensity of Sumu Cheng's gaze, shifted uncomfortably, retreating slightly behind Lu. Well, quite a lot, I suppose. The area is larger than the grasslands behind the mountain. Sumu Cheng's eyes gleamed brighter as he grasped Chen's hand. Chen, I want to go to the Lingmu tribe. Chen hesitated. The journey to the Lingmu tribe was somewhat distant, and with the rainy season fast approaching, he firmly declined. Why? He interjected. What's wrong, Moo? Why the sudden desire to go to the Lingmu tribe? Are you familiar with this material? Sumu Cheng's mind raced as he quickly formulated an explanation. No. It's just that I had an idea. While this fluff isn't edible, I believe it has other uses. Look, doesn't it resemble hair? We could sandwich this cotton between 2 layers of animal hide blankets and sew them together, making them much warmer. Moreover, since this material is light, even if we use a lot, it won't feel heavy, unlike multiple layers of animal hides which become cumbersome, he continued. Similarly, we could sew it into our clothing for added warmth, making it far more convenient than wrapping ourselves in numerous layers of animal hide. The others began to grasp the advantages of Sumu Cheng's proposition, recognizing the significant enhancement to winter warmth. Beastmen observing from nearby began to shed tears of gratitude, understanding that warmth and food were perennial challenges for survival. Every winter, some tribe members would perish. Since Sumu Cheng's arrival, the variety of edible food had increased, and now to hear this young beastman propose a solution to the warmth issue was nothing short of miraculous. Oh, how could there be such a clever young beastman? They exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. After a lengthy silence, Chen finally broke the stillness. He knelt before Sumu Cheng, gazing up at him. Mu, truly, thank you. Li, filled with emotion, bowed solemnly to Sumu Cheng. You are a blessing bestowed upon our tribe by the beast gods. We are immensely grateful for your contributions. From today forth, I declare you the wise one of the tiger tribe. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, yet they found it reasonable. Sumu Cheng's contributions surpassed even those of the late wise elder. No, this isn't necessary, Sumu Cheng protested, waving his hands. He sought neither power nor status. You deserve it, Chan insisted. Really, it's not needed. Indeed, Mu, do not refuse. You are worthy of the title of Wise One for the tribe, he said proudly. Yin, Fei, and others nodded in agreement. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are all members of the same tribe. I will do my utmost to help it flourish. At this moment, Sumu Cheng felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders intensify, and a profound sense of surged within him. He mused that he had fully integrated into this place. Li gathered the significant figures of the tribe for a meeting in the stone house, where he proclaimed Su Muqing's status as a sage. A declaration met with unanimous approval. They also deliberated matters concerning the rice fruit and white-haired flower. Su Muqing proposed a name for the white-haired flower, suggesting it be called cotton. After discussion, it was decided that once the rainy season passed, a team would be dispatched to the Suzuki tribe for trade, during which they could impart knowledge of edible plants and exchange potatoes and flower fruit for cotton and rice fruit. By the time the meeting concluded, night had enveloped the land. Chen cradled Su Muqing in his arms and guided him home along the darkened path. The items in the yard lay in disarray. Due to his leg injury, Chen insisted that Su Muqing rest on the stone bench. Chen first went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Igniting a fire to boil water, he diced potatoes and combined them with scallions, ginger, garlic, and meat in a stew. Seaweed was sliced into thin strips, blanched in hot water, and dressed with garlic, chili powder, and lemon juice. He then prepared a cup of fruit tea using jam. Finally, Chen began roasting his own meat. After they finished their meal, Chen washed the dishes, dressed the herbs on Su Muqing's leg, and tidied the yard. Su Muqing attempted to assist several times, but was gently restrained by Chen in the flurry of activity. Su Muqing momentarily forgot about Chen's wings. After a whirlwind of preparations, the rainy season finally arrived. The deep gray sky occasionally rumbled, and blue-violet lightning sliced through the dark clouds, adding an air of grandeur to the impending downpour. Torrential rain pounded the earth, branches, and stones, producing an undeniable cacophony. In the depths of the forest, animals sought refuge. Apart from the sound of rain, no other creature dared to make a sound. The beastmen sheltered in their stone houses or caves, evading the deluge. This was a baptism of nature, a trial and a gift. Within the tiger tribe, every household secured their doors and windows tightly. Su Muqing nestled on the sofa, cradling a warm cup of fruit tea. He reflected on how the recent rains paled in comparison to the relentless downpours of the rainy season. The flowers and grasses in the yard were battered by the storm, leaning precariously. The turkeys and rabbit beasts in the animal enclosure huddled quietly in their nests. Rainwater cascaded from the eaves onto the stone path, forming a flowing stream. Fortunately, their food stores were ample, and it was likely they would not need to venture out for hunting during the rainy season. Chen remarked that the rains would persist for a beast week, with some forecasts extending to an additional half-beast week. Chapter 75. The unusual turkey. The bruising on Su Muqing's leg had markedly improved after a night's rest. He lazily reclined on the sofa, clutching a cushion. With no books to peruse, he found himself reminiscing about the days when he had a mobile phone. Qian was upstairs in the study, engaged in meditation. The living room was eerily quiet, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. If only I could have a little kitten, he mused. Strands of hair slipped from his temple, and Su Muqing swept them behind his ear. With no need to go out today and nothing pressing to attend to, he left his hair untied, which had grown to his shoulders. Perhaps I should cut my hair. It's rather bothersome. Outside, the rain pelted down rhythmically, enhancing the stillness within. How about sewing some clothes instead? I could make thicker cotton garments and quilts, and later fill them with cotton once we trade for it. Resolutely, Su Muqing dashed to the second floor to gather needles, thread, and beast skins. After sketching the design for the garments, he began piecing them together meticulously. As he immersed himself in the task, time slipped away swiftly. In the evening, Qian descended to prepare dinner and was greeted by the sight of Su Muqing. Bathed in warm yellow light, his delicate features appearing even softer. Clumsily maneuvering the needle and thread, he stitched with utmost seriousness, oblivious to Chen's presence beside him. A wave of tenderness washed over Chen as he paused to observe. Opting not to disturb him and instead retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. They dined on scallion and meat buns alongside roasted fish. Recently, they had been busy preparing food for the rainy season, and some fish had not been dried in time, necessitating immediate consumption. The aroma of roasted fish wafted from the kitchen, permeating the living room, jolting Su Muqing into the realization that it was time for dinner. He hastily set down his work and rushed to assist in the kitchen. "Why didn't you call me? I lost track of time." "It's all right. You needn't concern yourself with these things." Chen affectionately ruffled his hair with clean hands. This was a phrase Chen often repeated, yet Su Muqing still felt compelled to contribute. "I'll roast the fish. You should eat quickly." Su Muqing was satisfied after consuming 2 buns and a piece of fish, though they could only roast 4 fish at a time, which was rather time-consuming. Chen relished his meal, deliberately moderating his pace to allow Su Muching ample time to cook without haste. Suddenly, Chin's ears perked up, and he turned his head toward the yard. "What's wrong? Why have you stopped eating? Listen." Instinctively, Su Muching held his breath and focused, following Chin's lead.